Chapter 1, Reborn in a Parallel World. I actually have a younger sister? China, Hangzhou City, Tianan City. Number 1 Senior High School, Class 13, Grade 3. Today is the day before this senior class awakens their special abilities and enters the trial ground. As long as you are 18 years old or above, you will be arranged to awaken your superpowers and enter the trial ground in this year. In this era of global awakening, everyone will awaken a special ability, and only a very small number of geniuses can awaken multiple special abilities. Tomorrow you will enter the trial grounds. You will see an awakening monument. Place your palm on the monument to awaken your unique supernatural power. Supernatural talents are divided into 9 categories from low to high, F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and God level. After awakening, you can choose whether to enter the trial ground. There are opportunities you never imagined in the trial ground. Lord Ling Huan once obtained the fruit of talent from it, and his supernatural power was upgraded from SS level to SSS level. Now he has become the strongest person in our Huaxia country. But opportunities also carry great dangers. You must carefully choose whether to undertake the trial. The clear and pleasant female voice echoed in the classroom, and everyone was listening attentively. No one dared to slack off, not only because the teacher was Yi Qing, who was young and beautiful but notoriously strict, but also because it concerned their future. But there are always unexpected things. In the last row, a handsome young man was taking a nap on the table, drooling from the corners of his mouth. It smells so good, so good. Although the murmur was small, it still spread throughout the class between the teacher's words. Ha 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 ha. The whole class burst into laughter. Judging from the boy's appearance, he didn't get enough rest last night. I guess he got up in the middle of the night and did something sneaky. Ling Chen, stand up. Walking to Ling Chen's desk, Yi Qing slapped Ling Chen's desk and shouted. What's the matter? Ling Chen opened his eyes slightly, revealing a tiny slit, and glanced at the angry teacher with a confused look. I woke up suddenly and secretly complained in my heart, wondering how I could fall asleep in teacher Yi Qing's class. She is a notorious tigress. Ling Chen stood up in an instant, standing straight with his head slightly lowered, like a good child. I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't get enough rest last night. Seeing Ling Chen admit his mistake so sensibly, and not seeming to do it on purpose, teacher Yi Qing's anger gradually subsided. You will stand and listen to the whole class. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the podium, continuing to carefully explain the precautions for tomorrow's awakening. Ling Chen was completely bewildered. What was going on? What was teacher Yi talking about? Superpowers? Awakening? Isn't this Chinese class? Didn't I drift off to sleep in class because I stayed up all night watching a romantic action movie? Ling Chen couldn't help but pat his head, thinking that he must still be dreaming. At this moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar memory flooded into his mind. Ling Chen covered his head. It hurt. It took a while before I calmed down. Through his memories, Ling Chen discovered that he had traveled through time. This is a parallel world where monsters and beasts roam everywhere, and the original owner is also called Ling Chen. The classmates and teachers are still the same, nothing has changed. But he seemed to have a younger sister out of nowhere? Her name seemed to be Ling Shi? Apart from that, the only things that have changed are superpowers and monsters. Soon Ling Chen accepted his own time travel. I had no worries in my previous life, and now I have a younger sister to depend on. It's not bad to think about it. Thinking that he would have superpowers tomorrow, Ling Chen was still very excited. That was a superpower. Which young man on earth in the previous life didn't he have a dream of having superpowers? Especially if I awaken the invisibility, then I can watch the girl next door taking a bath openly. There is no need to be sneaky every time. Bah! I'm not that kind of person. Continuing to explore the original owner's memories, Ling Chen learned that Blue Star 40 years ago was still the same technological and scientific planet as Earth, except that Blue Star was dozens of times larger than Earth. Until one day, the creatures on Earth suddenly evolved rapidly, their strength increased dramatically and they awakened their spiritual intelligence. Humans became their food, and they gathered together to form a tide of beasts, attacking one city after another. At the beginning, people could still use thermal weapons to pose a threat to the beast tide. But as monsters evolve, thermal weapons become less and less effective. Just when humans were feeling desperate in the face of powerful monsters, the trial ground suddenly appeared in the sky. A divine voice was heard, introducing the function of the trial ground in detail. Moreover, in every place where humans gather, there is an awakening monument that can help humans awaken their superpowers and teleport them to the place of trial. It seems that something is controlling all this. Through the awakening monument, more and more people with awakened special abilities are born. Humans gradually gained a foothold, formed a force to fight against the beast tide, and gradually established 8 gathering places. Each major gathering place consists of a main city and several satellite cities. Tianan City is one of the satellite cities gathered underground in Hangzhou City. Soon, the get out of class was over. Teacher Yi Qing finished explaining the precautions and told everyone to gather at the school playground at 9 o'clock the next morning and set off for the awakening monument together. Then he walked out of the classroom with his long legs. "Hey, Brother Chen, what are you thinking about? You're so awesome, you dare to sleep in Yi Lao Hu's class." Seeing Ling Chen in a daze, Yi Kong walked over and gave him a thumbs up. Yi Kong, Ling Chen's best friend. They had been assigned to the same class since childhood, growing up together and knew each other very well. Of course, this route is not that route. It's you, the 6th guy, who sent me some learning resources in the middle of the night, cough. Ling Chen rolled his eyes. "Ah, Brother Chen, it seems you stayed up all night studying." Yi Kong said with a lewd smile, "You'll be awakening tomorrow, what do you say?" "What else can I say? Just awakening to a level is enough." Ling Chen said without hesitation. "Ha, you think you can awaken to level A? Ling Chen, are you still asleep?" Xiao Tianzhuo walked over and said sarcastically, "With your strength as a 3-star apprentice, you'd be lucky to be able to awaken to D level. As we all know, the stronger the strength, the more likely it is to awaken good superpowers. In the class, everyone's strength has reached the level of an apprentice 4-star or above, except Ling Chen, who is still at 3 stars. But Ling Chen became the most popular boy among the girls in the class because of his handsome appearance. Especially the frosty beauty in the class, Bing Lingshuang, who has the beauty and temperament that drives countless boys crazy, coupled with her good figure, has become the dream lover of almost all boys. Even such a goddess would occasionally pay attention to Ling Chen, so there were always boys who were jealous and disliked him. "Yeah, don't I go to your house to burn incense every Qingming festival?" Ling Chen smiled and replied calmly without getting annoyed. "You? Humph. Ling Chen, do you dare to make a bet? If you can awaken a D level or higher power, the 100,000 here will be yours. If not, just stay away from my goddess, Ling Chen, do you dare?" Xiao Tianyu looked at Ling Chen with a grin. "Since you insist on giving me money, I will have no choice but to accept it reluctantly." Ling Chen grinned. After all, goddesses and the like are not that close to each other. Xiao Tianyu stared at Ling Chen closely, as if he had already seen Ling Chen awakening a garbage F-level superpower. Chapter 2, Binding Legion System. My sister is so virtuous? Ling Chen, are you sure? Yi Kong asked Ling Chen without being too anxious. As a good brother, he knew that over the years, Ling Chen had given most of his cultivation resources to his sister, and had even exchanged some for money. So, Ling Chen has hardly used any potions to improve his strength since he was a child. You must know that before awakening your superpowers, you have no resources for cultivation, and if you want to improve your strength, you will need a very long period of hard training. Ling Chen reached the peak of 3 stars on his own, and even I, who was at 5 stars, was no match for him. So Yi Kong was not worried about Ling Chen agreeing to Xiao Tianyu's bet. My son has grown up and knows how to care about his father. Ling Chen said, pretending to be moved. Roll. By the way, will you go into the trial ground tomorrow? If so, let's form a team so we can take care of each other. Yi Kong asked. Of course we have to enter the trial ground, Ajk. Ling Chen replied. Ding, host trigger condition detected, starting to bind to the Legion system. Ding, the Legion system has been linked, just recite it to open the system. Ding, the new member gift package has arrived, please check it carefully. What? System? Time travel cheat code? The author is not lying to me. Open the Legion system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, apprentice 3 stars, experience 299-300. Superpower, guess what? Talent, depends on my mood. Mol, I can't afford to unlock it. Number of legionaries, 1. Legion level, the commander is alone, why don't you recruit more people? Summon Legion, unlocked. Backpack, newbie gift pack. What good stuff do you expect from a free gift? Note, you can check the loyalty of others to yourself. If it reaches 60, you can join the Legion. If it is lower than 60, it will be automatically cleared. If it reaches 100, you are a die-hard loyalist and will never betray. It really is a system. Let us try it first to see if it's an illusion. Then Ling Chen tried to open the novice gift package. Ding, open the novice gift pack. Ding, you obtained 1 marrow cleansing pill, 1 ability evolution card, and 1 legion attack bonus card. Marrow cleansing pill cleanses the tendons and marrow, transforms the body, and can improve cultivation talent. It is especially suitable for you. Superpower evolution card unconditionally increases the level of a superpower's talent. Holy shit, that's awesome, Crass. If I awaken an SSS level ability, doesn't that mean a legendary talent that can be upgraded to god level superpowers? What are the remaining Legion bonus cards used for? Legion bonus card increases the attack power of all Legion members by 20%. Legion? You want me to recruit people to form a Legion? Ling Chen couldn't help but be shocked and began to imagine himself leading millions of soldiers and horses, and with a wave of his hand, conquering cities and seizing territories would be a piece of cake. Of course, Ling Chen didn't know that his fantasy would become a reality in the future. Ding, main quest released, please check it out. Main mission, initial team building. Task content, recruit a member into the Legion. Quest reward, B-level fire ability evolvable. What? A B-level fire ability. This system is incredible. I didn't expect a B-level ability to be so easy to come by. And it can evolve, which means there is still room for promotion in the future, at least to a level. Ling Chen couldn't help but grin foolishly, hee hee hee. Recruiting people, Ling Chen's mind is now full of recruiting people. Ling Chen, what's wrong with you? Yi Kong shook Ling Chen. Seeing Ling Chen in a daze and laughing foolishly, he hurriedly shouted, "Son, why have you become stupid? Get out." Ling Chen pushed Yi Kang's arm away and took a look at Yi Kong. His eyes lit up. Yes, he quickly used the system to open Yi Kang's loyalty interface. Yi Kong, 5-star warrior 250-500. Loyalty, 95 recruitable. Wow, it's so high, you're really good brothers. Not full. It seems he is still upset about the fact that I accidentally deleted his study materials last time. What are you still hesitating about? Ling Chen immediately said to Yi Kong, I plan to form a team in the future and go to hunt monsters together in the future. What do you say? That's no problem, of course. But can I broadcast live when you deal with the monster? There will definitely be a lot of gifts. Yi Kong put his arm around Ling Chen's shoulder and answered readily. Ding, Yi Kong joins the Legion. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a B-level fire ability evolvable. Rewards can be withdrawn at any time. Awesome, I got a B-level superpower. Go play somewhere else. See you later. See you later. We, the little people, are so happy. Taking brisk steps and humming a cheerful tune, Ling Chen returned to his small apartment in the old town. He opened the door skillfully, but this time there was another person inside. Ling Chen heard the sound of frying in the kitchen. Brother, you're back. The food will be ready soon. I heard his voice before I saw him. A slightly petite, but lively and cute girl who looked like a beauty came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and holding a spatula. Well, it looked very incongruous. But in this small apartment where the brother and sister depend on each other, there is such harmony. Her name is Ling Shi, and she is the only relative Ling Chen knows now. Their parents sent them to an orphanage when they were very young and never appeared again. The brother and sister relied on meager government subsidies for many years. Because he was underage, Ling Chen could only occasionally do odd jobs to supplement the family income. Brother, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Ling Shi said and hurried into the kitchen to do the final stir-fry. Okay. Looking at his sister's busy back, Ling Chen silently vowed that he would let his sister live a comfortable life as soon as possible. Ahem, the living environment is comfortable, brothers, don't think too much. Soon, a plate of hot and sour potato shreds and a plate of tomato scrambled eggs were served. It was simple, but it was enough for the brother and sister to eat for the day. Sister, your cooking has improved. These shredded potatoes are sour and spicy, and taste great. Wow, these tomatoes and eggs are delicious. While exclaiming, Ling Chen picked up the vegetables and mixed them with rice, as if he had never eaten in his life. Seeing Ling Chen's funny look, Ling Shi couldn't help but chuckle and said, Brother, you're going to awaken tomorrow, so keep up the good work. Don't worry, your brother, am the chosen one of heaven, a saint. I can easily awaken tomorrow. God level talent, brother. Of course it's B-level talent, ha 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 ha. Ling Chen thought to himself, not knowing what talent he could awaken. But at least now that he had a B-rank fire element, he could rise up and give his sister a better life. B-level talent is also very good. There is hope that you can be admitted to a key university. Ling Shi said with a smile. You're too narrow-minded. I'm definitely a top student at Huaqing University. All the universities are vying for you. Just wait and see, ha ha ha. Ling Shi couldn't help but hold his forehead and shook his head. He really couldn't do anything about this brother. Back in the room, Ling Chen used the system to open Ling Shi's interface. All along, the original Ling Chen gave the cultivation resources he received from school to his sister, and he didn't know what level his sister had reached now. My sister is now in her second year of high school and will participate in the awakening next year. I think she should be almost 5 stars by now. Ling Shi, apprentice 7 stars 345 700. Loyalty, 100 recruitable. What? Shishing, oh my god, what does it mean to play the pig and eat the tiger? That's it. I didn't expect that my cheap sister had reached the 7th star without realizing it. My sister will awaken next year, so doesn't that mean she has a chance to break through to the bronze level before she awakens? There has never been a bronze level person under the age of 18. Does that mean I have this talent? Ling Chen couldn't help but look forward to awakening the next day. Chapter 3 Twin Abilities Awaken, Entering the Trial Ground. By the way, the B-level talent has not been extracted yet. Open the Legion system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, apprentice 3 stars, experience 299 300. Ability, guess again? Talent, I'm in a good mood now. Mall, unlock it when you have money. Backpack, Marrow Cleansing Pill X1, Power Evolution Card X1, Legion Attack Bonus Card X1, B-rank Firepower unextracted. Extract Firepower. Suddenly Ling Chen felt that he was in a state of heat, and his whole body began to feel hot, but it did not last long and he soon returned to normal. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-level fire ability. Ling Chen found that he suddenly seemed to be very familiar with fire, as if fire was a part of his body. He stretched out his hand and tried to control the fire. Fire emerged from his palm and he could feel the burning heat, but it had no effect on Ling Chen. Is this a supernatural power? It's really amazing. I must become the most powerful psychic, Ling Chen thought silently in his heart. By the way, the Marrow Cleansing Pill, I wonder if it is the same thing as the Marrow Cleansing Pill in the Immortal Cultivation novels I read in my previous life. He took out the Marrow Cleansing Pill and looked at it. It was a black pill the size of a quail egg. A faint fragrance came from the pill, and he felt refreshed just by smelling it. Without hesitation, Ling Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the Marrow Cleansing Pill. It melts in the mouth, turning into a warm current that gradually spreads throughout the body. The heat continues to spread in the body, and every part of the body is tingling. Ling Chen gritted his teeth, wondering why it hurt so much. But soon, the heat disappeared. He thought the effect of the Marrow Cleansing Pill must have worn off. What's that stinky smell? Ling Chen looked at himself and found his skin was covered in a black substance. Could it be that this was really a bone marrow cleansing? Ling Chen rushed to the bathroom, cleaned himself up, and washed himself thoroughly. He raised his right arm to his nose and sniffed. Finally, the smell was gone. After feeling it carefully, I found that my body was indeed much more comfortable, and I felt much closer to the source energy of heaven and earth. Ling Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, and practiced the basic martial arts Bing Fa Ju that is now being promoted throughout China. Soon, the source energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, several times faster than before. After a night of hard training, at dawn, Ling Chen waved his arm. He had already reached the peak of 3 stars and had broken through to the 4th star of martial artist. Today is the day when superpowers awaken, so we can't be late. Ling Chen quickly washed up, held a piece of bread prepared by Ling Shi in his mouth, and ran towards the school with a bag of milk. Soon Ling Chen arrived at the school playground on time. Ling Chen found his class at a glance and took his seat. Almost all the students had smiles on their faces, looking forward to the upcoming awakening of their superpowers. At 9 o'clock sharp, everyone was present. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go. Following the principal's order, the head teachers of each class led their classes onto the bus heading to the Awakening Monument. With a few steady operations by the driver, the number 1 high school bus arrived at its destination. It can be seen that many other high schools have arrived and have begun to awaken. Not far away, I saw a straight stone tablet reaching into the sky. This is a square stone tablet with the word awakening engraved on it. It can help humans awaken their superpowers, so it is called the Awakening Tablet. You just need to place your hand silently on the stone tablet and carefully feel the changes deep in your brain, and you can trigger your supernatural powers. Ha ha ha, I've awakened a D-level Earth-type ability. I really am a genius. Wow, congratulations, I just awakened an F-level fire ability. Looks like there's no hope for me. After awakening one by one, the students who did not choose to enter the trial ground took turns walking down the Awakening Monument and had a heated discussion. In every year's awakening, almost half of the people have F-level abilities. They don't have very high talents, so most of the time F-level represents ordinary people. Once you reach level D, you can choose to join the army. If you have higher talent, there will be a special university to provide you with professional training. Of course, you will eventually go to the battlefield to kill monsters. Humph, they are all a bunch of trash. Xiao Tianyu snorted coldly. Oh, it seems you are pretty good? Yi Kong said sarcastically from the side. You. Okay, it's our turn. Let's go. Patting Yi Kong on the shoulder, Ling Chen took the lead and walked up to the Awakening Monument. Looking at the towering Awakening Monument, Ling Chen slowly placed his hand on it. Feeling carefully, countless lights appeared in my mind. Slowly, a purple lightning appeared in my mind. It's actually thunder, which is a powerful weapon. But soon, Ling Chen discovered something was wrong, because he saw another ball of light forming in his mind. What's going on? Can't a person only form one ball of light? Gradually, the ball of light turned into the shape of a silver cube. What does this mean? Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully awakening. SS level thunder power. SSS level spatial ability. Wow, that's so cool. Ling Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. I actually awakened 2 superpowers. Am I the protagonist? Moreover, one of them has spatial ability, and there are only 2 people in the whole of China who have awakened the spatial ability. As an old internet addict on Earth in his previous life, Ling Chen knew very well that genius was nothing without its rise. However, if you don't show yourself, it will be difficult to gain attention and resources. So Ling Chen decided to reveal his spatial ability at the critical moment. For now, let us just be an awakened person with the dual abilities of thunder and fire. I think it should be enough for the time being. Wait till there's a chance, he he he. Blind your titanium alloy dog eyes. Alright, there is still an unused supernatural evolution card. Here comes the god level space system. Turn on the system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 4-star experience 51,400. Superpowers, SSS level spatial power, SS level thunder power, B level firepower evolvable unexpected. Talent, the Emperor's appearance good mood. Mall, hurry up and make money to unlock them all. Backpack, ability evolution card X1, Legion attack bonus card X1. Do you want to use the ability evolution card? Yes, no. Yes. Without hesitation, Ling Chen used the evolution card on the space-related ability. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Son of God level ability space. Space system comes with 100 cubic meters of space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-given skill Flash. Flash, level 101,000. Can flash freely within 10 meters? Wow, this is awesome. At this moment, Ling Chen felt his whole body excited. Amazing skill. It's not on cooldown yet. Do you want to be teleported to the trial site? Just as Ling Chen was in ecstasy, a mechanical voice came. Hey, who's talking? Ling Chen, who didn't feel anyone nearby, shook his head in confusion. Of course I have to teleport. Isn't that nonsense? With a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared at the Awakening Monument. Chapter 4, Seizing the Spiritual Fruit. Encountering a summoning genius. Hey, who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Why does this look like a school? Ling Chen appeared in an empty classroom, with neatly arranged desks and chairs, a podium in the distance and a blackboard on the wall. Ling Chen walked to the window, looked out, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. A towering peach tree 10 stories high stood in the distance, with lush branches and leaves, and several juicy peaches hanging on it. Feeling the faint energy emitted by the peaches on the peach tree, Ling Chen knew that this must be a good thing. However, Ling Chen did not rush over, because he knew that the treasure would not be left there for him for free. After observing for a while, I found that there was movement in the tree. Now that he knew the source of the danger, Ling Chen approached carefully and tried to test it out first. A squeaking sound came from the tree. It turned out to be a fire monkey. Use the system to view. Fire monkey, bronze 1 star. Attribute, fire. Skill, flame explosion fist. Comment, if you don't want to be beaten to a pulp, then run away. Run? That's impossible. Ling Chen frowned. Having just awakened 3 superpowers, his physical fitness had greatly improved, and it was obvious that he was still very confident in himself. If you can't win, just flash and run. Flash, I'm just for you to run away? The fire monkey saw him and said, since when did an ant dare to step into my territory? The fire monkey rushed towards Ling Chen and punched him with its monkey fist. Of course Ling Chen would not sit there and wait for death. He clenched his palm into a fist and rushed towards the fire monkey. Seeing that this human ant dared to fight him, the fire monkey grinned grimly, as if he saw the human opposite being blown up by one punch. Just when the two were about to fight. Flash! Ling Chen flashed to 10 meters behind the fire monkey and rushed towards Taozi with a smile. What a fool! Where are the people? The fire monkey stood there in a daze for a moment, stunned, and heard a rustling sound behind him. I turned around and saw that the humans behind me had already picked all the peaches. The fire monkey's eyes turned slightly red, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Do you really think I'm an easy-to-bully monkey? Rushed towards Ling Chen quickly. Seeing the fire monkey rushing towards him, Ling Chen smiled slightly and said, "Goodbye, brother." He disappeared from the fire monkey's sight in a flash. Roar, chirp. The fire monkey beat his chest angrily. In a student building not far away. I'm still too weak now. After using flash 4 times, my source power is almost used up. I'm afraid I can only use it twice more. Ling Chen said inwardly. But Ling Chen immediately looked at the spiritual peach he had obtained in his space with a smile. The harvest here is quite big, I got 11 peaches. The bronze-level demon monkey is guarding it personally. Seeing how much importance it takes, it must be no ordinary thing. Ling Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. Use the system to view the peach in your hand. Spiritual peach, swallowing it can increase a large amount of source energy, improve a certain amount of cultivation talent, and increase the speed of cultivation. It's just right. Note, the more you take, the lower the effect. Holy shit. Hurry up and find a place to try it. On the floor where Ling Chen flashed to, Ling Chen found a quiet classroom. After carefully confirming that there was no danger around for the time being, Ling Chen found a corner and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, and practiced the skills he had practiced to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth. The source energy nearby, which was invisible to the naked eye, slowly approached and formed a small vortex of source energy. After an hour of practice, Ling Chen opened his eyes and exhaled. I have finally adjusted my condition to an excellent state, and my energy has returned to its peak. I can now try taking the spiritual peaches. A spiritual peach was taken out from the space. The peach was bright red and translucent, making people want to take a bite. Without hesitation, Ling Chen swallowed it in one gulp, spat out the core, and then smacked his lips. Hiccup. After the spiritual peach was swallowed, a warm current soon spread from the stomach to the whole body, filling the meridians throughout the body. Ling Chen quickly practiced his skills, guiding the warm current to circulate through his meridians, eventually transforming into pure source power and flowing into his dantian. Ling Chen could feel that under this force, his meridians became wider, thicker, and bigger. Soon this warm current was exhausted. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. He reached the peak of 4 stars. Good, do it in one go. He immediately took out another spiritual peach and ate it. The familiar warm current still came, turning into source power and continuously flowing into his dantian. Everything will come naturally. A layer of diaphragm and dantian was punctured. Apprentice 5 stars, done. Upgrading is like drinking water. Ling Chen stood up and waved his fist, feeling a force several times stronger than before. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's true that cultivation is faster when you have resources. After practicing, let us move on. Standing up, patting his butt, Ling Chen walked out of the classroom. Looking around, I felt the fluctuation of source energy in the distance to the east and heard a faint sound. I thought the students who came in were in trouble. Go check out the situation, maybe you can be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Ling Chen walked towards the east. Now he considers himself as a dual-element awakener of thunder and fire, and he will never use flash unless it is necessary. Ling Chen slowly approached. After walking for a while, he felt that the battle was very close, so he jumped onto the branch of a nearby big tree. From the dense branches and leaves, Ling Chen looked towards the place where the battle was taking place. 9 people were fighting against a group of skeletons. Ah! They're all men, that's boring. The skeleton, might have been a female in life. The strength of this group of skeletons is not very high. But those who entered the trial ground today had just awakened, and they did not have many means of attack. What's strange is that after knocking people down, this group of skeletons did not kill them, but instead stripped everything off the people's bodies. Could it be that the skeleton in the trial ground is also a little money grubber? He only wants money and not kills people? But there were also people who entered the trial ground before and couldn't get out. That means there is something wrong with this group of skeletons, Ling Chen touched his chin and thought. After confirming that the people below were not in danger of life, Ling Chen began to observe carefully. This group of skeletons actually cooperated with each other, as if someone was directing them. Could it be? Ling Chen kicked his feet and disappeared on the tree. Ha, we're rich, we're rich. In the future, when we are short of resources for cultivation, let the skeletons secretly rob those rich people, hee hee. Hiding under a tree, watching the battle, the boy who was YY thought. So whoever sees it gets a share. A voice came into the boy's ears. No, they're all mine. Who is it? The boy turned his head and saw a boy of the same age as him staring at him with a smile. This young man was Ling Chen. Ling Chen stretched out a hand, spread his 5 fingers, and bent them slightly, summoning a ball of fire and saying, "Why, there's no share for me." He casually threw a small fireball at the boy's feet, burning the grass at his feet and revealing a piece of charred soil. Chapter 5 Boss, I won't give in. Main quest. This scared the boy, because apart from the summoned skeletons, he had no fighting ability. Damn, if only these skeletons were replaced with pretty witches. I must have considered leaving 2 people to protect me closely. What he didn't know was that even if all the skeletons he summoned were here, they would still be no match for Ling Chen. Brother, everything is yours, everything is yours. The young man said hurriedly. After all, we are at a disadvantage now, so we have to be timid. What's your name? Where are you from? Is your superpower to summon skeletons? Officer Ling came to check the household registration. Summoning is a relatively rare ability. Most summoning systems can only summon 1 or 2 creatures in the early stages, so the summoning system is relatively useless in the early stages. The more initial summons you have, the higher your talent is. Ordinary summoners can only summon 1 or 2. The young man in front of him seemed to have just awakened and summoned a bunch of skeletons. It seemed that this young man's talent should be above S level. So when they first met, Ling Chen had the urge to recruit him. Ma Xiaoxiao, big brother, you can just call me Xiaoxiao. I'm from Tianqing City in Demon City. I'm a summoner and can currently summon 20 skeletons. Ma Xiaoxiao did not hide too much. After all, there was a pile of skeletons there, and he didn't know what kind of person the person in front of him was. If the other party has a bad temper, I will inevitably suffer a physical beating today. Moreover, the aura in the opponent's body has a strong oppressive effect on his own supernatural powers. Well, come with me. Stop your skeleton. After saying that, Ling Chen walked towards the battle. Xiao Zhao followed closely behind, trembling. On the other side, the skeleton suddenly stopped. Although the teenagers did not understand the situation, they did not take it lightly and still maintained a fighting stance. The sweat on their foreheads and the panting breath showed their current condition. Seeing 2 young men approaching from a distance, the leading young man was suddenly startled and shouted, "Ling Chen, don't come over here." Ling Chen smiled slightly and glanced at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao waved his hand and the skeleton stood neatly aside. This shocked the teenagers. What did this mean? These skeletons were summoned creatures? Did they mean we were being bullied by someone's summoned creatures during the day? Isn't summoning generally recognized as one of the weakest abilities in the early stages? I happened to pass by and saw you being beaten bloody by a group of little skeletons. You really brought shame to your father. Ling Chen sighed and patted the leading boy's shoulder. UTM. By the way, Ling Chen, what talent did you awaken? Your father has S-level wind-type ability. If I were not unfamiliar with it, these little skeletons would not be able to get close to me. The leading young man was Yi Kong, who pointed at the group of skeletons while panting. B-level fire element. Ling Chen said lightly. That's not bad. Dad will protect you from now on. Ha ha ha. Yi Kong put his hand on Ling Chen's shoulder. At this time, Ma Xiaoxiao on the side glanced at Ling Chen. How could his talent only be B-level? Even my SS-level talent feels suppressed. Come, Ling Chen, these are my new brothers. Aren't you going to form a team? Let's see if they can do it. They are all D-level and C-level. Yi Kong pulled Ling Chen and pointed at the young men behind him. Ling Chen used the system to check and found that no one had a loyalty level above 50. But it was also expected that they chose Yi Kong instead of me. Not yet, let's talk about it later. Ling Chen said lightly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Ha! Ling Chen suddenly discovered that Ma Xiaoxiao next to him had a loyalty of 65, which had met the conditions for recruitment. With my B-level talent, this shouldn't happen. Could it be that he was frightened by my fireball just now? Ling Chen had no idea that his god-level talent would create an oppressive feeling for talents above SS level, just like a king looking at his subjects. In Xiao Zhao's eyes, he is an SSS-level monster, so Xiao Zhao has a little admiration for him. Ding, release system tasks main line. System task, initial team building 2. Task content, recruit 10 people into the Legion. Quest reward, Xian Yuan sword seal. What? Xian Yuan sword? Isn't this the legendary national treasure? I'm hiring. Ling Chen looked at Ma Xiaoxiao beside him. Ma Xiaoxiao noticed Ling Chen's fiery gaze and couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that he did it to me? Brother, no. I like girls, don't look at me like that, I won't give in, unless you pay more money. Xiao Zhao said with a sad face, covering her chest with her hands crossed. The corner of Ling Chen's mouth twitched. Are you acting too much? Okay. I'll pay more. Big brother, please accept my humble respect. Please be gentle with me. Ma Xiaoxiao immediately changed his expression and looked at Ling Chen with a flattering look. Feeling left and right, Ling Chen took out $10 from his back pocket. Baba, you are so straightforward. Xiao Zhao rushed over and handed over 10 yuan. Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, then took out a $100 bill. Grandpa, Grandpa. Ling Chen let Xiao Zhao take the $100 bill away, and he was already thinking about how to exploit his eldest grandson in the future. Then I'll take it as your agreement to join. Agree to what? Join my team. Hang out with me from now on. Xiao Zhao was dumbfounded. What is this? Is this what we were talking about just now? Isn't it? Ugh, when did I agree to this? Even if you agree, there is a different price. You have to pay more. Why, you don't agree? Ling Chen looked at Xiao Zhao with a smile, clenched his right fist, kept tapping the palm of his left hand, and then pinched his fingers. Yi Kong behind him also came over. He was in pain all over his body after being tormented by this little skeleton just now. Now he has to teach the original owner a lesson. Looking at the crowd surrounding him with sly grins on their faces. No, I agree. From now on you will be my big brother. Xiao Zhao nodded quickly, like a chicken pecking at rice, and said righteously, if Big Brother says go east, I will never go south. If Big Brother says go west, I will never go north. Okay, if I don't see you at the gate of Huaqing University in half a year, just wait for me to come and beat you up. Ling Chen said. Ling Chen, are you sure about Huaqing University? Yi Kong asked worriedly from behind. Based on past enrollment results, Huaqing University's admission score is S-level talent, 8th level apprentice, and killing a bronze-level monster, as well as receiving an excellent evaluation in the college entrance examination. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By the way, this is for you. Find a safe place to take it. Ling Chen pretended to open his backpack, then took out a spiritual peach from the system, threw it upwards, and flew towards Yi Kong. Yi Kong took it gently without asking any questions, because he knew that Ling Chen would not harm him, so this must be a good thing. Yi Kong walked aside, sat cross-legged, and took the spiritual peach given by Ling Chen. After a while, Yi Kong opened his eyes. Ling Chen, I have been promoted to 6 stars. Your spiritual fruit is so useful. Yi Kong happily reported the good news to Ling Chen. The people on the side showed envy in their eyes. They saw that the spiritual peach Ling Chen gave to Yi Kong promoted Yi Kong by 1 star. Everyone looked at Ling Chen with burning eyes. Ling Chen could see that everyone's loyalty to him had increased to 60. I guess it was because of the temptation of resources. As for why no one is fighting for it, just look at the little skeletons who just bullied them and they are standing neatly by the side. Ma Xiaozhao also looked at Ling Chen with burning eyes. Who wouldn't like resources? Ling Chen said provocatively, I will definitely not treat the people in my team unfairly. Ma Xiaozhao nodded, and took back most of the skeletons, leaving 2 standing behind him. He stood behind Ling Chen, acting like a younger brother. Feeling that the time was right, Ling Chen asked everyone present if they were willing to join his team. Everyone agreed without hesitation. After all, they could eat meat by following Ling Chen. The number of people was just enough for Ling Chen to complete the system task. Chapter 6: Obtaining the Xianyuan Sword. First confrontation. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Xianyuan Sword Seal. Xianyuan Sword Seal, an ancient artifact, the sword of the Holy Way. Forged from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in ancient times, the sword is forged by the heavens, imbued with boundless power, and a divine weapon for slaying demons and beasts. Xianyuan Sword Seal, 8 layers of seals in total. Unlocking conditions for the first level of the seal. 1. 1 golden beast core each of the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. 2. 16 pounds of divine iron. 3. Soul power 10,000. Xianyuan Sword Seal, silver level. Xianyuan Sword Style, first style, 10,000 swords return to their origin. The last 7 styles are not unlocked. Unlocking the first layer of the seal requires such difficult conditions. What kind of artifact can completely unlock the Xianyuan sword? Ling Chen couldn't imagine it. But just when I was worried about not having a suitable weapon, a suitable one was delivered to my door. Open the Legion system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 5-star Experience 49,500. Superpowers, God level Space Power, SS level Thunder Power, B level Fire Power Evolvable. Talent, the Great Emperor's Appearance just barely passable. Skills, Flash, 10,000 swords returns Xianyuan Sword. You only know this. Mall, we'll see when we can make some money. Number of Legion members, 10. Legion level, Bear Commander and his guard squad. Summon Legion, unlocked. Backpack, Legion Attack Bonus Card X1, Xianyuan Sword Seal. Host, please keep up the good work and don't embarrass me. Ling Chen gathered the remaining few people, and after a brief discussion, they finally decided to continue moving eastward to see if there were any opportunities. You should know that you can only stay in the trial ground for 1 day. After 1 day, everyone will be transferred back to the original Awakening Monument. Ling Chen, who had tasted the sweetness just after entering, would not give up exploring so easily. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Everyone is just getting ready to go. At this moment, a young man wearing a yellow and white haori and a samurai sword hanging on his waist leaned against a big tree not far ahead. The boy's hair was tied with a dark blue knot, hanging down naturally, looking very handsome. It's a pity that he didn't have an apple in his hand, otherwise he could perform the act of drawing a sword and peeling the apple. Seeing Ling Chen and his group coming over, the young man raised his head and walked towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen and others stopped, and Ling Chen walked forward, looking at the man silently, waiting for the young man to state his purpose. The boy walked forward, his feet in wooden clogs making no sound, as if they were floating in the wind. Hello, do you still have the spiritual peach you got just now? The young man asked Ling Chen. So what if there is? So what if there isn't? Ling Chen said lightly. Can I exchange with you? I still have 5 spiritual fruits here, which are no longer useful to me. I will exchange them for your 2 spiritual peaches. These spiritual fruits can also increase my cultivation and improve my qualifications. The young man replied. After thinking for a while, Ling Chen said, okay. He took out 2 spiritual peaches from the space through his backpack, and the boy also took out 5 spiritual fruits. One hand hands over the fruit, the other hand hands over the peach. The 2 did not do anything to violate the deal. After the transaction was successful, the young man placed the peaches into his backpack with satisfaction. He looked at Ling Chen and asked, would you like to have a sparring match? Why choose me? Ling Chen was very surprised, as he clearly only showed AB level. Because you're the only one who gives me a sense of oppression here? My feelings tell me that I'm very likely to lose to you, but I don't believe it. Of course you can, but fighting like this is too monotonous. What do you want? Of course there has to be a prize. How about this? If I lose, you can come and spar with me anytime you want in the future, and I can return these 5 spiritual fruits to you. If I win, you will join my team. From now on, you will follow me to fight against monsters. Ling Chen said. Okay, I agree. The younger brothers behind him quietly walked aside, leaving Ling Chen and the young man enough space to fight. Ling Chen reached into his backpack and took out the Xianyuan sword. As the Xianyuan sword appeared, the sword of a young man standing next to it began to tremble slightly, making a buzzing sound. He gripped his sword tightly and looked at boss Ling Chen's Xianyuan sword in shock, because he felt that his sword was expressing submission. Good sword. The young man looked at Ling Chen's sword carefully. The sword is imposing and domineering, with the sun, moon, stars engraved on one side and mountains, rivers, and plants on the other. Let's just have a simple sparring match and decide the winner within 3 moves. Ling Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a hermit. Of course Ling Chen would not choose to fight with the boy for a long time. I don't know any tricks. I just came through and I can't use flash or thunder. Ling Chen only knew a few moves, so he suggested a quick victory. Okay. Please teach me. The young man bent his body slightly, holding the hilt of the sword with his right hand, as if he was about to draw the sword. Ling Chen stood with his hands behind his back, holding the sword in his right hand straight down, looking very cool. Sorry. The young man's eyes narrowed, and he shouted softly, then rushed towards Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed. Sword drawing technique, cut. So fast. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Ling Chen stood there until the boy was about to rush in front of him, then he quickly moved to the right and avoided the boy's sword drawing technique. Fireball. Ling Chen casually summoned a fireball and threw it at the boy, then quickly swung the sword in his right hand at him. The young man jumped up lightly, rolled over, and dodged Ling Chen's fireball and sword attack with an extremely tricky posture. The young man swung the knife in his hand twice in the air, causing a gust of wind to blow towards Ling Chen. Beichen 1 sword style, whirlwind slash. Watching the young man's increasingly powerful sword skills, Ling Chen swung his sword, and an extremely sharp sword force emanated from his body. Several sword-like shadows flew around Ling Chen. The sword of the young man beside him seemed to be guided, flew out of its sheath, and became one of the swords surrounding Ling Chen. 10,000 swords facing the sect, go! The young man's whirlwind slash and Ling Chen's 10,000 swords clashed fiercely. The wind howled, sending sand and rocks flying. It raised a cloud of dust. Visibility within the field was restricted. After a long moment, the wind slowed, the dust settled, and 2 figures gradually emerged. The slender samurai sword stopped in front of Ling Chen's heart, and the domineering Xianyuan sword was placed on the boy's neck. There is no winner or loser in this battle. May I have your name? Ling Chen. Ling Chen. The young man muttered, remember my name, Yu Shuejing. Next time we fight, the bet remains the same. Yu Shuejing sheathed his sword and performed a warrior salute to Ling Chen to express his recognition of him. Then he walked away, leaving behind a back view and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 7, Battle Beast Tide. Legion system officially opened. Ling Chen looked at everyone, and everyone looked shocked. They didn't understand why there was such a huge gap between them even though they had just awakened. Only Xiao Zhao looked surprised. The intensity of the battle just now must have reached bronze level. What a freak! Those who originally joined Ling Chen's team because of the resources and Yi Kang's talent are now completely convinced of Ling Chen. He is strong and kind to his teammates. Who wouldn't he like such a boss? Seeing that everyone's loyalty was slowly increasing, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Let's go! After a short period of practice, Ling Chen's energy was abundant again. The group headed eastward and soon left the school-like area and entered a dense forest. Be careful. Ling Chen reminded. This feeling was just like leaving the novice village in the game of his previous life. Let your skeleton explore the way. Okay, boss. The 2 skeletons walked in front of the crowd without any complaints, and the crowd followed behind, keeping a distance. Suddenly, several vines stretched out and wrapped around the skeleton's bony legs, hanging the skeleton high in the air. The vines became more and more entwined. Boss. Xiao Zhao looked at Ling Chen anxiously. Ling Chen thought about it and tentatively sent a fireball towards Tang Man. When the fireball touched the vines seemed to have encountered a natural enemy and quickly loosened the vines wrapped around the skeleton. The skeleton fell heavily to the ground, and it was probably not long for it to live. Oh no, it was a dead person. The skeleton stood up, patted his butt, and started to act as a pathfinder again. Afraid of encountering vines to cause trouble again, Ling Chen made a claw shape with his right hand and summoned a not very round circle of fire, which trapped everyone in the middle. If a skull had a face and thoughts, I think it would be full of question marks. What about me? As if because of the shock just now, Tang Man did not appear again. Squeak squeak. What was that sound? Ling Chen and others immediately entered a state of preparation for battle. Dust was flying in the distance, as if a group of things were rushing towards them. That's a fire-eating rat. Xiao Zhao said blankly, looking at the group of rats rushing towards them. There were at least hundreds of them. Although most fire rat are less than 3 stars, once we are entangled, we are likely to die of exhaustion. And fire rat feeds on flames, so boss, your fire-based abilities can't be used anymore. Ling Chen nodded and took out the Xianyuan sword. Brothers, prepare for a fight. When everyone saw the boss take out the Xianyuan sword, their eyes lit up. Everyone had seen the boss's strength before. Brothers, how can a mere swarm of rats stop us? Yi Kong shouted from the side, kill them all. Ding, the host army has been detected to be united, the army system is officially activated. What the hell? It hadn't been turned on for half a day? Ding, the Legion system requires the host Legion to reach the minimum number of members and be united to meet the activation conditions. Number of Legion members, 11. Legion level, Commander and his guard squad. Summon Legion, unlocked. League Leader, not enabled can be set for thousands of people. Deputy Group Leader, not enabled can be set for 1,000 people. Legion skills, none. Legion attack bonus, 1%. Legion defense bonus, 1%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Note, special bonuses can be unlocked as the Legion level increases. Ding, the host's army is detected to be in danger. Do you want to use the army attack bonus card? Yes, no. So thoughtful, I almost forgot, Ling Chen thought. Yes. Ding, use Legion attack bonus card. Legion attack bonus, 21%. A golden light that was invisible to anyone except Ling Chen enveloped everyone, and suddenly, everyone trembled all over. Fuck, I feel like my strength has suddenly become stronger? You too? Me too. I thought I was the chosen one, awakened by the crisis. Haha, now we are more confident in dealing with the rat tide. Although everyone was very excited, they also knew that now was not the time to slack off, and they were fully focused on defense. Come out, little skeleton. Xiao Zhao made a mysterious gesture with his hand and summoned the remaining skeletons. When the rats were less than 50 meters away from everyone, Yi Kong called out, the wind comes, goes. A strong wind blew towards the fire rat, the leader of the rat pack. The leading fire rats were blown over and flew backwards towards the rat swarm behind them, instantly disrupting the rat swarm's sprint formation. Good opportunity, go ahead, brothers. Ling Chen waved his right hand, kicked the ground with both feet, and rushed towards the herd of beasts first. The brothers behind him followed closely, and 20 skeletons also rushed up. In close combat, Ling Chen swung his sword to the left, instantly cutting a 4-star fire-eating rat into 2 pieces, and then swung it to the right, killing 2 fire-eating rats. Chopping melons and vegetables is not that easy. Moreover, Ling Chen's speed was so fast that even the brothers around him were unable to react. His figure had already rushed into the group of fire-eating rats, waving the sword in his hand and killing the fire-eating rats from time to time. What Ling Chen didn't realize was that every time he killed a fire-eating rat with the Xianyuan sword, something would float out from the fire-eating rat's body and be sucked into the Xianyuan sword. Ling Chen is very powerful, and his brothers are not idle either. They use their special abilities as if they are free. But there are too many fire-eating rats, and the number is really terrifying. Not only that, there were more fire-eating rats around attacking Ling Chen and others. Ling Chen killed them one by one with his sword, dodging the fire-eating rats while swinging his sword. At this time, Ling Chen also discovered a problem, that is, the strength of his group was too low and they had no skills. Even if I protect myself, I can't resist these fire-eating rats. Moreover, the number of people on their side is simply not enough to resist the attack of so many fire-eating rats, so they must find a way to solve the problem. The people behind him were mostly of civilian origin, so they didn't have any weapons or martial arts. He could only simply use his own abilities to try his best to kill the low-level fire rats. In an instant, the swarm of rats surrounded Ling Chen and his group. The skeletons fought with the rats, and the rats' attack seemed to have little effect on the skeletons. Under Xiao Zhao's command, the skeletons no longer held back and annihilated the rushing rats with great ease. Because skeletons are not afraid of getting hurt, Xiao Zhao asked the skeletons to stand in the outermost circle to protect everyone. They are not afraid of being eaten by rats, and naturally become the strongest line of defense for everyone. The fire-eating rats that passed through the skeleton defense line were dealt with by everyone together. After the initial chaos of the battle with the rats, everyone gradually adjusted themselves, the situation quickly stabilized, and everything was moving in a good direction. The good times didn't last long. Gradually, everyone discovered that the rat group they were encountering seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Slowly, everyone began to be unable to resist, and even the skeletons began to slow down under the constant attacks of the rats. Ling Chen understood that this was not because the strength of the rat group had increased, but because everyone's energy was almost exhausted. Since it is a newly awakened superpower, people are not yet proficient in using it. The simplest use of superpowers is often the most energy-consuming and has a very low efficiency. Chapter 8, The first appearance of lightning powers shocked everyone. Ling Chen, what should we do now? Yi Kong panted, his face pale. Our source energy is almost used up. I looked at the people around me and saw that they all had pale faces and were breathing heavily. Ling Chen held his forehead. It seemed that he had to use the thunder element. Showdown. A few dark clouds appeared in the sky above them, and lightning flashed from time to time, as if they would explode at any moment. Thunder is coming. Ling Chen clenched his 5 fingers slightly. A few terrifying silver-white arcs of electricity emerged and surrounded Ling Chen's arms, as if they had life. Ling Chen waved his right hand and guided them to attack the rats. Lightning struck the rat group, as if a bomb was thrown into the group. The rats were struck and flew all over the place, with their blood splattered everywhere. A large area was cleared in an instant, and with Ling Chen's thunder power fully unleashed, no fire-eating rats could get forward. The thunder and lightning continued to fall, and Yi Kong and others were already stunned in place. In their eyes, Ling Chen is now like the Lord of Thunder, controlling thunder and lightning. The group of fire rats were as fragile as paper in the face of lightning. Boss Ling Chen is too strong. Finally, the rats were frightened by the killing and fled in all directions like frightened birds, no longer having the momentum they had at the beginning. Feeling the rats retreat, Ling Chen retracted the raging arc of electricity. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction the rats fled. The clouds are gone and the sky is blue. Ling Chen, you're so handsome. Yi Kong came closer. Wow, you actually awakened dual element abilities, and you awakened such a powerful lightning element without telling me. Can the trump card be exposed so easily? Ling Chen said speechlessly. As expected of you. Yi Kong punched Ling Chen lightly on the shoulder, then turned and said to everyone, brothers, you have also seen the strength of our brother Chen. From now on, we just need to follow brother Chen closely and hold on tight to his thighs, and everything will be fine. Yes, we will listen to the boss in everything. Several younger brothers echoed. Seeing Ling Chen's display of divine power just now, the younger brothers became even more determined to cling to him. After Yi Kong finished speaking, Ling Chen took out 5 spiritual fruits and 5 spiritual peaches and distributed them to everyone present. Brothers, let's quickly recover and then continue our journey. Yes. Everyone was excited. They had seen the effects of Yi Kong eating a spiritual peach just now, but they didn't expect that it would be their turn so soon. Everyone's loyalty increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Ling Chen's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. Under the protection of the skeletons, everyone took the spiritual fruit. After a while, there were bursts of breakthrough sounds. Ha ha ha, I broke through 5 stars. 5 stars is nothing, hey, I just broke through to 6 stars. Everyone was very excited and happy about their breakthrough. Even Xiao Zhao, whose original strength was 6 stars, has broken through to 7 stars. They all looked at Ling Chen excitedly. Ling Chen smiled and said, practice well. From now on, we will pacify the monsters together and restore peace. Ha ha ha. But boss, we are not in the same place anymore. You and boss Yi Kong will definitely be watching university material in the future, and I'm afraid we won't be able to follow in your footsteps in college. One day, sooner or later, we will fight side by side on the battlefield of monsters. Ling Chen smiled faintly. As long as we keep moving forward courageously, we will meet at the end. Yes. In the distance, a beam of light rising into the sky emitted a dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention. The ladder trial begins. A deep voice came. There must be good things in the trial. Let's go and take a look. Ling Chen took the lead and walked towards the direction of the light column. An hour later, Ling Chen and others finally arrived in front of the ladder. The place was already packed with people, and many people were climbing the ladder. The leader had already reached over 200 levels. Isn't the leader Zhuge Kongming from Beiping City? It is said that he has now reached the strength of a 9-star apprentice, only one step away from the bronze level. Furthermore, he has awakened an SSS-level psychic ability. He's a rare talent rarely seen in decades. I'm afraid several universities will be vying for him. The burly young man who's a few levels behind him seems to be Chu Tian from the military. He's also a 9-star and has awakened an SSS-level power system. And that young man in black is Ma Huntao from the Ma family in Demon City. I heard he's awakened an SSS-level summoning ability. Oh? Ling Chen looked at Ma Xiaoxiao beside him curiously and found that he was staring at Ma Huntao, who was dressed in black, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. I think Xiaoxiao should have some connection with Ma Huntao. Wow, look at that girl in white following these geniuses. Wow, she's so pretty. Mom, I'm in love. Does anyone know who she is? I don't know, do you know? And the purple-dressed girl behind her, so pretty and beautiful, just like a lotus emerging from the water, I love her so much. Suddenly Ling Chen's pupils shrank. Wasn't this girl in white Bing Ningxuang? Bing Ningxuang has always been the strongest in the class, and Ling Chen is not surprised that she has awakened a very high talent for supernatural powers. But that girl in purple, wow, she has almost no presence in the class, and has always been low-key. I didn't expect that. The girl in purple is none other than Xianlinger from our class. Her ability was at the bottom of the class, and she hardly ever interacted with anyone. Logically speaking, her looks are enough to attract suitors lining up from the classroom door to the school gate, so why has she had no presence in recent years? Moreover, it seemed as if people would deliberately ignore her, Ling Chen thought. Just when Ling Chen was about to think about the key point, his spell was interrupted. Brother Chen, what do you say? Shall we go together now? Yi Kong asked Ling Chen. Ling Chen turned around and said to his brothers behind him, Brothers, the trial is almost over. Let's all do the ladder trial. If you feel you can't go any further, just collect the trial rewards for that level and retreat down the mountain. After you get out, we'll meet in the monster battlefield if we're destined to. Boss, we will definitely come to follow you in the future. Yeah, boss. Let's go. Nodding, Ling Chen took the lead and climbed the ladder. As soon as I stepped onto the first level of the ladder, I felt a slight sense of oppression. Each level of the ladder is several meters wide. Ling Chen maintained a steady pace as he climbed up layer by layer. For the first few dozen floors, Ling Chen's B-level talent was enough to withstand the oppressive feeling. Soon they reached the 100th floor, and Ling Chen clearly felt that the pressure to continue moving upwards was getting greater. I can't keep up the speed anymore. I think this is the end for people with talents below B-level. Ling Chen stopped and wanted to see if the younger brothers he had just recruited into the Legion had the perseverance to reach here. Chapter 9, Can Flash be used like this? Ling Chen, why did you stop? Yi Kong followed closely behind and couldn't help but ask when he saw Ling Chen stop. See if they can get here. After staying there for a while, Ma Xiaoxiao also appeared in front of him. Although he was very talented, it seemed that his strength and physique were not very good. He panted and stopped beside Ling Chen, resting silently without saying a word. After a long while, the figures of the young men who had followed them gradually appeared in the eyes of several people. They were panting, as if they had to resist tremendous pressure every time they stepped up or down a level. But they never stopped. Ling Chen showed a relieved smile. Let's go. Turn around and continue walking up. Ling Chen used his SS-level thunder ability again to resist the oppression. Continuing to maintain the previous speed, Ling Chen soon reached the 300th floor. After feeling the pressure, I thought this might be the limit for Yi Kong and the others. At this time, there were no more people around, only a few scattered people. Looking down, the figure in the distance was as small as an ant. Ling Chen touched his chin, as if every 100 levels corresponded to a talent level. So, the highest level of SSS can reach is 500th floor. How many floors does this ladder have? Looking up, the ladder has already sunk into the clouds, and I don't know how high it is. Never mind, let us keep going. Ling Chen pushed off with his right foot and continued to move upwards without holding back. The pressure here had no effect on Ling Chen, who possessed 3 superpowers. Soon they arrived at the 400th floor, and Ling Chen met Bing Ningxuang and Xianlinger. Why do they look so familiar? You know, Bing Ningxuang is a cold-faced person in the class, and Xianlinger seems to have no sense of existence. When they saw Ling Chen approaching, they were also surprised. Ling Chen, who has always been at the bottom of the class, has made it this far. It seems that everyone has a secret. Ling Chen didn't say anything, just smiled at Bing Ningxuang and Xianlinger, then continued to move forward. When Ling Chen disappeared from their sight, Xianlinger teased, "I never thought he would be so talented. By the way, I see you often sneak glances at him. Are you attracted to him?" "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't say that. I just overheard that Ling Chen seemed to be an orphan and had never used the resources provided by the school. Even under these circumstances, he has already been promoted to 5 stars. It seems there is a secret. By the way, it is said that the trial ground on Blue Star has that person's inheritance. Why don't we give it a try? We have searched all over this trial ground. I think if we can reach the top of this ladder, we should have a chance to obtain the inheritance." What a pity. Even if we remove the seal on ourselves, I'm afraid we can only reach the 800th floor and won't be able to obtain the inheritance. This heavenly ladder trial is more difficult than other planetary trials. It's better not to reveal your identity. Don't forget, we came to Blue Star for a mission. Don't forget the prophecies of our ancestors. Of course, Ling Chen didn't know what the 2 people behind him were discussing after he left. Soon he saw Zhuge Kongming, Xu Tian, Ma Huntao, and others. They were all on the 499th floor, seemingly competing to see who could reach the 500th floor first. Ling Chen shook his head, turned into a gust of wind and passed by the 3 people, leaving behind their backs. The 3 of them stared at Ling Chen's back in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? So after we and others have spent so much time striving for first place, you come and tell us, "Kids, stop playing and go home for dinner?" Zhuge Kongming looked at Ling Chen's back. With wisdom shining in his eyes, Chu Tian showed his fighting spirit and wanted to fight Ling Chen. Ma Huntao looked at Ling Chen's back with anger in his eyes. On this side, when reaching the 600th floor, Ling Chen slowed down. Of course, it wasn't because the pressure was too great, but because Ling Chen was tired from running. Have you ever seen an apprentice who can climb hundreds of steps in one breath without taking a breath? Of course, you haven't seen it. At this time, there was no one behind him. After adjusting his breath for a while, Ling Chen continued to move forward. Finally, when he reached the 800th floor, Ling Chen clearly felt a huge sense of oppression sweeping over him as he stepped into the next floor. Ling Chen, who was standing on the 800th floor, let out a breath. Is this the end for me? Ling Chen looked up, but still couldn't see the end. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, practiced his skills, adjusted his breathing, and restored his source of strength. What else can we do? Ling Chen walked towards the next floor and stopped in front of the 801st floor. He stretched out his hand and clearly felt a strong sense of oppression. Pulling his hand back and looking at the boundary membrane between the layers, Ling Chen had an idea. If I don't touch this layer of the ladder, will I not feel the oppression? After saying that, Ling Chen flashed and appeared on the 801st floor. Damn, it really works. Ling Chen no longer stopped. After flashing for more than 10 times in a row, there was not much source power left in Ling Chen's body. He sat cross-legged and absorbed the source energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself. After the source of power in the body was restored, he continued to use flash. Finally, after repeating the operation several times, Ling Chen finally saw the top, the 1001st floor. As he stepped onto the 1001st floor, a faint golden light enveloped Ling Chen, instantly replenishing his inner energy. Ling Chen could clearly feel his strength increasing. The golden light dissipated, and the apprentice became a 6 star. Ling Chen clenched his fists and looked around. Where is my trial reward? Why is it so empty? Suddenly, there was a whoosh. Ling Chen disappeared on the spot. This is a fairyland like a paradise, with cranes in the peach forest and mountain streams flowing down. In the distance, beside the stream and peach forest, there is a simple thatched house. There was an old man by the stream, wearing a straw raincoat and a conical hat. He is fishing with a long bamboo pole in his hand. Strangely, there was no hook at the end of his fishing line. Ling Chen walked forward. You're here. Senior, are you the one who brought me here? Looking at the old man in front of him, Ling Chen asked in confusion. Do all older people have this habit of pretending to be sophisticated? Having 3 types of supernatural powers: space, lightning, and fire. It's truly rare. Looking at the old man who saw through him at a glance, Ling Chen did not dare to slack off. He clasped his fists and bowed slightly. Would you like to take me as your master? The old man said calmly, looking like a hermit. May I ask your name, senior? Ling Chen did not answer directly. Good, not arrogant or impatient, that's rare indeed. My name is Kong Ming. Ling Chen thought about it, but he had no memory of this name. May I ask what realm you are in, senior? Immortal King. What realm is that? How strong is it? Ling Chen touched his head curiously. You'll understand when you become strong enough. You just need to know that a saint is just an ant in my eyes. So accept me as your master, and you can do whatever you want with this blue star. Fuck, master, please accept my disciple's greetings. Ling Chen knelt on one knee and performed the greeting of apprentice without hesitation. Once there was a thigh in front of me, and I hugged it without hesitation. PS Strength Classification: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, City Guardian Break the City, State Guardian Destroy the Country, Supreme Sage, Land Immortal, Dalyu Jinxian, Immortal King, Emperor. Chapter 10, Refining the Trial Ground. The Origin of the Treasure. Ahaha, okay, get up. A smile appeared on the dry face of old man Kong Ming. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I am just a soul now. Back then, I was ambushed by dozens of immortal kings and my body was shattered. So, I will leave the matter of revenge to you. What? Ling Chen was dumbfounded. He hadn't gotten the benefits yet. Are you going to face a ton of enemies? Moreover, he couldn't even defeat one of them at the saint level, and he himself wasn't even at the bronze level? Is it too late for me to withdraw now? After all, I haven't been an apprentice for more than 7 days. Ha ha ha. Seeing Ling Chen's dumbfounded look, old man Kong Ming laughed. He hadn't laughed like that in many years. God has been very kind to me, sending me a disciple with God-level talent. Great, my legacy can be passed on. Do you know why those immortal kings shamelessly teamed up to plot against me? Seeing the bitterness on Ling Chen's face, the old man prepared to give him a sweet date. Ling Chen shook his head. Because I'm a space type, they can't beat me. So they're afraid, they don't dare to let me live. The old man looked at the horizon, and a sense of heroism could not help but emerge from his expression. I set up this trial ground so that I could find a successor. You've seen the benefits of this, so do you think I wouldn't leave anything for you? Hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but rub his hands excitedly and looked at his master eagerly. This entire trial ground is yours now. Why are you looking at me? You are richer than me now. Come and refine it quickly. Kong Ming said unhappily and threw a disc-shaped formation plate to Ling Chen. As soon as he picked it up, Ling Chen felt a huge force pulling his hand down. It was so heavy. I have broken my grip. You drop a drop of blood on it and then refine it, said old man Kong Ming. A golden light shot out from his fingertips and flashed into Ling Chen's mind, then he turned back to continue his fishing business. Ling Chen touched his head. The golden light just now was the method of refining this formation plate. Ling Chen sat down on the ground, put his right index finger into his mouth, bit it hard to break the skin, and dripped a drop of blood onto the array plate. In an instant, the blood was absorbed by the array plate. The array plate began to shake violently. Ling Chen closed his eyes tightly, his expression more solemn than ever before. He knew that once he successfully refined it, it would be a great help on his road to success. Ling Chen continued to use his source energy to get closer to the formation plate, muttering something. Then he used 2 fingers of his right hand as a pen, and drew his own blood in the array plate to form a mark according to the gestures of his 2 fingers. When the seal was completed, the shaking of the array disc slowly stopped. Done. Ling Chen opened his eyes, looked at the formation plate in front of him, and took it into his body. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Origin Treasure City of Space. Original treasure, born with heaven and earth. Ling Chen was stunned. What? This thing has 9 layers in total. Right now, you only have the strength to open the first layer. I have only opened the first 7 layers. I have left you some treasures and spiritual stones for cultivation on each layer. This first floor, I transformed it into its current state. It's quite suitable for cultivating geniuses. Remember, unless it's a life or death crisis, try not to reveal that this place belongs to you. The trial ground will remain here for the time being. With the formation plate, you can come back at any time. You can also arrange for others to enter and exit at will in the future. But you can only bring people into my place if you absolutely trust them, understand? By the way, take this space ring. It should be helpful to you. A space ring containing 10,000 cubic meters was casually thrown over by old man Kongming. Alright, go ahead. Don't stay here with an old man like me. Wait until you reach the bronze level and come back. I'll personally teach you for a few months. Seeing that Ling Chen had already refined the formation plate, Lord Kongming gave Ling Chen instructions. Okay, master, I'm leaving first. I'll come to see you next time. Ling Chen waved his hand, bowed to old man Kongming, and disappeared on the spot. Above the ladder, Ling Chen looked at the people who were still climbing the ladder. Now Ling Chen only needs to think about it and he can go to any place in the trial ground. The younger brothers all stayed on the 100th floor, which is good, they have perseverance. Yi Kong is on the 333rd floor, which is pretty good. It seems that his S-level talent is considered to be relatively strong among the S-level ones. Lung Ningxuang and Xian Linger are still on the 400th floor and their positions have not changed. I think their talents should be between SS and SSS levels. Oh. Xiao Zhao is also on the 400th floor, not bad. Ling Chen was in the air, watching with great interest the people below climbing the ladder to heaven. I felt secretly happy and burped. Curious Ling Chen wanted to see how big the first floor was. Wow, the entire trial ground is as big as a province. And everyone who enters the trial ground every year will only be teleported to this central area. Ling Chen looked towards the edge. The edge area was filled with dense forests and mountains. It was quite dangerous and not suitable for students who had just awakened. But this is a good place to train troops, Ling Chen thought silently. Bronze level, I don't know when I can reach it. With the guidance of the master, I think he can at least teach me some heavenly level martial arts. Then I will be invincible, ha ha ha. Open the Legion system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 6-star Experience 1600. Superpowers, God level Space Power, SS level Thunder Power, B level Firepower Evolvable. Talent, the Emperor's Appearance happy or not? Mull, you still can't afford it, don't look at it. Skills, Flash, 10,000 swords return Xian Yuan Sword. Weapon, Xian Yuan Sword Seal. Xian Yuan Sword, Soul Power 88 10,000. Unusual Treasure, Origin of the Treasure City of Space. Number of Legion members, 11. Legion level, Commander and his resentful guards. Summon Legion, unlocked. Leader, not enabled. Deputy Leader, not opened. Legion skills, none. Legion attack bonus, 21%. Legion defense bonus, 1%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Backpack, 1 Lingtao, Xian Yuan Sword Seal. The soul power of Xian Yuan Sword has increased. Could it be that it was increased by killing the fire-eating rat? So, I have to kill more monsters in the future, Ling Chen thought to himself. This trial is over. The powerful voice echoed throughout the trial ground. The figures in the trial ground disappeared one by one and were teleported back to where they came from. As the current controller of the trial site, Ling Chen can enter and exit freely at any time. After everyone was teleported back, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand, palm facing up, and summoned the formation disc. He drew a mysterious talisman with his left hand and inserted it into the formation. Then, a golden light suddenly shot out from the array plate and headed towards an open space in the central area. A magnificent golden temple appeared before his eyes, and Ling Chen used the formation plate to teleport into the temple. Chapter 11, God Level Skill, Chaos God Killing Technique. So many spirit stones. There was a mountain of low-level spirit stones piled up on one side of the hall, and in the center of the hall stood an exquisitely carved long table filled with various cultivation techniques. And in the center is a martial arts book with a very domineering name, Chaos God Slaying Art. Since it's placed in the middle and the name is so domineering, it must be you. Pika. Oops, Chaos God Slaying Art. Ding, a technique has been detected, do you want to practice? Oh. It's so convenient. I don't even need to practice to get started. Yes, study. Ding, Congratulations to the host for learning the God level technique, Chaos God Slaying technique. Wow, it's actually God level. You know, the martial arts on Blue Star are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Even Earth level techniques are rare, and Heaven level techniques are even rarer. The God level skills are obviously stronger than the Heaven level ones. He used his own space to collect dozens of martial arts books, and also collected all the spirit stones in the hall. Each of the spirit stones here is at least the size of an egg, and there are a total of 100,000 of them. Wow, I'm rich. I'm rich. After collecting all the spirit stones, Ling Chen decided to go back. After all, not showing up for too long would arouse suspicion. But when Ling Chen was teleported back to the Awakening Monument, he found that he had overthought. There was a sea of people in front of him. Almost everyone who went in came out at the same time and blocked the Awakening Monument. It took a while for Ling Chen to reach the bus of his school. Ling Chen, this way. Yi Kong waved towards Ling Chen and shouted. Ling Chen walked over. Hey, isn't this Ling Chen? What kind of rubbish ability did you awaken? Let's see. I have awakened a sea-level Earth ability. Seeing Ling Chen coming over, Xiao Tianyu immediately stood up and said sarcastically. Hey, do you want a beating? Our brother Chen is an awakened B-level fire element. Yi Kong put his hand on Ling Chen's shoulder and said to Xiao Tianyu with a smile. How is that possible? Xiao Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then his face turned ferocious. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say so? Ling Chen shook his head and summoned a ball of fire with his right hand. Wow, Ling Chen really awakened the B-level fire element. Why the hell am I only F rank at 4 stars, but Ling Chen is B rank at 3 stars? What do you want to do to regret it? Yi Kong stretched out his right hand and summoned a gust of wind to wrap around his arm. S rank. Yi Kong has awakened an S-level ability. It seems that there aren't even 2 S-level abilities in our entire school. The classmates beside him were talking about it. Xiao Tianyu looked at Ling Chen and Yi Kong in shock. He knew that he could only accept defeat, as he couldn't win in a fight. He reluctantly took out dozens of bank cards from his pocket, pulled one out, and tossed it to Ling Chen. The password is on the back. Wow, I'm so rich, this is what a rich person is like. Mr. Xiao, I knew you were rich, but I didn't expect you to be this rich. Xiao Tianyu smiled awkwardly, got into the car without saying a word and sat in his seat. Tisk, so boring. Ling Chen casually stuffed the card into his trouser pocket. Wow, Ling Chen, you look like $100,000 is worthless. Looking at Yi Kong, Ling Chen shook his head. If he told Yi Kong that he had 100,000 spirit stones, and each spirit stone was worth at least hundreds of thousands, Yi Kong would probably slap his thigh and break it. Soon everyone gathered and the bus headed back to school. Ling Chen and Yi Kong, who were sitting in the last row, became the focus of the class discussion on the way back. As far as the students know, these two are the ones with the highest awakening in the class. If Ling Chen knew what they were thinking, he would definitely refute them. Ding Ningshuang and San Linger were the real ones who were pretending to be pigs and eating the tiger. I returned to school soon. In the classroom, Yi Qing gave each person a special ability survey form and asked them to choose the skills they wanted to choose. Every student can choose a skill from the school's special martial arts library free of charge. For the fire element, it would be better to choose a skill that allows close combat with bare hands. This is the one, the advanced yellow rank fire poem. Write down your own abilities and desired skills. In 1 month, a simulation sprint will be held before the college entrance examination. The top 20 students will form a sprint class to prepare for the college entrance examination. Teacher Yi Qing stood on the podium and said to the students below, "Tomorrow morning, I will distribute the skills you applied for to everyone. That's all for today. Everyone, go back quickly and don't let your families worry." Great. The students became excited. Yi Kong, come on. Go out with me. Good. Ling Chen called Yi Kong and the two took a taxi to the auction house in the city center. You two want to buy something? Today's auction will be held at 8 o'clock in the evening. A pretty maid saw Ling Chen and the others walk in and came forward to ask. We are going to auction a few spirit stones. Ling Chen said. The maid's pupils shrank, and she was stunned for a moment before saying, "Please sit here first. I'll go call our manager." The maid hurried away. Wow, spirit stones, Ling Chen, you actually have spirit stones. Yi Kong said in shock. I'll tell you later. Soon, a rather fat figure appeared in front of him. Hello, I'm Qian Duo, the manager of the auction house. I'm responsible for the auction items. I heard that you two are going to auction spirit stones today, right? Ling Chen took out 3 spirit stones that he had prepared long ago from his backpack and handed them to Qian Duo. With this luster and this size, they are truly top-quality spirit stones. So, can I just take these 3 spirit stones for 2.6 million? Qian Duo asked Ling Chen. Oh. This price has exceeded Ling Chen's expectations. Ling Chen nodded and agreed. Gentlemen, there is an auction tonight at 8 o'clock. I wonder if you are interested. Is there an illustrated guide to the auction items? Yes. Qian Duo took out a list of auction items and 2 invitations. If you're interested, come and take a look. Room number 1 is reserved for you tonight. The transaction was completed and the two walked out of the auction house. Ling Chen, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be coming. Okay, got it. Let's go back together. I took a taxi and returned to the familiar little apartment. I'm back. Pushing open the door, Ling Chen walked in with a smile on his face. My sister's door opened, brother. Ling Shi rushed over and hugged Ling Chen. It's okay. I'm back safely, right? Guess what great treasure I brought you? Ling Chen looked at his sister with a lewd expression. Rolling his eyes at his silly brother, Ling Shi stretched out his right hand, smiled and said nothing. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. Ling Chen felt helpless as he looked at his sister who refused to cooperate with him at all. He took out the last spiritual fruit that could increase your source power and handed it to Ling Shi. The spiritual fruit can increase your source power. He took out 10 spirit stones and gave them to Ling Shi. You can use these spirit stones to cultivate first. If you don't have enough, I have more. There are plenty. Finally, he took out the bank card with 100,000 yuan and slapped it on Ling Shi's hand. There is 100,000 yuan in the card. It's your pocket money. Spend it as you like. Ling Shi was stunned and said, Brother, did you go to sell kidneys? Ouch, it hurts. He touched his face, which had just been pinched by Ling Chen. These were all obtained in the trial ground. Ling Chen rolled his eyes at his sister. Do you want it? Don't you want to give it back to me? Ling Shi's expression immediately changed, and she smiled sweetly. Thank you, brother. How can I take back something you gave me? Chapter 12, Buying a House with My Sister. The auction begins. Patting his sister's head, Ling Chen smiled and said, Brother is rich now. Let's buy a house when we have time. We won't have to squeeze into this small apartment anymore. Brother, let's buy this house, okay? I like it here. Ling Shi blinked her big eyes and looked at Ling Chen. Okay, let's go find the landlord now. Holding Ling Shi's hand, the brother and sister came to the door of the landlord's house, talking and laughing. Knock, is Aunt Lin here? Come here, who is it? A middle-aged woman's voice came from inside the house. Soon the door was opened. Hey! Aren't these the 2 boys from the Ling family? What's going on? Come in quickly. He enthusiastically pulled Ling Chen and his sister into the house, pointed at the fruit on the coffee table and said, Help yourself, eat as much as you want. Landlord Aunt Lin had always been very kind to the 2 of them. She had never urged them to pay the rent and even offered to reduce the rent for Ling Chen and his sister. Occasionally she would give them some fruits and vegetables, so the siblings Ling Chen and Ling Shi were always grateful to Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, this is what I want to do. I want to buy the house we rented. Do you think it's okay? Ling Chen peeled a piece of orange and put it in his mouth, then spoke. Oh? Are you rich now? Aunt Lin looked at Ling Chen in surprise. I woke up yesterday and gained something in the trial ground. I sold it for some money. My sister and I must have our own home. Ling Chen replied. Okay, that's the house I bought for 200,000 yuan. It's not very big, so I'll sell it to you for 200,000 yuan. The rent I've collected over the years has been pretty good. That won't work, Aunt Lin. House prices are rising all the time. How can I buy your house at the original price? How about I offer 400,000 yuan? Ling Chen wanted to repay Aunt Lin for her care all the time. Okay, I'll do as you say. Aunt Lin smiled with relief. The formalities were completed quickly and the money was transferred to Aunt Lin. The brother and sister went back excitedly with the book. Looking at the background of Ling Chen and Ling Shi, the two siblings, Aunt Lin couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. She murmured, "Great, great, the young master has grown up." Looking at his sister skipping home, Ling Chen smiled and shook his head. Opened the door and walked in. Lin Shi exclaimed, "Wow, this is our new home, it looks so beautiful." Ling Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead, this dramatic sister. I didn't bother to pay attention to my sister who was screaming. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Ling Chen took out the list of items to be auctioned. After flipping through a few pages, I saw some medicinal herbs that could be used to make elixirs for cultivation, as well as some finished elixirs for auction. In the middle are various ores used to refine weapons. Then there were some finished weapons and armor. After flipping through them, I found that most of them were bronze-level weapons. There was only one silver-level weapon. Come to think of it, this is just an auction that takes place every week. Nowadays, the largest number of people fighting against monsters are at the bronze level, so the loss of bronze-level weapons is also huge. Oh. Turning to the last few pages, they were filled with strange and bizarre items. The items here were things that the auction house couldn't identify, and there was no point in piling them up in the warehouse, so it would be better to auction them off. The people auctioning these things basically have no idea of their value, so everyone just makes a blind bet that it is a good thing. For those people with supernatural powers who have a lot of savings, if they win the bet, they will make a fortune. If they lose the bet, the worst that can happen is that they kill 2 more monsters, which is not a big loss. What are these? Use the system to identify them. Ding, the system can only identify physical objects. If I can't authenticate it, it seems I have to go to the auction. Sister, I'm going to the auction tonight. Do you want to go? Ah, an auction? I haven't been there yet. Great, great. He. Ling Shi said with a smile, "I'll go cook." Ling Shi ran into the kitchen, humming a little tune, and skillfully started using her kitchen skills. Leaning on the sofa with my hands under my head, oh, days like this are so comfortable. Before he knew it, Ling Chen fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, he was woken up. "Brother, hurry up and get up to eat." Ling Shi shouted while shaking Ling Chen. Okay, I'm awake, stop shaking me." Ling Chen stood up, looked at Ling Shi who was pouting, and couldn't help but smile. Ha, so cute. He stretched out his sinful hands and pinched Ling Shi's little face. Eat. Afterwards, I'll take you out to play. If you like anything at the auction, I'll buy it for you. Humph, that is more like it. Ling Shi carrot. The brother and sister finished their warm dinner. Ling Chen cleared the dishes and went into the kitchen to wash them. The brother and sister had a clear division of labor, one cooked and the other washed the dishes. After packing up, Ling Chen washed his hands, called Ling Shi, and set off. Ling Shi specially changed into beautiful clothes that she usually didn't want to wear, making her look petite and cute. After going out and calling a taxi, they soon arrived at the auction house. When they reached the gate of the auction house, Ling Chen took out the invitation and handed it over. "Welcome, distinguished guest." An old servant stood upright at the door, placed his right hand on his chest, bent slightly, and performed a supernatural salute. Ling Chen held Ling Shi's little hand and walked in. "Hello, I am your maid tonight, Xiaoqing, please follow me." Under the guidance of the maid, Ling Chen and his sister came to room number 1. This is a luxurious box with valuable carpets, a large soft sofa, several fruit plates and red wine in the front, and a wall of single-lens reflex glass facing the auction table below. "Hello, please ring the bell if you need anything," Xiaoqing said, bent over and left the room. "Wow, brother, this place is so big. Look, there are so many people down there." Ling Shi pointed at the people sitting in the ordinary seats downstairs in the box. "Don't be startled, just sit still and tell me if you see anything you like." Ling Chen was sitting on the sofa while Guyu was lying. "Okay." Ling Shi sat down on the sofa, swinging her legs. It seems like it's a rare opportunity to get out and play, and he's already very excited. At exactly 8 o'clock, an old man stood on the auction table and knocked down the item with a hammer. The auction officially begins. First item for auction. Foundation Establishment Pill. Can be used to cultivate Yuan Qi at the apprentice level. Starting price 5,000. Each bid must be no less than 100. This is used by apprentices, and can greatly increase one's own source energy and reduce the amount of hard training for a long time. 5,000. I'll pay 5,100. This kind of elixir is relatively popular among the majority of people with special abilities. It is cheap and is also a very suitable gift for younger people. Soon, a middle-aged man bought the Foundation Establishment Pill for 7,200 yuan. Next item. Wind Soul Grass. It can be used to forge the spiritual boosting pill. Ling Chen stretched lazily. After all, he had no interest in the items being auctioned. Next item, the Fengming Pill. Those below bronze rank can be promoted 1 star by taking it, and there's a chance of obtaining the legendary Phoenix inheritance. The starting price is 100,000. Each bid must be no less than 1,000. Ling Shi's eyes lit up. Brother, I want this, but is it too expensive? Oh. It's rare that this girl wants something. Ling Chen looked down. Phoenix Crying Pill, unconditionally advance to the next level below bronze level, and have a chance to gain a trace of Phoenix Chi. It's a good thing. I'll offer 200,000. Ling Chen's voice came from the box. The shouting suddenly stopped. The people in the number 1 box were either rich or noble, and most of the people present were afraid of offending the people in the box by raising the price. 250,000. A female voice came from the number 2 box next door. 300,000. You, hum. A carrot sound came from the box. The people in the box also knew that the market price of Fingqi Dan was only 200,000, and there was no need for them to argue about it. 300,000 once, 300,000 twice, 300,000 3 times sold. Soon, a maid carrying a box knocked on the door. Come in. The maid handed the Fingqi pill to Ling Chen, and Ling Chen transferred the money. Then Ling Chen handed it to his sister who wanted it. Chapter 13, Divine Iron Obtained. Bidding for the 3rd level Thunder God Technique. The auction continued in an orderly manner, and soon it came to the last piece of silver level equipment. After the auction of silver level equipment, the auction of gambling treasures will begin. Silverware, Bloodthirsty Battle Axe, starting price is 1 million, each increment must be no less than 10,000. 1 million and 10,000, 1 million and 2 million, 1 million and 100,000, the people in the hall quoted prices enthusiastically. But soon, the enthusiasm in the hall was sanctioned by the shouting from the box. 2 million. 3 million. In the end, the silverware was bought by a middle-aged man who came to the dizzy box for 12 million yuan. Judging from his rough voice, he seems to be strong and this weapon is very suitable for him. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's true that they are rich in martial arts but poor in literature. If you want to become a strong person, you need resources. Next comes the gambling part. Next item up for auction. Unknown iron ore. Invulnerable to water and fire, specific function unknown. Starting price 100,000. Each bid increment must be no less than 1,000. What? We can't refine it, so what we buy will just be a piece of scrap metal, right? That's right. Ding, divine iron detected. Divine iron, it is the core of the planet and can be used to refine the original treasure. What, divine iron? This is produced in the core of the planet? The conditions for the Xianyuan sword to be upgraded? Just the first level of seal? Does the next level require the entire planet? 100,000. A faint voice came from the number 1 box. That's Master Shi's voice. I've had the honor of meeting Master Shi before. Is that Master Shi from the Blacksmith Guild? Yes. It's him. I guess this stone is a treasure, which is why it attracted the Master's attention. Ling Chen stood up excitedly. Baby. Ling Shi saw his brother like this and asked, Brother, what is this? Good stuff. I'll tell you later. Ling Chen lowered his head and said softly to Ling Shi. After all, this is someone else's territory. If there are ears on the other side of the wall, your plan to make a fortune in silence will be ruined. Ling Shi nodded, understanding what her brother meant. No one in the entire auction hall was bidding anymore, everyone was discussing something. 110,000. Ling Chen raised the price. 200,000. He obviously didn't expect that there would be someone present who didn't give him face. Shi Hao just wanted to relax today and came to the auction house to take a look. When he saw the minerals he had never seen before, he became curious and wanted to study them. When he tried to study them for the first time, some people didn't give him face. Of course, he didn't hate others for that reason. 210,000. 1 million. Wow, this is the life of the rich. They spend $1 million for a piece of stone whose use is unknown. 1,010,000. 1,500,000. Sure, Hao felt that Ling Chen was teasing him and added 10,000 every time. If Ling Chen knew what Sure Hao was thinking, he would definitely cry out in injustice. He just wanted to save some money. 1,510,000. Forget it, this is probably an agent of the auction house. Sure Hao thought to himself. He was just curious for a moment. Although he wanted to buy it, he would not waste his money. The auction house didn't realize that it had inexplicably taken the blame for Ling Chen. 1,510,000 for the first time, 1,510,000 for the second time, 1,510,000 for the third time, deal. I didn't expect to win the sacred iron so easily. If the auction house knew that I sold this priceless thing to Ling Chen for over 1 million, they would probably cry to death in the toilet. Next item. A thunder-type martial art of unknown rank. This technique is extremely difficult to master, and no one has yet succeeded. Starting price, 100,000. Each bid must be no less than 1,000. Thunder element, isn't this a coincidence? Compared to the mysterious ore, this martial art of unknown level was more popular. The harder it was to practice, the higher the level. Everyone present suddenly became active. 101,000. 110,000. 110,100. Brother, who did you learn this from? 110,200 inch. Yeah, brother, who did you learn this from? I'll give you 110,300. The Xian level and Huang level psychics sitting in the hall were bidding fiercely. 1 million. 2 million. 5 million. Soon, the people in the Earth level box took action. On Blue Star, all martial arts developed spontaneously by warriors will be registered in the Federation. Most of the unknown ones were discovered from some ruins after the Beast Rebellion. Sister, do you think I should participate in the auction? Looking at the rapidly rising prices, Ling Chen fell into deep thought. Wealth should not be exposed to the public. If you auction it yourself, outsiders will know that you have a lot of wealth. You are not afraid of thieves stealing it, but you are afraid of thieves coveting it. Your current strength is limited. Oh? Ling Shi glanced at Ling Chen in surprise, as if she understood what Ling Chen was thinking. She tilted her head and said, "Brother, I'm not afraid." When he heard his sister say this, he of course knew what she meant. Brother, how much money did you make from cutting kidneys? It's only a few 100 million. No, are you looking for? Ling Chen stretched out his sinful hand and pinched his sister's face. Ah! It hurts. Ling Shi cried out miserably. As luck would have it, Ling Shi's arm touched the quotation switch and the sound came out. Wow, this sound, love it. Is it so open and above board? Brother, something's wrong with you? 5,010,000. Sure Hao from the Tianziho also added 10,000 for some reason. I don't know who he learned this bad thing from. 20 million. Ling Chen added more than 10 million to the price at one time, just to express his confidence in winning. Many people who wanted to bid were stopped because of this. Those who want to maliciously inflate the price are afraid that Ling Chen's price is the lowest. Why is Ling Chen no longer bidding frugally? If you want to know the details, we will arrange it for you immediately. Just a minute ago, Ling Chen used the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the Heavenly Grade Technique Secret Technique Third Turn Thunder God Technique. Third level Thunder God Technique, use thunder as a guide to refine my body. First level, use electricity as a guide. Second level, use thunder as a guide. Third level, use thunder tribulation as a guide. Wow! A heavenly level body refining technique. And it's a secret technique. You know, a high-level Xian level martial arts technique costs hundreds of millions to buy on the market. As for the earth level techniques, forget about them. These are all heirlooms passed down from generation to generation in martial arts families. Who would sell it, let alone the heavenly grade? As for the esoteric arts, the price will be higher by another level. Fortunately, he had enough spirit stones, and no one present knew the actual grade of this martial art. Therefore, Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly raised the price by 10 million. A small goal. At this time, the guest in room number 1 quoted a shocking price. Ling Chen's pupils shrank. Could it be that the other person also saw it? In that case, the competition will be much more intense. Don't worry. He can't tell the actual grade of this technique. An old voice came from Ling Chen's mind. Ling Chen instantly became nervous. Who? Brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing his brother suddenly shout, Ling Shi looked at Ling Chen anxiously. Why, have you forgotten Master's voice so quickly? Master? So it's you. How did you get out? And you're still talking in my head. I'm worried about you, so I left a trace of my divine consciousness on you. Master, if someone does something bad to me, can you help me? My divine consciousness will dissipate after one attack, so unless it's a life or death situation, I won't care about you. Well, now I can't use my master as a bodyguard, but it's not bad either. At least I don't have to worry about my and my sister's safety for the time being. Master, how do you know he doesn't know this technique? Ling Chen asked. Do you think this heavenly grade technique is so easy to recognize? The bitter has thunder attribute and is practicing a low-level Shen grade bodybuilding technique. I think he sensed that this technique is stronger than the one he has, so he took decisive action. Xian Ming explained patiently. In that case, 150 million. Ling Chen decisively raised the price, thinking that he would make a profit no matter how he bought it. Chapter 14, the third level Thunder God technique is obtained. Cultivation attracts attention from all parties. I'm fine, he said softly, patting Ling Shi's head. 200 million. 250 million. 300 million. This time the price increase took a long time, as if the people in the box were hesitating. 350 million. After some consideration, the customer in room number 1 gave up the bidding. 350 million once. 350 million twice. 350 million 3 times. Deal. Is this the world of the rich? I don't understand. Then what about the 1,000 and 1,000 we had before? It works. Thinking that I can buy a heaven-level body refining martial art at the price of a profound-level martial art. Ling Chen couldn't help but get excited, and took out 500 spirit stones from the space and put them into the ring. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The person who opened the door was the manager who had previously entertained Ling Chen. This is the martial arts you are auctioning. Do you want to pay by credit card? Xian Duoduo said with a smile, his face full of elbows. He didn't expect that the martial arts skills that no one had ever learned were sold at a good price at the auction. I have to thank this little brother who was taken advantage of. I just don't know who was taken advantage of. If I knew, I would be so angry that I would cry. I can pay with spirit stones, okay? Oh. Of course. For people with special abilities, spirit stones are priceless resources, and money is not easy to earn. He looked at Ling Chen curiously. How could he have so many spirit stones at such a young age? That's hundreds of millions. Ling Chen took out 300 spirit stones that were slightly larger than the previous ones from the storage ring he had prepared and gave them to Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo excitedly took the spirit stones and silently evaluated them. Soon, he excitedly said to Ling Chen, the spirit stones here are worth about 380 million. Can I return the extra ones to you? No need, just help me change it into money. Ling Chen said lightly. Wow, he doesn't care about spirit stones at all. He must be a kid from a wealthy family, Qian Duoduo thought. If she holds on to this young man's thighs tightly, wouldn't it be he in the future? Qian Duoduo's inner thoughts are exposed. Okay. Young master. Qian Duoduo transferred the extra 30 million to Ling Chen, bowed to Ling Chen and slowly left the box. After walking out of the box, Qian Duoduo breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked towards his office with a happy pace. The auction was still going on with great enthusiasm, and everyone gained something. After that, no item caught Ling Chen's eye. Of course, that is the system's discerning eye. After the auction, Ling Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead, seeing his sister still smiling. He thought, what a bold person she is. Gone. Brother, are we in danger? It's okay, I'm here. Ling Chen touched Ling Shi's head. Put on the black robe I prepared for you. It's in the ring. The master's voice came. Ling Chen took out 2 black robes from the ring, handed one to his sister, and put on the other himself. The two walked out of the box. The people in the next door box were waiting in the corridor outside the door. Finally, they saw the door of room 1 open. 2 young men and women, wearing black robes and covering their faces with hats, came out. After walking out the door, the brother and sister walked towards the main gate. The middle-aged man in room 1 said to the guard standing beside him, "Go and follow them and find out where they come from." After leaving the auction house, Ling Chen did not rush to take a taxi. He knew that someone would follow him and want to investigate him. He walked towards the nearby shopping mall with his sister and blended into the crowd. As they walked forward with the flow of people, the man following behind them was no ordinary man. Based on their aura, he followed closely. "Go to the crowded corner ahead," came the master's voice. Ling Chen walked to the corner and suddenly felt a magical power covering his and his sister's whole body. They quickly put away their black robes and walked calmly among the crowd. After strolling around the pedestrian street next to the mall for a while, Ling Chen took a taxi home with his sister after the driver made sure that no one was following them. After returning home, Ling Shi asked curiously, "Brother, what is that stone? That technique is so expensive. Do you know what grade it is? How many spirit stones did you get in the trial ground?" Faced with his sister's bombardment of questions, Ling Chen rubbed his temples, sat on the sofa, and drank a sip of water to calm his excitement. "That stone is called divine iron. It is extremely rare. The weapons refined from it are far superior to those of saints. It will be of great use to me, ha ha ha." Ling Shi looked at his brother in a daze. Aren't the weapons of the saints already the best? How could there be weapons more powerful than those of the saints? This martial art is called Third Transformation Thunder God Art, and it's a heavenly martial art. Its value is immeasurable. I've made a fortune this time, ha ha ha. Heavenly stage. Little CC is still in shock. Also, your brother and I got some spirit stones. Not many, maybe only about 100,000. Wow. So many spiritual stones. When you run out of spirit stones, come to me and get them. It's inconvenient to keep too many here. Ling Chen expressed satisfaction with Ling Shi's shocked expression, but continued speaking without changing his expression. "When you awaken your superpowers, I'll give you something good." Okay. Ling Shi smiled so much that her eyes curved into little crescents. "Hurry up and wash up and go back to your room to practice. Remember to eat the spiritual peaches I saved for you." After the brother and sister finished their conversation, they went back to their rooms to start their training for the night. Ling Chen returned to the room, washed up briefly, then climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged. "Oh. It seems that I haven't tried out the effect of this new technique yet." Ling Chen formed seals with his hands, closed his eyes slightly, and started to practice the Chaos God killing technique. A very strong vortex of source energy formed above Ling Chen's head. The surrounding heaven and earth energy continuously gathered towards the community where Ling Chen was located, attracting the attention of bigwigs from all sides. City Lord's Mansion. A middle-aged man looked in the direction of Ling Chen and muttered, "Is this another person who has advanced to the platinum level? I just don't know if he is a friend or foe." "Someone come. What are your orders, Lord City Lord?" "Prepare generous gifts and go to the east of the city to see who has been promoted." "Yes, sir." The guard stepped back and went to do his job as instructed. On the other side, in a villa in the rich villa complex, a man in black was also looking towards the east of the city. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke to the air, "Go find out who it is. Don't let him affect our plans." A figure appeared out of nowhere in the shadows and knelt on one knee, "Yes." Then he disappeared into the shadows again. Ling Chen, who was practicing, had not expected that his martial arts would make such a big noise. He was immersed in the practice of martial arts, so fast. Ling Chen's speed of refining the source energy of heaven and earth was now more than 100 times faster than before. This is a god-level technique. It's amazing. After a long time, Ling Chen finished his practice. Wow, this is too fast. If Ling Chen wasn't afraid that practicing too fast would affect his foundation, he would probably be able to practice continuously for a month. Ling Chen stopped practicing his technique, and the strange phenomenon of the source energy of heaven and earth also stopped. Apprentice 7 stars. It seems that I still have a good chance of reaching the bronze level in the college entrance examination 3 months later. Chapter 15, Practicing the Third Level Thunder God Technique. Learning martial arts at a glance. Just when Ling Chen took out the third level of Thunder God Technique and wanted to study it carefully, Zhang Jie, a guard at the City Lord's mansion, has come to pay his respects to you, senior, on the orders of the City Lord. Please come to the rooftop for a chat. A voice wrapped in source energy reached Ling Chen's ears. Don't worry. When he came, I sealed off the surroundings and hid your presence. He doesn't know what's going on in the room, so he can go and see what they're up to. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Putting on a black robe and opening the window, Ling Chen leaped upwards a few times, and with the help of the friction of the wall, he landed on the rooftop. I hope you will forgive me for disturbing your practice. I'd like to ask you to tell me your full name. Zhang Jie clasped his fists and bowed to Ling Chen. A nameless person, not worth mentioning. Oh. This senior's voice is so young. And I can't even feel the other person's aura. The other person's strength must be stronger than mine. Senior, this is a small gift from my city lord. I hope you will accept it. Zhang Jie took out an exquisite box from the space ring in his hand. He is trying to win you over to work for him, the master's voice came in his mind. I appreciate the Lord's kindness, but I don't need any gifts. Please tell the Lord that I've always been lazy and free, but if town and city is in trouble, I will definitely not stand idly by. Junior, take your leave. Zhang Jie turned around and jumped onto the rooftop not far away. After a few jumps, he disappeared from sight. How did the city lord know me? It's you. You're running at full speed. Running the Chaos God slaying art at maximum intensity has caused a turbulence in the source energy of heaven and earth. I guess you've been recognized as a powerful being and promoted. This. Ling Chen scratched his head. With a leap, Ling Chen quickly returned to his room. He took out the third level of Thunder God technique that had just been interrupted. Ding, a heavenly level body refining secret technique has been detected. Do you want to practice it? Still hesitant? Of course. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the third level of Thunder God technique. I have learned it, but what is the difference between this Thunder God body refining technique and ordinary body refining techniques? The first level requires the use of electricity to penetrate the entire body and open up the 12 meridians in the body. If it weren't for the thunder ability, it would be really difficult to practice. Ling Chen opened his hand, and several arcs of electricity quickly appeared on his palm, wrapping around Ling Chen's arm. Activate the Thunder God technique and guide these arcs of electricity to follow the first meridian in the technique. Why does it hurt so much? Shouldn't I be afraid of lightning? Ling Chen endured the severe pain and clenched his teeth. Your meridians are blocked. The technique is helping to clear them. Just bear with it and it will be fine. There was a lot of sweat on Ling Chen's forehead, and the blue veins on his neck were slightly bulging. His constantly trembling body revealed the pain Ling Chen was suffering. 10 minutes later, Ling Chen let out a long breath. The energy of the first electric arc was exhausted, and only 1/5 of the first meridian was unblocked. It seems that the road ahead is long and arduous. The road ahead is long and arduous, and Ling Chen is searching for it. After 5 minutes of practicing and adjusting his skills, Ling Chen continued to summon arcs of electricity, gritting his teeth and opening up his meridians, repeating this process over and over again. After a long time, when the sky turned pale, Ling Chen opened his eyes. Finally, after a whole night of hard work, Ling Chen opened up the 12 meridians in the first layer of his body. God knows how much pain Ling Chen has experienced. Ling Chen's face is full of fatigue, but fortunately, hard work pays off. After careful feeling, I found that after the internal forging, my body became stronger and firmer than before. Under the slightly thin body, I wonder how much terrifying power is contained. Ling Chen grabbed his collar and smelled it. He smelled of sweat, so he quickly ran into the bathroom, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then slowly walked out of the room. Brother, you're up. Breakfast is ready. Ling Shi said happily when he saw his brother coming out. So happy. Looks like you made a lot of progress last night. That's right, brother, guess how many stars I am, hee hee. Silly girl, you probably never thought that your brother has a system. Check. Ling Shi, apprentice 8 stars 700 800. Loyalty, 100 recruitable. Oh. This little girl not only gained 1 star overnight, but is almost at 9 stars. Not bad, not bad. Should I guess? How can I guess? Is it 1 star or 2 stars? Brother Carrot. Ha ha ha. I'm not kidding you anymore. Okay, sister, I know you're 8 stars. It seems you've been practicing hard all night. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Chen touched Ling Shi's head hard. Don't mess up my hair. Ling Shi shouted with a pout. Ah ha ha, okay, let's eat. Breakfast was simple, a glass of milk and a piece of bread. It was quickly devoured by the brother and sister. Let's go. To school. After Ling Chen finished packing, he walked towards the school side by side with his two sisters. My sister is a sophomore in high school, and Ling Chen is a junior. They go to the same school. Ling Chen has always been at the bottom of the class, the last one in the class, while Ling Shi has always been the top student. At first, people always asked Ling Chen, "Is that really your sister? She's not your biological sister, is she?" But after the person who asked this question was beaten up by Ling Shi, no one asked it again. They soon arrived at school and walked to the fork in the grade. After waving to each other, the brother and sister went to their respective classes. Just as he reached the door, before Ling Chen stepped into the classroom, he heard voices in the class complimenting Yi Kong. "Yi Kong, you're awesome. You're S rank. You have to guide us classmates from now on. Brother Kong is awesome. TSK, our young master Yi is getting cocky." Ling Chen walked into the classroom with a teasing tone. "Ah, Ling Chen, you're here." Yi Kong walked over and put his hand on Ling Chen's shoulder. "I just arrived and saw everyone praising you." Yi Kong laughed. The bell rang and teacher Yi Qin walked into the classroom. "Attend class. Stand up. Hello, students." "Hello, teacher." "Okay, today I brought you the martial arts you chose yesterday. These are all rubbings. School rules prohibit any private transactions, so after distributing them to everyone, I hope everyone will abide by the rules and hand in the rubbings after learning them." "Got it." The students were instantly excited. For most people, this would be the first skill they would learn in their lives. It could also be the last skill they can get for free. As if seeing the anticipation in the students' eyes, teacher Yi Qin called out everyone's names one by one. Yi Kong and Xian Linger. Ling Ning Xuan Ling Chen. The last one, Wu Li. Okay, after distributing the exercises to everyone, teacher Yi Qin arranged for everyone to practice individually. "If there is anything you don't understand, please ask her." The moment I got my own martial arts skills. Ling Chen heard the voice coming from the system. "Ding, yellow level martial arts detected, do you want to learn?" Martial arts are divided into yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, king level, and god level skills. The ones distributed by the school are basically yellow grade. Study, of course I have to study, studying makes me happy. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the fiery palm. You learned it so quickly. If I give the martial arts skills back to teacher Yi Qing now, I'm afraid her jaw will drop to the ground, ha ha ha. Of course. Ling Chen wasn't stupid enough to expose himself like this. Returning to his seat, Ling Chen flipped open the book Fire Palm. Chapter 16, Dawn Squad, It's You. Spreading the fiery palm on the table, Ling Chen slightly closed his eyes and kept practicing the moves with his hands, as if he was immersed in learning martial arts. In fact, these movements are nothing more than muscle memory, and Ling Chen's mind has already sunk into his dantian. After a night of hard work, Ling Chen's meridians have been opened. Now, you only need to continuously circulate the source energy according to the exercises to continuously improve your physical fitness until you reach the limit of the first turn. Let us try it first. Ling Chen guided out a wisp of source energy from his dantian and ran it according to the route of the exercises. But soon Ling Chen discovered that his vital energy was constantly being consumed while it was circulating, as if it was left halfway. Before one meridian has finished circulating, this strand of source energy has been completely consumed. Trying again, Ling Chen channeled out the same amount of source energy as before and continued to operate, and found that the source energy was not less at the beginning. But when the source energy circulation reached its previous end, the source energy began to be consumed again. Soon the source energy was exhausted again, and Ling Chen also understood the principle. This is equivalent to continuously integrating the source energy into the 12 meridians, continuously strengthening it, and finally achieving refining from the inside out. In that case, then, continue. When Ling Chen was immersed in body training. On the other side, the city lord's mansion. "Oh? Do you mean that the people living there are a pair of siblings, or two abandoned children?" said the middle-aged man. "That's right, sir. It's indeed true according to the Federal Household Registration." Zhang Jia replied. "Is there anything special about these two children?" Replying to the Lord. "There are two siblings. The elder brother is in his third year of high school and has always been at the bottom of the class, only at the level of a 3-star apprentice. However, he awakened a B-level fire ability yesterday. My sister is a sophomore in high school. She's always been in the top of her class. She last registered at school 3 months ago and is a 6-star apprentice. Oh. So, it is very likely that the man is this sister's master, the man murmured. Obviously, the middle-aged man had taken the wrong path, but Ling Chen was unaware of all this. After a morning of hard work, Ling Chen finally completed the first operation of the source energy. When completing one cycle, Ling Chen clearly felt a heat slowly flowing into deep within his body, as if he was getting stronger all the time. I've become stronger. I'm really a little genius. How can I become stronger? Suddenly Ling Chen's eyes lit up. He picked up the fire palm and walked towards the podium. Teacher, I'm giving this back to you. I've learned it. Ling Chen returned the fire palm to Teacher Yi Qing. You learned it? So quickly? Teacher Yi Qing looked at Ling Chen in surprise, his eyes full of confusion, but he was not too shocked, because 3 people had already handed in their answers before. Teacher, I want to take a few days off. Oh? What are you going to do with your leave? The city lord saw that I have a unique talent, so he said yesterday that he would teach me for a few days. Ling Chen's face did not blush, and his heart did not beat. He thought to himself, the city lord is relying on you this time. Oh? You? City lord? This time Teacher Yi Qing was really surprised and looked at Ling Chen curiously. Yes, Uncle Zhang Jie is still waiting for me outside. Ling Chen continued. Only then did Teacher Yi Qing begin to believe it. Because he knew the city lord, and the city lord was surrounded by guards, and ordinary people didn't know his name at all. Okay, I'll approve your leave. Thank you, teacher. After saying that, Ling Chen slipped out of the classroom. Why does Ling Chen want to ask for leave? Because his strength has improved now, but his mastery of superpowers and combat skills are almost zero. So, Ling Chen just made an important decision. He wanted to go hunting, hone his fighting skills, digest the changes in his body, and master the first level of the 3-turn Thunder God art. After leaving the school gate, Ling Chen went straight home. I left a note for my sister, telling her that I would be out for a few days and not to worry. He also left a few spirit stones for his sister to practice. He adjusted his attire, put on a black mask, and wore a sweatshirt with a black hood, which he put on his head. After leaving the apartment, Ling Chen walked towards the Hunters Guild. He had no experience at the moment, so it would be safer for him to follow a small team out of the city. The B-level fire element cannot attract a particularly strong team, so Ling Chen decided to use his thunder element ability. The Hunters Guild hall was bustling with people, and many teams were browsing various tasks in the hall. There were also many teams chatting in the rest area nearby. Ling Chen walked to the counter. The receptionist at the counter asked, "Hello. How do I apply to join the team?" Excuse me, is this your first time here? Yes. First, you need to register an identity in the guild. Then I will send you a list of recruiting teams with contact information attached. You can apply yourself. Okay, how do I register? Please fill out a form. Ling Chen quickly filled out the form. Of course, the name he left was not Ling Chen, but Yi Chen, which was obviously a name with good luck. For you. This is the team that's missing people. Here you go. North Wind Squad, Captain Feng Xiao, early silver level. Tiger Squad, Captain Fat Tiger, early silver level. Dawn Squad, Captain Xiao Tianxing, late silver level. This Dawn team is pretty good, I've decided on you. Click to see more details about the Dawn Squad. Dawn Squad, Silver Level Squad. Captain, Xiao Tianxing. Group members, 5 people. Recruitment requirements, Silver Level Combat Power, main attack type players, no limit on special abilities. To register, please add Tian Wang ID, Limingxi Edui. It seems pretty good, but I don't have enough strength and experience, so I don't know if they will accept me. This is a problem. Ling Chen sent a voice invitation to the Dawn team's Tian Wang, and soon someone on the other end answered the call. This is Team Dawn, what can I do for you? Hello, I'm here for an interview to join the team. Oh? What's your level? Apprentice 7 stars. Are you kidding me? Can't you see the recruitment of silver level? No, I want to try. I have SS level thunder ability. Ling Chen said. He didn't know if it would work. Oh? Wait a minute, I'll ask the captain for instructions. Looks like there's some fun. On the other side, Lingling, who was in charge of recruitment, ran upstairs and knocked on the door of Captain Xiao Tianxing. Captain, Captain. With a creak, the door opened and a middle-aged man in white clothes walked out. He wore a pair of glasses on his nose and his eyes were clear and deep. He raised his almost perfect hand and adjusted his glasses. What's wrong? Captain is so handsome, haha. There is a young genius who wants to join our team. His strength is not enough, he is only at the apprentice level, but he has the SS Thunder ability. Lingling finished her explanation quickly. Oh? Xiao Tianxing touched his chin. Tell him to come to our place for an interview, and inform Dali, Xiaohuan, Xiaoya, and the others while you're at it. Oh. Okay. Lingling took out her cell phone and sent a voice invitation to Ling Chen. Hello, we hope you can come to our team base for an interview. I wonder when you have time to come over. On this side, Ling Chen replied, sure, I can come over now. Then I'll send you the address. See you later. See you later. Chapter 17 Joining the Dawn Squad. After hanging up the phone, Ling Chen soon received a message. Building 101, Xinqing Green Garden. Wow! A villa complex in the city center. This Dawn team is really rich. Ling Chen stopped a car and got in. Master, let's go to Xinqing Green Garden. Oh? The driver looked at Ling Chen in surprise. Okay, done. An hour and a half later, they finally arrived at their destination. After paying the fare, Ling Chen walked towards the gate of Xinqing Green Garden. The entire new city Green Garden is completely surrounded, so if you want to get in, you can only enter through the main gate. If you want to climb over the wall and get in, no problem. The entire Xinqing Green Garden is either rich or noble. Just don't be afraid of death. Who is it? Seeing a stranger like Ling Chen approaching, the security guard at the door stopped him. Oh, hello. I'm here for an interview with the Dawn team in Building 101. Let me see. Oh, I got it. Let's go in. It's the last building on the right. Okay, thank you. Ling Chen politely thanked the security guard. We arrived at the door of Villa 101, which covers an area of about 1,000 square meters, half of which is occupied by the courtyard. The villa has 3 floors. Walking into the gate of the courtyard, there is a path paved with pebbles. On both sides of the path are a row of stone benches, on which are arranged various shapes of flower and tree bonsai, which are pleasing to the eye. At the end of the path was the gate of the villa. At this moment, a petite little girl was waiting at the door. A lowly face, a pair of ponytails, a pair of big, shining eyes, a lowly for sure. Are you here for an interview? Seeing Ling Chen coming, the girl's slightly childish voice came. Yes. Little sister, do you know how to get in? Ling Chen said to the little lowly with a smile, then stretched out his right hand to touch the little lowly's head. Who is the little sister? I am an adult. You are the little brother. The little lowly roared and slapped away Ling Chen's evil claws. She was obviously grown up, but she was still treated as a child. Ling Chen smacked his lips, feeling a little regretful that he didn't touch the little lowly's head. Sorry, I don't know. Hello, where is the interview? Wait. Humph Carrot the little lowly turned around and skipped into the villa. This still looks like a little girl. Ling Chen complained silently in his heart. After a while, the little lowly came out with 4 people. The person coming towards him was handsome and had deep eyes. On the left, there is a heroic and beautiful girl with short hair, wearing a tight leather jacket that wraps her body, looking sexy and seductive. The 2 on the right have strong physiques, well-developed muscles, and their bodies are as straight as a wall, as if they are twins. Team members assembled. Hey boys, this is our captain, Xiao Tianxing, the boss. This is our vice captain, Xiaoya. These 2 are Shi Jingtian and Shi Polii. And the cutest me, Princess Lingling. Little lowly Lingling finished the introductions. My name is Yi Chen. I want to join the Dawn team. What are the requirements? Your talent? Thunderous. A few dark clouds floated in the sky, filled with thunder and lightning. Ling Chen summoned several lightning arcs as thick as vines to surround himself. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, this oppressive feeling, is indeed an SS-level talent. Okay. We'll make an exception and take you in, but there's one condition. What are the conditions? Ling Chen asked. This was related to whether he could join the team. It's not difficult to accomplish. You just have to reach bronze level strength before I'll agree to let you go hunting with us. Before that, you have to practice on your own. No need, I can do it now. Ling Chen said confidently. Okay, you are confident enough. I will cultivate to the bronze level. Use your strongest martial arts to attack me. If you can push me back half a step, you will pass. Xiao Tianqing said lightly. Ling Chen stood upright, his right hand pulling the electric arc upwards, and with the help of the momentum of his newly trained body, he punched towards Xiao Tianqing. Ling Chen also wanted to know how powerful this attack, which had concentrated all his strength, was. When Ling Chen rushed towards Xiao Tianqing's pupils suddenly shrank. This power? Xiao Tianqing clenched his right fist and punched forward, colliding with Ling Chen, who was rushing forward. With a bang, Ling Chen flew backwards. He fell heavily on the lawn next to him, and Xiao Tianqing also took 3 steps back. Good. 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 You passed. Join us on the mission from now on. Xiao Tianqing took out a pill from his ring and handed it to Ling Chen. This is for healing. Here you go. Ling Chen took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Soon a warm current spread throughout his body, making him feel warm all over. The previous pain was greatly relieved. Captain, when will we have our mission? Ling Chen asked. Just call me Brother Qiao, we will set off tomorrow. Take a good rest today. There are empty rooms on the 3rd floor, you can pick one for yourself. Captain Xiao said to Ling Chen and walked into the villa. Several team members around him greeted Ling Chen enthusiastically, and then took Ling Chen into the villa. As soon as you enter the villa, you will see the black marble floor, mirror-like tiles, gorgeous crystal diamond chandeliers, pure black glass fragrant wood tables, imported brand-name cushion chairs, and exquisitely carved bookcases in the living room. It was almost beyond Ling Chen's description. Follow me, said the little lowly Lingling, and then she took the lead and walked up the circular staircase on the side. Ling Chen followed behind, looking around curiously as he walked. Arriving at the 3rd floor, Lingling pointed to 3 rooms and said, this room, and this room. No one lives in these 3. You can pick one as your residence. Normally, no one will go in there. You won't come in at night? That would be boring. Ling Chen said with a smile. Ah, what are you thinking about? I'm leaving first. Remember to gather downstairs at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lingling skipped downstairs. Looking at Lingling's back, Ling Chen smiled and shook his head, revealing a kind smile. Ling Chen chose the room closest to the stairs and pushed the door open and walked in. It's quite clean. Ling Chen's first impression after entering the room was cleanliness. No one has ever lived there, so it's practically spotless. But now it's different with me. I really can't get used to living here without making a mess. Moreover, it has everything you need, so it can be said that although it is small, it has everything you need. Of course, Ling Chen didn't choose to lie down and rest directly. He was going to leave the city tomorrow, and Ling Chen's current strength was still not enough. Climbing onto the bed, Ling Chen sat cross-legged, practicing his skills, and controlling the absorption of the skills within a certain range. An endless supply of source energy was attracted to Ling Chen and transformed into source power within Ling Chen's body. Nothing happened overnight. After a night of hard training, Ling Chen clearly felt that the source of power in his body had increased greatly. But there is still some distance to go before promotion. Check your situation. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 7 stars, Experience 369 700. Superpowers, God level Space Power, SS level Thunder Power, B level Firepower Evolvable. Talent, Emperor's Appearance, Good Mood. Kung Fu, Chaos God Slaying Technique, God level. Skills, Flash, 10,000 Swords, Return Xianyuan Sword, 3-turn Thunder God Technique, Secret Technique, Fiery Palm. Weapon, Xianyuan Sword Seal. Xianyuan Sword, Soul Power 88 10,000. Maul, will be unlocked soon, please wait. Backpack, Xianyuan Sword Seal, Divine Iron X30. There has been some progress. The 3 conditions for the promotion of Xianyuan Sword have been met. Next it depends on how to kill the monsters and the beast cores. Take your time and don't rush. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. After the college entrance examination is over, I will slowly complete this mission of killing 10,000 people. First time out of town, hope everything goes well. Ling Chen walked down the stairs and found that the members of the Dawn team were already ready. Chapter 18, First Time Out of the City. You don't follow the moral code of martial arts. Let's go. Captain Xiao said lightly after glancing at Ling Chen, and they walked towards the garage in the backyard together. There were 2 cars parked in the garage, a Land Rover and a Wrangler, both of which were very popular among people with special abilities outside the city. You 3 drive that one. Captain Xiao pointed at Ling Chen from the Land Rover team and the Sure twins and said. Soon, Ling Chen came to the Hunters Guild again. Coming to the task screen in the hall, after careful selection, Captain Xiao chose a bronze-level advanced task and 3 silver-level entry-level tasks. In the entire Dawn team, the Captain Xiao Tianqing is a senior silver level, the Deputy Captain Xiaoya is an intermediate silver level, and the remaining 3 are all junior silver level. Normally, the Dawn team performs intermediate silver level missions. Considering that they now need to guide the newcomer Ling Chen, safety is the top priority for their first mission. Task 1, Picking Task. Mission difficulty, Bronze Advanced. Mission content, Picking blue sunflowers. Mission reward, 800,000. Task 2, Beast Core Task. Mission difficulty, Silver Level Elementary. Mission content, obtain any Silver Level Earth-type Beast Core. Mission reward, depends on the value of the Beast Core. Task 3, Beast Core Task. Mission difficulty, Silver Level Elementary. Mission content, obtain any Silver Level Fire Beast Core. Mission reward, depends on the value of the Beast Core. These mission locations are close together and are related. There are Fire-type monsters guarding near the Qingyang flower. Are you ready? Captain Xiao asked. Always be prepared. Ling Chen replied. What the hell? The 5th company looked at Ling Chen blankly with a serious expression, and then ignored him. Ling Chen was a little nervous as he was about to face his first face-to-face encounter with wild monsters outside the city since traveling through time. As for the monsters in the trial grounds, they are merely domesticated monsters without much wildness or attack power. Set off. The group got on the bus and headed towards the East City Gate. After exiting the East Gate, it was another 30 kilometers to reach the destination. It wasn't far, but we still had to pay attention to safety. As soon as he left the city, Ling Chen noticed that the eyes of the 2 brothers of the Sure family suddenly became sharp. The muscles in his body were also tense, unlike the previous slight relaxation. This is a good habit that the Dawn team has always developed. After leaving the city, they must always be vigilant and fight with all their might, even if it means a tiger fighting a rabbit. Ling Chen looked around with curiosity from the car. This was the first time he saw the wilderness since he came to this world. There are no tall buildings, no broken walls, only a wilderness-like world. Is it like this everywhere? Ling Chen couldn't help but ask. Of course not. This place has become like this because of countless attacks by monsters. Shi Jingtian's rough voice came. We must completely defeat the monsters and make sure they never dare to invade our city again. Shi Jinglei's silly voice coupled with this domineering statement is eye-catching. Yes. After all, Ling Chen thought to himself. After half an hour's drive, we finally left the wilderness and stopped in front of a steel city. Everyone got out of the car, and Ling Chen followed. The captain swiped his ID card, and soon 2 men who looked like soldiers came out and saluted the Dawn Squad. The captain and Shi Jingtian threw the car keys to the soldiers, and the team gathered together. Next is the forest. We can't drive, so we have to walk. All kinds of unexpected crises may happen at any time in the forest, so be careful. Of course, Captain Xiao said this to the newcomer Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded and raised his hand. Don't worry, I will definitely be the first one to run away if there is any danger. Today we'll just do some simple hunting on the edge of the forest and let Yi Chen try his hand. We'll return to the supply station tonight. Tomorrow we'll go pick blue sunflowers. Okay, Captain. Okay, Brother Qiao. Okay, Big Joe. Oh no, Big Brother Joe. After that, Team Dawn prepared for a moment, made some adjustments, and then headed towards the forest. Not long after the group started walking, a rustling sound suddenly came from the trees beside them. Something is approaching. Captain Xiao and the others relaxed after sensing it for a while, but they still did not let down their guard. At this time, Ling Chen was looking vigilantly in the direction where the rustling sound came from. He looked around and jumped directly onto a big tree with a whoosh. Hey! Are you so afraid of death? Ling Ling pouted and said contemptuously. What nonsense are you talking about? This is my strategy. Do you understand? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Ling Chen responded indifferently. The next moment, a wolf with gray hair showed its figure. Moonchaser Wolf, apprentice level 7 stars. Attribute, wind. Skills, none. Comment, 1 moon-chasing wolf is no problem, but what about 10, 100, or 1,000? What the hell? Where did 1,000 moon-chasing wolves come from? After confirming that there were no other monsters around, Ling Chen immediately jumped down from the tree. Ha ha, you dare to come and harass your father alone. Ling Chen summoned an arc of electricity with his right hand and rushed towards the moon-chasing wolf with a punch. No, Yi Chen. Before Ling Ling could finish her words, she was pulled back by Captain Xiao. It's okay, let him know the consequences of being reckless. Xiao Tianqing shook his head. With a cry, the moon-chasing wolf rushed towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen's current strength level is only 7 stars. In addition to the SS-level supernatural powers he is currently using and the skills he has practiced, he has a more powerful source of power in his own 3-turn Thunder God technique. Without saying too much, he is the invincible existence among the 7-star apprentices. A man and a wolf collided. Bang! Snap! A moon-chasing wolf flew backwards. Ling Chen punched the moon-chasing wolf away and broke the bones in its body. The moon-chasing wolf rolled twice on the ground, splashing some dust, and then stopped. Puff moon-chasing wolf lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his whole body trembling slightly. Ling Chen walked forward, wanting to put an end to Zhueyue Wolf. At this moment, Zhueyue Wolf's eyes narrowed and he placed his 2 paws on his chest. Ling Chen's steps froze. What's the matter? Are you afraid that I will molest you? As if adjusting his state, moon-chasing wolf raised his head, woo woo woo. The wolf roared the last time in its life, and then its head fell down. Ling Chen looked at the wolf with great respect. What a good wolf! So cool and unrestrained, walking with such ambition and pride. Ling Ling then stepped forward and patted Ling Chen's arm. Can you take a look around first? What's wrong? Ling Chen raised his head. Wow, a lot of eyes emerged from the forest. There were wolves everywhere, countless wolves. Only then did Ling Chen understand what the system's evaluation meant. Fuck, you have no moral principles. Ling Chen cursed angrily, pointing at the dead moon-chasing wolf. Chapter 19, Killing a Bronze Level. Descendants of the Xianyuan family? Everyone held their foreheads and said, you killed the wolf and you blame it for crying wolf. Ling Chen turned around with an aggrieved expression, and everyone quickly stepped back, saying that it was none of their business and that they should handle their own issues. Well, okay, I can't hide it from you guys anymore, I'm going to reveal my cards. Excuse me for being blunt, but all the wolves here are my brothers in my eyes. Ling Chen roared at the wolf pack. Although they couldn't understand what Ling Chen was saying, the wolves still surrounded him tightly. At this time, a wolf that was more majestic than all the other wolves and had a crescent-shaped mark on its head walked out of the wolf pack. Moonchaser Wolf King, bronze 2 star. Attribute, wind. Skill, wolfish boiling. Wolf boiling increases all attributes of the same kind within 10 meters by 10%. Comment, I heard that the cemetery in the east of the city costs 20,000 yuan each. Does the host need to buy one for you in advance? Oh my god, bronze 2 stars. The last time he faced bronze 1 star, Ling Chen relied on his spatial ability to take the treasure safely and escape. I definitely can't use it in front of so many people this time. It seems I have to use all my strength. Give it a try and it will be a good opportunity to hone my skill proficiency. The Wolf King roared, and a group of moon-chasing wolves pounced on him. The first moon-chasing wolf pounced in front of him. Ling Chen took one look and bent his hand slightly, summoning arcs of lightning that surrounded his entire body. He threw a punch, knocking a moon-chasing wolf away, and then threw another punch. Outnumbered, single target damage is definitely not enough, I must use my AoE ultimate skill beautifully. Ling Chen used his fists to stop the wolves from getting close, while waiting for them to get closer. Feeling that the surrounding wolves were almost gathered near him, Ling Chen immediately released his ultimate move. 100,000 volts. Pika Pika, try again if you make a mistake. Thunderous. Several arcs of electricity descended around Ling Chen, striking the wolves. Suddenly, blood spurted everywhere. The moon-chasing wolf that was closer to Ling Chen had its arms and legs broken, while the one that was farther away was also injured by the electric shock and lay on the ground. The Wolf King roared again. The remaining moon-chasing wolves slowly dispersed, giving up on attacking Ling Chen. Don't go, I haven't gained enough experience yet. Ling Chen was anxious and wanted to keep the wolf pack. The Wolf King stood up, rubbed his right foot on the ground, and rushed towards Ling Chen, with a hint of arrogance in his human eyes. Although Ling Chen's moves just now were very cool and powerful, in the eyes of the Wolf King, Ling Chen was still an apprentice-level ant. Ling Chen, who had just unleashed his ultimate move, wasn't in as good a condition as he'd imagined. Panting, he dodged to the side, barely avoiding the Wolf King's pounce. Oh no, Yi Chen is no longer in good condition. Captain, let's take action. Lingling said to the captain anxiously. Xiao Tianqing hesitated. If he rescued Ling Chen at this time, he would not be able to break through his own limits, and then the meaning of this trip would be lost. But if he is not rescued, what if Ling Chen is defeated? He is a young man with SS-level talent. As long as he does not die, he will definitely become a strong man in the future. In the future, he may become the greatest combat force of the Dawn Squad. Captain Xiao did not expect that Ling Chen would indeed become the Dawn Team's greatest combat force in the future, but the captain would also become Ling Chen, the bee. Just as Captain Xiao was about to order everyone to take action, Ling Chen took out a spirit stone from his backpack. Ling Chen used his skills to devour the source of energy in the spirit stone. This scene not only made Captain Xiao and the others pause, but also made the Wolf King confused. It could sense that Ling Chen's originally weak aura suddenly became strong. And Captain Xiao and the others behind were like, wow, they were using spirit stones to replenish their energy, did they have a mine at home or something? Spirit stones are expensive. Although everyone can afford them, they are in short supply in Tian'an City. Who would sell such a good resource here? And now there is someone in front of me who doesn't use the spirit stones to practice well and to restore his source of strength. If this is not having a mine, what is it? They felt the power of poverty. I originally thought that Ling Chen was a commoner genius who wanted to go out of the city to hunt and earn resources, but now it seems that he is a young master who came to the wild to gain experience. Ling Chen didn't know that in the eyes of everyone, he was a young master whose family owned a mine. If Ling Chen knew, he would definitely object, saying that it was obviously me who owned the mine, so what did it have to do with my family? Elder Kong Ming? Awo the Wolf King reacted. It was not stupid and allowed Ling Chen to recover his source of strength safely. He rushed towards Ling Chen suddenly, faster than before. After recovering some source of power, Ling Chen felt that it was almost enough, so he took back the spirit stone, activated the third level of Thunder God technique, and punched forward. No one expected that Ling Chen would be so arrogant that he would fight back with force. Of course, everyone was wrong. Just as the wolf and the man were about to collide, Ling Chen slid and passed under the Wolf King's head. Then he raised his hand and threw a Pegasus meteor fist, hitting the Wolf King in the waist, the most vulnerable part of the wolf's body. The Wolf King screamed, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and flew back. Lying on the ground, panting, the wolf's body trembled slightly, and soon there was no movement. Dead. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that Ling Chen could defeat the enemy with one move, and it was very clever. They thought that both sides would suffer heavy losses in a hard fight. Basic drill, don't be alarmed. Ling Chen grinned, took out the Xianyuan sword, and plunged it into the moon-chasing Wolf King's head, extracting the beast core. Xianyuan sword, I. When everyone saw Ling Chen's sword, they felt that it was a little mysterious and very extraordinary. Xiaoya's pupils shrank. This sword? It seemed like the sacred weapon of the main family that had been passed down from ancestors. It is rumored that the main family's sacred weapon is a supreme sacred weapon. Martial arts on Blue Star had not been well developed until the monster riot 40 years ago, which aroused people's attention to supernatural martial arts. What is not even recorded in history books is that in ancient times, Blue Star was a planet where martial arts flourished. At that time, the Xianyuan family was the most powerful family on Blue Star, and had ruled all the major families on Blue Star for billions of years. Later, the strength of warriors was no longer limited to Blue Star. More and more Blue Star warriors left Blue Star and developed countless planets for themselves. Because the Xianyuan family was always confined to Blue Star, the warrior families that eventually left developed and united to overthrow the Xianyuan family. The Xianyuan family was almost wiped out, and the martial arts of Blue Star declined and never recovered. Later, it developed into what it is now. The source energy of heaven and earth revived, and monsters were everywhere. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the trial ground, Blue Star would have completely become a monster planet. The people around were still shocked by Ling Chen's performance and the extraordinary power of Xianyuan's sword, not knowing that Xiaoya beside them was already in turmoil. She had always thought that the history in the ancestral teachings was false, but she never expected that the Xian Yuan sword really existed. Ancestral precepts: the Xiao family has worshipped the Xian Yuan sword master for generations. Should I follow the ancestral teachings and serve the descendants of Xian Yuan as my master? Xiaoya hesitated. Let me first see if he is qualified for me to serve him as my master. After taking out the beast core, he used a sword to peel off the Wolf King's claws and skin, which could be sold for a good price. Although Ling Chen is now considered a wealthy man, who would complain about having too much money? While groping, he felt a slight bulge in the Wolf King's belly. Oh? What is this? He held the wolf's body with his left hand and gently slashed its belly from top to bottom with the Xian Yuan sword in his right hand. Something like a parchment scroll came into view, covered with a sticky liquid. What the hell is this? Just as Ling Chen was about to peel open the parchment scroll with his sword, the Xian Yuan sword disappeared from his hand. Oh my god, it was so close. How could I have such a master? Black question mark face? Damn, this Xian Yuan sword actually dares to disobey. Forget it, let it go. Captain Xiao, come and see, what is this? Ling Chen shouted. As the Dawn team and others approached, they saw the parchment scroll that made them lose their appetite. Open it quickly, maybe it's a treasure map? Lingling said excitedly. Lingling looked at Ling Chen excitedly. Captain Xiao touched his chin and remained silent, as if thinking about something. Xiaoya covered her nose with one hand and turned her head away. The Shi brothers raised their hands and shook them, then took a step back. Okay. I have to do all the dirty and tiring work, poor kid. I want to get the biggest share of the treasures. Ling Chen said aggrievedly. Open it now, don't waste time. Chapter 20, Feudal Superstition is Not Trustworthy. Falling into the mysterious magic circle. Looking around, Ling Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. What a good thing! With a whoosh, Ling Chen appeared under a big tree, bent down, and picked up a dead branch on the ground. A lifeline has arrived. He returned to the parchment scroll, poked it with a branch, and spread it out. There were only a few large characters written on the parchment: the Zhu family will prosper, and Zhu will be the city lord. Hey! Why does it feel so familiar? This? Is this God's will? Is Zhu Li the lord of Tianming City? Captain Xiao touched his chin and thought. It seems so. No way. No way. That fat guy Zhu Li can be chosen by God to be the city lord? Lingling exclaimed in confusion. Ha? What's going on? Ling Chen turned around and looked at everyone. Why did no one seem to suspect anything? Oh shit, isn't this the same Xiao Wu and Xiao Chun I'm imitating? Oh, and they don't exist on Blue Star. This Zhu Li seems to be quite capable. Let's just pretend we didn't see this. Let's keep going. Captain Xiao waved his hand, and a strong wind cut the parchment into pieces. Everyone agreed with the captain's opinion. Zhu Li's reputation in Tianan City is not very good, so Captain Xiao and others certainly do not want such news to spread. If Zhu Li becomes the city lord, the common people will suffer in the end. Ling Chen was drawing small circles with a branch. He was wondering how he could tell the captain and the others that feudal superstitions were not to be trusted. Captain Xiao and others didn't wait for him and continued to move forward. Hey, wait for me. Ling Chen stood up helplessly and trotted after him. For the next moment, Ling Chen was the only one who took action, while everyone else just watched from the sidelines. I have to say, the watermelon Lingling bought this time is so sweet. That's right, I went to several fruit stores to buy it, okay. Ling Chen panted heavily, dodging the two flame tigers left and right, swinging his sore right arm and raising his right fist to hit the flame tiger. A punch hit the flaming tiger's face, and the tiger's head tilted slightly, and its eyes widened slightly. Roar! The flame tiger roared towards Ling Chen, opened its mouth wide, and wanted to bite Ling Chen to death in one bite. Lingling, where did you get this iced sour plum soup? It tastes amazing. Ha ha ha, that must have been done by me. I spent a long time learning it. Ling Chen crawled past the crowd, followed by a few monkeys. I really didn't mean to drink your monkey wine. I thought it was water, and I only took a sip. The monkeys had no idea what he was saying. They only knew that Ling Chen had secretly drunk the monkey wine they had painstakingly brewed for many years. Unforgivable sin. Why does Ling Chen run so fast? Just use the system to check it out. Gibbon, bronze 1 star. Attribute, wood. Skill, peach-stealing monkey claw hand. Note, if you don't want to lose your integrity, then run away quickly. What the hell, this group of monkeys' skill is actually stealing peaches. If I'm not careful, my reputation will be ruined. Soon, Ling Chen and a group of monkeys disappeared from everyone's sight. Captain Xiao, don't we have to follow? It's okay. He's out here to gain experience. His family must have some means to protect him. It's good for him to endure some hardship. We can just get through it slowly. After that, everyone leisurely drank iced sour plum soup and chatted while slowly walking towards the direction where Ling Chen disappeared. Ah! Why doesn't anyone come to take care of me? Ling Chen, who was tired from running, was resting under a tree to catch his breath. Seeing the monkey behind approaching, he quickly ran away. Well, it's no big deal. It's not like we're digging up your ancestral graves. If the long-armed monkey could hear Ling Chen's thoughts, he would definitely say, as for that. I like this one. After running for an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen suddenly realized that he could no longer see the road ahead. Oh, the damn thing, could it be that he had run into a dead end? This is a cliff. I have to say that Ling Chen is very lucky. He found the only dead end nearby. God is jealous of talented people. Is it possible that my innocence in both life and death will be lost in my later years? Ling Chen sighed deeply, looking at the bottomless abyss and couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Hey, a vine caught Ling Chen's eye. It seemed that there was still a glimmer of hope. Ling Chen climbed down the vine. When he felt he had descended about the same distance, he wrapped the vine around his arm twice, put one foot on the protruding rock and the other foot on the cliff, clinging tightly to it. On this side, the long-armed monkeys arrived late. Seeing that there was no road ahead, the monkeys scratched the back of their heads and looked around. They did not see Ling Chen when they looked down and were confused for a moment. Although monkeys are the smartest species, they are only at the bronze level and do not have much thinking ability. The leader tilted his head and sniffed. Yes, the man's breath stopped from here. It shouldn't be possible. How could a human fly? After a long time without any results, the leading monkey let out a long roar and ran back. At this time, Ling Chen below was facing multiple blows. His right leg was numb and he couldn't even stomp his feet on the cliff. There were red marks on his right palm. Hearing that there was no movement above, Ling Chen slowly adjusted his state and prepared to climb up again with the help of the vines. The plan was perfect, but reality was cruel. As soon as Ling Chen exerted force, the vine broke apart and dragged Ling Chen down with it. Vine, I tried my best, CNNND. Ah, holy shit. Pang. There was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Yes, it was Ling Chen. Unexpectedly, there is always a way out. There is a protruding platform in the middle of the cliff, and next to it is a cave. It is pitch black inside and no one knows what is inside. Oh my god, Ling Chen covered his chest with one hand and his head with the other. If I hadn't just practiced the first level of the 3 levels Thunder God technique, I would have been almost killed in the fall. Ling Chen is in a very bad condition now. His internal organs are dislocated, his face is pale, and blood is flowing from the corners of his mouth. The most urgent thing is to heal the wound. But soon Ling Chen found that he could not use the source power, and now his meridians could not withstand the impact of the source power. Don't worry, your self-recovery ability has greatly improved now, and your body will slowly recover on its own. The voice of old man Kong Ming came. Master, if you don't help me, how long will it take for me to recover? 3 to 5 days at the shortest, half a month at the longest. What the hell, the daylily is already cold after half a month. This is the only way for now. Ling Chen secretly vowed that he must bring all kinds of healing medicines with him when he goes out in the future. Otherwise, he will get lost from the team's healer and won't be able to heal his injuries like now. Only after calming down did Ling Chen have time to observe his surroundings. Below him was a bottomless abyss, and above him was a cliff top submerged in clouds and mist. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't feel like we've been falling for very long, so why can't we see the top of the mountain? You fell into the formation. As if hearing Ling Chen's thoughts, the old man's voice came. Ah, what formation? I never thought there would be such a profound formation here. Even in my prime, I wouldn't be able to say if I could break it. Master, didn't you say that you are invincible on Blue Star? Ahem, don't worry about these details. The old man's mysterious image was completely gone. Then master, how should I get out? Ahem, Master remembered that I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll go get busy now. After that, there was no movement. This unreliable master is just not good enough. Looking behind him, Ling Chen discovered that there was a cave behind him. I understand this plot. Ling Chen, who had read countless online novels in his previous life on Earth, couldn't help but fantasize. Needless to say, it must contain the inheritance of a martial arts master. Then an old man with a soul body accepted me as his disciple, and from then on I reached the peak of my life. Elder Kong Ming? Have I been forgotten? Restraining his impatience, Ling Chen waited calmly for his condition to recover. He couldn't just crawl in. That's so shabby, even though there may not be anyone inside. Chapter 21, Dragon Eggs Refrigerated with Extreme Ice? Has the expiration date expired? On the other side, several hours had passed since Ling Chen was chased and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was anxiously looking for Ling Chen. Captain, it's all your fault for saying you wanted to discipline him, but now he's gone. Captain Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't expected that Ling Chen, who was so bad at finding directions, could actually run so fast. Let's keep looking. We have to get back to the supply base before the sun sets. Team leader. Stop talking. He's actually prepared to fight the monster. This day will come. This is his fate. Captain Xiao said rationally with a hint of regret. What a great seedling. However, if Captain Xiao knew that Ling Chen was also a space-type person, he would risk his life to find Ling Chen, no matter what. Yi Chen Yi Chen. Ling Chen was moving slowly at this time, supporting himself with his hands and slowly standing up his upper body. He slowly bent his right leg until the sole of his right foot touched the ground, then pushed off the ground, pulling his left foot upwards, and Ling Chen stood up. I took the first step towards the cave. It's okay, I can hold on. This is a small step for Ling Chen, but a big step for the world. He slowly moved his feet and limped towards the cave. When he reached the door, he saw that the cave was pitch black. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Chen walked in. The narrow road in the cave came into view. Ling Chen walked slowly inside. After walking about 20 or 30 meters in the dim cave, a ray of light appeared in front of him. Sure enough, there is another world inside. Thinking about his own guess, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Master, why aren't you so excited to see me? The light was getting closer and closer, and when Ling Chen approached, the cave suddenly became empty. This is an empty open-air cave with an opening on the top, revealing a ray of light shining down. It shone directly on the pool of water in the cave, which was a natural pool the size of a basketball court. A trace of cool air came out from the water, and Ling Chen couldn't help but shiver. It was so cold. Walk towards the edge of the pond and look at the quiet water. What are you waiting for? Check it out with the system. Extremely cold spiritual spring, the ultimate ice, originating from an extremely cold place, absorbing the essence of the stars and the moon. Note, taking ice-type abilities has a higher chance of evolving abilities. It can also be used to refine ice spirit pills, which has a certain chance of awakening ice-type abilities. Nice one. Looking at this pool of spiritual spring, Ling Chen's saliva began to flow. Not only can you gain ice powers yourself, but you can also sell the rest for a small amount of money dollar. So the question is, how to collect it? This spiritual spring is the ultimate ice, and ordinary objects cannot contain it at all. Just as Ling Chen was rummaging through his storage ring to see if there was anything in his space that could hold the spiritual spring, a clear and pleasant voice was heard. Ding, host's current situation detected, system accelerated upgrade 2.0. Ding, the mall is officially open, giving 1,000 points, and automatically buying a jade purification bottle for the host. Ding, purchase successful, system balance, 0. Nanny, what a thing. Jade purifying bottle, contains infinite space, can hold hundreds of rivers, and is impervious to water and fire. Damn, you might as well name it the timely rain system. He quickly took out the jade bottle, held the bottom of the bottle with one hand and the mouth of the bottle with the other hand towards the spiritual spring. The water in the pool surged upwards, turned into a column of water and flowed into the jade bottle. Seeing all the spiritual spring water pouring into the bottle without leaving a drop, Ling Chen was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, he made a fortune. Hey, what is that? At the bottom of the deep pool, there is a small stone platform with a round stone egg on it. It must be something extraordinary that it could be placed in such cold spring water without being damaged. Use system view. Ding, the distance is too far, the system cannot see clearly. God damn it, I can't see clearly. Do you have eyes, System Master? Ding, the host is detected to be disrespectful to the system, 200 points deducted. Current balance, 200. You can deduct as much as you want, I don't know what the points are used for anyway. However, Ling Chen was still curious about what this stone egg was. Taking a step forward, Ling Chen slowly walked into the pool. Even though all the spring water had been absorbed, a hint of coldness still emanated from the bottom of the pool. I feel chilled to the bone, yet my heart is high. When he walked in front of the stone egg, Ling Chen was certainly not stupid enough to touch it directly with his hand. Use system view. Ding, a dragon egg has been detected. It still shows signs of life and is within its expiration date. Host, would you like it fried or boiled? Grass, a type of plant. System, you have changed. You are no longer that quiet and handsome man. System 1.0 is still cute. This is a dragon egg. It would be a waste to fry it or boil it. I think it would be more cost-effective to hatch a little dragon and then eat braised dragon meat, Ling Chen thought secretly. The storage ring cannot hold living things, so it seems I can only put it in my space. Ling Chen rolled up his sleeves, bent his legs slightly, and put his hands under the dragon egg. I tried hard, and guess what? I couldn't lift it up. What's going on? It doesn't look that big, how can it be so heavy? Ling Chen walked around the dragon egg and observed it. Suddenly, he found that there was a thin layer of ice between the dragon egg and the stone platform, tightly connecting the two together. It's not a big deal for me. Ling Chen mobilized the source energy that he had just recovered, summoned a ball of fire, and threw it under the dragon egg. Fortunately, I have the fire element, otherwise I don't know what to do. Under the heat of the flames, the thin layer of ice gradually melted. Hey, where does that smell of baked eggs come from? It smells quite nice. Dragon egg, what do you think? You bad guy. After the ice melted, Ling Chen put it into the space, feeling very happy. By the way, I haven't checked what the mall function I just opened is. Open the mall, and the row on the left shows the categories of skills, talents, weapons, pills, etc. On the right are the various products in each category. Exercises. Heaven and Earth Chaos Art, Supreme Level Price, 1 trillion points. Chaos God Slaying Technique, God Level Price, 10 billion. Bing FAQ, Yellow Rank Advanced Price, 100 points. Holy crap, top level skills are so expensive. The skill I'm practicing is indeed God level, and it's worth 10 billion. System Master, how to earn points. How to earn points. 1. Killing monster beasts, 10 points for an apprentice level monster beast, 100 points for a bronze level monster beast, 1000 points for a silver level monster beast, and so on. Note, Legion members earn 10% of the points for hunting monsters. 2. Item recycling, any useful item can be recycled, and the recycling points depend on the value of the item. Note, consider the dragon egg for 10 billion points. 3. Achievement and mission rewards, the system will issue point reward tasks from time to time, and the reward points will be awarded based on the host's completion level. Master System, what is the resale price of my Chaos God Slaying art now? 1 billion points. Damn, is this how you take kickbacks? 10 times the price difference, only a fool would trade with you. After taking the dragon egg, Ling Chen finally had the mood to observe his surroundings. He didn't find any dead bones, nor did he find any ring of the old man with a soul. Hey, it seems I'm not the protagonist. An old man who was fishing sneezed. It's strange, how can I catch a cold even though I have such a great body? Ling Chen sat down on the ground in disappointment. Suddenly, he jumped 3 feet high and something sharp hit his butt. Could it be a ring? Ling Chen looked down excitedly, and a stone as smooth as jade came into view. I'll go to hell with you. Ling Chen picked up a stone and threw it towards a wall. But strangely, there was no sound of the stone hitting the wall, and the stone did not bounce back, but disappeared into the wall. Something was strange. Ling Chen walked towards the wall. Coming to the wall, Ling Chen picked up a stone and threw it towards the wall. Wow, the stone sank into the wall. I didn't expect that there was a cave behind this stone wall. Grandpa, here I come. Ling Chen stepped into the wall, causing a slight ripple on the wall, but it quickly returned to normal. After entering the stone wall, Ling Chen saw a high platform in front of him. A beam of light shone from above onto the platform, and the surroundings were pitch black. Grandpa, are you there? So there's no way to get over this hurdle, right? Is there anyone here? If so, please reply. If not, I'll leave first. Ling Chen shook his head in disappointment, turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, there were bursts of noises behind me, including the sound of wind and the sound of heavy objects rubbing against the wall. Chapter 22 Shocked. The 3 million-year-old dragon actually knew me. Ling Chen stood there in a daze. Judging from the noise, he was afraid that there was a huge monster behind him. The sound of a creature breathing and panting was heard. Ling Chen broke out in a cold sweat and slowly turned his head. No, no, no. No way. Ling Chen stood there motionless, staring at the creature in front of him, and the creature in front of him was also looking at him, and the air from its breath hit Ling Chen's face from time to time. Is this a dream? Is this thing still alive? Yes, this creature is. A dragon. A real dragon. A golden dragon. It has a slender body and scales like a snake. It has horns like a deer, ears like a cow, 2 shrimp-like whiskers on its mouth, big, bulging round eyes, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, fins on its back, and a bead in its mouth. There were many legends about dragons on Earth in his previous life, but Ling Chen never took them seriously. I never expected to come to Blue Star and see a living dragon. Ling Chen stood there in shock, staring blankly at Brother Long. Brother Long also kept staring at Ling Chen, as if he could see through Ling Chen. After a long time, Ling Chen finally couldn't stand the loneliness anymore. Brother Shenlong, can we take a photo together? Poof. Hey, where's my phone? You can't let it down at such a critical moment. Oh my god. Ling Chen pulled out a pile of cell phone debris from his hip pocket. My 200 yuan knockoff cell phone is gone just like that. Ling Chen held the phone in his hands in grief. My little money. After 3 million years, I finally waited for you. The majestic voice of the dragon came. You can talk? Ah, do you know me? Ling Chen looked at the dragon in confusion. Ling Chen, I have kept that dragon egg for you for 3 million years. You must treat it well from now on. It will become your most loyal partner. Long Mu stared at Ling Chen and said, Junior can do it. Although I didn't understand what it was saying, I just agreed with it. Take out the dragon egg and I'll help you hatch it. Otherwise, you'll have to wait forever for it to hatch. Are you looking down on people? Ling Chen thought about it in his heart, but his body was still very honest. Take out the stone egg and place it in front of the dragon. Looking at the dragon egg, the dragon thought silently for a few seconds, then spit out the spirit pearl in its mouth, and the spirit pearl floated above the stone egg. A trace of energy overflowed from the spirit bead and slowly fell around the stone egg. The stone egg vibrated and seemed to be extremely happy, greedily absorbing the approaching energy. A trace of energy dissipated. Ling Chen felt it, it was such pure energy. If you want, you can also use your internal energy to absorb it. The energy of the Dragon Ball is very gentle, and your meridians are strong enough to support it. As if seeing what Ling Chen was thinking, the dragon's voice reached Ling Chen's ears. Then I want to be polite. Without saying much, Ling Chen immediately sat down to meditate, practicing his skills and absorbing the energy flowing out of the spirit bead into his meridians. Ling Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that this energy was not only within the tolerance of the meridians, but was also slowly repairing the damaged meridians. I didn't expect it could heal injuries. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Apprentice 8 stars. Not only did he advance, but his internal injuries were also completely healed. Looking up, Ling Chen found that the stone egg was still absorbing energy. Brother Long, could it be that my absorption delayed the hatching of the dragon egg? Are you overestimating yourself now? Shenlong teased, you've only been practicing for a few minutes. I'm a fucking idiot. Just wait. Sooner or later, it will be my turn to say this to you. Ling Chen continued to sit down and practice for another half an hour, and finally the stone egg moved. The stone egg stopped absorbing energy and trembled slightly. The dragon took back the spirit pearl, and Ling Chen wailed, Brother Long, I'm almost leveling up again. Let me absorb a little more, just a little more. The dragon glared at Ling Chen, and Ling Chen hid in the corner and drew circles in grievance. Snap! The stone egg cracked open, and a chubby little dragon head stretched out, then chubby little claws stretched out, grabbed it, broke the eggshell, put it in its mouth, and started to bite it with a crunching sound. Young man, you have good teeth. Ling Chen clasped his fists and couldn't help but sigh. The eggshell was quickly destroyed with a crackling sound. The little dragon's whole body was exposed. It was a golden, fat creature that looked like a ball. This is it? A dragon? Ling Chen looked at the dragon with doubtful eyes. Ahem, I've been soaking in the water for too long and I'm a little swollen. The faucet was turned away. What the hell is this edema? Are you bullying me, a 3-year-old kid? Compared to the millions of years old of the dragon, I am probably only 3 years old. The case is solved. Daddy, the little dragon stretched out its chubby claws and pounced towards Ling Chen. Don't come over here. With a thud, Ling Chen was pinned down by Xiaolong. He was simply too fat. How can I take this out? Other people's monster companions are so handsome, do I have to rely on being cute? After pulling the little dragon off his body, Ling Chen quickly stood up and took a few steps back. Seeing that the little dragon was about to pounce on him again, he quickly stretched out a hand and pressed it against the little dragon's head. Xiaolong waved his hands and kicked his feet but couldn't touch Ling Chen. I'm just bullying you because you're short-handed, what can you do to me? Senior, how am I going to take this out in the future? You can sign the contract, and then you can summon him into your space. Okay, Senior, how do I sign? The dragon spit out the spirit pearl again, and the spirit pearl shot out 2 rays of light, extracted a drop of blood from Ling Chen and Xiaolong, formed 2 special symbols, and shot them back into the bodies of the man and the dragon. Ding, a super god-level pet is obtained, a fat dragon. Suddenly, the man and the dragon developed a sense of closeness to each other, and they were able to communicate with each other's minds. Daddy, a childish voice sounded in Ling Chen's mind. The two of them could already communicate without speaking. I'm not your dad, call me boss. Okay, Daddy. From now on, your name will be Xiaolong. Okay, Daddy. What the hell are you calling me Daddy? Ling Chen pinched Xiaolong's chubby face, call me boss. Woo woo woo, boss, you're bullying Long. Senior, brother Long, can this thing be returned? Shenlong hummed softly. Hee hee, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Ling Chen gave a fake smile. By the way, brother Long, what is the formation here used for? Why have you been here all the time? Are you waiting for me? Ling Chen asked curiously. After all, he still had to go out. When you become strong enough, you will know. There is no point in telling you now. Waiting for you is just a side job. You must become stronger as soon as possible. The future of Blue Star depends on you. The last time I heard you say that was last time. When you become a saint, come back here and bring Xiaolong with you. Just go back the same way and I'll open the formation for you. After saying this, the dragon twisted its body, circled upwards and disappeared from Ling Chen's sight. So handsome. Looking at Brother Long's disappearing figure, I lowered my head to glance at the chubby little dragon. We admit it. Let's go. Ling Chen took the lead and walked out, and Xiaolong quickly followed. The story of one man and one dragon begins here. Xiaolong. What's wrong, boss? Let me introduce you to a fun place. Really? Yes, I'll take you there right away. Okay. Take back your pet space. Ah, what a beautiful world this is. Chapter 23, are there god-level items to be found at the supply base? Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the cave along the same route. This time it really is a blessing in disguise. Ling Chen looked up, but couldn't see the top. I don't know if the source energy in my body can support me to flash up. Cough. Hey, master, are you done? Ling Chen asked hurriedly after hearing the master's cough. Ahem, wasn't this blocked just now? Is there anything good in it? Then master, you can't do that. Do you still remember how you blew it to me? Ha, old man Kong Ming laughed. I met a dragon and got a little dragon companion. Oh? Summon it out and let me see. Forget it then. There'll be a chance next time. After saying that, Ling Chen flashed upwards. Every time he flashed, he would flash again before gravity could react. A faint film of light appeared in Ling Chen's eyes. It seemed that this was the boundary of the formation. This formation, along with the space, was also sealed off. Just as Ling Chen was hesitating about what to do, a small hole appeared in the light film, which was only wide enough for one person to pass through. Without saying a word, Ling Chen flashed out of the opening. After Ling Chen left, the opening of the light film slowly closed and the place fell into calm again. Ling Chen stopped on a protruding rock and looked down. There still seemed to be a bottomless abyss below. I think it's the sleight of hand of the formation. Turning around, Ling Chen continued to move upwards. Finally, when the source of power in Ling Chen's body was almost used up, Ling Chen finally saw the top of the cliff. Yi Chen. The voices of the Dawn team were heard, and Ling Chen hurriedly grabbed the vines and stuck to the stone wall. I'm here. Ling Chen's voice came from the bottom of the cliff. Captain, there seems to be a sound over there. Let's go and take a look. Everyone came to the edge of the cliff. Here, down there. Ling Chen's voice came again. When everyone looked, they were surprised to see that it was a gecko. Ling Chen was clinging tightly to the stone wall, not moving a muscle. Okay, pull him up. The Sher brothers stepped forward, half crouched on the edge of the cliff, and reached down to grab the roots of the vines. Ling Chen was slowly pulled up, and Ling Chen pretended to be scared. Are you okay, Yi Chen? Lingling asked with concern. It's okay, it's okay. The monkeys chased me to the edge of the cliff, but luckily I was smart enough to hide under it. But I lay there for too long, my feet are numb. Everyone couldn't help but hold their foreheads and said, do you know how hard we have been looking for you? We have even thought of a suicide note for you. No one was suspicious. After all, Ling Chen seemed to be a brave man who dared to hide on the cliff. Since Yi Chen is fine, let's stop here today. We can do the mission tomorrow. Captain Xiao said. Okay, Captain. Yi Chen, you've made great progress today. Keep up the good work. Ling Chen nodded. That's right. He almost died once. The group returned along the same route and encountered no trouble along the way. The few monsters that occasionally passed by were easily dealt with by Captain Xiao. Today's training for Ling Chen was over, and there was no need to waste time on the road. Because today's main purpose was to train Ling Chen, they did not go deep into the forest, and soon Ling Chen and his group returned to the base. Captain Xiao went to the gate of the base and identified himself through facial, fingerprint and palm print recognition. After waiting for a while, the gate of the base slowly opened and 2 soldiers came out. After checking the Skynet information of the Dawn team members, he led everyone into the base. Is it so troublesome to get in the door? Ling Chen whispered to Lingling beside him. Yes, I heard that after a monster has cultivated to a certain level, it can transform. Several bases were once infiltrated by monsters and fell from the inside. Since then, every time you enter a supply base like this, you need to undergo identity verification. The monster transforms and looks exactly like a human. Can we do embarrassing things together? Pooh, pooh, pooh. Lingling said with a slightly red face. Ahem, just kidding, I'm definitely not thinking of any vixen or anything like that. Lingling rolled her eyes and said, I'm too lazy to talk to you. After passing through a narrow, specialized passage, we finally entered the base. What comes into view is the lobby on the first floor of the base. The screen in the lobby displays various tasks, including both private tasks and tasks issued by the military. This is also a place where many hunters trade with each other, with rows of small shops. There are specialized retail outlets for major weapons and elixir groups, as well as stalls set up by many teams, filled with various herbs, furs from various monsters, animal pills, and so on. Stepping into the first floor hall, it feels like entering a market, with all kinds of hawking sounds. Look, the finest snow mountain fox fur. Brother, let me tell you, this knife of mine is a family heirloom. It can cut through hair with a single blow. A freshly made Qi training pill, the perfect choice for bronze level elixir. Don't miss it if you pass by. Why is the style of this painting different from what I expected? Ling Chen smacked his lips. If you need anything, you can go check it out yourself later. Let Lingling take you to where we live first to familiarize you with the route. After saying that, Captain Xiao and the others dispersed, leaving Lingling and Ling Chen staring at each other. Oomph carrot, come with me. Lingling walked forward with her short legs. Aha, still a little tsundere. Ling Chen teased silently in his heart. After walking through a short stretch of busy street stalls, we arrived at the stairs. On the 30-meter wide staircase, there were scattered teams coming and going. This base has 7 floors. As you can see on the first floor, it is our trading area and Tabat area. The second floor is the arena. You can sign up and participate in battles between teams. The third floor is mainly for the trading of pet eggs, monster beasts and spirit pets. The fourth floor is where you eat. You can go there when you want to eat. The fifth and sixth floors are residential areas, and we live on the 5th floor. The 7th floor is where senior executives hold meetings and is usually not open to the public. Okay, got it. Ling Chen responded nonchalantly, his hands resting behind his head. Just now, the system actually sent him a prompt. Ling Chen now just wants to quickly find the way and go down to Pan for gold. Who gave me the system? I can be willful. Ding, a god-level treasure has been detected, the Star Ascension Stone. After walking for several floors, Ling Ling's voice finally came. We're here. Our team is in Suite 5201, which has 8 rooms. Rooms 2478 and 2478 are all empty, so you can choose any one. If you still need to choose, it must be 8. After all, money is the most important thing. Good luck. After choosing the room, Ling Chen rushed out with a whoosh. I'm going to take a walk on the first floor. I'll be leaving first. Ling Chen disappeared from Ling Ling's sight, and Ling Chen's voice slowly came. Humph carrot, this guy. Ling Ling pouted. Chapter 24, I spent 30 million to get something for free. Ling Chen ran downstairs in a hurry. After all, he hadn't got the treasure yet and it might be traded away at any time. When he reached the first floor, Ling Chen's pace slowed down and the excited expression on his face instantly disappeared. Pretending to be nonchalant, he walked slowly forward, looking left and right, as if he was interested in everything. Ling Chen, who looked like a pure newbie and had a young face, instantly caught the eyes of many old and unscrupulous businessmen. As he was passing by a small retail store, a slightly bloated middle-aged man came up and greeted Ling Chen. Little brother, you look a little unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? What do you want to buy? I tell you, I have everything here at a great price and good quality. Come and take a look. Oh, I'm just taking a look. When you go out, how can you not bring a few more self-defense items? Look at my gold thread soft armor. It's invulnerable to swords and spears and can withstand the attacks of silver-level strongmen. It's especially suitable for you now. Oh? Let me see. Ling Chen looked at the protective gear in the man's hand. After saying this, it seemed that he was indeed short of protective gear or something. Use system view. Ding, bronze-level armor detected golden vine armor. What a profiteer. If you don't know the business and buy it thinking it can withstand the silver level, you will be in trouble. Brother, does your gold silk soft armor have a warranty period? Hey, little brother, what is the warranty period? If something breaks when I buy it, I can get it repaired for free. As for the price, it doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive. The middle-aged man was also a business genius. When he heard what Ling Chen said, he immediately felt that this method was promising. Thank you for your guidance, little brother. This soft armor is a gift to you. The middle-aged man handed the gold thread soft armor to Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand, casually put the soft armor into the ring and walked away. He didn't expect that in the future this middle-aged man would become the #1 arms dealer in China by relying on warranty services. After looking here and there, Ling Chen finally arrived at his destination, the stall where the star-up stone was located. Oh? Ling Chen fell into deep thought as he looked at the dozens of ores of varying sizes spread out on the stall owner's table. Little brother, do you want to buy some ore? Although the stall owner saw Ling Chen didn't do any business along the way, he still remained enthusiastic. These are top-grade obsidian. If you add this piece of obsidian to a bronze-grade weapon, you might be able to craft a silver-grade weapon. This obsidian seems to be a good thing. How much is a piece of obsidian like this? Ling Chen asked, picking up the nearest piece of obsidian the size of an apple. It only costs 500,000 per piece, or spiritual stones of equivalent value can be exchanged first. Okay, I want them all. Can you help me calculate the total amount? Okay, boss. I'll pack it for you right away. The stall owner quickly packed all the obsidian on the table into the package. Boss, the total is 64 yuan, which is 32 million yuan in total. I'll give you a discount and charge you 30 million yuan. The stall owner looked at Ling Chen kindly. Okay, I've transferred the money to you. After a few operations, Ling Chen transferred all the remaining money from the auction house to the stall owner. Take it and welcome back next time. After taking the package, Ling Chen flicked it and put it into the space ring. It was only then that the stall owner saw that Ling Chen actually possessed a space ring, which was something only large families and powerful people could possess. Ling Chen's status in the stall owner's heart suddenly rose. This must be a descendant of a wealthy family who has come out to gain experience. If Ling Chen knew that everyone mistakenly thought he was a descendant of a wealthy family, he would definitely tell them righteously that the biggest backer on Blue Star is my master. After the transaction, Ling Chen hummed a little tune with a smile and continued to stroll around the trading area. I got a god-level treasure for free with only 30 million, it's totally worth it. I quickly used the system to check the specific function of the Star Raising Stone. Star Upgrade Stone unconditionally upgrades equipment below god level by 1 level. Wow! Great stuff! Absolutely amazing. Just this one piece of stone, and people are vying for 30 billion. What a profit! Although the remaining stones are not star upgrading stones, they are still worth 500,000 each. I can sell them later. Just 510,000 per piece. Yeah, very reasonable. I made a net profit of over 100,000 yuan, what a huge profit. Look, freshly hunted flame wolves, the meat is delicious, come and have a look. The best elixir, freshly made elixir. The hawking sounds on the roadside did not make Ling Chen stop, because he believed that good things were discovered by himself and would be sold out without excessive promotion. While walking on the road, use the system to check the information of various items along the way. Ding, bronze level wolf fur detected. Ding, silver grade elixir Zullington detected. Ding, the system is tired and needs a rest. Ha! You're a system, you still need a break? You can't rest. Ding, system update 3.0, update completed. Host, please consciously explore the properties of the items. This system will no longer detect items below the god level for the host. Ding, the skill lottery function is activated. Ding, in view of the host's needs, the first lottery draw has been changed to a system designated skill appraisal. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the identification skill. It has been automatically learned for the host. Ding, please explore the system functions yourself, I need to take a break. A series of system sounds came. Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, but soon a feeling of joy surged in his heart. If it weren't on the street, he would have wanted to perform a striptease to entertain everyone. This system is so humane. If they say they will strike, but with the addition of a lottery function, you can definitely make money. Let me see what identification can do. Primary Appraisal 01000 can preliminarily determine the properties and functions of items below the gold level. Okay, I am very satisfied. System YYDS. System, grass a kind of plant, gives you benefits and also wishes me to be single. Having acquired the new skill, Ling Chen wanted to try out its effects immediately. I saw a slightly old shop next to it, with few customers. Ling Chen walked in and saw an old man lying in a recliner with his eyes closed, resting leisurely. Without disturbing the old man, Ling Chen looked at it on his own. A blood red or never seen before. Identification. Current skill level is too low to be identified. A dull and lusterless weapon, identification. Current skill level is too low to be identified. What is going on? This skill seems useless. Why can't I understand these things? Ling Chen thought to himself. Little kid, get out. You can't afford the things here. An old voice came from the armchair at the back. Ling Chen turned around, holding the lightless weapon in his hand. Senior, what are these things? The younger generation feels they can still afford it. Oh? You're just an apprentice-level kid, and you dare to come out and gain experience. You're a man of courage. The knife in your hand was once diamond grade, and now it's damaged, but it still has the strength of gold grade. Do you still think you can afford it now? Came the old man's faint voice. Ling Chen was not annoyed. He took out 100 spirit stones from his space ring and placed them on the table silently. P.S. Ahem, the text in brackets is for readers to read, not Ling Chen. Chapter 25, Senior, I see you have extraordinary talent, why don't you be my bodyguard? As if sensing something, the old man suddenly jumped up. Ahem, young man, I can tell you're a wealthy man. If you have any needs, just let me know. I have quite a rich collection. The old man rubbed his hands and looked at Ling Chen with shining eyes. Looking at the old man whose face seemed to have changed, Ling Chen's mouth twitched. You are so realistic. Tell me about the good stuff you have. If there's anything suitable, I'll just steal it. Oh no, I'll buy it. The one you hold was once a diamond-grade weapon, but it was damaged in battle with a demonic beast and lost its spiritual power. Now, based on its original material, it is only gold grade in strength. What about this ore? This is fire crystal ore, a type of ore used to refine platinum-grade equipment. Which one do you like, little brother? I want the fire crystal ore. I don't want that weapon anymore. You're kidding. I already have the Xianyuan sword, so why would I need a weapon? The Xianyuan sword trembled slightly in the space, indicating that it was useful. Okay, 2 spirit stones. The old man waved his hand and took the 2 spirit stones. Seeing that Ling Chen had no desire to buy, he returned to the recliner and lay there leisurely. This old man, how can he be so real? The old man in front of you has practiced a special technique. His practice only requires spirit stones, and there are almost no bottlenecks. The voice of old man Kongming came in Ling Chen's mind. Oh? Doesn't that mean he can defeat everyone as long as he has the resources? There is actually such a skill. You're overthinking it. This technique is only for the mortal stage, without any bottlenecks. If you want to transcend the ordinary and become a saint, you still have to rely on yourself. That's pretty incredible, okay? So what is his current strength? How many spirit stones does he need to upgrade? Ling Chen rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of something. The pinnacle of platinum, about to enter diamond level. So strong, the strength of Tianan City Lord is only platinum level. Then why is he here? Ling Chen fell into deep thought. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen said to the old man, "Senior, how about making a deal?" "What deal?" the old man replied nonchalantly. "Senior, I see that you have extraordinary bones. I would like to ask you to stay by my side and protect me and my family." "You want me to be your bodyguard? Are you tired of living?" "Senior, consider these 100 spirit stones as a welcome gift to you. If you need anything, just let me know. I have the most spirit stones." "What I lack most is spirit stones," the old man thought silently in his heart. "I only want spirit stones. How much can you offer as a reward?" The old man looked at Ling Chen with suspicion. Although Ling Chen is young, the old man does not look down on him because of this. Because Ling Chen was only at the apprentice level, the old man didn't think the family behind him would give him too many resources, and he didn't accept credit. Ling Chen thought about it and realized that unlocking the second level required gold level strength. Based on his current drinking rate, it shouldn't take more than 2 years, right? 20,000 spirit stones per year. This is the best price I can offer you right now. I'll give you a raise based on my performance later. Oh? 20,000 spirit stones. The old man was tempted. He couldn't earn that much even if he fought and killed for a whole year. Being a bodyguard for this kid is not that dangerous, and I can get a lot of spirit stones for cultivation. It feels like a sure win. Okay, I promise you. In the end, the old man bowed to the evil spirit stone forces. Okay, then you take care of this first, and then come find me. Then the two of them exchanged their Tianwang numbers, and Ling Chen left with satisfaction. In fact, even if you don't offer so many spirit stones, he will agree. He is not worth it now, but if he reaches the supreme realm, I will make a lot of money, ha ha ha. Ling Chen laughed proudly. Passers-by looked at Ling Chen and wondered where this fool came from, laughing loudly on the road. Ling Chen doesn't care about other people's opinions. There's nothing I want to buy right now, so let's go to the second floor and take a look. Ling Chen was still quite curious about how exciting the battles between the superpowers in this world were. The world in the previous life relied on hot weapons, and fighting was a combination of strength and skills. In today's world, dominated by superpowers, how are skills and superpowers used in combat? At the same time, Ling Chen was also very curious about the supernatural combat methods between teams. Arriving at the second floor, Ling Chen walked towards the arena gate. Just as Ling Chen was about to step into the arena gate, a middle-aged man who looked like a security guard stopped him. "Hello, please show me your ticket." "What? What? What? How much is a ticket?" He admitted it. 500 per ticket. "Cash or card, please?" "Why don't you just go and rob? The people fighting are from a team like ours. Not only are we charging money right next to us, but it's so expensive. If you don't have money, you don't have to go in." Oh my god, I have such a bad temper. Ling Chen really wanted to strangle the security guard and say that he had just finished negotiating a project worth hundreds of billions. "Give it to me." Ling Chen fumbled in his pocket for a while, took out the Skynet communicator, scanned the code and paid 500. "Okay, sir, please come in." The security guard changed his attitude. He could get a 1% commission by selling tickets during the game.
Now that he had made a lot of money and had $5 of pocket money in his hands, of course he had to be polite to Ling Chen. After all, money makes the world go round.
Finally, Ling Chen stepped into the arena.
It is built in the style of the Roman Colosseum, with circular stepped auditoriums surrounding it and a huge circular stone platform in the middle. The two teams were engaged in a fierce battle on the stone platform. On one side were two middle-aged men. They had rough looks, were tall and strong, had a fierce aura, and their eyes were full of strength and dominance. On the other side were two young and beautiful girls. One of the girls was wearing a black tights, revealing her sexy and plump body, and the other was wearing a white tights, showing off her curvy figure to the fullest. Although the two girls were wearing tight clothes, their full breasts were still proudly displayed, and a strong smell of temptation came to their noses. The arena was completely silent at this moment, and almost everyone was staring at the ring with wide eyes. "The game begins," the referee announced. The two girls instantly burst out with powerful speed, attacking from the left and right, and the two daggers brought two cold rays to attack one of the men on the other side. The surrounded man sneered, stretched out his right hand, and a ball of purple gold flame emerged from his palm, meeting the two cold rays that surrounded him.
Bang!
A deafening roar echoed throughout the arena, and the purple gold flames and two cold rays collided with each other, causing a violent explosion and sparks flying everywhere. The two girls failed in their first attack and continued to attack him with daggers.
The man handled it with ease, dodging constantly and counterattacking with fireballs. "Okay, let's finish this quickly."
At this time, another man moved. His body turned into a shadow, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of the two girls and punched them. The two girls were unable to react in time and were stunned for a moment. When they came to their senses, they quickly used their best moves to resist, but were still knocked away. The two men fell to the ground, spitting blood.
"Oh, what a shame.
These two girls lost."
What a shame.
"Yeah, how could two such beautiful girls lose?" Seeing the two girls lose immediately caused a lot of discussion among the onlookers. Some expressed regret, and some sighed.
"Alas, I can't continue watching the game."
The two teams stopped fighting and the two men stood there, waiting for the referee to announce the result. "You two girls have already lost."
"Do you admit defeat?" said the referee.
"We give up," the two girls said at the same time.
Chapter 26, A Successful Bargain. Will ordering takeout for Xiaolong lead to bankruptcy? Watching the arena game end, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. "Wow, it's so big, so wonderful. Now that I have visited the first and second floors, let us go to the third floor." He actually came here, so Ling Chen couldn't let go of any level, just in case he found a bargain. Isn't the star-up stone lying in the space? 3 floors. Pet egg. Already having a divine pet, and the strongest dragon pet at that, Ling Chen no longer had much interest in other pets. Of course, if it was a divine pet, he would be more inclined to be kind to it. However, if you had a divine pet, you would have heard the system prompts sound long ago. As for why Ling Chen came to pick pet eggs, it was of course because the college entrance examination was approaching. After the college entrance examination, I will definitely be separated from my sister for a period of time, so I hope to keep her company. Arriving at the third floor, Ling Chen walked into a nearby pet egg shop. "Hello. Welcome." As soon as I entered the store, a female clerk in uniform came forward. "What level and attribute of pet eggs do you want to buy? Let me take a look first. I'll call you if I need anything." Ling Chen refused the clerk's inquiry. "Just kidding, I always feel a little nervous when cheating in front of others. It's better to make a fortune secretly." Skipping over the FC level pet eggs displayed in the hall, Ling Chen walked straight in and arrived at level B. It's not that Ling Chen doesn't want to use identification techniques to slowly check these pet eggs. Instead, pet eggs of lower levels are of particularly common varieties, and generally do not contain mutated bloodlines. It is better to look at the B-grade ones first. After all, good quality can give you a better chance of identifying a good pet. Start your identification journey. B-level pet egg, Rogue Rabbit. B-rank pet egg, Flame Tiger. It took Ling Chen 10 minutes to identify all the B-level pets. Finally, Ling Chen found an unusual pet egg. B-level mutant pet egg, Xingluan evolvable. Xingluan, one of the 10 ancient mythical beasts, now on the verge of extinction. Perhaps the one you see is the last one. Why the hell doesn't this have a beep? Ding, the system only provides prompts for the current god level. Okay. It would be perfect as a birthday present for my sister. Excuse me, how much is this pet egg? Are there any higher level pet eggs? Ling Chen asked the clerk when he saw no area where pet eggs of grade A or above were located. Hello?
This is priced at 10 spiritual stones.
Sorry, we only sell pet eggs below a level. Higher level pet eggs are hard to come by.
Generally, pet eggs of grade A and above are sold in the city.
If you need them, you can keep an eye on them.
Ling Chen nodded, took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to the clerk.
Next level. It's south the food court, time to eat.
Just as he walked up to the 4th floor and saw the huge crowds of people, Ling Chen hesitated for a moment and decided to go back to the room to rest first, and then order some takeout to be delivered from the 4th floor.
Perfect. Back to my own suite 5201, room 8.
Ling Chen couldn't wait to open his system to see what his 3.0 system looked like.
Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 8-star Experience 555-800. Superpowers, God level Space Power, SS level Thunder Power, B level Firepower Evolvable. Talent, Emperor's Appearance Good Mood. Kung Fu, Chaos God Slaying Technique God level. Skills, Flash, 10,000 Swords Return Xianyuan Sword, 3rd level Thunder God Technique, Fiery Palm, Primary Appraisal 888 10,000. Weapon, Xianyuan Sword Seal. Xianyuan Sword, Soul Power 88 10,000. Unusual Treasure, Origin of the Treasure City of Space. Pet, Super God level Pet Little Dragon Junior Stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery once a month. Number of Legion members, 11.
Legion level, Commander and his resentful guards. Backpack, Xianyuan Sword Seal, Divine Iron X30, Jade Purifying Bottle, Extreme Cold Spirit Spring X99.99, Star Ascension Stone X1, Obsidian X63. From this point of view, it seems that there is nothing much except an additional mall and a lottery function.
The system is not good enough for you.
Ding, it's detected that the host despises the system function. The lottery function has been changed from once a month to once every 3 days.
Oh my god, this system is awesome. You are so amazing, you actually have such a powerful system. Without further ado, let me start by giving you some flattery. System carrot carrot.
It turns out there's a shortcut to becoming stronger.
If you can please the system, your whole family will be worry-free. Come out, Pai Xiaolong.
Ling Chen waved his right hand lightly, and a chubby little dragon fell out.
Boss, you lied to me. It's not fun at all.
Xiaolong, who had just come out, looked at Ling Chen with tears in his eyes.
That's a white lie, I'm not trying to trick you, dear. I'm letting you out for some fresh air. Go play now, I'll take you back tomorrow.
Ling Chen touched the little dragon head and it was quite soft. When Xiaolong heard that he had to go back tomorrow, he stopped crying immediately.
Wouldn't it be nice to eat it instead of crying? Boss, I want to eat meat.
Xiaolong opened his mouth and pointed a dragon finger at his mouth.
Look at how fat you are. What are you eating? Lose weight. But if he doesn't eat enough, how will Xiaolong get the energy to lose weight?
What he said made a lot of sense. Ling Chen was speechless.
Then this time, I'll allow you to eat a little more. Look how fat you have become. Ling Chen poked Xiaolong's belly with his finger. Okay, boss. Xiaolong raised his hands happily. Open the tianwangbao.deli.com app and search for barbecue, and you'll quickly see a ton of delicious barbecue dishes.
After all, the thing that is most abundant around here is monster meat, and monster meat cannot be stored for too long, so it is very cheap. It cost Ling Chen $500 to lose 20 kilograms.
Another 500 yuan is gone. 500 a day, 15,000 a month. How can it be so expensive to raise a divine pet? I'm going bankrupt. Suddenly, Ling Chen thought of something. He, let Xiaolong catch the monster by himself, wouldn't he that save money? That's it.
Xiaolong, after eating meat today, you have to catch it yourself from now on.
There will be no free lunch for you in the future. Ah, but I don't know how to catch it. Aren't you a dragon? Where is your aura?
Ling Chen pinched the little dragon's thick neck and shook it.
Yeah, boss, I have a skill. Oh. What skill?
Ling Chen looked at Xiaolong expectantly. I can increase the chances of monsters submitting to the old minister by 50%.
This skill is very nice.
Although you are small, little dragon, you are still useful. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the little dragon that was only a few hours old after hatching from its shell.
But that's not the case. It's been in the egg for millions of years, so it should be considered an age. Doesn't that mean this fat dragon is the ancestor? Unacceptable. Well, it's just a baby for a few hours. Next time you see a monster, you'll use this skill on me, okay? Okay, boss. Oh, boss, Xiaolong can do a lot of other things. I can act cute and eat meat. Stop, stop, stop. From now on, you'll just be responsible for being cute and using your skills. I'll take care of the rest. Okay, boss. Xiaolong jumped up happily. You are indeed cute. You have the final say. Chapter 27, Set Off. Isn't this a runaway Lolita? Soon, there was a knock on Ling Chen's door, and the takeaway had arrived. When the door was opened, a burly man was holding a box in one hand. I guess there was meat inside. Thank you. Ling Chen quickly took the box from the delivery boy. He turned around and did a roundhouse kick with his right foot, closing the door. I walked to the dining table and put the box down. A fragrant smell was already wafting out of the box. Xiaolong didn't know when he was standing aside, touching his belly and staring at the box closely. After untying the packaging rope on the box, Ling Chen opened the box with both hands. A strong aroma wafted into the air, and pieces of grilled meat were stacked together. The color is red, spicy and fragrant, shiny and translucent. The man and the dragon were already drooling, and the color looked very good. The man and the dragon looked at each other and said, "Let's get started." Xiaolong picked up a piece of barbecue and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Ling Chen also picked up a piece and raised it to his mouth. He took a bite and found it was not greasy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a unique flavor. I have to say, the taste is amazing. Next time I will have to ask the barbecue chef downstairs for some advice. After eating 2 pieces, Ling Chen was almost full. I walked to the window and stretched briefly. Outside the window was a simulated ecological environment. There is a meadow surrounded by green trees, and water flows from top to bottom through the meadow, but no one knows where it flows to. There is a small workshop on the left side of the flowing water, and the water flow drives the windmill in the workshop to turn. On the left half is a small courtyard with 2 simple wooden houses. The wooden houses surround a yard the size of the wooden houses facing the workshop, and there are flowers and grass in the yard. On the right side of the flowing water is a sea of flowers, butterflies are flying in the sky, and a snow-white rabbit is lying quietly beside it. What a beautiful scene. It's a pity that they were once the Blue Star, and there are not many such beautiful places left now. Ling Chen secretly vowed to restore Blue Star to its beautiful state. Okay, I've been watching for 5 minutes and I've almost digested it. Looking at Xiaolong, who was still biting a piece of barbecue, Ling Chen shook his head and walked into the bathroom. After a quick rinse, Ling Chen came out wiping his head with a towel. Xiaolong had finished drying the meat and was sitting on the ground, leaning against the sofa and stroking his round belly. Burp, it's so delicious, carrot. Clean up quickly after eating. Oh, Xiaolong pouted, got up reluctantly and cleaned up the leftovers on the table. Not bad, not bad. This magical pet is really useful. Sitting on the bed, Ling Chen began his training journey tonight. The night passed quietly. After a night of practice, Ling Chen could feel that his strength had improved a lot. After washing up, I opened the door and everyone was waiting in the living room. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go. Captain Xiao said, and then took the lead and walked out. Let's go. The group walked downstairs and came to the first floor. An old man in a shop sensed something and slowly stood up from his chair. These old bones have to move again after just a few days of rest. The old man muttered to himself. After a thorough inspection, the Dawn team left the base. Captain Xiao displayed a map from Skynet and pointed to a spot on the edge of the forest. There might be blue sunflowers nearby. Although it's still on the edge, we can't be careless. Okay, boss. Everyone responded. After determining the approximate direction by the direction of the sunrise, the group set off towards their destination. This was obviously not the first time that the Dawn team came on a mission, and they were very familiar with the area. They didn't encounter any powerful monsters along the way, and the low-level monsters they encountered were easily dealt with by everyone. After advancing about 5 kilometers, Captain Xiao stopped and showed the map to confirm that this was the place. Everyone, form teams of 2 and spread out to search. If you encounter a powerful monster, send a signal.
Then everyone naturally divided into 3 teams, the Shi brothers in one team, Team Xiao and Xiaoya in one team, and Lingling was miserably divided into a team with Ling Chen.
Hey, why did you give me the weakest one? Lingling pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Oh, don't worry. Brother will protect you well. Ling Chen patted his chest and promised. Ugh.
Lingling said with disgust.
Ha 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 ha. It's okay. Remember to send a signal if you encounter any danger.
After saying that, the 2 teams searched in different directions. Ling Chen and Ling Ling were left staring at each other again.
Then let's go in this direction.
Lingling pointed helplessly to the side where no one went.
Ajk, you go first, I'll help you keep watch from behind. Ling Chen said without blushing or panting. Lingling rolled her eyes and said, if you want me to explore the way, just say it directly. I am the king of talking nonsense. There was a flash of white light, and a handsome and cool machine gun appeared in Lingling's hand. Loli and machine gun, a perfect match.
Lingling held the gun barrel with her left hand and raised the machine gun vertically with her right hand, leaning it against her shoulder.
With a wave of his left hand, Carrot. Follow me.
Ling Chen stood there in shock. This.
Isn't this Jinx?
Although Ling Chen knew it was not the case, it seemed like it. Ling Chen followed closely behind, feeling very safe.
All fear comes from insufficient firepower. It's obvious that we have more than enough firepower. A low-level bronze wind wolf ran out.
Ling Chen and the other person both stood where they were. They were waiting for something from each other and no one moved.
What's going on? Why don't you shoot? Are you stupid? If I shoot, won't it attract more monsters? Then why did you take out the weapon? Of course it's to look cool, don't you think? Thank you so much for giving me a sense of security. Ling Chan's mouth twitched. What are you still standing there for? Come on, do you want me to beat it myself? Lingling urged.
Shaking his head helplessly, Ling Chen kicked off with his right foot and rushed forward. Ling Chen did not take out the Xianyuan sword, as he wanted to hone his bare-handed combat skills. An arc of electricity flashed on Ling Chen's right hand, and he punched out. The wind wolf was not to be outdone. It also had the wind attribute, and running on 4 legs was always faster than on 2 legs. It rushed towards Ling Chen quickly, jumped up, opened its wolf mouth, and its 2 rows of sharp teeth flashed with a cold light. Of course Ling Chen would not choose to fight head-on. He dodged to the side and punched the wolf in the waist from the side, knocking it away. There are not many bones in the wolf's waist, which is considered the most vulnerable part of its body. The wind wolf rolled several times on the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. After climbing up with difficulty, Fenglang stared at Ling Chen closely for a long time, as if he wanted to remember Ling Chen. Then he whimpered, turned around and ran away quickly.
Chase him quickly! Lingling exclaimed. Have you forgotten what we are here for? Ling Chen said unhappily. Oh, that's right. Then let's keep looking. After saying that, the 2 of them ignored the escaped wolf and continued searching. Chapter 28, Fighting Silver Level. Hey, let's just play. Continue exploring forward.
Pushing aside a cluster of bushes, a bright red flower came into view. It had 4 petals, 2 on the outside and 2 on the inside. The branches of the flowers bend downward, like the shape of a jade pendant. The whole flower emits a faint fiery red light, which looks very dazzling.
Ling Chen opened Skynet's query system.
This was the first time he had seen this flower, and he wasn't sure if it was the one he was looking for. After identification, it was found that this fiery red flower was indeed the Qinjiangua. Ling Chen was looking around and not worrying about any danger, so he wanted to go forward and pick the fruits. Lingling grabbed him and put her right index finger to her lips. She don't go over there yet, send a message to inform the captain and the others. After saying that, Lingling took out a small puppet from the space ring and placed it on the ground. Then she made seals with her hands and muttered some spell. Then Ling Chen was surprised to find that the little wooden puppet miraculously stood up by itself. Lingling pointed at Qinjiangua with her right hand, and the little wooden puppet staggered over. Just as the little wooden puppet was slowly approaching the blue sunflower, a lightning-like figure flashed by and cut the little wooden puppet into several pieces with one claw.
See? This kind of treasure must be guarded by a monster.
Lingling didn't feel bad at all that her little puppets were destroyed, because she still had dozens of them lying in her ring.
Ling Chen nodded, feeling a little scared.
If he was careless, he would be seriously injured if attacked by the monster. After the figure stopped, Ling Chen discovered that it was a creature with spots all over its body, a small head, 2 sunken eyes, and sharp vision.
It looks very similar to the cheetah in my previous life, so I think it should be the same species.
Flame leopard, silver level 4 stars.
Attribute, fire. Skill, blazing line. Note, we will be able to eat delicious barbecue soon, host, don't you think so?
Silver level 4 stars.
Mid-silver level. Ling Chen's face was solemn.
This was the first time he faced such a strong opponent, and he himself was just a high school student with apprentice level strength. Facing a bronze level 4 star monster, Ling Chen still has the confidence to defeat it. Silver level 4 stars, a whole leap forward. The flame leopard sniffed as if it had discovered something and looked towards Ling Chen.
It's over, I've been discovered.
After discovering that there were intruders, the flame leopard disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. The flame leopard ran towards Ling Chen and the others at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, leaving only a trail of afterimage. Ling was the first to react. She took out a machine gun that was as big as herself and turned on the safety.
Dad-ada.
The bullet flew towards the afterimage at a high speed, but the flame leopard was too fast and Ling could not capture its position. All the bullets hit the ground, splashing up clouds of dust.
Ling Chen reacted, but he couldn't catch sight of the flame leopard. Ling Chen, be careful.
Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and Ling Chen quickly clenched his fists and crossed them in front of him. The flame leopard grabbed Ling Chen with its claws and knocked him away with a strong wind.
Ling Chen fell heavily to the ground, not far behind Ling.
There were scratches on both arms from the leopard's claws, and several bloody marks were revealed, staining the coat red with blood. Feeling a sense of stuffiness in his chest, Ling Chen supported himself on the ground with one hand and covered his chest with the other.
A mouthful of blood spurted out of Ling Chen's mouth.
Although Ling Chen looked seriously injured, he felt better after spitting out blood.
Ling Chen took out a spirit stone.
Although his self-healing ability had greatly improved and he could recover on his own, he had to recover as soon as possible. The flame leopard on the other side no longer paid attention to Ling Chen after knocking the weak Ling Chen away. It believed that such a weak opponent could not withstand its attack.
The remaining one can sense an aura similar to his own. So the flame leopard became a little more careful.
But it still felt it would be easy to kill the intruder. With a kick of its 2 hind legs, the flame leopard once again turned into a shadow and disappeared from sight.
Dad-ada.
The artillery fire continued, but it seemed to be useless suppression fire.
The flame leopard kept moving, approaching Ling.
It's hard to imagine what would happen if someone got close to this petite body. But just as the flame leopard approached to a distance of 20 meters, Ling's space ring flashed, and a dark fortress-like object fell from the sky.
It covered Ling and Ling Chen, protecting them. The fortress had 8 small openings and 8 locations where machine guns could be set up. Good job.
At the same time, the muzzles of 8 machine guns stretched out from the small opening, and powerful firepower burst out together. The approaching flame leopard was caught off guard and was finally hit by a bullet, leaving several bullet holes on its body. A trickle of blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. The flame leopard dodged and retreated a distance,
staring closely at the black fortress. Suddenly, the flame leopard moved, approached rapidly, and then jumped up.
It landed above the fortress and got stuck in the blind spot of the machine gun.
Oh no, we can't hit it. Ling said anxiously, Captain, why haven't you come yet?
The flame leopard attacked the top of the fortress with its claws, leaving traces. The camera used by the fortress to view the outside world was shattered, and the screen in the fortress fell into darkness. It seems that this fortress will not last long.
Just when Ling was getting anxious, Ling Chen's voice came from behind her, let me do it. Let me out. Please don't make trouble anymore. Aren't you just going to die if you go out? Ling couldn't help but shout. Trust me. Just let me go out, don't worry, I will be fine.
Ling Chen covered his chest with his right hand, panting and whispering.
Oof carrot, go ahead and send it off if you want.
Ling pressed a button, and a small gap appeared on the side that was big enough for a person to pass through sideways.
I didn't call you, so don't come out, okay?
After saying this to Ling Chen walked out. Looking at the ants that he had knocked away before walking out of the fortress, the flame leopard tilted his head in confusion.
What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the second most handsome man in the world?
If you ask who is the first, of course it is the readers who are reading the novel.
Although it didn't understand what Ling Chen was saying, the flame leopard could see that Ling Chen was provoking it.
Turning into a flash of lightning, the flame leopard came up and pounced towards Ling Chen with one claw. Just as the flame leopard was approaching Ling Chen appeared behind the flame leopard in a flash. The flame leopard missed its target and left 2 deep grooves on the ground. He looked to the side in confusion, turned around, and found Ling Chen on the fortress behind him. Without thinking too much, the flame leopard pawed the ground with its right hind hoof a few times and rushed towards Ling Chen again, even faster than before. But when Ling Chen was about to be knocked down, Ling Chen flashed again. "Hey, just play." Ling Chen held a spirit stone in his right hand, absorbing the source power to replenish the loss caused by flash.
Chapter 29. Isn't it normal for an apprentice to suppress a silver level?
The flame leopard didn't expect that the ant in front of him was actually faster than himself. Before she could see him move, he moved behind her. But the flame leopard will not give up so easily.
Continue to pounce on Ling Chen.
If someone who doesn't know what is happening from a distance sees it, they might think it's a trainer playing with his pet. Just when the two were having fun, the master's old voice was heard.
"Your teammates are here. If you don't want to be exposed, just be more restrained. I almost forgot. I just reported my location to the captain and the others." Ling Chen flashed and created some distance. Thunderous.
The thunder in the sky gathered and struck the flame leopard. Although the flame leopard felt that the thunder in front of it did not pose a fatal threat to it, it did not want to be struck by it.
Keep dodging the thunder.
It knew that it couldn't get close to Ling Chen, so it simply kept moving away from Ling Chen to better dodge the thunder. Feeling the movement of thunder, Captain Xiao and others immediately knew that Ling Chen and the others might be in danger, so they sped up. After a while, they arrived at the scene and saw that Ling Chen's ultimate move was about to end. A mid-stage silver-level flame leopard was struck and fled in all directions.
Everyone was dumbfounded. Was the plot reversed? Apprentice level suppresses silver level? There are 2 big steps in between, how dare you do that? Xiaoya's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. It seems that this person from the master's family is not bad. It is not unacceptable to follow him. What are you guys still standing there for? I'm running out of energy, big guy, help me. The acting talent Ling Chen immediately appeared online. Xiaoya couldn't help but roll her eyes, she was a little cowardly. Sweeping away everything in its path. As soon as Captain Xiao makes a move, we know whether it is possible or not.
A whirlwind surrounded the flame leopard. The flame leopard roared and charged forward, but was knocked back by the whirlwind and fell to the ground. Turning over, the flame leopard shook its head. The leopard's mouth opened, forming a small ball that slowly expanded. But when the flame leopard wanted to spit out a flame ray, the fireball went out. The flame leopard was dumbfounded.
The center of my cyclone is almost a vacuum. There's no oxygen, so the fire element is basically useless. Teen Joe explained. You are worthy of being the captain. You are good at math, physics and chemistry, so you are not afraid of going anywhere. Ling Chen complimented. Everyone didn't understand why Ling Chen always said such weird things.
Soon, the flame leopard slowly drooped down, as if it had lost its vitality.
It seems like it can't hold on any longer. My goodness, it's scary to think about suffocating to death. The captain is indeed a high-level silver-level warrior. Everyone couldn't help but sigh.
In the end, the flame leopard couldn't hold on and fell to the ground without a sound. After waiting for a while, Captain Xiao stopped releasing his skills.
Go and call Ling Ling out.
Captain Xiao took a breath and his expression quickly returned to normal. The flame leopard had already been consumed by Ling Chen. So Captain Xiao didn't spend too much energy.
Ling Ling is out? Everything is fine now. Xiaoya called Ling Ling while thinking about Ling Chen. It seems I need to find some time to have a good chat with Ling Chen about life. Wow, Yi Chen.
Ling Ling covered her mouth and sobbed with tears in her eyes.
What are you thinking about? Look who's over there.
Xiaoya rolled her eyes, touched Ling Ling's head, and pointed with her other hand to where Ling Chen was sitting cross-legged to recover.
Ling Ling sobbed, raised her head and looked over. A familiar silhouette came into view.
Ling Ling stopped crying and rubbed the tears from her eyes with her hands.
Ling Chen. Still alive. Ling Ling ran towards Ling Chen.
He didn't care that Ling Chen was practicing and hugged Ling Chen.
Ah, it hurts. Ling Chen screamed and was interrupted from his cultivation state.
Ling Chen opened his eyes and saw Ling Ling lying on him, trembling slightly.
Wu Lingling couldn't help sobbing again. It's okay, it's okay. I'm fine. Ling Chen was confused. What happened? Why did he become a different person?
On the other side, the fire beast core of the flame leopard was taken out.
There were no monsters blocking the way, and the Qingyang flowers were picked smoothly. After putting the monster's corpse into the ring, Captain Xiao and others came to Ling Chen.
Ling Chen sat upright, holding Ling Ling in his arms, stroking her head with one hand and holding her waist with the other, comforting her.
I always feel something is wrong. Is this a story about the deep love between father and daughter? Brother, don't leave me. Ling Ling murmured to herself and fell asleep in mental exhaustion. Ling Chen took out a quilt from the ring, gently placed Ling Ling on it, and covered her with the quilt.
Captain Xiao waved his hand, and Ling Chen followed Captain Xiao to the side quietly.
Actually, Ling Ling is not a human.
Captain Xiao's words were shocking.
What?
Ling Chen stood there in a daze as if he had been struck by lightning.
Have you heard of the elves? Ling Chen shook his head.
Originally, Ling Chen had no impression of the elves in his mind. The elves are favored by heaven.
They control the tree of life. It is said that a single leaf can bring the dead back to life.
They can temporarily give life to any object and possess powerful life force.
As long as you have breath left, they can help you recover. Ling Chen asked doubtfully, you mean Ling Ling is? Yes, she is from the elf tribe.
Because the elves are not focused on cultivation, but have such a powerful treasure. So, it brought about a catastrophe. The elves were almost wiped out.
I rescued Ling Ling in the forest 3 years ago.
Her family and her brother have all left her, and now you seem to have made her dependent on you again, so I have a humble request.
At this time, even if Ling Chen was a fool, he would understand that this guy is looking for me to be his nanny. Since you already know that it's an unwelcome request, then don't say anything.
Captain Xiao was speechless for a moment.
Alright, I already have a sister, having another one is really a headache QAQ.
Upon hearing this, Captain Xiao understood that Ling Chen agreed.
Grabbed Ling Chen's hand. Thank you for your contribution to the organization.
He turned around and whispered, finally, we've sent this little witch away.
I can have some peace and quiet for a few days.
Ling Chen was thinking, the elves, in simple terms, are just wet nurses. The child is still young now and there is not enough milk. When he grows up, he will keep feeding me even when they fight.
It will be so cool. This wave is worth it.
Everyone set up camp on the spot. This was the territory of the flame leopard and usually there would be no monsters invading, so it was relatively safe. I have completed 2 of the 3 tasks I took on, and the only one left is the Earth Beast Core. In order to take care of Ling Chen this time, the tasks they accepted were not difficult, so everyone just relaxed a little. For this mission, Ling Chen and the other 2 discovered the Qingyang flower. They each own 35% of it. We can split the remaining 30% equally, is that okay? No problem. Ling Chen had no problem. A lot of the knowledge he learned about entering the wild area this time was taught by the Dawn team, and he would not care too much about the certain share.
This fire beast core is mainly held by Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Ling Ling each take 20%, I take 30%, and the remaining 30% is divided equally.
The Dawn team has a rule that whoever contributes more will share 70% of the profits. Those who contribute very little to a single task will share the remaining 30% equally with everyone in the team. A clear division of labor can make the team more harmonious.
That's it, we'll calculate the profits in detail when we get back to base. Everyone nodded. Chapter 30 I will not sell my chastity, this is another price.
After a simple dinner, Captain Xiao began to assign tonight's night watch tasks. The night in the wild is full of dangers and danger can happen at any time. Ling Chen and Xiaoya will guard the first half of the night, while Captain Xiao and the Shi brothers will guard the second half.
Of course, Xiaoya discussed this arrangement with Captain Xiao privately.
Captain Xiao looked at Xiaoya and Ling Chen in the distance with ambiguous eyes, then nodded.
Be careful.
I don't know what Captain Xiao means. Captain Xiao and the Shi brothers went into their respective tents to rest. Ling Chen sat alone by the campfire, silently thinking about how to develop the legion faster.
Can I let the people in my legion recruit new people and make them my people?
Ling Chen began to think about the pyramid scheme routes in his previous life. My goodness, this is going to turn the legion into a pyramid scheme den.
What are you thinking about? Xiaoya walked over slowly with graceful steps. Oh. I didn't think about anything.
I was just thinking about how to deal with high-level monsters more easily.
Ling Chen talked nonsense seriously. Ling Chen, I have a request. I wonder if I can do it. Xiaoya looked at Ling Chen with charming eyes. No, I'm not that kind of person.
Ling Chen crossed his arms and covered his chest. No, I won't sell my soul just because you're pretty.
Xiaoya couldn't help but roll her eyes. How narcissistic of him.
He was just a little more handsome, a little taller, a little richer from his family, and a little more talented.
That's not what I meant. Can you let me see your sword?
Xiaoya stared at the ring on Ling Chen's hand, and Ling Chen's hand was placed on the innermost thigh.
Isn't this the same idea? I won't sell my chastity. This is a different price. Ling Chen looked reluctant. I have a bad temper. Although that's not what I meant, why do you look so reluctant?
Xiaoya stepped forward and grabbed Ling Chen's collar, but because her center of gravity was too low, she knocked Ling Chen to the ground.
The two fell to the ground together. Xiaoya sat up and sat on Ling Chen's waist, pulling Ling Chen. What do you mean, is there something about me that's not attractive enough? At this time, Ling Ling just woke up, rubbed her eyes and walked over. What's wrong with Sister Xiaoya? Then I saw this scene.
Ling Chen fell to the ground and looked at Xiaoya on him with a look of despair. Xiaoya grabbed Ling Chen's collar and sat on Ling Chen's waist, shaking him.
Sister Xiaoya! What are you doing to Yi Chen? Ling Ling exclaimed. Oh my god, I can't wash it off even if I jump into the Yellow River.
Ling Chen looked like he had lost all hope in life.
My moral integrity was gone.
Xiaoya quickly climbed up from Ling Chen, not knowing where to put her hands, and said to Ling Ling.
It's not what you see. Don't overthink it. Ling Ling pouted and said nothing, sitting down on the grass next to Ling Chen.
Seeing this, Xiaoya didn't say anything more and sat down on the grass on the other side of Ling Chen.
Ling Chen sat up and shuddered. It was quite cold in the middle of the night.
Looking at Ling Ling on the right, Ling Chen touched her head lovingly and said softly, I have a sister who looks about the same age as you.
I feel like you two look a lot alike.
I also have a brother, but he is no longer here.
Ling Ling said in a low voice. It's okay, it's okay. I'm here. If you don't mind, just call me brother from now on. Ling Chen's voice couldn't help but become gentle. Ling Ling raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Really? Of course it's true. Ling Chen said with a smile. That's great, I have a brother again. Ling Ling cheered excitedly. He smiled and touched Ling Ling's head. Ling Chen turned around and looked at Xiaoya. Sister, what on earth are you going to do? Who are you calling big sister? You are treating me differently. Xiaoya said angrily. I just want to ask you to borrow the sword you used. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you had bad intentions towards me. Ling Chen said unhappily. Hey, just get it straight. Would you, like me, do something bad? Xiaoya stood up excitedly. You need my help now.
I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words.
Oh, handsome Yi.
A woman who has bad intentions towards you could circle the blue star 3 times.
Please be magnanimous and lend it to me. I like you to listen to the truth. Remember to tell more truth in the future.
Ling Chen waved his hand. He took out the Xianyuan sword from the ring and handed it to Xiaoya. As soon as Xiaoya took the Xianyuan sword, her legs trembled and she knelt on the ground.
This is indeed true.
The main family Xianyuan sword has bloodline suppression on the subordinate families. Looking at Xiaoya who suddenly knelt down, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel confused.
What happened? Did she have to bow so deeply just to see the Xianyuan sword? Take it back.
Xiaoya held the Xianyuan sword in both hands and handed it back to Ling Chen.
After Ling Chen took the sword back, Xiaoya's pressure suddenly decreased and disappeared without a trace.
After a long sigh, Xiaoya looked at Ling Chen with complicated eyes.
It seems I need to find some time to go back to my family. Yi Chen, is this the superpower you just awakened this year? Yes. Then when did you get this sword?
After awakening the superpowers.
Sure enough, he is a descendant of the Xianyuan family, but has the main family fallen to this level now? Is SS level talent already the most talented genius of this generation in the main family? If Ling Chen knew Xiaoya's series of psychological activities, he would definitely tell her, you think too much. Sister, I don't even know how old you are. What are your superpowers? With nothing to do, Ling Chen also checked the household registration. As if feeling sorry for what happened just now, Xiaoya answered Ling Chen's questions in detail. After all, no one can help it. I'm 21 now, and my special ability is shadow type. Even Captain Xiao might not be able to beat me at night. Which university are you attending? Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Wuhan University. Wow! Where is Sister Ya from? How many people are there in her family? Do you have a younger sister? How old is her younger sister? Is she pretty? Invisibly, the word trouble was pressed on Xiaoya's forehead. The two of them asked and answered one by one, and Lingling beside them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Through chatting, Ling Chen had a rough judgment of Xiaoya's strength. Looking at Xiaoya, who turned her head away and didn't want to pay any more attention to him, Ling Chen turned around and went to check Lingling's household registration. Of course, Ling Chen would not be foolish enough to bring up some sensitive issues. The two chatted happily. Since they recognized each other as siblings, they seemed particularly close and time passed quickly. In the middle of the night, Captain Xiao and the Shi brothers walked out of the tent. It's shift change, go and rest. Yi Chen, can I sleep with you? Lingling blinked her big eyes and looked at Ling Chen cutely. No, go to sleep alone. Ling Chen refused mercilessly. Are you kidding? I still want to have a good rest. As soon as he entered the tent, Ling Chen fell asleep quickly. He believed that his teammates would wake him up in time if there was any danger. Nothing happened overnight. Ling Chen woke up from his sleep when the sun rose slightly from the horizon. Although I slept soundly, I always felt something was wrong. When I opened my eyes, wow, Lingling was right in front of me. Looking at the two of them covering themselves with their own quilts, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I am not punished. Chapter 31 Ling Chen becomes a drilling machine? Mission accomplished. Ling Chen tiptoed to put on his clothes and quietly walked out of the tent. Wake up! How did you sleep? Not bad, I'm in good shape now. Ling Chen smiled. Hurry up and wash up, have a quick breakfast and get ready to go. Captain Xiao said unhappily. Hey, where's Lingling? Xiaoya wanted to wake Lingling up, but found that there was no one in her tent. Oh, she is sleeping in my tent? Ling Chen said weakly. Yi Chen, you are so cruel. Yi Chen, you are too cruel. The two brothers of the Shi family, who were always serious, couldn't help but make a joke. Hey, don't get me wrong. I woke up and saw her sleeping next to me. I didn't do anything. We didn't say what you did. Why do you want to do something else? Ling Chen held his forehead with one hand. Okay. The more I explain, the less clear it becomes, so I'd better not explain anymore. It seems that Ling Chen has acquiesced. In the end, I couldn't escape. Xiaoya went to wake up Lingling. After everyone had breakfast, they set out to look for Earth-type monsters. This is a task that is neither difficult nor easy. If you are lucky, you will be the first one to encounter it. If you are unlucky, you may not find it even after searching for a long time. Because Earth-type monsters like to live deep underground and rarely come out. So this has increased the difficulty of the task invisibly. After searching for 2 hours without any results, they encountered some monsters with other attributes, which were easily dealt with by everyone. There shouldn't be anything here. We can only look inside. Captain Xiao's voice reached the ears of every team member. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, they decided to try looking inside the forest if they couldn't find anything else. Ling Chen suddenly remembered that the 3 days were up and it was time to sign in again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Perception. Perception, use this skill to sense the creatures and attributes within a certain range. The range of perception changes with your cultivation level. System Dad, I would like to call you Song Jiang, it's really timely. Ling Chen immediately activated his perception ability, and the perception range radiated outward, finally staying within a radius of 20 meters. A plant. It's too early to praise the system. What can you do with 20 meters? But Ling Chen's expression immediately turned strange, because he discovered that there was an Earth-type monster under everyone's feet. Captain. Ling Chen had just opened his mouth when 5 people turned their heads. Ahem, there is an Earth-type monster 20 meters under our feet. Ling Chen said weakly. Captain Xiao certainly wouldn't get angry because Ling Chen's words contradicted what he had just said about there being no monsters. I just asked in surprise, really? Ling Chen nodded.
But I don't know the exact strength, it shouldn't be higher than gold.
That's okay. Monsters below gold level can be easily dealt with by the members of the Dawn team. So the question is, how can we force the monster out from this depth of 20 meters? You can't dig a big hole. Shi Jingtian took out a shovel from his backpack. The shovel dug up a piece of soil and pushed it aside. Shi Jingtian said, "Give me half a month, and I will definitely dig it up." Everyone was shocked. Think about how you said that. Ling Chen touched his chin and suddenly had an idea. He came up with a method, but he didn't know if it would work. Ling Chen took out the Xian Yuan sword. "Captain, you used the whirlwind from yesterday to spin me around, and I'll carve a path with my sword." Captain Xiao understood it immediately. Very good, very courageous. Captain Xiao simply raised his two palms to waist height and summoned a whirlwind, small but fast. Ling Chen held the sword in both hands, waited for the whirlwind to approach, jumped slightly, lowered his head, and pointed the Xian Yuan sword straight down. Seeing that Ling Chen had entered the whirlwind, Captain Xiao increased the speed of the whirlwind. The whirlwind caused Ling Chen to spin, spinning faster and faster, forming a small whirlwind top, and a residual image gradually approached the ground. Zzz. Dust flew everywhere, and the small gyroscope drilled a deep round hole in the ground and continued to move downwards. It really works. Everyone was surprised. Ling Chen had so many clever ideas. Captain Xiao continued to increase the output of his supernatural powers, and the afterimages formed by Ling Chen and the Xian Yuan sword became faster and faster. Just as a deep well more than 10 meters deep was formed, the earth began to tremble slightly. Bang! A pangolin broke out of the ground. Its body is more than 3 meters long and narrow, covered with scales, with short and thick limbs, a flat and long tail, and a slightly raised back. It has a conical head, a pointed snout, claws with teeth, and a well-developed, slender, and soft tongue, which is good at stretching and hunting. Seeing the monster appear, Captain Xiao stopped releasing the whirlwind skill, and Ling Chen slowly stopped. Ling Chen, eyes full of stars, staggered and fell to the ground. Damn, the car was spinning too fast, and he felt a little dizzy. A high-level Earth-type silver-grade monster. Let's go together, fight quickly and decisively, don't let it run away. Captain Xiao gave an order, and everyone stepped forward to surround the iron pangolin. Petrified. The clothes on the upper bodies of the two Shi brothers burst, revealing their strong muscles. The surface skin has been petrified and looks very resistant to beatings. Xiaoya took out a dagger and held it in her backhand against her chest. The other hand is clenched into a fist and placed in front of you, and your legs are crossed forward and slightly bent, assuming an offensive posture. Lingling took out a hunting net. Hot weapons were not that powerful against this kind of earth-type monster with thick skin and flesh. Choosing a beast net with better toughness to overcome hardness with softness can often be the most effective way to restrict the performance of monsters. The Shi brothers took the lead in stepping forward to test the waters, gathering strength in their right hands and punching forward. The iron pangolin swung its tail like a dragon and knocked the two brothers away with its tail. Xiaoya quickly changed her position left and right, approaching the iron pangolin. When the iron pangolin stretched out its head to bite, she somersaulted over its head. The dagger in his right hand slashed across his head, creating sparks. But this didn't cause much damage, as the skin was thick and needed to be broken. Baiyu Lingling launched the trap and covered the pangolin. Good opportunity. Tornado? Captain Xiao took this opportunity to quickly launch his strongest attack. The iron pangolin, which had not yet had time to break free from the net, had to face the tornado head-on. The sound of whistling wind continued to be heard, and the iron pangolin roared. After a long time, the wind was light and the clouds were thin. There were some marks on the iron pangolin's body, and it was obvious that it had also been traumatized. Kill it while it's sick. Xiaoya approached at a very fast speed. 1, 2, 3. The iron pangolin was constantly inflicting secondary damage. The iron pangolin, which was in a bad condition, could only stick out its tongue continuously, trying to roll Xiaoya into its mouth. But it couldn't get what it wanted after all, and the Shi brothers punched the iron pangolin one after another. When he was dying, a faint voice came from behind the crowd. Thunderous! Endless thunder fell, taking away the last bit of blood of the monster. WC, Yi Chen, you can do it. Thunder elements are so cool, I'm so envious. Keep a low profile. It's all thanks to everyone. I just picked up a small leak. Everyone gathered together and talked and laughed. This is Ling Chen's first silver-level monster, and it is worth commemorating. Chapter 32, Xiaolong, how can you eat so much? Earn a spirit stone in 3 days.
Captain Xiao stepped forward and took out the beast core, and put the rest of the body into the ring.
Okay, now that the mission is completed, let's go back.
After cleaning up the battlefield, Captain Xiao greeted everyone.
Okay, everyone said in unison.
The return journey was relatively smooth, and everyone was always on the edge of the forest, so the danger was not high. Soon, the outline of a supply station appeared on the edge of the distant horizon.
Everyone cheered and finally they could relax a little.
After passing a series of complicated inspections, Ling Chen and others entered the supply station again. This time Ling Chen was familiar with the route, and as soon as he entered the base, everyone separated. The captain went to sell monster meat to increase extra income.
Lingling and Xiaoya went shopping together.
The Shi brothers went to have clothes tailored to fit them.
Ling Chen was left wandering around with nothing to do. Oh, right.
Suddenly remembering that there was an old man he had forgotten about, Ling Chen quickly arrived in front of the old man's shop. The door of the old man's shop was open, and the shelves in the shop were empty. The old man was lying in the recliner, rocking leisurely.
Senior, it seems that you are ready,
Ling Chen said with a fist. Seeing Ling Chen treating him with courtesy, the old man stood up and returned the greeting.
You can leave any time.
Senior, I hope you can help me protect my sister's safety in this first year.
Ling Chen softly expressed his current needs. Oh?
Where are your family members? The old man asked in confusion.
Why would someone with a family background like Ling Chen still need protection from outsiders?
There are only my sister and I at home, no one else,
Ling Chen explained. The old man looked at Ling Chen in surprise. Without any family, yet at such a young age, he had so many spirit stones? Obviously the old man did not completely believe Ling Chen's words. Never mind, this is all his privacy, I just need to do my job well,
the old man thought to himself.
Sure.
But it would be best if you could deliver the spirit stones to me in advance. The old man's tone revealed his great need for spirit stones.
Of course, no problem, Ling Chen answered readily. Through the loyalty system, you can see that the old man's loyalty is 40.
Normally, 0 represents the level of stranger, below 0 represents hostility, 0 to 20 represents understanding, 20-50 represents friendliness, 50 to 60 represents trust, and above 60 represents loyalty.
This shows that the old man is sincere in the transaction.
So Ling Chen had nothing to worry about, and believed that his loyalty would continue to increase as he gave him spirit stones. After agreeing to set off together the next day, Ling Chen left alone.
Wandering alone on the first floor, Ling Chen still held out the hope of finding something useful.
As it turned out, after only one day, the things were still the same, with almost no new products, let alone anything that Ling Chen liked. He returned to the room, summoned Xiaolong out, and taught him how to order food using Skynet. After watching it order a piece of barbecue with its own hands, Ling Chen started his training tonight. After a night of hard training, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Having reached the peak of 8 stars, Ling Chen could feel that he could reach 9 stars at any time. There was no time to lose. Ling Chen climbed out of bed. As soon as Ling Chen came into the living room, his head was overwhelmed. The whole living room was filled with takeout boxes, and the aroma of barbecue still filled the entire living room.
Xiaolong was lying on the sofa and snoring. Ling Chen fell into reflection. I shouldn't have taught him how to order takeout. I guess the delivery guy was about to collapse. He delivered hundreds of kilograms of barbecued meat to the same room. What kind of big eater is he? He didn't know that the little dragon he treated as a pet was exactly the glutton he had imagined. He walked forward and kicked Xiaolong awake from his sleep. Oh! My roasted chicken leg, Xiaolong's silly voice came. When he opened his eyes, he found Ling Chen looking unhappy. Boss, what's wrong? You're still asking me what's wrong? Can't you clean up after eating? Ling Chen was furious. How could he fall asleep in such a mess? You're still eating so much, you'll get fat to death. Looking at Xiaolong's ball-like body, Ling Chen felt helpless. Others are handsome, invincible and awesome mythical beasts, white tigers, while he is a round and chubby little dragon ball. It's time to think of a solution. Xiaolong's weight loss plan needs to be implemented. Oh, Xiaolong skillfully cleaned up the leftovers from last night's dinner. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar. After Xiaolong finished cleaning up,
Ling Chen waved his hand lightly and took Xiaolong back to the pet space. When I left the room, I saw that everyone was already there.
Let's go back to the city.
When they came, Ling Chen and the Shi brothers were in one car. When they went back, Captain Xiao and Xiaoya were in one car, the Shi brothers were in one car, and Ling Chen, Ling, and the old man were in one car. That's right, the old man also joined the team. Ling Chen explained that his uncle was going back with him. But everyone guessed that it should be Ling Chen's bodyguard, who protected Ling Chen from any life danger during this experience.
Brother, do you think your sister will accept me? Ling was a little nervous. Don't worry.
Ling Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw Ling, who had lived for who knows how many years, in such a posture. The lifespan of elves is generally dozens of times that of humans, so Ling is still considered a minor among the elves. If calculated this way, he should be smaller than Ling Shi. Both of them are kind-hearted little girls. Ling Chen believes that they will get along well.
The journey back felt much faster than the journey here.
Soon, I saw the tall city walls of Tiananmen.
After completing the task in the task hall,
Qinji Angua received 800,000. 3,800,000 fire beast cores were obtained. The number of earth-type beast cores is as high as 5.8 million.
Plus the 120,000 earned from selling monster meat.
Ling Chen received a total of 320,000 Xingyang flowers, 720,000 fire-type monsters, 290,000 earth-type monsters, and 20,000 monster meat. A total of 1.35 million. Ling Chen went out of the city for a few days, completed a series of tasks and became a millionaire.
I have to say that warriors can make money quickly by risking their lives.
Earned the money of a spirit stone.
It's over.
Thinking of this, Ling Chen suddenly felt unbalanced. I risked my life to increase my assets by 100,000, that's awesome. However, after this hunting trip, Ling Chen felt that his mastery of skills had improved by more than one level. The harvest this time was still very great. After dividing the money, Captain Xiao took the Shi brothers back to the villa.
Xiaoya said she had to go home for something. Ling Chen took Ling and the old man home.
As soon as he returned to the apartment, the old man downstairs called out to Ling Chen, "Little Ling, your sister has been worried about you these days. I haven't seen her smile in a few days. You should go back quickly." When Ling Chen heard this, he quickly quickened his pace. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Ling Shi sitting on the sofa with a worried look on his face.
Chapter 33, Take the system task again. Easily get 9 stars.
Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ling Shi turned his head reflexively.
Seeing Ling Chen's figure, Ling Shi jumped up suddenly.
He rushed over and hugged Ling Chen. "Brother, I miss you so much. I'm so afraid that you'll be in danger. I'm so afraid that I won't be able to see you again." Whoa, Ling Shi's tears suddenly burst out.
"I'm fine, don't cry. You have to believe your brother, there will be no danger."
Ling Chen comforted his sister softly.
"Oof, Carrot, you must take me with you next time you go out. I don't want to be alone at home worrying about you. You are still young, wait until you are an adult. I'm not small."
Ling Shi said with a pout and chest out.
Cough, cough.
The old man who had been standing outside the door for a long time coughed. Only then did Ling Chen remember that there were 2 people outside the door.
"Sister, let me introduce them to you."
Ling Chen pulled Ling and the old man in from outside the door.
"This is Ling, I just recognized her as my sister.
She will be your sister from now on, so please get along well with her.
By the way, Ling is from the elf tribe. This guy will be our bodyguard from now on. He will protect your safety when you go out." "Ah. I have a younger sister too?"
Ling Shi walked to Ling's side without paying any attention to Ling Chen's introduction to the old man. She reached out and held Ling's hand. Hee, I'll be your big sister from now on.
Let's play together, without Ling Chen." "Poochie, okay." Ling smiled sweetly.
At this moment, the old man who had no sense of existence looked like he had lost all hope in life.
Alas, old people have no human rights.
Ling Shi pulled Ling into his room and said something to her. Ling Chen was also relieved, but now there were 2 more people, and the house was no longer big enough to accommodate them. Knowing that the house opposite had never been occupied, Ling Chen went to the landlady and bought another house opposite. Then the old man was arranged to live alone next door. Ling and Ling Xi both live in Ling Xi's room.
After arranging everything, Ling Shi and Ling were called out of the room. Then Ling Chen summoned Xiaolong, and the chubby figure appeared. "Wow, so cute.
The two sisters walked up to Xiaolong and touched him, pinching the flesh on his body.
This is Xiaolong. He will stay at home from now on. Ling Chen introduced. Xiaolong was looking at Ling Chen with a wrong look on his face. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Boss, save me." Boss. Xiaolong just opened his mouth. Wow, Xiaolong, you can talk? Ignoring Xiaolong's look for help, Ling Chen left his Skynet communicator and returned to his room. Tomorrow is the time for a mock test before the college entrance examination. Those who rank high will receive corresponding resource rewards. Although the current reward is of little use to Ling Chen, ants, although small, still contain meat. Ding, the system has released a task, please check. Test mission, get first place in the city. Reward 1, Special Ability Skill X1. Reward 2, Legion Defense Bonus Card X1. Reward 3, Pet Experience Card X1. The system actually issued a task. I am so jealous of the reward. It seems I need to show off my strength. Practice, practice, and ensure you come first. Ling Chen sat cross-legged and adjusted his state first. Feeling that it was almost time, Ling Chen formed seals with his hands and practiced his skills to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth. Soon Ling Chen felt the barrier between the realms. With a slight touch of the invisible force, the membrane broke. Apprentice has reached 9 stars. It seems that I must be the first bronze level in the history of the college entrance examination. It's hard to keep a low profile. Ling Chen continued to practice for a while to consolidate his cultivation. Click on System. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice 9 stars. Experience 99,900. Talent, Emperor's Appearance. I gave it to me. Skills, Flash, 10,000 Swords. Return Shenyuan Sword, 3rd level Thunder God Technique, Fiery Palm, Primary Appraisal 899 10,000, Perception 20 Radius. Weapon, Shenyuan Sword Seal. Shenyuan Sword, Soul Power 123 10,000. Pet, Super God Level Pet Little Dragon Junior Stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. Summon Legion, unlocked. Backpack, check it out when there is a new one. It took Ling Chen less than half a month to go from 3 stars to the current 9 stars. Ling Chen is now full of confidence about the college entrance examination 3 months later. Then continue to practice the 3rd level of Thunder God Technique. I always feel that this technique is not just as simple as refining the body. This is a secret technique of heavenly level. Slowly guiding the source energy to flow through the meridians, a night passed quickly. Ling Chen also completed the 2nd channeling and strengthening of the source energy. 3 days later, Ling Chen came to school again. As soon as I entered the classroom, I was met with Yi Qing's sharp gaze. Ling Chen! Come here! After saying that, teacher Yi Qing walked out of the classroom. Ling Chen followed behind, knowing without thinking that his lie had been discovered. Walking to his office and sitting down, Yi Qing looked straight at Ling Chen and said, "Explain. What were you doing?" "I went to visit my second uncle and invited him to my home." The old man was unknowingly blamed. "Tell the truth." Yi Qing didn't believe Ling Chen's nonsense. I'm going to the wild to familiarize myself with my skills." Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, staring at Ling Chen closely. He thought that this boy had gone out to play secretly, but he never expected this. "You can go back. Do your best in today's test." Yi Qing waved his hand. Ling Chen rushed out of the office with a whoosh. For some reason, he always felt a little uncomfortable when entering the office. Maybe this is the pressure from the teacher. The simulation test is divided into talent test, source power test, and strength test. There is also a combat test in the formal college entrance examination. Talent test, everyone has a corresponding score based on their awakening situation. The main focus today is on source power and strength testing. According to statistics, among the more than 30,000 candidates in Tianan City, there is one known SS-level candidate, 9 S-level candidates, 381 A-level candidates, 2,657 B-level candidates, 4,698 C-level candidates, 8,920 D-level candidates, and 16,248 F-level candidates. The higher the talent, the more score weight will be added. The weight of grade F scores is 1, the weight of grade D scores is 1.2, the weight of grade C scores is 1.4, and so on. The first thing to start is the test of source power. Class 8. Zhang San, 443. Li Si, 444. Wang Wu, 445.
Class 8 finished the test, and the student who ranked first was a student named Wang Ba, who was Wang Wu's younger brother.
Test score, 567.
Soon it was Ling Chen's class's turn, and the number 1 ranked student was still 567.
Xiao Tianyu, 630.
Good. Yi Qing, the head teacher of class 13, smiled. Only one student advanced, and the first place was taken by class 13. Xiao Tianyu was also very proud, and did not forget to give Ling Chen a provocative smile.
But Ling Chen ignored it.
Chapter 34. With one punch, the tester began to emit black smoke.
Yi Kong and others followed closely behind. Yi Kong, 711. Xianlinger, 700. Condensation Frost, 700.
Wow, is this the strength of the top-ranked class? Why are we both human beings, but I am only 4 stars while others are already 7 stars? As expected of an S-level talent for the wind element, you're truly powerful. Those 2 girls are so beautiful.
Why didn't I notice them before? Yeah. I feel that too.
Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he could clearly sense a hint of danger from Xianlinger and Lang Ningxuan.
Obviously, the 2 of them hid their strength.
When Xiao Tianyu stepped down from the stage, Ling Chen was just about to go on stage.
Ling Chen, don't be complacent just because you're a little more talented than me.
Everything still depends on your strength. Too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Tianyu, Ling Chen walked up to the stage and casually placed his hand on the spirit stone. When the teaching assistant saw Ling Chen's results, he was stunned for a moment.
Why haven't you reported it yet? Could it be that Ling Chen's grades are so low that the teaching assistant is too embarrassed to tell him about it, fearing that his pride will be hurt? It took a while for the teaching assistant to react. Ling Chen, 909. Ling Chen's results reached everyone's ears. The whole place fell into deathly silence. Did I hear correctly? Ling Chen? 909? Wasn't he 303 last time? Oh my goodness, 909, is Ling Chen from the same class as us?
Who would have thought that Ling Chen, who had always been at the bottom of the source power, would suddenly jump from the last place to the first place? Since the establishment of Tianan City, no one has ever had a spiritual power test score of over 900 during a simulation test. Only in the college entrance examination will you occasionally see a few scores above 900. Now Ling Chen is already above 900, and with 3 months left, it means Ling Chen has a good chance of reaching the bronze level. Thinking of this, the school leaders couldn't help but get excited. Ling Chen has a good chance of winning the national top spot in the college entrance examination.
If Ling Chen wins the national top spot on behalf of the number 1 high school, the benefits will be unimaginable. Countless students flow in, and there is strong support from above.
No, Ling Chen must be kept in number 1 high school. The vice president in charge said something to the secretary beside him and immediately left the testing site. He rushed to the principal's office and rushed in without even knocking.
Dong Tianqi, the principal of number 1 high school, was leisurely drinking kung fu tea.
Looking at the vice principal who suddenly barged in, Dong Tianqi remained calm and unperturbed.
He asked, "What's the matter?
Why are you so flustered?" The vice principal then realized that he had been impolite.
Just, over there." The vice principal broke his tongue in a moment of panic.
"Come, have some tea and talk slowly." Principal Dong poured a cup of tea and handed it to the vice principal. He drank the tea in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they were doing a power test on the students in the playground.
One student named Ling Chen's power test reached 909.
As soon as these words were spoken, Principal Dong, who was leisurely drinking tea, raised his head in surprise.
"Oh? Take me to see it." Principal Dong became interested.
With a source power value of 909 in the simulation test, there is a good chance that he will become the top scorer in the college entrance examination 3 months later.
This is also a significant contribution to Dong Xiao's achievements. Soon the 2 arrived at the testing playground.
At this time, all students have completed the source power test and are undergoing strength test. Use all your strength to deliver the most powerful punch.
Zhang San, 513 kilograms. Li Si, 514 kilograms. Yi Kong, 888 kilograms. Not bad. This kid is good. Principal Dong touched his beard. Xianlinger, 700 kilograms. Condensation Frost, 700 kilograms. Sure enough, Ling Chen confirmed his thoughts again. Oh?
What are the source power tests of these two girls? The deputy principal looked through the test list in his hand. Their source power test results are also 700, the vice principal replied.
Okay, it seems that the two of them want to hide their strength. It was Ling Chen's turn to perform, and the whole audience fell silent. Everyone wanted to see if Ling Chen's source energy value was just for show.
Ling Chen walked onto the stage slowly, clenching his right fist without using any skills. A fierce punch was thrown. The tester flashed red light frantically and the alarm sounded. Squeak! A puff of black smoke came out of the tester and the tester was scrapped. Only the number 999 remained on the terminal. But everyone understood that it was not Ling Chen's score that was 999, but that the limit of the tester was 999. The teaching assistant who was reporting the grades fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to do. In the end, he filled in the numbers according to the tester. After all, it was obvious that he was in first place.
Ling Chen, 999. Everyone present was shocked.
Ling Chen punched the tester and it exploded. I can understand them separately, but I just can't understand them together. The tester was directly smashed.
Ling Chen, are you sure you're not cheating? Are you still the Ling Chen who was at the bottom? Where has that lovely Ling Chen gone?
After the test is over, ask the four of them to come to my office.
Principal Dong pointed at Ling Chen and others and left.
The vice principal nodded, feeling relieved when he saw the principal's serious look. Soon, all the senior students of this year finished the test, and Ling Chen was undoubtedly the first in the school. After all high schools in Tianan City have completed the test, a unified ranking will be conducted.
Just when Ling Chen finished the test and was about to go home for dinner. Student Ling Chen, please stay.
A slightly rough voice of a middle-aged man came.
Ling Chen turned his head and said, "Oh, isn't this the vice principal? What's wrong? If nothing, I still need to go back to practice. Student Ling is really hardworking. Principal Dong wants you to go to his office. Please ask Yi Kong, Xian Linger, and Lang Ningxuan to go with you." The deputy principal conveyed Principal Dong's intention. Okay, I got it. Ling Chen touched his head, thinking about what conditions would be better to propose later. After returning to the classroom, he called Yi Kong and others, and the four of them headed towards the office together. Linger, are we being too obvious? We all kept it under 700, so it was inevitable that we would be noticed. But I didn't expect Ling Chen's performance today to be so unexpected.
In less than 10 days, he went from 3 stars to 9 stars.
He must have a secret. Do you think the inheritance will be? Dong dong dong. Come in.
A strong and powerful voice came from behind the door.
Ling Chen and others pushed the door open and walked in.
Principal Dong was leisurely drinking kung fu tea again.
Come on. Sit down first.
Principal Dong straightened himself, pointed to the sofa beside him, and asked several students to sit down. I called you here today because I want to discuss 2 things with you. The first thing, of course, is that we hope you can stay and represent number 1 high school in the college entrance exam. The resources you need for cultivation before the exam will be provided free of charge by the school. We will arrange for the best teachers to provide you with specialized tutoring.
You can also ask for any conditions you have. Chapter 36 National Competition. The first prize is too tempting, I want it. Xian Linger told Lang Ningxuan that she didn't have any needs and would not be taken away by other schools. After all, it is better not to pay too much attention to them.
Of course Yi Kong would not transfer schools, because his homeroom teacher Yi Qing was his aunt, and he would definitely not do such a thing. When everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Chen raised his head.
I can't think of anything I need right now. How about transferring 100 or 200 million to me? Phew.
Principal Dong spat out a mouthful of kung fu tea.
Ahem.
Ling Chen, our school is very short on funds recently.
Hundreds of millions of funds are really too much. Okay, I was just kidding.
So, give my sister the resources she needs for her senior year of high school.
Okay.
Principal Dong agreed with a smile. One person wouldn't need that many resources in a year. But he didn't expect that half a year later, he would cry so much. Of course, this is all a story for later. By ensuring that the 4 young geniuses present will stay in number 1 high school, Dong Xiao begins to enjoy a bright future. He seemed to see countless geniuses trying their best to come to number 1 high school next year.
The second thing is, have you heard of the national competition? Principal Dong's tone began to lighten. Is it a competition among high school students from all over the country? Yi Kong replied. He watched the national competition trials on TV every year.
But the finals are said to have a certain mortality rate, so there will be no live broadcast, only the results will be announced.
That's right. Each school will send 4 people to participate in the competition. First, there will be a selection competition in the satellite cities. The top 3 from each satellite city will go to the main city to compete. The top 3 from each main city gathering area will be able to participate in the final.
In the past, the finals were all closed, but this year they will be broadcast live nationwide. Everyone fell silent, which meant that some things had fallen into a disadvantage, otherwise, the higher-ups would not have arranged it this way. Let everyone realize in advance the cruelty of the superpowers and don't be complacent. The peaceful days inside the city today are all earned by countless warriors fighting hard outside the wilderness.
I just wanted to ask if you're interested in signing up for this year's competition? What's the benefit? Principal Dong couldn't help but twitch his mouth.
It was true that there was no gain without pain. The top-ranked team in the country will receive a platinum-level custom suit and a resource exchange card worth 100 million. The second and third place winners will receive a gold-level custom suit and a 50 million resource exchange card. The 4th to 10th place winners will receive a silver-level custom suit and a 10 million resource exchange card.
The remaining teams participating in the finals will receive bronze-level custom suits.
Ling Chen slapped his thigh and decided to participate in this reward.
Seeing Ling Chen sign up to participate, Yi Kong did not hesitate. Xian Linger and Lang Ningxuan hesitated.
It seemed that Ling Chen might have obtained the inheritance. Participating might draw attention, but not participating wouldn't guarantee it was Ling Chen who had obtained the inheritance. The clan predicts that whoever inherits the legacy will become emperor. If Ling Chen got it, now would be the time to build a good relationship. After hesitating for a while, the 2 women looked at each other and nodded, indicating that they would participate in the competition.
Then I will help you sign up.
Ling Chen will be the captain for the time being, said Principal Dong.
What's the matter? What do you mean by temporary? Are you looking down on me? Ling Chen summoned a fireball and threw it at Principal Dong. Everyone was furious. How dare you? How dare you, an apprentice, challenge the principal? You have to know that anyone who can become a principal must be at least a gold-level strongman. The principal had never seen such a thing before. It was the first time he had seen a student dare to use a skill against him. If the fireball was extinguished casually, the principal would not get angry with the students. You can divide the captain positions among yourselves. I will arrange it for you. Go quickly. Principal Dong ordered them to leave. A group of 4 people came out of the office one by one. Yi Kong couldn't help but give Ling Chen a thumbs up. Ling Chen, you are so awesome. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of the principal's surprised, aggrieved, and helpless expression, Yi Kong couldn't help laughing. If you laugh again, I will make sure you never laugh again, a majestic voice came from inside the room. Yi Kong covered his mouth with his hand, but his eyes still revealed that he wanted to laugh. Away from the office, Yi Kong finally calmed down. We'll be teammates from now on. I hope you can give us some guidance. Xian Linger took the initiative to step forward and said. Of course. Yi Kong responded first. Ling Chen also nodded and looked at Lang Ningxuan. Lang Ningxuan still looked as cold as ice. Seeing Ling Chen looking at her, she nodded slightly, and Ling Chen nodded back. Look at them, they can only nod. Yi Kong pointed at Ling Chen Lang Ningxuan and whispered to Xian Linger. Xian Linger nodded. Since you nodded, I'll nod too. Yi Kong also nodded. Pucci Xian Linger laughed, so silly. They returned to the classroom together, where the students were discussing the grades of Ling Chen and others enthusiastically. Ling Chen is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Wasn't it all just an act before? I think so, otherwise how could it be possible to reach level 6 in a row? Fortunately, I have never offended Ling Chen before. I didn't expect the top 5 students in the school were all in our class. As soon as Ling Chen stepped into the classroom, which was as noisy as a market, suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at Ling Chen intently without making a sound. Not bothering to pay attention to the gazes of this group of people, Ling Chen returned to his seat and adjusted his state to enter the state of cultivation. Ling Chen is already first, and he's still working so hard. Is this the gap between us and him? Success is indeed made up of 1% talent and 99% perspiration. You guys have time to talk, why don't you practice?
Before the afternoon class, Yi Qing came to the classroom and called Ling Chen and the other three out.
I will be your team leader for this competition. The Tianan City competition will be held in 3 days. You don't need to come to the classroom these days. You can go directly to the training room during the day. Okay, everyone responded.
Before school was over, Tianan City's test rankings were out.
Considering that Ling Chen's strength test exceeded the apprentice level, his talent weight was increased by 1 level.
In the end, Ling Chen ranked first in the city with a score of 3,434. Ranked second is Zhu Li from the second high school, who has SS-level talent and lags behind Ling Chen with a score of 3,333. Ranked third is Yi Kong with a score of 3,202. The students of number 1 high school were not too shocked when they learned about Ling Chen's grades. But other schools were in an uproar.
Who the hell is this Ling Chen? How come I've never heard of him before? Second high school, a certain class. A slightly bloated fat man was clenching his fists. Ling Chen, right? I'll remember you. Chapter 37 main and side missions are launched.
Ling Chen was not surprised by the result. However, he didn't expect that there was someone who was only a few dozen points behind him.
I almost got into trouble.
Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding, obtain a special ability skill X1.
Ding, get Legion Defense bonus card X1. Ding, get Pet Experience card X1. As expected, the tips for getting rewards are the best. Exclusive superpower skill, choose a superpower you possess and gain an exclusive superpower skill. Is there still any need to hesitate? Of course, I chose the Space Department. Whether to use the special ability card, yes, no. Yes. Select ability attribute. Space System.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining the exclusive skill, Space Chain.
Space Chain, God level skill.
Skill effect 1, select a teammate to link in space, and the linked teammate can flash together. Skill effect 2, select teammates to connect in space, and the linked players can share the damage. This skill seems to be good in team fights, but seems to be useless in single combat.
Ling Chen touched his chin. It seemed that he was manipulated by the system again.
This time they were about to play a team game, so he gave them some magical skills.
System Daddy. Please hold my thigh. The Legion Defense bonus card was also used, which is also a good thing. Don't think it's of little use now, but when more people come to it, it will be a qualitative change. Give the Pet Experience card to Xiaolong. Whether to use Pet Experience card on the dragon, yes, no. Yes.
Ding, congratulations to Xiaolong for leaving the larval stage and entering the growth stage.
Congratulations, Xiaolong, you are no longer a baby, you have grown up. Thank you, boss. Boss, I feel like I've become much stronger. Ling Chen and Xiaolong were communicating through their thoughts. Oh? So what's your current strength? Boss. I'm already silver level. Oh my god. Is this what it means to be a fool with luck?
After using up all the rewards for the system task he had just completed, Ling Chen received almost no commission for his personal strength.
But the strength of teamwork is definitely greatly increased.
Ding, the main task of the system is issued, please pay attention to it.
Check. System task, hundreds of people form a company 3. Task content, recruit 100 Legion members. Quest reward 1, master level alchemy. Mission reward 2, all ability exclusive skills. Mission reward 3, summon Legion function enabled.
When Ling Chen saw the mission reward, he was stunned. After reacting, Ling Chen just wanted to say one thing, the system is awesome.
There is not even one master of alchemy in the entire Tianan City. The levels of alchemy are divided into apprentice level, junior alchemist, intermediate alchemist, senior alchemist, and master alchemist. Currently, there is only one senior alchemist and 2 intermediate alchemists in the entire Tianan City. The rest are apprentices and juniors.
One can imagine how valuable a master alchemist is.
And that's just one of the rewards. All special skills, you can get a few more special skills. The summoning Legion system is just as the name suggests.
That is to say, Ling Chen can randomly summon a team, mercenary group or legion through the Legion summoning system to help him fight. It is not yet known what specific legions can be summoned.
But Ling Chen had already fallen into fantasy.
He seemed to see himself summoning thousands of troops. With a wave of the hand, we can regain lost territory and rebuild our homes.
Ding, the task has been issued, please check. Check. Side quest, first place in the competition. Task content, win first place in the competition.
Task reward, depends on the specific completion performance of the task. Evaluation criteria, evaluated based on the degree of shock of all audiences.
Task evaluation, SSS level physical fitness promoted to level 1.
Task evaluation, SS level physical fitness promoted to 9 stars.
In descending order.
This reward, as the name suggests, means that your physical strength is increased by 1 level. If I am at the silver level, then my physical strength has reached the gold level.
Moreover, once the physical fitness is reached, there will be almost no bottleneck in promotion.
This means that Ling Chen can quickly advance to a higher level.
These rewards are so generous.
But this evaluation standard is forcing me to do something, Ling Chen thought to himself.
After school, Ling Chen returned home as usual.
When the door was opened, thick smoke billowed out.
Cough, cough.
The sound of coughing came from the kitchen. With his head slightly lowered, Ling Chen covered his mouth and nose and walked into the kitchen.
What's wrong?
A familiar figure came into view, but it seemed a little petite.
It's Ling Ling. What are you doing?
He walked over, turned on the range hood, and then turned off the fire.
Looking at the black mass in the pot, Ling Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead. I wanted to cook a delicious meal for you, but I didn't expect to fail.
Ling Ling pouted in grievance.
It's okay. It's normal to not do well the first time. Why didn't Ling Shi accompany you?
She went out to buy groceries, and I wanted to secretly make something delicious to surprise you. I don't know if it was a surprise or not, but it was definitely frightening.
Soon, Ling Shi came back.
Looking at the messy kitchen, he understood the situation and comforted Ling Ling. Ling Shi started preparing today's dinner, while Ling Ling helped and learned silently. After a warm dinner, Ling Chen returned to his room.
Can the system show your specific strength value?
Ding, at the host's request, the system starts updating.
The system is really cool.
It is just a little bit inferior to the readers who are handsome, suave, elegant, gentle, dignified, graceful, and extraordinary.
Ding, what truth are you talking about? About 10 minutes later.
Ding, the system update has been completed, please check it yourself.
Turn on the system. Character, Ling Chen.
Strength, Apprentice 9 stars, Experience 99,900.
Strength, 3,113 kilograms. Combat power, 5,555. Talent, the Emperor's appearance, I gave it to me. Kung Fu, Chaos God Slaying Technique God level.
Pet, Super God level Pet Little Dragon Growth Stage.
Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. Number of Legion members, 11. Legion level, recruit people quickly. Summon Legion, to be unlocked. Available for viewing.
I didn't expect that my strength has reached the level of Silver level 1 star. Apprentice level has 1 star for every 100 kilograms of strength, Bronze level has 1 star for every 200 kilograms of strength, Gold level has 1 star for every 400 kilograms of strength, and so on. Ling Chen's current strength has reached 3,113 kilograms, which is apprentice level strength, spanning 2 levels.
It can be said that there is no one before and no one after. Combat power evaluation, it seems okay.
At present, Ling Chen has no idea how strong his combat power is. Only after comparing himself with others did Ling Chen realize how outrageous his combat power was.
Chapter 38 shocked everyone. Big competition system. It's getting late, it's time to practice. Ling Chen spends every night since arriving on Blue Star practicing.
There is no rush to improve the source of power at the moment, because of the reward for physical fitness, so what Ling Chen wants to improve most is physical fitness. Then continue to practice the 3rd level of Thunder God Art. Just like that, Ling Chen started the 3rd round of Source Energy Body Refining. In the blink of an eye, the night passed quietly. After a night of hard work, Ling Chen used source power to refine his body twice more. After a simple breakfast, Ling Chen arrived at the school's practice room on time. Yi Kong and the other 2 had arrived early. Seeing Ling Chen arriving, Yi Cheng nodded.
The Tianan City selection will begin in 2 days.
With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem. But the Hangzhou City selection and the national competition that follows will be your challenge. Today is mainly for everyone to get to know each other and test their strength.
Ling Chen. Ah, here I am. Ling Chen, who was distracted, said reflexively. You're the only one who hasn't been tested, why don't you hurry up? The first thing is to measure strength. Ling Chen looked up and his pupils shrank. Sure enough, everyone was still hiding. The big screen read. Yi Kong, 888 kilograms. Xianlinger, 800 kilograms. Condensation Frost, 800 kilograms. Gaining 100 kilograms of strength in one day, is that a lie?
Yesterday, both of Xianlinger's daughters weighed 700 kilograms, but today they have exceeded 800 kilograms.
I guess they haven't shown their true strength yet. This is a bronze grade tester with a maximum load of 3,000 kilograms.
You don't have to worry about it being damaged. After hesitating for a while, Ling Chen raised his right hand and held it above his head.
Is there a higher limit?
Of course there is, but...
Teacher Yi Qing was stunned for a moment. You? Could it be? I'm afraid you'll ask me to pay for this tester. Although it wasn't said explicitly, the meaning was clear. My strength has exceeded 3,000 kilograms, please change it for me quickly. Although he was a little skeptical, Yi Qing still asked someone to replace it with a silver-level tester with an upper limit of 7,000 kilograms. After last night's hard training, Ling Chen's strength has increased again.
Bend your legs slightly, clench your right fist, and punch out.
Bang! A soft sound. The numbers on the tester keep jumping. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. It finally settled on the number 3333. Teacher Yi Qing stood there in shock, wondering if the student had been possessed by another spirit. Senior year. The power of a silver level 1 star?
Teacher Yi Qing himself is only at the silver level 5-star level.
When I was in my 3rd year of high school? 6-star apprentice? There is no harm without comparison. Ha, Brother Chen is so awesome.
After being stunned for a while, Yi Kong stepped forward and put his arm around Ling Chen's shoulder.
Lung Ningxuang and Xianlinger looked at each other and nodded silently. Now they have determined that the inheritance was taken away by Ling Chen. Why did the inheritance choose Ling Chen? That means there is a secret in Ling Chen. Ling Chen. I've been teaching you for 3 years. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise today. Hee, it's all the result of talent and hard work. Keep a low profile.
Ling Chen waved his hand. Now that everyone's strength has been measured, please introduce your abilities and skills.
I'll go first.
Yi Kong raised his hand. I have an S-level wind ability, and currently I only have 2 wind abilities, a wind wall, a defensive skill, and a wind blade, an offensive skill.
With Yi Kang's lead, everyone reported their own abilities and skills.
A level ice ability, winter is coming, offensive skills, ice vines, control skills, Long Ningxuang replied coldly.
A level healing ability, purification, removal of negative status, healing, recovery. Xianlinger's introduction had just ended when Ling Chen suddenly realized that this was the wet nurse and Wang Zhaojun. After the introduction, everyone looked at Ling Chen. B-level fire element, skill, blazing fire palm, that's it for now. No more? Doesn't this strength match his talent?
Looking at Teacher Yi Qing's suspicious eyes, Ling Chen smiled awkwardly.
In that case, our team will be like this.
Linger, you will be the main support, recovering the status of teammates and removing control.
Yi Kong, you focus on defense and harassment.
Use your wind wall to protect the back row, and use wind blades to harass the opponent from time to time. Cold Frost, you focus on control and attack, freezing the opponent, and then your ultimate, winter is coming, attacking the opponent.
As for you, Ling Chen.
Looking at Ling Chen's expectant eyes, Yi Qing thought for a moment.
You're mainly drawing the enemy's fire? As the captain, you'll definitely be targeted. Just hold them off. Find an opportunity to get close and use your strength to kill them with one strike.
In the end, team battles are not about the size of individual strength, but the degree of coordination of the team's abilities. Therefore, Yi Qing did not rely too much on Ling Chen to wipe out the opponent alone, even though his strength was far greater than that of his opponent.
Now that everyone knows each other, let's pick a team name. Good boy. This is so hard to name 4 of them. Eagle Squad? Yi Kong said weakly. Could you be a little more rustic? Everyone said in unison. After a long time, no one came up with a team name. This one do, Ling Chen said. Since we don't know what to name it, let's call it this year's number one team. Fuck, isn't this too much? If a man doesn't act recklessly when young, he is wasting his youth. Brother Chen is right. What? Ha? This team name is not bad. Let's call it the Do team that Brother Chen mentioned. Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Okay, let's do this. I don't want to be too arrogant and be targeted. Yi Kong nodded in agreement.
Ling Chen turned to look at the two girls, and they both nodded in agreement. After all, naming is really difficult. Now that the team name has been chosen, let me introduce you to the specific rules and schedule of this competition. Seeing that several people chose such hastily chosen team names, Yi Qing sighed. Alas, she wouldn't be able to choose one either. Teacher Yi Qing's words attracted the attention of the four people. For this national competition, the 8 major gathering places will each send 3 teams to participate. This competition will be conducted entirely in the form of a team competition. What you are about to face is the upcoming Tianan City competition. If you place in the top 2, you can go to the main city of Handu to participate in the qualifiers. This Tianan City competition adopts a round-robin exchange format. There are 15 middle schools and 15 teams in total, which means you will play 14 games in 1 week. 1 point for a win, 1 point for a loss. The top 2 teams in the final points ranking will go to the main city to participate in the selection competition with the main city's high school. Everyone nodded. 2 games a day, the intensity is not very high, so it is still very easy. When it comes to the main city trials, it won't be a round-robin tournament. 22 teams from the 11 satellite cities and 26 high school teams from the main city, a total of 48 teams, will compete in a knockout tournament. The top 3 teams will have the opportunity to participate in the national competition. The rules for the national competition haven't been announced yet. You should first prepare for the main city trials. Ear, I heard it. Brain, I don't understand. After teacher Yi Qing's patient second explanation, Ling Chen and others finally understood it roughly, possibly, or perhaps. Well, it doesn't matter whether you understand it or not, as long as we win, it's over. Teacher Yi Qing said helplessly. Chapter 39, the competition begins. Report cheating. Everyone nodded. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said this earlier? Why waste your time trying to understand the rules of the game? After explaining the competition system, teacher Yi Qing arranged for everyone to practice together, and they could also learn from each other and strengthen their mastery of supernatural powers. After all, on this planet dominated by superpowers, the skills of using superpowers are more mainstream than fighting skills. As soon as Yi Qing arranged for everyone to play freely, Ling Chen sat cross-legged and continued to refine his body with source energy. As long as he goes through 9 body trainings, he will be able to reach the first level of cultivation, but now he has only reached the first level. As long as the practice is successful, this will become one of my trump cards. Of course, the 3-turn Thunder God technique is not just a physical training method. Its main purpose of physical training is to enable the body to withstand greater source energy impacts. That's right, this is actually a divine secret method that can increase your strength rapidly in a short period of time. As for the effect, Ling Chen is very much looking forward to it. Guiding the source energy to continuously circulate along the meridians in the exercises, Ling Chen quickly entered the state of cultivation. On the other side, because Xian Linger is a support type, Yi Kong and Lang Ningxuang are sparring with each other. Xian Linger on the side would give a healing spell to anyone who was in a bad condition. As a result, the two of them fought for a long time and were exhausted, but there was still no serious injury. Phew, no more fighting, I'm going to freeze to death. Yi Kong was shivering, his whole body was shaking with cold, and there was still frost on his eyebrows. The 3 of them stopped and sat on the chairs to rest. Ningxuan, look at that person. He has been practicing since morning and hasn't even eaten. And do you think he is really just AB level? Xian Linger's tone was full of doubt. Lang Ningxuan glanced at Ling Chen and murmured, "What kind of person are you?" Yi Kong was holding it in, he really wanted to tell them directly that of course it was not just B level, Brother Chen was SS level Thunder type. Of course, he could only think about this in his heart. After all, he had promised Ling Chen to keep it a secret for him. The day passed quickly, and after a day of hard work, Ling Chen successfully refined his body with energy 3 times. Then it might be successful tonight. Oh, I forgot there was a lucky draw. Lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the combat skill specialization.
Very good. Very practical.
After another day of hard work, Ling Chen finally completed 9 rounds of source energy body refining. Ling Chen could clearly feel that his physical condition had greatly improved, and he was able to use the first level of secret techniques. I breathed a sigh of relief. Today's competition has begun.
It shocked everyone. Looks like I have to get first place.
Ling Chen muttered to himself.
The Tianan City trials have officially begun.
The trials will occupy the arena stadium in the city center. Ling Chen just came downstairs and was about to go to school to meet up with everyone and go to the stadium.
Ling Chen, over here.
A familiar voice came. Ling Chen turned his head and saw Yi Kong waving from a red Ferrari.
Ling Chen walked forward and saw Yi Qing wearing sunglasses in the driver's seat. Get in the car quickly, let's go.
Yi Qing put one hand on the steering wheel and pulled up his glasses with the other hand, revealing his 2 eyes to look at Ling Chen.
Ling Chen swallowed and reluctantly got into the passenger seat. Who would have thought that the beautiful female teacher who taught him for 3 years would be a wealthy woman? For some reason, some of my blood vessels expanded. Set off.
After Ling Chen fastened his seatbelt, teacher Yi Qing stepped on the accelerator, the buzzing sound of the engine sounded, and the car rushed out. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the gymnasium. After passing through the dedicated passage for the participating teams, Ling Chen and his group entered the gymnasium. Perhaps the overall level of the round-robin tournament was not high, and there were not many spectators in the stadium. The stadium, which could accommodate 200,000 spectators, only had about 1,000 people sitting in it.
Is that the first high school team over there? Wow, what amazing looks.
I heard that those 2 guys came in first and third in the previous citywide test.
They're incredible. Sister, you're so pretty. Mom, I'm in love.
After waiting for a while, all the teams arrived. A broadcast voice attracted everyone's attention. Team captains, please come up to the stage and draw lots. Without saying much, Ling Chen walked towards the stage with confident steps.
Number 1.
The first match is Ling Chen's team's turn. The plan for the first day was to play against number 6 middle school and number 16 middle school, 2 schools with relatively low rankings.
Let us start the first game of the day. After the host's opening remarks, he immediately entered into today's topic.
The first match is between the Do team from number 1 high school, which Brother Chen mentioned, and the Soy Sauce team from number 16 high school.
Will number 1 high school defend its honor, or will number 16 high school stage a comeback? Let's wait and see. Teams from both sides took to the stage. Brother Chen mentioned the teams.
The contestants are Ling Chen, apprentice level 9 stars.
Yi Kong, apprentice level 7 stars. Xian Linger, apprentice level 7 stars. Langning Shuang, apprentice level 7 stars.
Oh my god, it's hard to believe that the captain of the Do team that Brother Chen mentioned is actually a 9-star player. Let's look forward to his future performance.
Next is the Soy Sauce team.
The contestants are Li Baihe, apprentice level 6 star, Fang Ximing, apprentice level 6 star, Huang Huayu, apprentice level 5 star, Jin Zian, apprentice level 5 star max level.
Okay, what kind of friction will there be between the 2 sides? Stay tuned. I declare that the game begins.
The host and referee announced the start of the game as soon as he waved his hand.
Swish, bang, ah. Then I saw 4 people from the 16th group flying backwards. How to say it, the beginning is the end.
Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they saw Ling Chen maintaining the posture of punching with his right hand. One punch took care of 4 people.
Everyone was stunned. Is this the strength of Jiuxing?
Ding, congratulations to the host for participating in the competition and shocking the audience.
Current mission rating, F. There's hope.
Ling Chen turned around and returned to the center of the team, speaking excitedly.
Let me play the next game alone.
Although they didn't understand why Ling Chen missed being alone, no one had any objections. After all, they were just happy and relaxed.
In the afternoon, the 6th middle school student came on stage.
After the host announced the start of the competition, Ling Chen rushed forward with a punch. There is nothing fancy, just pure strength and speed to crush. When the host announced that the team Chen Go mentioned had won, number 6 middle school was still confused.
Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?
Ling Chen once again harvested a batch of leaks that shocked the audience.
The situation of the competition was the same in the next few days. Anyone who met Ling Chen's team could not withstand a single punch from Ling Chen.
If one punch was not enough, then he would use 2 punches.
After 14 rounds of fighting, Yi Kong and the other 2 didn't even take action. Ling Chen's mission evaluation finally reached level D.
The other 14 teams are competing fiercely for the only participating spot. After all, there is one that is unshakable. If possible, they really want to report that someone is cheating here.
But they didn't expect that Ling Chen was really cheating. Chapter 40 Isn't it normal to prepare tens of billions of pills before the game? In the end, the team led by Ling Chen won the first place in Tianan City. Ranked second is the team from number 2 high school. Their 2 teams will represent Tianan City in the main city trials.
When the referee came on stage to announce the final result, he found that the 3 members of Ling Chen's team were still playing landlord on the stage. Ling Chen was practicing silently over there alone.
How could he be so serious?
I declare that in this Tianan City selection competition, the first place goes to the Do team that Brother Chen mentioned, and the second place goes to the Yongzheng first team.
After announcing the result, the referee left the stage early. Are you kidding me? Didn't you see the team in first place on the stage are still practicing? You still have to save face when you're being ignored. Brother Chen, we are so boring and have no sense of existence. Can you let me do something next time?
Yi Kong said to Ling Chen while throwing out the king bomb.
The trump card always comes out last.
You are our team's trump card.
Be good. I'm the captain and I have the final say. Looking at Ling Chen's shameless look, everyone didn't know what to say. Back to number 1 high school, the practice room.
Teacher Yi Qing applauded and congratulated Ling Chen and others for advancing.
I know you won't let me down. The upcoming main city trials are what you should really pay attention to. Don't take it lightly. Yes. Ling Chen responded passionately.
The remaining 3 people were either daydreaming or whispering to each other. Knowing that Ling Chen was the only one taking part in this Tianan City competition, Yi Qing couldn't help but twitch his mouth.
Hey, do whatever you want. I don't want to bother with you anymore. Go back and pack up today. We'll be ready to leave for the main city tomorrow.
After saying that, Yi Qing walked out of the training room step by step with his long legs.
Brother Chen, how are we going to proceed with the next tryout?
Just prepare some melon seeds, peanuts, and popcorn, and sit back and watch the show.
It's okay then. How come a team competition turned into a solo show for Brother Chen? Sisters, I'm back.
Ling Chen bought some fruit at the door and just arrived in time for the dinner Ling she had made.
Sweet and sour spare ribs. Braised prawns. Stir-fried beef. Not bad, not bad. The food has finally improved. The 3 siblings finished their dinner in harmony.
The atmosphere was very warm, and Ling Ling gradually integrated into the family that originally consisted of 2 siblings.
Brother, I heard that in the competition, you fought 1 against 4, and defeated all the teams with just 1 punch. Ling Shi's big eyes were twinkling with little stars. Keep a low profile, I didn't expect them to be so bad. I can't breathe just by praising you. Alright, I'm going to the main city to participate in a competition tomorrow. It might take about a week. If I advance, the national competition might also last a week.
In half a month, the brother and sister had never been separated for such a long time.
Brother, can I go with you? Ling Shi pouted and gently begged Ling Chen. The last time Ling Chen went out for 3 days, she felt empty inside. Half a month is really too long.
Looking at Ling Shi's aggrieved look, Ling Chen nodded.
Okay, come with me. I'll take you out to see the world. Thank you, brother.
Ling Shi's big eyes suddenly brightened up, and his face was as bright as the clear spring sky.
Ling Chen took out the Skynet communicator and called the principal. Hello, who is this?
Principal Dong's voice came from the communicator.
Principal Dong. It's me, Ling Chen. I'm going to the main city tomorrow. I want to bring my sister with me. Is that okay?
Of course. Ling Chen, do your best in this competition and bring honor to our school.
It's a small matter. Bye then.
After saying that, Ling Chen didn't wait for Dong Zhao's reply and directly pressed the hang up button to hang up the communicator.
He made an okay gesture towards Ling Shi. Done.
Ling Shi smiled sweetly.
Can I go with you? Ling Ling asked weakly. Let's go together. Ling Chen touched Ling Ling's head. Pack up your things tonight and leave tomorrow morning.
Upon hearing this, Ling Shi and Ling Ling hurried back to the room together.
When you go out, you always have to prepare something. Ling Chen touched his chin, thinking about something.
After a long time, Ling Chen knocked on the door next door, and the old man pushed the door open in surprise.
What's going on so late at night? We are going to the main city tomorrow. Ling Chen said straight to the point. I will follow you secretly.
The old man replied softly and closed the door.
After a while, bursts of panting could be faintly heard coming from the room. A plant. This old pervert. You still need to prepare something yourself. Ling Chen went downstairs and took a taxi to the Treasure Pavilion. In the city center, Treasure Pavilion. If there is a place in the city that is least likely to be disturbed by others, it must be the Treasure Pavilion. Every gathering place and every satellite city has a branch of the Treasure Pavilion. Rumor has it that the person behind Treasure Island is one of the 3 most powerful people today. As for who it is, no one knows.
Once, a king-level strongman caused trouble in the Treasure Pavilion and was killed on the spot. From then on, all the strong men who entered the Treasure Pavilion behaved themselves. The Treasure Pavilion is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is for daily necessities, weapons, pills, and various materials for low-level psychics. The second level is needed by some high-level psychics. As soon as I stepped into the Treasure Pavilion, a beautiful maid came forward to greet me. Sir, what can I do for you? Good question, do you have anything bad here? Sir, you are joking. The quality of our products is guaranteed. Then take care of everything for me except the weapons. Okay, first, sir, what did you say? The maid covered her mouth and stood there in a daze. How much does it cost to rent this entire floor? $. Sir, please wait a moment. I will call our supervisor for you. The maid turned around and hurried upstairs. She had never encountered such a customer before and she couldn't handle it herself. Looking at the maid's hurried look, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile and shook his head, then wandered around the first floor alone. The weapons section is full of apprentice and bronze-level weapons, so it's better not to look at them. The pills are all healing medicines and cultivation pills such as chi-boosting pills. Some are priced at 1,000 per bottle, while others are priced at over 1 million per pill. The materials are all basic materials used by alchemy apprentices and blacksmith apprentices, and the prices don't seem that expensive. Just when Ling Chen was looking at his things with great interest, a charming and attractive voice came from behind. Little brother, do you want to book the whole place? Hearing the voice, Ling Chen turned around. A beautiful woman wearing a bright red tight cheongsam and holding a feather fan appeared in front of me. I want all the pills and materials, but no weapons. Can you help me calculate how much it will cost? No need to calculate, the amount here is fixed every day. The total amount of pills is 16.5 billion, and the total amount of materials is 8.5 billion, which adds up to 25 billion. Okay, I'll pay with spirit stones. He took out 20,000 spirit stones from the ring and handed them to the beautiful woman. Alas, money is spent like water, and you only regret not having enough money when you need it. However, Ling Chen believed that he would earn it back sooner or later. Chapter 41 Poverty limits my imagination. I originally thought that I would never be able to spend all of my 100,000 spirit stones, but now, within a few days, only half of them are left. Ling Chen fell into reflection. No, I still have to make money. The one who makes the most money has to be the alchemist. I must win the main task of the system. It seems that I have to do something in this competition, Ling Chen thought secretly. Little brother, do you want to go to the second floor with your sister? There are a lot of good things. Oh? Ling Chen's eyes lit up when he heard there was something good. Want? What do you want? Sister. What do you want, sister? Well, sister, could you please stop interrupting me? I'll be misunderstood. Ling Chen sighed and said helplessly. Sister, please lead the way. The beautiful woman covered her mouth lightly and smiled slightly, looking charming and gorgeous. She turned around, walked lightly with her long legs, twisting her body and exuding a sexy and seductive vibe. Ling Chen followed behind him, his face slightly red, and his eyes turned to other directions. Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent. After passing the long spiral escalator, the second floor appeared in Ling Chen's sight. Unlike the down-to-earth layout of various items on the first floor, each item on the second floor is set off by a special exquisite decoration. Each item, such as a rare and precious painting, is carefully protected. Ling Chen came to a beautifully decorated display stand.
Diamond level item, Imperial Pill.
Huangji Pill increases the chance of a psychic advancing to the diamond level.
Price, 2 billion. Nice one.
Then he looked at the display stand next to him.
Special item, Bloodstone.
Bloodstone can be used to forge weapons, has a chance to change weapon quality.
Sale price, 1.5 billion.
Looking at the second floor, there are no less than hundreds of display stands.
Even if I sell myself, I can't buy many of them.
I thought I was already very rich with 100,000 spirit stones, but I didn't expect that a high-level psychic would need 100,000 spirit stones to buy a cheap item. After all, poverty limits my imagination. At this time, the item in the center of the second floor attracted Ling Chen's attention. This is a stone egg, somewhat similar to the egg that Yu Xiaolong had. Ling Chen walked forward and quickly saw the introduction on the central display stand. Mysterious stone egg, still has life, hatching method unknown, starting from king-level monster egg.
Price, 500 billion or incubation method. One egg costs 500 billion, why don't you just go and grab it, Ling Chen secretly complained in his heart. But on second thought, Xiaolong didn't seem to spend a penny, does that mean he made 500 billion?
Next time, let us see how much a live dragon is worth. It has to be at least 1 trillion, otherwise I won't sell it. After reading the introduction on the stand, Ling Chen performed the identification technique himself. God-level pet egg, Ice Crystal Phoenix. Ice Crystal Phoenix, ice type, can control all the power of winter, can be hatched with extreme ice.
If that's the case, then there's no reason not to get something for free. I want this, I know how to hatch it. Ling Chen said to the beautiful woman.
Ling Chen's unwavering voice reached the ears of several psychics around him.
Ah, little kid, you just said you can hatch? Even the treasure pavilion is helpless, who do you think you are? An old man couldn't help but shook his head.
The others also turned their heads curiously, but when they saw Ling Chen's childish face, they didn't take it seriously.
They thought Ling Chen was just trying to show off and attract the beautiful woman's attention.
After all, they had done this before. Ignoring the old man's teasing, Ling Chen stared at the beautiful woman.
Oh?
The beautiful woman pondered for a moment, then raised her hands and clapped.
Soon, several strong and powerful people came over and sent the people around away. A cordon was set up, prohibiting entry.
Then, the beautiful woman took out a glass ball and threw it. The glass ball slowly grew larger, covering the central exhibition stand and Ling Chen and the beautiful woman. This is a protective formation that can withstand the attacks of diamond-level strongmen, and it also has the effect of sound insulation and blocking vision. People outside cannot see what is happening inside, nor can they hear any sound.
Tianan City, where platinum level is the pinnacle, is enough to daunt anyone. Okay, now you can tell me how to hatch it? After finishing everything, the beautiful woman stared at Ling Chen. This is an ice-attributed monster egg, so it needs to be awakened with extreme ice.
Ling Chen said slowly.
It's that simple? The beautiful woman frowned. Such a simple method, but the people in her branch had never tried it? That's right. If you don't believe me, I can try it out for you right now, but this pet egg. Our treasure pavilion values credibility. If you can hatch it, it's yours.
Ling Chen nodded, took out the jade bottle from the ring, and led some extreme ice to the side of the stone egg. As soon as the extreme ice touched the stone egg, it began to turn into mist and dissipate. The energy of the extreme ice was absorbed by the stone egg at a very fast speed and was soon completely absorbed. The stone egg made a buzzing sound, as if it was cheering, like a hungry baby.
Ling Chen continued to draw out some extreme ice.
The beautiful woman next to him was in shock. The bottle in the young man's hand is actually a space equipment, and it can also store the ultimate ice.
Besides, is ultimate ice so easy to obtain?
It is an extremely rare treasure.
Why does it seem like this little brother doesn't feel sorry at all?
Finally, after feeding the stone egg several times, the stone egg finally responded. The stone egg vibrated and hummed, and suddenly, a crack appeared on the eggshell. As the crack continued to expand, a head with 3 sideburns stretched out. Finally, the eggshell cracked open, revealing a phoenix covered with blue feathers that looked like ice crystals. Unlike other pets that gnaw on their eggshells as soon as they come out, the ice crystal phoenix set its sights on Ling Chen as soon as it came out. The ice crystal phoenix flapped its wings lightly, looked at the jade bottle in Ling Chen's hand, and let out a soft cry.
It seems to be saying, "Give me some more." Understanding the intention of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, Ling Chen mobilized a little more extreme ice. With a wave of his right hand, this bit of ultimate ice flew in front of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Then Ling Chen put away the jade purifying bottle. Just kidding, this is the only thing he can use to move the Phoenix now. Enjoying absorbing the ultimate ice into its body, the Ice Crystal Phoenix let out a comfortable cry. Shoo! Then it flew to Ling Chen's feet, picked up Ling Chen's thighs with its two ice crystal wings, and rubbed Ling Chen's legs with its head. The two of them stared at such a dramatic scene in a daze, and Ling Chen couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Can I take this away? Of course. Thank you for sharing the method to awaken this stone egg. The beautiful woman first expressed her official gratitude. Then he murmured, absorbing the ultimate object of the same attribute? Try it later. That's fine. Since you're so blue, I'll call you Little Blue from now on. Reaching out and touching Xiaolan's feathers, a sense of coldness emanated from it, and Ling Chen casually gave it a name. Then I'll take it away. Ling Chen turned and looked at Xiaolan. Are you willing to follow me in the future? Xiaolan nodded. According to the method of signing the contract in his memory, Ling Chen gritted his teeth and bit his finger to let a drop of blood drip out. In the void, a contract was drawn and merged into one man and one phoenix. Ling Chen immediately felt that there was a connection between the two. Chapter 42 successfully broke the record in Blue Star history. Go to the main city. Xiaolan, I'm going to take you to a really fun place, and there's a little friend to accompany you. Jiao? Really? Jiao. Take me there quickly. Goodbye. Ling Chen waved his hand and put Xiaolan into the pet space. The beautiful woman was stunned. It was the first time she saw someone cheating on her pet like this. But the beautiful woman's professional ethics allowed her to react quickly. She took out a business card and handed it to Ling Chen. If you have any needs in the future, please call me. As long as headquarters has it, I can transfer it to you. Ling Chen nodded, so he wouldn't have to look for it himself in the future. After saying goodbye to the beautiful woman, Ling Chen took a taxi back home. The sisters were all asleep, so Ling Chen returned to his room. After a week of hard training, Ling Chen's source power has reached the peak of 9 stars. Only one step away from bronze level. Among the pills I bought today, there happened to be a source base pill that could upgrade me to bronze level. Ling Chen is ready to make a final push and advance to the bronze level. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, I adjusted my state. When his condition reached its peak, Ling Chen took out the source pill from the ring. This is a dark green pill that emits a fragrant aroma. He tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. The source pill melted in his mouth and turned into a hot current that swept through Ling Chen's whole body. The effect of the source pill was quickly apparent. Under the nourishment of this warm current, Ling Chen felt as comfortable as if he were bathing in a spring breeze. The energy in the body also began to run rapidly under the stimulation of the source pill. Ling Chen quickly practiced his skills to absorb this energy in his body. Faintly, Ling Chen felt as if he had touched the bronze level. But it was just a little bit short, so without saying anything more, Ling Chen raised his head and swallowed another source base pill. Keep practicing the mental method and pour the source of power into the center of the dantian. After one small cycle, the source energy in Ling Chen's body had filled enough space, and the remaining source energy went towards the membrane of that realm. The energy of this second source base pill seemed to turn into a sharp knife, which immediately helped Ling Chen break through the barrier. Bronze level. A high school student. Ling Chen broke the record for high school students' energy on Blue Star. Bronze level means that Ling Chen has officially entered the ranks of psychics and is no longer a psychic apprentice. Now, Ling Chen is confident, and the competition has shocked everyone. After reaching the bronze level, Ling Chen did not reward himself with rest. He continued to practice to consolidate his cultivation. When the dawn light rose from the horizon, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After a night of practice, Ling Chen's cultivation level stabilized. Turn on the system. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, bronze level 1 star, experience 199-2000. Strength, 5,115 kilograms. Combat power, 8,888. Pets, super god level pet Little Dragon growing stage, god level pet Little Blue junior stage. Summon Legion, to be unlocked. Available for viewing. The pure power of a 6-star silver level. With the added bonus of his own skills, Ling Chen is confident that he can fight against a high-level silver-grade monster.
Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction and became more determined in his belief that he wanted to become stronger. The next step was to upgrade his star as soon as possible and become even stronger. After letting out a breath, Ling Chen got out of bed to wash up. After washing up, I came out and found that my two sisters were already sitting in the living room waiting for me. Ling Chen stretched and was about to speak. "Dad, your son is calling you." Ling Chen's cell phone rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Yi Kong calling. "Hey, son, what's up?" "Son, hurry down, Daddy's here to take you to the station." After casually hanging up the phone, Ling Chen turned to look at his sisters. "Are you all ready?" "There's nothing more you need, it's all here." Ling Chen put the luggage they were going to take with them into the space ring. "Let's go. Yi Kong and the others are waiting for us downstairs." "Good." The two girls responded and followed Ling Chen downstairs. When the three figures disappeared in the corridor, an old man in black clothes walked out. Watching the three people leaving in the corridor. Downstairs was Yi Kong's extended version of the commercial vehicle. The driver was Yi Kang's driver, and the co-pilot was Yi Qing. Then Yi Kong and the other two were drinking drinks and chatting in the back. Seeing Ling Chen arrive, Yi Kong quickly opened the door. "Come up quickly, son." "Wow, I didn't realize you've made it." If it were before, Ling Chen would definitely be impressed. He didn't expect that Yi Kang's family was so rich. Now. Hey. I'm richer. How annoying. Now that everyone is here, I will briefly introduce to you the specific rules of this elimination tournament. Yi Qing cleared his throat, and a clear and pleasant voice came out. This elimination match will be decided in one match. Win, advance to the next round. Lose, and you're eliminated. There's no next step. Each game is divided into individual competition and team competition. First, each team will send 2 players to compete in a 1v1 individual match. The winning team will receive 1 point. Then there will be a 4v4 team match. In the end, each person on the winning team will receive 1 point based on the number of players still on the stage who have not lost their combat ability. The side with the most points wins. Ling Chen and others nodded, which means that even if they win all the individual competitions, they may still lose the team competitions. Soon, the business car arrived at the station. Taking out the tickets they had prepared long ago, Ling Chen and others boarded the direct train to the main urban area. As a satellite city, it keeps most of the monsters out. Therefore, the areas between satellite cities and the main urban area are not particularly dangerous. We had a smooth journey and arrived at the main urban area. As soon as you exit the station, there will be a special car waiting to greet you at the door. "Hello. We are from the Tianan City team." Teacher Yi Qing stepped forward and said to the leader who came to pick up the people, "Please get on this car. The hotel has been arranged for you. It's right next to the elimination arena. We'll talk about it in detail when we get to the hotel." The person waiting said casually. Teacher Yi Qing frowned slightly, as if the team he led was not given much attention. Without saying much, Teacher Yi Qing nodded slightly and took Ling Chen and others into the special car. After everyone got on the bus, Teacher Yi lowered his voice and said, "Let's fight for our reputation and make others look up to us." Yes. Everyone responded. Chapter 43. The elimination round begins. Are you sure they are here to compete? After driving for about 2 hours, the special car finally stopped. "All right everyone, we're here." The driver parked the car in front of the designated hotel and turned to speak to everyone. The group got off the car and saw a magnificent hotel. Wow! Is this the hotel in the main city? It looks so big. Ling Shi's surprised voice came. "Oh, what a bunch of bumpkins," a discordant voice came. Turning around, I saw 4 young boys and a middle-aged man getting off another special car. The one who spoke was the young man who led the group. He had dyed blonde hair and combed it meticulously. He was wearing expensive clothes and seemed to be of high status. "What did you say?" Ling Shi gritted his teeth and was about to step forward to argue. Ling Chen stretched out his right hand and stopped it. "Roll." Ling Chen didn't want to say anything more to this fool passing by, so he said a word lightly. "How dare you?" The leading young man's veins bulged when he heard what Ling Chen said. When has anyone dared to tell him to get lost like this? As the son of the mayor of Ning'an City, wherever he went, there were always a lot of people who humbly agreed with him. How dare this young man in front of me tell me to get lost? It turned out to be like this. He stared at Ling Chen fiercely and waved his right hand.
Break his legs for me.
His voice was filled with anger. When the remaining 3 boys heard this, they didn't hesitate and rushed straight towards Ling Chen.
Seeing this situation, Ling Chen shook his head. Are elementary school students fighting?
After casually dodging a kick from the boy in the front, Ling Chen struck with his right hand, and the boy fell to the ground, covering his legs. He clenched his fists, took a step forward, and punched out with both fists, knocking the remaining 2 people away on the left and right. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 of them were lying on the ground wailing. At this time, 2 drops of sweat could not help but flow down the forehead of the leading young man.
The weather was so hot.
Looking at the young man who was standing there and not daring to speak, Ling Chen walked towards him. Swoosh! A stream of air rushed towards Ling Chen at a rapid speed.
Ling Chen instantly felt a great threat.
Just as Ling Chen was using his fastest speed to dodge, a delicate cry came from behind him.
Drink!
A green light came out from Yi Qing's hand and collided with the airflow, making a bang sound, forming a strong wind that swept across.
You shameless old man, you attack students? Yi Qing frowned tightly.
The teacher leading the other team actually did such a shameful thing. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Chen viciously, and with a humph, he swung out a gust of wind, picked up several young men lying on the ground, and turned around and left.
Brother, are you okay?
Ling Shi felt a pang of fear when he saw his brother who stood up for him was almost injured by the shameless old man's sneak attack.
I'm fine.
He smiled and touched Ling Shi's head. Ling Chen raised his head, looked at the middle-aged man's departing back, and smiled kindly.
If we meet their team, beat them to death. Okay, let's go in first.
After entering the hotel and checking in at the front desk, everyone received their room keys. Because a team usually consists of a leading teacher and 4 students, each team only has 5 rooms. In the end, Ling Shi and Ling Ling shared a room, while Ling Chen and Yi Kong squeezed in.
After everyone got their room keys, they went back to their rooms to rest. Ling Chen first went to his sister's room and took out their luggage.
After telling his sister to be careful at night, Ling Chen left the room and closed the door.
Tomorrow, it's my turn to perform. Returning to the room, Ling Chen saw Yi Kong lying exhausted on the bed. He said unhappily, the competition is tomorrow, and you're still slacking off. Hee, don't I have you here? Yi Kong was not panicked at all. He just wanted to have a chance to show off and then lie down.
Ignoring Yi Kong, Ling Chen found an empty seat and began to practice with full concentration. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Kong saw Ling Chen practicing all the time, so he got up and started practicing with him. Faintly, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Ling Chen's mouth.
Dong dong dong. Early the next morning, there was a loud knock on Ling Chen's door.
Ling Chen is up, get ready for the opening ceremony, came teacher Yi Qing's voice. After a quick wash and a quick clean, he left the room with Yi Kong. At 9 o'clock, at the arena, as soon as they entered, Ling Chen and others felt the hustle and bustle of the main city arena. The place was bustling with people, and the Roman Colosseum-style stands were already full of people, and even the standing areas were packed with people. Several multi-angle cameras were flying in the sky, broadcasting the progress of the game in real time.
22 teams from satellite cities and 26 teams from the main city stood neatly on the platform square in the center of the arena.
First there was a familiar opening lullaby, followed by a speech by the Minister of Supernatural Education of the main city.
Good morning, everyone.
An hour later, when the minister said, "Okay, that's all I have to say," everyone suddenly became excited.
Okay, next is the draw. A host with flowing bangs comes on stage.
Please ask the captains of each team to come forward and draw lots to determine their opponents for the first round.
Ling Chen walked onto the stage naturally, reached into the lottery box, and took out a ball. There is a number on the ball, 9. Captains of other teams came forward one after another to draw lots.
Soon the results of the first round of draw came out.
Teams that drew the same number will be opponents. Now, please take the stage, the 2 teams that drew 1. Soon the 2 teams arrived at the 2 sides of the ring. The main city's number 7 middle school versus the 1 in city team. The first competition was a 1v1 individual match. Li Ping, the captain of number 7 middle school, was the first to play against Xiao Feng, the captain of 1 in city. The 2 came to the ring. They clasped their fists to show respect to each other and then took offensive stances. The competition officially begins. Ah! Xiao Feng immediately used his supernatural power and transformed into a beast. He turned into a burly gorilla.
Squeak, a burly figure was revealed, tearing his shirt open. The aura of a 6-star apprentice was revealed.
Fuck, is this a throwback? Damn, it's so ugly, I want to vomit.
The complaints from all around dealt a heavy blow to Xiaofeng mentally. Woo woo woo, Xiaofeng transformed his inner grief and anger into strength and rushed towards Li Ping. Looking at Xiaofeng rushing towards him, Li Ping remained calm and dodged left and right to avoid several punches thrown by Xiaofeng. At some point, Li Ping's fists had turned silver white, like steel. He swung a punch with force, hitting Xiaofeng's beastly belly, and Xiaofeng flew backwards. With one strike, he defeated his opponent. Li Ping had a hint of sarcasm on his lips. The people in Satellite City are really weak.
Chapter 44, The Miserable Satellite City Team, Ling Chen's talent is revealed. When Ansheng's team members were excited. He looked at Li Ping angrily, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. But the following 1v1 in team battles were no surprise. When Ansheng was easily crushed with a score of 0-6. No way, the Satellite City's team is so weak? It's not that they are weak, it's that our main city is too strong. The audience on the sidelines couldn't help but sigh when they saw such a crushing situation. The first game is over, the winning team is the main city number 7 middle school. Next, please invite the two teams that drew 2 to play. The number 18 middle school in the main city played against the Huan City team. 6 o'clock. The winning team is the 18th middle school in the main city. For 8 consecutive games, the winners were all high schools from the main city. And all the teams from the satellite cities were crushed. Now let's invite the team that drew 9 to come on stage. When the referee's announcement came, Ling Chen and others stood up. The 9th match was between the 4th middle school in the main city and the Tianan City team. Ling Chen led the team onto the stage. Considering that a one-on-one duel was too troublesome, Ling Chen directly gave up the individual competition score and chose to start with 0-2. The high school in the satellite city is really too weak. This match is a foregone conclusion. The captain of the satellite city team is too weak. A 6-star apprentice can be the captain. Yes, all the high school players in our main city are 6-star players. What the hell? Look at those 2 girls in Tianan City. Mom, I'm in love. Don't think about the upstairs, that's my wife and my sister. Hello, uncle upstairs. Once both sides are ready on stage, the host immediately announces the start of the competition. The competition officially begins. Come here, melon seeds, peanuts, chocolate, everything you need. Enjoy your meal. Ling Chen took out a leather sofa and a matching coffee table from the ring, which were filled with snacks. Inviting Yi Kong, Long Ningxuang and Xian Linger to sit down, Ling Chen shook his head, rubbed his hands, turned around and looked at the 4 young men from the 4th middle school. Ha! Are you guys here to play? The captain of the 4th team burst out his source energy with all his strength, and his apprenticeship reached 8 stars. The 4th middle school is so strong, and the Tianan City representative team is no match for them. Are they here to make fun of us? Do they think we're here to enjoy ourselves? The audience on the sidelines couldn't help but boo when they saw that the 3 members of Ling Chen's team had already started fighting. Ling Chen looked at the 4 people opposite him, remained calm in the face of danger, and silently extended a finger. I only need 1 move to deal with you. Ling Chen's faint voice caused a great shock. The audience present and watching the live broadcast were all shocked. How dare you say that? The opponents have an 8-star apprentice level captain and 3 7-star apprentice level team members. You want to 1v4? And only 1 move is needed? Almost everyone's first reaction was that the boy was bragging and trying to show off. Who is this person? Why is he so crazy? Isn't Tianan City the worst among the satellite cities? Is it because of the Great Madness? Everyone started talking about it, and no one thought Ling Chen could do it. But the next moment, their jaws dropped to the ground. Ling Chen slightly exerted his internal energy, and all the energy in his body suddenly burst out. A bronze-level aura swept across the entire venue. All the spectators present fell into silence. The 4 people from the 4th group across from them also stood there in a daze. This boy. Bronze level? Bronze level is not uncommon, but you tell me that this boy who has just awakened for less than a month is already at bronze level, are you kidding me? No wonder this young man dares to be so arrogant, it turns out he has the capital. Brothers, he's just a paper tiger, attack him together.
After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Hao, the captain of the 4th middle school, immediately organized the fighting spirit of the team members and took the lead in rushing forward. Wu Hao, who had awakened the speed system, turned into an afterimage and moved towards Ling Chen in a curve. The remaining 3 players are all speed-type players. It seems that the characteristic of this team is to rely on speed to win.
Who fire palm?
In this move, Ling Chen directly used nearly 10% of his source energy.
Ling Chen's right hand was burning with flames.
Ling Chen was ready to go, turning into a flash of lightning and flying towards Wu Hao and others at a rapid speed.
This speed.
It's even faster than Wu Hao and the other 3 who have awakened their speed abilities.
Captain, he's so fast.
Puff, the 4 people who were hit by the power of the palm flew backwards.
He fell off the stage and fainted. Hey, there's not even one person who can fight me.
Ling Chen sighed, turned around and ran towards Yi Kong and others.
Save me some popcorn. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Is there any justice left? I want to report someone for cheating.
This Ling Chen is definitely not from this year's senior year. The contestant area off the field was thrown into a commotion, with the vast majority of students clamoring to check Ling Chen's age. We all received 9 years of supernatural education, so why are you so outstanding?
Hello, Ling Chen. Following instructions from our superiors, our staff would like to test your bone age to prevent any problems. We ask for your understanding. We will provide you with some compensation later. Could you please cooperate?
After receiving instructions from his superiors, the host took the microphone and spoke to Ling Chen.
No problem. Ling Chen, who had just been shocked, would certainly not miss such a good opportunity.
Soon a staff member came up with a machine and tested Ling Chen.
Ling Chen, bone age 18. When the staff announced Ling Chen's bone age, there was a wave of exclamations from the audience. This is actually true? Report someone cheating?
We're both 18 years old, so why am I only a 2-star apprentice while he's already at bronze level?
Have you ever thought that it's you who's not good enough upstairs?
The winning team is the Tianan City team, the Do team that Brother Chen mentioned.
The whole audience burst into thunderous applause. Genius is always respected. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm tired of eating all these snacks, Brother Chen. Let's try something different in the next game? Yi Kong said to Ling Chen.
Ling Chen glanced at Yi Kong unhappily, then pointed at the camera in the air next to him. Yi Kong turned his head and saw a camera filming him in the face.
Nah.
To be Ling Chen's teammate, all you need to do is lie down.
It's really like one god leads 3 people. Why isn't Ling Chen my teammate?
The competition continued, and teams like Ling Chen were ultimately exceptions. Finally, the first round of competition ended. It can be said that the team from the satellite city was beaten terribly. 19 high schools in the main urban area were promoted, while only 5 high schools in the satellite city were promoted.
3 of them encountered teams from other satellite cities.
Ling Chen was surprised to find that the team from Ning'an City, which had a conflict last night, also advanced.
Today's competition ends here.
The draw for the second round will be held at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All teams are requested to attend on time. As soon as the host finished speaking, Ling Chen hurriedly led everyone away.
Chapter 45. Who gave you the confidence not to surrender? If he doesn't run away, Ling Chen will be surrounded by reporters.
After returning to the hotel, when the hotel manager learned that there was a bronze-level monster named Ling Chen in Tianan City, he immediately vacated 2 rooms for Ling Chen and others. Finally, Ling Chen had his own place to live.
It's time for the 3-day lucky draw again. Draw. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just use any god-level skill.
I prayed silently before the draw.
Lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the king-level skill Lightning Slash. Thunder Slash, send out a moonlight-shaped Lightning Slash.
Not bad, not bad. One more offensive skill. If Thunder is a large-scale lethal attack, then Thunder Slash has high single target damage. Perfect. Click on System. Character, Ling Chen.
Strength, Bronze Level 1-star Experience 399-2000.
Strength, 5,225 kilograms. Combat Power, 8,999. Superpowers, God Level Space Power, SS Level Thunder Power, B Level Firepower Evolvable. Talent, Emperor's Appearance. I gave it to me. Kung Fu, Chaos God Slaying Technique God Level.
Skills: Flash, Space Chain, 10,000 Swords Return Xianyuan Sword, 3rd level Thunder God Technique, Fiery Palm, Primary Identification Technique 899 10,000, Perception 20m Radius, Combat Skill Expertise, Thunder Slash, Thunderous Thunder. Weapon: Xianyuan Sword Seal. Xianyuan Sword, Soul Power 123 10,000. Unusual Treasure, Origin of the Treasure City of Space. Pet: Super God Level Pet Little Dragon Growth Stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. Number of Legion members, 11. Legion level, recruiting quickly. Summon Legion, to be unlocked. Leader, not enabled. Deputy Leader, not opened. Legion skills, none. Legion attack bonus, 21%. Legion defense bonus, 21%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Backpacks, too many to display. Everything is going in the right direction. Ling Chen was just about to familiarize himself with the use of the skills when there was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Brother, we want to go out for a walk, please come with us. Ling Shi's light voice came from outside the door. Ling Chen wanted to refuse to go out, but then he changed his mind and was still worried about the safety of his 2 younger sisters. Good. After responding, Ling Chen walked out of the room with a lingering feeling. At the door, Ling Shi, dressed in a youthful campus JK style, and Ling Ling, wearing a long floral dress, were standing aside and whispering. Oh. Ling Chen was stunned for a second when he saw Ling Ling wearing a skirt. He thought she only liked to wear casual clothes. Does it look good? Ling Ling said in a soft voice with a red face. Very good. The skirt suits you very well. Ling Chen touched Ling Ling's head and said with a smile without holding back his praise. Yeah. Ling Ling raised her head and smiled sweetly. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Go to the mall. Ling Chen didn't know how he spent the next 3 hours. He looked at the various clothes piled up in his space ring, which filled up half a mountain. This is much more tiring than practicing. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. After returning to the hotel, Ling Chen stopped practicing and immediately lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. This was the first time Ling Chen had a good night's sleep since he traveled through time. The next morning, the arena. The 24 teams that passed the first round of competition today will enter the second round of eliminations. The second round of competition will begin today. Please invite the captains of the winning teams from the first round to come on stage and draw lots to determine their opponents. Then, the host announced the 24 winning teams. Ling Chen was the first to go on stage. But it was different from the first time, which did not receive much attention. This time, as soon as Ling Chen stepped onto the stage, there was a burst of cheers from the audience. Ling Chen! Ling Chen! Ling Chen! Ling Chen, I want to give birth to a child for you. Big brother upstairs, is it over? Reaching into the lottery box and feeling around, Ling Chen took out a ball with a number on it. It says 1 on it. The teams below all fell silent, with one team still silently chanting. I'll give my dad 10 years of his life as a guarantee. Don't draw Ling Chen. This team is none other than the Ning'an City team that had clashed with Ling Chen. When he took out the lottery ball, there was a number 1 clearly written on it. Congratulations, brother. Your father can live a few more years. A captain nearby breathed a sigh of relief and said with a hint of gloating. Wow, Dad, why don't you shorten your life? I want to inherit your inheritance sooner rather than later. What a filial and good child. The draw is over, the competition is about to begin. Please prepare yourself, contestants. The first game was between Tianan City and Ning'an City. But in the eyes of all the audience, this was a battle without suspense. There are 4 people from Tianan City. Ling Chen is a bronze level 1 star, B level fire type. Yi Kong is an apprentice level 7 star, S level wind type. Long Ningxuang is an apprentice level 7 star, a level ice type. Xianlinger is an apprentice level 7 star, a level healing type. The 4 people from Ning'an City are all 6-star apprentices. Among all the satellite city teams, Ning'an City is considered strong, but it is still not strong enough compared to Tianan City. Ling Chen still gave up the points in the individual competition. The game begins. Ling Chen took out a sofa and a table, and placed a deck of cards and 3 cups of tea on them. Trying to change things up, huh? Yi Kong expressed his satisfaction, as he could eat, play, and drink with his pretty female classmates every day, and still win without doing anything.
This kind of life is so comfortable. Ha!
After doing all this, Ling Chen turned around and found that the 4 people from Ning Anqing were still there.
Who gives you the confidence not to surrender? Ling Chen asked curiously. Ling Chen, don't think that no one can beat you. If you have the guts, don't do it. The whole audience was shocked.
They had never seen such a shameless person.
Oh. No problem. Are you sure?
The leading boy suddenly became happy.
Certainly. Let's go together. If we can defeat Ling Chen, we will win.
The 4 people from Ning Anqing rushed up together.
Ling Chen sighed, oh. After all, you are too young.
Seeing his opponent about to pounce on him, Ling Chen kicked him away. He rolled twice on the ground and fell to the ground. Then he kicked the remaining 3 people 3 more times, knocking them unconscious.
Hey, using my feet doesn't count as physical action.
The whole audience was silent. Using feet doesn't really count as physical attack. The first round of the competition was won by the Tianan City team. Then, the second game started.
Ling Chen returned to the rest area board. Alas, there is no one who can fight. In the following games, all the teams from Satellite City were eliminated.
It is worth mentioning that the captain of the number 1 high school in the main city, Jin Tian, has reached the 9th star apprentice level and has SS level Thunder ability. The remaining 3 teammates also reached the apprentice level of 8 stars, 2 of them are water type and 1 is a healing type.
The lineup is particularly good. Chapter 46, Fighting like this takes too much time.
I want to challenge the remaining 11 teams. It is definitely a very strong team.
When encountering the number 1 high school in the main city, even Ling Chen would not dare to be arrogant. He would have to at least use 30% of his strength to deal with it. Ha! Ling Chen yawned out of boredom and scratched the back of his head. Why was their game so slow?
Looking at Yi Kong on the side, he was watching the arena below with great interest.
Ling Chen touched his chin and wondered if they had been too idle these days. Don't take the competition seriously. Can't you guys just perform well and serve as a foil for me? Ha!
After laughing, Ling Chen decided to go back to the hotel to continue practicing. In this kind of student competition, the fighting process is not that technically demanding, it's like a group of elementary school students fighting with immature postures. Back at the hotel, just as Ling Chen arrived at his room door, suddenly he realized that there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him secretly. When Ling Chen turned around and looked around carefully,
not surprisingly, nothing was found. Although Ling Chen didn't discover anything, the feeling of being secretly spied on was definitely not wrong. Ling Chen secretly became wary.
He took out his communicator, typed a message, and clicked send. At this moment, an old man who was having a foot massage was sweating with a ruddy face. Suddenly, a message alert sounded from the communicator next to me. Hearing the voice of the communicator, the old man stopped what he was doing. He turned slightly, reached out and picked up the communicator to take a look.
A plant. It's so safe in broad daylight, but there's so much trouble. The old man couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw the message on the communicator.
Then he suddenly accelerated his original movements, causing a series of light and rhythmic sounds.
3 minutes later, the old man shuddered and relaxed his whole body. Cough, it's so boring. Picking up the clothes placed nearby and putting them on, the old man walked to the window, opened it, and stepped on it. Then, as if remembering something, she turned around and blew a kiss toward the bed in the room. Wait for me next time, little darling.
Then he kicked the window and jumped out from the 6th floor.
Bang!
He turned 360 degrees in the air, half knelt on the ground, and kicked up a cloud of dust. Ignoring the surprised and strange looks of the passers-by, the old man ran towards the arena. After the old man walked away, everyone started talking. What a turbulent world! He looks like a man over 50, and yet he's still here looking for fun. Yeah, and you actually came looking for me in broad daylight. Fuck, why didn't he go through the main door and chose to jump off the building? Could it be that he ran away with the order? He must have eaten the Overlord cannon. The old man had already walked far away and could no longer hear the increasingly outrageous words spoken by the crowd. But if the old man heard it, he would make the person who said it regret it. On the other side, Ling Chen was practicing in the room when someone knocked on the window of the living room. Seeing the old man lying on the window, Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was I too careless and chose the wrong person as my bodyguard?
He opened the window and let the old man in. Why did you call me here? What's the urgent matter? Although the old man was unhappy, he still asked boss Ling Chen impatiently. Someone is secretly spying on me and following me. Go check it out. Ling Chen ignored the old man's unhappy expression and wondered who would investigate and follow him. Okay. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, the old man also looked serious. The old man clasped his fist towards Ling Chen and rushed out of the window. Ling Chen was speechless in his heart. What kind of illness is this? He didn't go through the door in broad daylight, but through the window. With the old man going to investigate, Ling Chen felt more relieved and decided to take it one step at a time and see what happens. After all, this is the main urban area, and Ling Chen believes that people in the dark dare not cause trouble openly. Besides, I have a master. Now you remember that you still have a master. A familiar voice came into Ling Chen's mind. Ahem, he. Master, I've reached bronze level. I'll come find you after this competition. Not bad. Faster than I expected. It seems I underestimated your talent. That's right, your disciple has the potential to become an emperor. Ling Chen casually said the system's evaluation of him. Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. The master's voice suddenly became much louder, stopping Ling Chen from continuing. What's wrong, master? Ling Chen was puzzled. What was there that couldn't be said? Some things won't do you any good if you know them now. When you're strong enough, you'll naturally understand them. From now on, don't mention those words. If Tianji finds out. The master's voice did not continue. I don't quite understand what master is afraid of. Is it the way of heaven? Could something like that actually exist? Forget it, why think so much? Now let South get the first place in the competition first. After adjusting his confused mind, Ling Chen quickly calmed down. Continue practicing. A night passed. Day 2. Arena. 12 teams of 4 stood neatly in the square in the center of the arena. The second round of the competition has ended. Congratulations to the remaining 12 teams. You've advanced to the top 12. They are Main City No. 1 High School, Main City No. 2 High School, Main City No. 3 High School, Main City No. 5 Middle School, Main City No. 12 Middle School, and the Tiananmen City team. When the host reported to Tiananmen City, cheers rang out throughout the city. Ling Chen! Ling Chen! Ling Chen! Ling Chen, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Humph. He's nothing but a pretty boy who relied on pills to force his way to higher ranks. Li Chang, the captain of the second high school, said viciously with a gloomy face. How could this lowly person from a satellite town be more popular than me? I'm going to show them who's the strongest. Wow, Brother Chen, are you so popular now? Listening to the cheers around him, Yi Kong exclaimed while throwing grapes into his mouth. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. People in the martial arts world respect you. Ling Chen waved his hand, indicating that he wanted to keep a low profile. Now, please invite the captains of the 12 teams to come on stage and draw lots. Wait. Ling Chen raised his little hand. Oh. Our classmate Ling Chen seems to have some questions. The host saw Ling Chen raised his hand and walked closer. Student Ling Chen, do you have any questions? After saying that, he subconsciously handed the microphone to Ling Chen. Of course, the host regretted doing so 3 seconds later. I want to say that everyone here is a loser. Ahem, no, I want to apply to change the rules of the game. Fighting like this is really taking too much time. I want to challenge the remaining 11 teams to a one-on-one duel. Ling Chen's voice was transmitted through the microphone to the ears of every audience member present, as well as to the ears of those who were watching the live broadcast. The whole audience was in an uproar. Damn, this guy is so arrogant. He's way too arrogant. Wow, so handsome, I love it. Who the hell just said to keep a low profile? He definitely can't fight so many people. Everyone in the arena started talking. Chapter 47, the first appearance of the lightning power shocked the whole audience. Oh. Ling Chen, are you sure you want to do this? Let me ask your superiors for you. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the host's forehead. I'm sure. Ling Chen said in a rhythmic tone. The other teams around were staring at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, don't be so self-righteous.
You simply broke the record in human history and became the first genius to reach the bronze level right after awakening.
That's right, aren't you just a little more handsome than us? There are 44 of us, can't we beat the 4 of you? Hey, when you count, don't count me. Yi Kong expressed his innocence and said, I'm just a lucky guy. How did I suddenly get dragged into the battle?
Too lazy to pay attention to the ridicule from the team next to him, Ling Chen closed his eyes and waited for the result from the organizer. On the other side, Assistant Xiao Wang hurried to the office of the Minister of Supernatural Education.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in.
Xiao Wang pushed open the office door and walked in quickly.
Minister.
Minister Lin, in the arena competition, Ling Chen, the captain of the Tianan City team, has requested a 1-on-11 challenge.
The rest of the teams should join in.
And now our ratings are off the charts. The live broadcast backend is almost paralyzed because there are so many people watching.
Most of them said they came to see Ling Chen.
Minister Lin, who was looking down at the report, stopped, raised his head and thought for a moment.
All right.
The rules have remained unchanged for so many years, everyone is tired of it. Ling Chen is a rare genius that only appears once in a century.
All right. Grant his request. A bronze-level high school student. Let the other gathering places see how powerful our genius is. Yes. Then I will go notify the arena first.
After hearing Minister Lin's words, Assistant Xiao Wang turned around and walked out of the office. As soon as he left the office, he quickly quickened his pace to notify the staff at the arena.
Are we still going to compete? Why haven't you come to the conclusion yet? Wouldn't it be better to just agree to let him fight? Just when everyone present was bored, a staff member appeared.
It immediately attracted the attention of everyone present.
The staff couldn't help but be stunned. Why was everyone looking at me?
Then he quickened his pace, ran quickly to the host, whispered something, and turned away.
The host who received the instructions from above didn't expect that they would actually agree to play like this? Ahem.
The host put his right fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. The competition director has approved Ling Chen's application.
So, I'd like to ask if the remaining 11 teams agree? Agree. No problem. Let him know how powerful we are. If I can't beat you in a one-on-one fight, then I'm afraid of you in a group fight.
With the consent of the remaining teams, the host continued to host the game. Now, please invite both teams to take the field.
It's a match between Tianan City and the main city. Let's wait and see who will win this match.
Ling Chen and his 4 companions stood on one side, while on the other side there were 44 people densely packed together, making the arena, which was not that big to begin with, seem a little crowded.
Brother Chen, do you need us to join you?
Facing an opponent that was dozens of times his size, Yi Kong felt that he could no longer just sit there and do nothing. After all, if Ling Chen couldn't beat him, he would have to beat him sooner or later.
Wait until I can't do it anymore before you come up. Ling Chen shook his head. The game officially begins. With the referee's order, the teams in the main city, those who have transformed into beasts, those who have strengthened their powers, displayed their respective abilities. Who should go first? Although everyone summoned their special powers, no one took the lead for a long time. There was silence among the people present. Whoever went forward first would be asking for a beating. Anyway, there will always be someone to solve Ling Chen's problem. After the problem is solved, they still be competitors? So everyone is thinking, let others go first and then they can reap the benefits. Humph. A bunch of FW, I'll go. Li Chang from the second high school had a look of disdain on his face. He thought he could beat 10 of these bronze-level warriors who relied on spiritual medicine to reach their highest level. Li Chang walked to the front of the team and stared at Ling Chen with disdain. Ha! Ling Chen, I heard you're a B-class fire type. Let me tell you, I'm an SS-class fire type Hellfire. Our talents are worlds apart. Hey, big brother, are you annoying? Do you want to fight or not? Yi Kong yelled from the side. I have cracked half of the melon seeds. What should I do if I don't crack them all? Looking for death. Li Chang roared, black flames burning all over his body, and rushed towards Yi Kong like lightning. Ling Chen took a step forward and stretched his arms. Okay, let us start showing off, and use you as the background. Li Chang had already rushed out half the distance. Ling Chen moved his mind, and the next moment, the whole audience fell into a brief silence. Purple arcs of lightning were dancing on Ling Chen's arms, wrapping around his arms like vines. After a brief silence, there was an uproar at the scene. Fuck, am I seeing things? Is that Ling Chen's thunder? That's a lightning ability.
Ling Chen not only has fire abilities, he also has lightning abilities. Ling Chen actually has twin superpowers.
One of them is SS level, no wonder he reached bronze level so quickly.
It's not that no one has achieved twin powers in the past, but the awakened powers are generally F level and D level, and do not have much value.
Everyone present except Yi Kong was shocked, including the audience who were watching the live broadcast. Hey! What's going on? An SS level ability isn't that rare, right? Why does everyone look so shocked?
The one upstairs, the fire ability he used to use.
Holy crap, dual powers? Ha! Those two girls are so hot.
Lang Ningxuang and Xian Linger next to them looked at each other and found that Ling Chen was not as simple as he seemed. Lang Ningxuang stared at Ling Chen's back, a hint of doubt in her eyes.
Is this all you have? There should be more. Ling Chen, what kind of person are you?
Seeing the electric arcs all over Ling Chen's body, Li Chang was stunned for a moment, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, so he couldn't care less.
Go to hell.
Li Chang not only did not stop, but rushed towards Yi Kong even faster. But Ling Chen will not let him achieve his wish.
Ling Chen turned into a shadow and instantly appeared in front of Li Chang. Thunder slash. A crescent-shaped lightning bolt struck towards Li Chang.
Li Chang quickly crossed his arms to protect himself.
Squeak. The moment Lei Zhan touched Li Chang's arm, the clothes on Li Chang's arm were cut open. Puff Li Chang was struck by lightning and flew backwards.
Several ribs were broken instantly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A mark was left on the ground and Li Chang fainted.
Next, it's your turn. Chapter 48. Have you ever heard of the 1,000 thunderbolts that descended from the sky? Ling Chen looked at the remaining people and said, do you surrender on your own, or do I do it myself?
If Ling Chen was only a B-level fire element before, everyone would think it would be easy to deal with Ling Chen. But now it is discovered that Ling Chen is actually an SS level thunder type, the highest talent level, and has reached the bronze level.
How to fight this?
Of course, if they knew that Ling Chen's current strength had reached silver level 6 stars, I wonder what they would think. Looking at the hesitant crowd, Ling Chen decided to treat them to a good meal. After adjusting his state, Ling Chen placed his palms slightly upward on both sides of his body, as if summoning the energy within his body.
Thunder. Ting. 10,000. June. Boom. Sizzle.
The sky was already dark, covered with dark clouds, and purple thunder was faintly visible in the clouds.
Dad, do you remember that move that sent thousands of thunderbolts falling from the sky? You mean? An elderly couple was discussing secretly on the sidelines. Controlling the thunder, Ling Chen soared into the air, his entire body filled with wandering arcs of electricity.
Finally, Ling Chen controlled the thunder to fall, and bolts of lightning as thick as arms struck down from the sky, heading towards the team in the main city. The lightning that was dodged struck the ground, creating cracks. The students who were accidentally struck by the lightning were charred and smoking, with their hair standing on end.
Open your mouth and exhale a puff of smoke. I surrender. I won't fight anymore.
More and more students hurriedly dodged the thunder and came to the edge of the ring, then jumped off the ring. Soon, only number 1 high school and the unconscious students were left on the field.
Wait for the medical staff on the sidelines to safely bring the unconscious student off the stage.
Qin Tian, the captain of number 1 high school, looked straight at Ling Chen.
I admit you're strong, but we haven't fought each other, so it's still unclear who will win or lose.
Suddenly, arcs of lightning appeared around Qin Tian.
He also had SS level thunder abilities. The audience on the sidelines suddenly became excited. SS level thunder versus SS level thunder, it has been many years since we last saw it, the tickets we bought this time are really worth it. Both of them have lightning abilities, so lightning attacks will be infinitely weakened for them.
At this time, Ling Chen's fire ability had a great advantage.
Take my move. Thunderstorm Fist. Qin Tian's right hand was wrapped in electric arcs.
He approached Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed, and after accumulating strength, he punched out. His fist carried the terrifying power of thunder, and this was his full strength attack.
Fire palm. Ling Chen took his time and swung out a palm to block Qin Tian's hair. Bang!
A fist and a palm collided with each other. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and held on, his fist still exerting force.
Ling Chen showed a hint of surprise. He had used 30% of his strength, but he failed to kill the opponent in seconds? Immediately, Ling Chen mobilized the energy in his body and increased the output. Finally, Qin Tian couldn't hold on any longer and retreated backwards. After taking 5 steps back, Qin Tian knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hands, as if he had suffered some internal injuries. When Ling Chen looked at Qin Tian's remaining teammates, "Ling Chen, we surrender." The 3 men raised their hands in surrender, then ran to Captain Qin Tian and helped him up. Seeing that the 3 of them had become sensible at this time, Ling Chen expressed his helplessness. "Why didn't you vote before, and acted as if you were ready to die? In this 1v11 team match, I declare the Tianan City team the winner. They are the champions of this elimination round." After the game, the host's high-pitched voice sounded. Tianan City won the championship. This had never happened before in the previous competitions. In the past, the top 3 spots were always taken by the main city high schools. Who knew that Ling Chen would show up this time? Won the championship? Yi Kong curled his lips. The competition was not as serious and difficult as the principal said. At this time, the whole audience burst into cheers, and everyone was calling Ling Chen's name. "Ling Chen! Ling Chen! Ling Chen!" Ling Chen gave them a feeling of invincibility. At the same time, Ling Chen's strength also made everyone see hope for the future. The human situation will definitely get better and better. After the host announced the results of the competition, Ling Chen led the team away. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he saw Yi Qing's sullen face. "Ling Chen, can you please give me some peace of mind? You really have to do this, right? Don't worry, don't worry. I know what's going on," he perfunctorily said to teacher Yi Qing, then turned and left. "Remember to notify me to come and receive the award later. The main city competition has come to an end for the time being, and we just have to wait for the top 2 teams among the remaining 11. What Ling Chen is more concerned about now is who is spying on him." The communicator sent a message to the old man. Ling Chen sat on the sofa and started brainstorming while waiting for the old man. "First of all, I shouldn't have provoked anyone. After all, I'm such an upright person, so I shouldn't have provoked anyone. Is he from Ning'an City? But the people that the young master can command shouldn't behave in this way. Could it be a fan? Ah, there shouldn't be any fans that perverted, right? Dog day." There was a knock on the living room window, and the old man came into view. "Please go through the door next time," Ling Chen said speechlessly as he opened the window. The old man came in sideways and sat down on the sofa, looking frightened. "Ling Chen, you need to pay more." "Huh? What do you mean?" Ling Chen looked confused. "I told you I should get extra money for being your bodyguard. Do you know who is watching you secretly?" the old man whispered. "Who?" Ling Chen narrowed his eyes. No matter who it was, he would be done with it. "They are a group of lunatics who call themselves the new human race and are guided by God. They claim that the monster's sudden rise is just a test, to eliminate the weak and leave the strong. So they can't stand the Alliance's protection of ordinary people, and they keep sabotaging it. This caused great anger in the Alliance, and they sent strong men to wipe it out, but they failed." "Wait." Ling Chen interrupted the old man's introduction. "So, why are they following me? Can you tell me the main point first?" "That's because they're seeking revenge against the Alliance. Every year they hunt down talented monsters in the Alliance. And you, a high school student, broke the record. Naturally, that caught their attention." Ling Chen nodded. He knew that he would always encounter this kind of situation when he exposed his talent. It all depended on whether his plan could succeed. Who is secretly observing me now? What are their plans? The old man shook his head, indicating that it was still unknown. "Go check it out again, and I'll give you an extra 10,000 spirit stones on your annual salary." "Okay. No problem." Unexpectedly, the old man who could really add money responded and went out of the window again. Ling Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, felt a sense of crisis. "We still have to increase our combat effectiveness quickly. Go back to your room and practice." Chapter 49, the main city elimination round is over. Ling Chen's advertising is great. Ling Chen, who was concentrating on practicing, didn't even leave the room. At this moment, a thrilling elimination round is taking place in the arena. Because one team was missing, the remaining teams drew lots to determine who would receive a bye.
The captains of the number 1 and number 2 high schools were not doing well, so their team members drew the lots on their behalf.
Unexpectedly, the number 1 high school drew an empty ticket.
The remaining 10 teams will play 5 games, and finally the 3rd high school, the 5th high school, the 8th and 9th high schools and the 11th high school will advance. The 2nd high school was eliminated because the captain had not yet recovered. Today's competition ends here, and the remaining 6 teams will decide the top 2 tomorrow. Join Ling Chen's team to participate in the national competition. The next day, the remaining 6 teams came to the arena, and several people from Tianan City also came to the player area in the middle of the field. But the only one who was not seen was Ling Chen. At this time, Ling Chen was shouting on the bed.
"Oh my god, so handsome."
Ling Chen clenched his fists excitedly.
What made Ling Chen so excited half a minute ago? Prize draw.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level skill concealment.
Stealth, using the environment to achieve invisibility. Although it's not invisibility, it's also very good.
A man remains a boy until he dies.
When Ling Chen first came to Blue Star, this was the skill he wanted most. He. Tonight. What are you thinking about? Going out tonight to investigate the new humans.
With the ability to hide, Ling Chen believed that there would be no problem as long as he was careful.
On the other side, a fierce battle is going on in the ring. First high school wins. 10 minutes later. Third high school wins. 20 minutes later. 7th high school wins. Now, please invite the 3 winning teams to come forward and draw lots. This will determine the order of battle. The last 3 teams will take turns fighting.
Ranking will be calculated based on the total points earned in the 3 matches. The first match is between number 1 high school and number 7 high school.
5:1. The second game is between number 1 high school and number 3 high school. 3:1. The third game is between the 3rd high school and the 7th high school. 2:1.
In the end, number 1 high school took the top 2 spots with 8 points and number 3 high school took the top 2 spots with 3 points.
After the final ranking is announced, an award ceremony will be held.
The organizers invited the top 3 teams to the stage through the broadcast. At this time, Ling Chen was still practicing in the hotel.
Not seeing Ling Chen, Yi Qing frowned. Where did Ling Chen go again? I haven't seen it.
I don't think I saw it since I left home this morning.
He should still be in the hotel room. Okay.
Thinking of Ling Chen's eagerness to devote all his time to cultivation, teacher Yi Qing felt helpless. Being hardworking is a good thing, but forgetting today's award ceremony is quite careless.
Fortunately, the hotel was right next to them.
Yi Qing asked everyone to wait for a while, and then hurriedly left the arena.
Half an hour later, Yi Qing carried Ling Chen, whose hair was messy, into the arena. Everyone in the audience was watching, waiting for the champion to emerge.
They had all heard that this year's champion was a bronze-level genius. But seeing Ling Chen's unkempt appearance, it is true that geniuses always have their own personalities. Seeing that all 3 teams had arrived, the host picked up his microphone and spoke in an excited voice. Now, I declare that the winner of this Hangzhou Gathering Place competition is the team from Tianan Satellite City, Brother Chen's team. The second place goes to Team Qin Tian from Hongdu No. 1 High School. The third place goes to Team Zhao Gang from Hongdu No. 3 High School. As the host's voice fell, the whole venue became boiling again, filled with the audience's cheers.
Ling Chen is invincible. Ling Chen, go for it.
Ling Chen raised his right hand, twisted his body with his left hand, and waved towards the audience.
Tianan City, Principal's office.
Principal Dong drank tea while watching the live broadcast of the competition, and chuckled to himself, I was right. I'm sure I'll pass the college entrance examination this year.
City Lord's mansion, study.
In front of the middle-aged man's desk, Zhang Jia was reporting the results of the main city competition.
Oh? You mean, that boy has 2 superpowers, one of which is SS-level lightning?
The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly and said, it turns out we were wrong last time. The real disciple should be this young man. After the championship trophy was awarded, it was time for the acceptance speech. As usual, the host handed the microphone to Ling Chen.
But for some reason, the host always felt his eyelids twitching.
He subconsciously tightened his grip on the microphone, but Ling Chen took it with a little effort.
Cough, cough, cough. Ling Chen cleared his throat. First of all, thank you all very much for your support. Ling Chen's slightly magnetic voice spread through the microphone.
The entire audience fell silent, listening intently to Ling Chen's speech.
Now I have two things I want to talk about.
The first one, which is not that important, is to thank my parents, sister, and teacher.
Half an hour later. Okay, that's enough, thank you.
I'm sure everyone's getting hungry, so I'll quickly tell you the second thing.
It's very important. I'm a man, I'm interested in women, I'm 18, and my ambition is to wipe out the monsters and restore peace. I'm planning to form a mercenary group with the mission of exterminating monsters. I'm inviting like-minded students to join. Food, accommodation, and salary are provided. If you're interested, please call my private number 0425004250. Every partner who wants to join will be interviewed by me personally, and they can join if they pass. As soon as Ling Chen's words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Wow! Advertising openly? Are they trying to steal jobs from the military recruitment office?
You know, most of the high school seniors who didn't get into college every year join the military.
Wow, with such a handsome leader, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Wow, doesn't that mean I'll have a chance to meet Ling Chen face to face? Fuck, I want to join in, hold on tight.
Some students who thought they would not be able to get into university could not help but be very tempted. Many of them come from poor families and exchange the resources allocated by the school for money.
As a result, their strength is far inferior to that of the rich. In the past, joining the army was definitely their best choice. But now, following the footsteps of a genius is also a good choice. Wait until I get. Ahem, classmate, are you done speaking?
Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the host quickly interrupted Ling Chen, who was about to continue speaking.
I reluctantly returned the microphone to the host. Fortunately, I had said everything I wanted to say. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. Okay, thank you Ling Chen for sharing. Now, let's invite the organizer of this competition, Minister Lin, to the stage to speak. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Minister Lin walked up to the stage slowly and took the microphone skillfully. The winner of this Hangdu elimination tournament is the Tianan City team. Congratulations! The rewards will be sent to you later. Next week you will represent Hangdu in the finals. Come on everyone. I wish you all good results. And then...
Before Minister Lin could continue speaking, the audience left the venue one after another.
Why bother buying a ticket to suffer this torture? I was just tortured by Ling Chen, and now I have to be tortured by Minister Lin. Chapter 50, Elimination Round Rewards. Do you look down on me? Ahem, okay, that's all for my speech.
Congratulations again to everyone who made it to the top 3. Sensing that everyone wanted to leave, Minister Lin felt a little embarrassed and decisively ended his unfinished speech. After finishing his speech, Minister Lin led Ling Chen and the other 3 teams out of the arena.
Ministry of Supernatural Education, Minister's Meeting Room. This is a medium-sized office with electronic instruments and a screen on one side and a round table in the middle with chairs placed every 30 centimeters. There was a bottle of water and a booklet in front of each chair. Minister Lin asked the 3 teams to sit down and began to talk about what happened today. I have a few things to briefly explain. Minister Lin's expression changed from the kind and peaceful one just now, and he said seriously. First and foremost, it's your reward for this elimination round. The first place team will each receive a prize of 50 million, and each of them can choose 3 items from the booklet in front of you as rewards. The second place team will each receive a 30 million yuan bonus and 2 rewards of their choice. The third place team will each receive a 10 million yuan bonus, plus a reward of their choice. As soon as Minister Lin finished speaking, Ling Chen immediately slammed the table. Are you looking down on me? I asked to choose 2 more. The people around were stunned. Damn, Ling Chen, how dare you be so brave? Roll. Okay. Ling Chen immediately opened the booklet and started choosing. The changes were so fast that no one could react. Ah. It's you indeed. First 10 pages, all silver level equipment. The 10 pages in the middle, all kinds of cultivation elixirs. The last 10 pages, skill books of various supernatural powers. Seeing that everyone had basically finished reading the booklet, Minister Lin continued. The pace of the competition is quite fast. The national competition will begin in a week, and it will take 5 days to get from the main city to the final national competition venue, Dawn City. From a long-term perspective, I suggest you choose skill books. But judging from this competition, weapons and cultivation pills offer better value for money.
After saying this, Minister Lin stopped talking for a while, giving the students present time to think and discuss.
We don't need to choose any pills. I have them all here.
Ling Chen said the first sentence, helping Yi Kong and the others eliminate an option. As for equipment, Ling Chen felt that the silver level was not enough. To be honest, Ling Chen was confident that he could fight against the gold level monster without being defeated. Of course, this is subject to a prerequisite, which is that it must be within 5 seconds.
What Ling Chen lacks now is skills.
Now that he has revealed his thunder ability, he has more room for choice.
It's not that Ling Chen doesn't want to choose the space department. Can you ask Minister Lin if he can afford it?
After thinking for a while, Ling Chen felt that he now had enough offensive skills, but basically no auxiliary and control skills. Flipping through the booklet, every time he looked at a skill, Ling Chen would imagine how to use this skill to best suit his current abilities. First, Ling Chen locked onto a thunder skill, thunder technique, a mid-level Xian level, body movement skill. Although it is not as good as the skills obtained by lottery, it is also very precious. The second one is a fire skill, fire shield, which is of low-level Xian level. It summons a fire shield to block in front of the body. The last Ling Chen was wavering all the time, and finally Ling Chen accidentally picked up a skill.
I never expected that this skill existed. Martial arts breath holding technique.
A skill without a skill level usually seems useless. But when Ling Chen saw this skill, his eyes suddenly lit up. Combined with his own stealth skills, this would be a necessary skill for murder and arson on a dark and windy night.
Make a decisive choice. I've chosen this, and this.
After circling a few skills, Ling Chen threw the booklet to the assistant standing beside him.
Soon, Yi Kong also made his choice.
He chose the wind binding technique.
He figured it out and knew that Ling Chen would deal the damage. Just place him assist and lie back, and you'll be done.
Then he chose a silver level dagger and wind boots.
Yi Kong has a clear understanding of his own position, assassin support. Be a man like the wind.
Xian Linger chose a piece of armor and 2 healing skills. Condensation Frost was not interested and not overly enthusiastic, as if these things had no appeal to them at all.
Lang Ningxuang directly selected 3 bottles of beauty pills, which made Minister Lin's mouth twitch. This is really not going to work hard.
Learn from Yi Kong, consider the overall situation, at least make a normal election.
What will Ling Chen think when he sees this? Having said that, how could something like what Xiao Wang did be included in the player's rewards?
Just as Minister Lin was fantasizing in his mind, Ling Chen looked over and was stunned to see Lang Ningxuang had chosen 3 bottles of beauty pills.
Here it comes, I'm going to get angry.
Minister Lin couldn't help but feel a little excited.
Hey, I told you not to choose the pills. I have plenty here if you want.
After saying that, Ling Chen took out 10 bottles of beauty pills from the ring and handed them to Lang Ningxuang. Looking at the pill that Ling Chen handed over, Lang Ningxuang showed hesitation. It didn't seem right to directly accept things from the opposite sex, but she really wanted the beauty pill. In the end, Xiaolang surrendered to the evil forces. She stretched out her delicate hand and put the pill into her ring.
If you need more, just ask me, there's plenty.
Ling Chen pretended to be generous and said that he actually only had these 10 bottles. After all, 1 bottle of medicine cost millions, so why would he buy so many? When I win the championship and become a master alchemist, I can refine as much as I want.
Well, thank you.
Lang Ningxuang said softly, with a hint of warmth in her tone, no longer as cold as before.
Sure enough, to deal with aloof people, you just need to cater to their preferences.
Minister Lin was dumbfounded.
Wow! Tens of millions worth of stuff are just given away. It's so great to be young.
After everyone had made their choices, Minister Lin clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention.
I think everyone has chosen their favorite things. Then I will tell you the second thing. The second thing is about this national competition. This national competition is being held in Dawn City. This is the largest city on Blue Star and can be said to be humanity's last line of defense. Dawn City covers an area of 9.6 million square kilometers and is divided into the inner city and the outer city. Our national competition is being held in the outer city's simulated primary forest field. It's exactly like a wild forest.
In the simulated primary field, most monsters are apprentice level. Only in the central area are there bronze level monsters, but they are rare and you won't usually encounter them. By the way, getting familiar with this simulation field will be beneficial to you in the future. Listening to Minister Lin's introduction, Ling Chen couldn't imagine how big this city was.
I'm afraid it would take an ordinary person decades to explore this city. Chapter 51, Small-Minded. They are all my future brothers. So what are the specific rules of this competition? Listening to Minister Lin's description, everyone couldn't help but feel excited about Dawn City. After all, no one present had ever been there. This competition is different from previous hunting competitions. It uses a completely new format. And unlike previous competitions, this national competition will be broadcast live. 25 teams from various gathering places will enter the primitive forest simulation primary field from 25 directions. The competition lasts 3 days, and the scope of your activities will be reduced each day. On the last day, your activities will be limited to the central square. Once you enter the square, your score will be locked and will not change. The team with the most points standing in the center square at the end wins. Kill a low-level apprentice monster and earn 1 point. Kill an apprentice-level intermediate monster to get 10 points. Kill an apprentice-level high-level monster and earn 100 points. What about the bronze level? When Ling Chen asked the question, everyone turned to look at him. Okay, you are the only one who can ask this. Low bronze level, 1000, intermediate, 2000, high bronze level, 5000. Then we can only get points by killing monsters? Yi Kong asked. If a team is composed entirely of attackers, wouldn't it be very efficient? They can just keep killing and be done with it. Of course not. There's another way to get points, and it's also the most common way, and that's robbing. Rob? Yes, you can steal points from other teams, but you can only steal half of their points each time. If a team is robbed more than 3 times, the entire team will be eliminated. Everyone's pupils shrank. This was forcing everyone to kill each other. Are there any restrictions on the competition? For example, what can't be done? Ling Chen thought of something wrong. As long as they don't maliciously harm or kill others. There are no restrictions. Does that mean different teams can team up? Ling Chen thought of something and suddenly became excited. Of course, but there can only be one team that wins the championship. Minister Lin started to panic. What was Ling Chen trying to do again? The rules of this competition were changed because of him. Could it be that the organizers of the national competition will also change the rules because of him? Do you understand? Minister Lin asked after explaining the rules, fearing that he had not explained it clearly. No. Then I'll tell it again. After spending 5 minutes telling everyone again, Minister Lin felt dry in the mouth and picked up a glass of water to drink. Ahem, everyone, listen to me. Taking advantage of Minister Lin's break, Ling Chen took over. You should all know that you can't beat me. Why don't you work together and join my mercenary group? Hey, let's recruit all the geniuses from other gathering places. Then we'll give you a share of the championship rewards. Then raise the flag of our gathering place high in the central square. Qin Tian and Zhao Gang looked at each other and nodded silently. There's nothing I can do. Seeing Yi Kong lying there so comfortably, I'm so envious. Finally, is it our turn? As for the championship or something? How could Ling Chen hope to win a championship while still alive? It's good enough to be the second in command. Minister Lin stood aside and his mouth twitched. He had originally wanted to say that people who were in the same gathering place could take care of each other. Now that's good, I don't even have to say anything, I have been directly won over by Ling Chen. Well, everyone won't have many points in the first 2 days. It will be much more efficient for you to compete for points from other teams on the 3rd day. Everyone nodded. Alright, you guys discuss the specific tactics for the final national competition. Xiao Wang will take you to collect your rewards later. Minister Lin wiped the sweat from his head, wondering if it was because of the hot weather or something else. I only have one small request. Don't bring shame to our Hangdu gathering place. After saying this, without waiting for anyone to respond, Minister Lin hurried out of the meeting room. It seems like there is something urgent to do. Looking at Minister Lin's back, Ling Chen murmured, I didn't expect it to be so effective. If Minister Lin were allowed to continue talking, there's no telling how long it would end. No longer thinking about Minister Lin who had already left, Ling Chen turned around and faced everyone. Brother Chen, tell me what we should do? Do you have a plan? After we get in, we'll start looking for a team on the first day. But the other teams didn't get many points on the first day. Isn't it a waste of energy? Qin Tian asked in confusion. You're too narrow-minded.
They're all my future little brothers.
Don't forget. We have 3 teams.
Anyone who doesn't agree to be my younger brother will be eliminated directly. It's not too much for our 3 teams to encounter the same team in a row.
Ling Chen laughed.
Everyone was stunned at first, but they quickly realized, wow.
Amazing.
You're the one causing all this trouble.
Our team will get bigger and bigger.
In the end, there will be 25 teams in total.
If half of them are from our team, then the competition will be over.
Ling Chen has already started to imagine the scene that will shock the entire nation.
No problem. Everyone was full of expectations. As for what the consequences would be? It's okay, Ling Chen will take responsibility for any consequences. Who made him the leader? Ling Chen didn't know that he was regarded as the scapegoat by everyone. If there's no problem, then let's go.
I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, and I still have things to do tonight.
Alas, poor man.
Ling Chen sighed silently in his heart. When I walked out of the meeting room, I saw Xiao Wang pacing back and forth anxiously.
Sister Wang, take us to get the reward. Okay. Follow me.
After saying that, Assistant Xiao Wang turned around and led the way towards the resources department.
We arrived at a room in the resources department.
There was a table in the center, and on the table were placed the resources that everyone had just selected.
He also asked for each player's account and said that the money would be transferred to the account later.
After finishing all this, Ling Chen and others prepared to slip away.
Sister Wang, we're leaving first. Let's talk to Director Lin and see you the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Ling Chen smiled secretly and let everyone out of the Supernatural Education Bureau. Ah.
Okay, I'll take it there. Take care. Xiao Wang adjusted his glasses and said softly.
After everyone left the Education Bureau, Yi Kong asked curiously, Ling Chen, what are you laughing at? It's okay. Let's go back.
Then everyone left the Superpower Education Bureau together, and the several teams dispersed. When I returned to the hotel, I saw Teacher Yi Ching and the sisters waiting for me in the lobby. I walked over and touched my sister's head.
Brother, you are awesome.
She gave Ling Chen a thumbs up.
Of course. Don't you see who your brother is?
I have to say, it feels really good to be praised by my sister.
Ling Chen, I won't accompany you on the rest of the journey to this national competition.
Teacher Yi Ching said with a smile.
Oh? What's wrong?
It's okay, I still have to go back to lead the class.
You will be led to the competition by people from the main city. I believe in you, don't embarrass Tianan City. Okay. Teacher Yi, please be safe when you go back. He clasped his fists towards Teacher Yi Ching.
Ling Chen secretly took out some cultivation pills and beauty pills from the ring, and then secretly stuffed them into Teacher Yi's arms.
You guys better keep up the good work. I'll be watching your finals with my classmates at school. Wait until we win the championship and come back. Just wait and see.
After helping Teacher Yi Ching, who was carrying her luggage, into the car, Ling Chen watched the vehicle drive away. When the vehicle was no longer in sight, Ling Chen turned around.
Aha! We can have fun now.
The teacher who was no longer under supervision felt relieved.
Chapter 52, Kill Yi Kong. Can I buy shares?
Everyone couldn't help but put their hands on their faces and looked at Ling Chen helplessly.
Just now I thought your brief separation was particularly painful, but now you're not going to act anymore, right? We haven't seen enough.
Sisters, if you want to eat anything, I'll treat you.
Ling Chen patted his chest and said generously. Really? Let's go to Zuaxian Pavilion on the top floor of the hotel.
Ling Shi's eyes lit up again, and he became excited when he heard about food.
Ahem, then why don't Yi Kong treat us? He just got 50 million, who else should we rip off if not him? Just kidding, there is no limit to the price of a meal at Zuaxian Pavilion. A few days ago, Yi Kong went up to ask about the price out of curiosity.
It's not expensive, a glass of boiled water only costs 998.
How can the 50 yuan budget I prepared be enough for 6 people? Wow, Brother Chen, you are not polite to me at all?
However, Yi Kong also said that he would treat everyone today and they should go out for a good meal. After all, this money is basically free money. All of this was obtained by sucking up to the powerful.
If you want to live a decent life, you have to see how thick your thighs are. Let's go?
Ling Chen gestured with his thumb backwards.
Everyone responded and started walking.
When talking about delicious food, the four girls suddenly became excited. Rushed to the front excitedly. As expected, eating is always the first need. I took the sightseeing elevator to the top floor. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I could see Zuetian Pavilion and its glittering golden signboard. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. 3 big words. Walking into the gate of Zuetian Pavilion, the entire hall of Zuetian Pavilion is magnificent, elegant, exquisite and resplendent, which makes people feel confident unconsciously.
The place where we eat is so simple and boring. Welcome.
The waitresses on both sides of the row bowed in unison to welcome us.
Hello. I'm Xiao Lu, the lobby manager here. How many people are you? 6. Okay.
Shelly, take the customer to room 101. Manager Xiao Lu bowed slightly, then turned around and told his waiters to lead the way.
Everyone, please follow me.
Shelly walked in front of Ling Chen and others, put her left hand on her waist, and stretched out her right hand to the side.
Ling Chen nodded.
After saying that, Shelly took the lead and walked in front. After turning left and right and passing several corners, I arrived at the door of room 101. Pushing the door open, Shelly stood at the door and motioned everyone to come in.
After everyone was seated, Yi Kong picked up the menu immediately. Oh my goodness. My flesh is starting to hurt. Braised pork, 88,888 per portion?
Pig, I never dreamed that I was so valuable.
Steamed fish, 66,666 per serving? Fish, what? I'm not even as good as a pig? Coke from 1982, $99.99 a bottle? Hey man, are you sure it's not expired?
It's even more outrageous when you turn to the back.
Stir-fried armored beef, 888,888 per serving.
Roasted whole wind wolf, 999,999 per portion.
Black-hearted merchants, making exorbitant profits.
A few days ago, the Dawn team went to sell meat and sold it for 200 yuan per kilogram.
Bang!
Ling Chen slapped the table. Call your boss over here.
Ling Chen frowned tightly. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm so easy to kill? Please wait a moment.
The waiter walked out with quick steps.
After a while, an intellectual middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses walked into the box, followed by the waiter from before. Does anyone have any questions? The middle-aged woman asked in a cold tone. A customer who starts finding faults before even ordering must be someone sent by the neighboring Washenju to cause trouble. Are you the boss here? Ling Chen stood up and slowly walked towards the woman. Yes. The middle-aged woman frowned, looking a little annoyed. Can I buy shares? Ling Chen said shockingly. What? The woman was stunned. Wasn't he sent by the neighbor to cause trouble? Can I invest in it?
I'm very optimistic about the future prospects of our hotel.
How about you give me a price? Ling Chen looked at the woman expectantly.
A pound of meat costs 200 and is sold for 999,999 after being made into a dish.
A net profit of 5,000 times. What is a huge profit? Ling Chen simply couldn't imagine it.
Please take me with you on this kind of investment. After listening to Ling Chen's words, the woman still had some doubts.
Could it be that Washenju wanted to acquire our Zuetian Pavilion? Sister, can I do this?
Sorry, I don't have any plans to sell my shares for the time being.
The middle-aged woman directly rejected Ling Chen's application.
Ling Chen looked at her pitifully. Well, how much does it cost to buy monster meat for your store?
What on earth do you want to do? The proprietress became alert instantly. Can I be your supplier? Ling Chen said unwillingly. How could he not get involved in such a lucrative industry?
If you want to ask why Ling Chen doesn't open one himself, he doesn't have the time. It would be much better to invest directly.
Sorry, we already have a stable supplier. Ling Chen was rejected again. Go ahead. Destroy it.
Ling Chen felt that there was no light. After confirming that Ling Chen and the others had no other problems, the proprietress walked away in her high heels. The people who stayed in the room were ready to make a killing.
I want the spiritual fruit salad with kiwi wine.
Xian Linger pointed at 2 delicious, green and healthy dishes on the menu.
I want one too. I want the same one.
Ling Shi stood up and raised his hand to indicate +1.
No, children can't drink alcohol. Give her a glass of juice instead. Ling Chen immediately stopped the waiter from taking note. Okay. Ling Shi curled his lips and sat back. Give me a Boston mutant lobster with stir-fried armored beef, and a 1982 Coke, thank you. Brother Chen, doesn't your conscience hurt? We are going to be poor. Yi Kong lay on the table, tears streaming down his face. After everyone ordered, the waiter calculated the total amount and it came to 3,688,714 yuan. Among them, Ling Chen alone ordered 1,562,200 yuan, accounting for almost half. As expected, Brother Chen, you are really my good brother. Soon, the dishes ordered by everyone were served. Let's eat. I have to say, it's expensive for a reason, it tastes really good. After licking the soup from the plate, Ling Chen leaned back in his chair, touched his stomach, and burped. The two sisters next to him rolled their eyes at the same time. After everyone finished eating, Yi Kong went to pay the bill with tears in his eyes. Don't worry. Ling Chen patted Yi Kang's shoulder, took out some cultivation pills from the ring and stuffed them into Yi Kang's hands. Yi Kong glanced at his hands, his pupils suddenly contracted. These bottles of pills combined would probably cost at least 100 million. Brother Chen, you. Yi Kong raised his head and found that Ling Chen and the others had already walked away. Hey, wait for me. He quickly chased in the direction of Ling Chen. Chapter 53, Visiting the New Human Base at Night, but being looked down upon? We went downstairs to the floor where everyone lived, and everyone went back to their own room and slept in their own bed. After agreeing on the departure time for the next day, everyone went about arranging their own affairs. After Ling Chen returned to his room, he neither practiced nor rested. He took out a black robe from the ring and put it on, then took out a black semicircular mask and covered the upper half of his face. Ling Chen opened the window, took a light step, and disappeared into the night. Ling Chen, who has cast the spell of invisibility, has merged into the night. Even if you stand next to Ling Chen, you will not see anyone next to him. Arriving in front of a slightly gloomy old neighborhood, Ling Chen used the breath-concealing technique and walked towards the warehouse in a corner of the old neighborhood. When we arrived at the warehouse entrance, we saw an old man inside observing the building next to him through the window. Ling Chen slowly walked to within 3 meters of the old man, who seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head warily and looked towards the gate. After half a minute, he didn't find anything unusual, so he turned his head away again. Ling Chen nodded slightly. It seems that the combination of the two skills has a good effect. Below Diamond, it shouldn't be so easy to be discovered if you are careful. It's me, Ling Chen. Ling Chen's voice exploded in the old man's ears. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and attack, but years of experience made the old man calm down instantly. Ling Chen? How did he get to the place next to me? I didn't even notice it at all. As expected, Ling Chen must be from a big family. Ling Chen had no idea that the old man had been imagining a series of things because of the effects of his two skills. How is it? Ling Chen asked in a low voice, his eyes in the darkness revealing a hint of determination. The top 6 floors are a base of the new humans. There are at least 2 peak platinum level warriors there, but there shouldn't be any diamond level warriors. Otherwise, I would have been discovered long ago. The remaining ones include 2 platinum level 1 stars, about a dozen gold level ones, and a silver level teenager. They should each have their own residence and only come here at certain times. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can this TM come up with someone I can beat? Good God! I can't even beat their low-level staff. Then how did you find this place? The old man fell silent. After a long pause, the old man said only one sentence: my wife and daughter died at their hands. After saying this, he said no more, and his eyes revealed a hint of vicious murderous intent. Ling Chen sighed softly. I'm sorry, please accept my condolences. Fine. We are not strong enough to take down this base now. Should we notify the Supernatural Supervision Bureau? Ling Chen did not want this threat to continue to exist as he did not have the ability to protect himself. It's useless. Do you think there are no people from their team in the Supervisory Bureau? Ling Chen's pupils shrank slightly, but he immediately felt relieved. Then let us wait until someone we can trust appears. I'm leaving for the national competition tomorrow. I'll have people from the main city protecting me, so you don't have to follow us. Can you keep an eye on this side for me? Okay. Leave this to me.
The old man stared at the living room window on the 6th floor where the light was still on with hatred. Nodding, Ling Chen thought about how he could have a chance to confirm whether there were any diamond-level experts at this station. If I go there rashly to test it, even if I have good concealment skills, I will be easily discovered. TSK, the little guy is in trouble again. Master, can you help me see if there are any diamond-level experts there? Ling Chen was pleasantly surprised when he suddenly heard his master's voice. Let me see, the voice in my head responded. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? It seems that this master is usually very idle. Ling Chen couldn't help but think secretly. Good news. The good news is there are no diamond-level ones in there right now. Oh? That's good? Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What about the bad news? The bad news is that there is a city guard-level strongman inside. And he has already discovered you. The master said shockingly. What? Ling Chen was so shocked that he couldn't help but increase the decibel level. What's wrong with you? The old man next to him noticed that something was wrong with Ling Chen. Then why doesn't he take action? Ignoring the old man beside him, Ling Chen began to think about the other party's intentions. If you don't know how to deal with those at the city defense level, you may end up bringing diamond and platinum level people to take over the stronghold. So you can imagine what the result will be. It turns out that the other party looks down on this little fish of mine. Ling Chen turned his head and looked at the old man. Well, you are not worth much either. There's no need to keep an eye on this place. Let's retreat first and talk about it when we get back. After saying that, Ling Chen hid his breath in front of the old man and merged into the darkness. The old man didn't understand what was going on, but he listened to Ling Chen's words and turned into a black shadow, flashing past in the darkness. Residential building, 6 floors. Left Protector, are you just going to let them go like this? A masked man in black was half kneeling and respectfully asked the person in front of him. They are just 2 little fish jumping around aimlessly. Behind an exquisite desk, a man in a purple-black suit was gently shaking a glass of red wine in his hand. He sat there with his legs crossed, a cold look in his eyes and an evil smile on his lips. Hee, don't be anxious, the big fish is still behind. There was a coldness in the purple eyes and the tone was full of danger, as if everything was under control. Yes. Lord Protector. On the other side, Ling Chen and the other person returned to the hotel smoothly under the cover of night. Well, this time Ling Chen also entered through the window. After all, he didn't look like a good guy in black. Ling Chen climbed in through the window of the room, changed into a black suit, and the old man followed closely behind him. Seeing the old man's slightly puzzled look, Ling Chen said helplessly. There's a being inside that's even stronger than diamond level. Hearing this, the old man was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ling Chen in shock. We are lucky, he doesn't bother to pay attention to us. Ling Chen gasped for breath. After stopping the breath-concealing technique, he felt a little out of breath. Before the old man could speak, Ling Chen said directly, All right, let's put this matter to an end. You should practice hard first and advance to the diamond level first. Tell me if you don't have enough spirit stones. We can only take revenge after we become stronger, right? The old man gritted his teeth and nodded, his eyes revealing determination. Even at such an old age, he still makes me worry. After arranging the old man to practice well in another room, Ling Chen began to perfect the specific plan of the competition in his mind. After thinking of a specific plan, Ling Chen went to bed with satisfaction and started practicing. The emergence of new humans made Ling Chen feel a sense of urgency. Originally, Ling Chen thought that he could develop steadily, perform well in the college entrance examination and be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, and then continue to cheat all the way and that would be it. But now, I, who have just reached the bronze level, have been targeted by this group of new humans. Practice quickly. Ling Chen let go of some of the self-control he had when practicing martial arts in the past. Chapter 54, Advance to Bronze Level 2-star. Recruit people to complete the main mission. The surrounding source energy of heaven and earth turned into a vortex of spiritual energy, continuously gathering around Ling Chen. A whirlwind of spiritual energy was formed, and Ling Chen was in the center of the whirlwind, completely wrapped up by it. In the vortex of spiritual energy, Ling Chen sat cross-legged with his hands clasped together, and his clothes fluttered with the movement of spiritual energy. Ling Chen closed his eyes tightly and began to practice the Chaos God slaying art, continuously absorbing the source energy of heaven and earth into his body, and then refining it and turning it into his own source energy.
Ling Chen continued practicing until the next morning.
He opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face.
Bronze level 2 stars. Turn on the system. Character, Ling Chen.
Strength, bronze level 2 star. Experience 99 3000.
Strength, 5,888 kilograms. Combat power, 9,998. Superpowers, God level space power, SS level thunder power, B level firepower evolvable. Talent, the Emperor's appearance. I gave it to me. Kung Fu, chaos god slaying technique God level.
Skills, Flash, Space Chain, 10,000 swords. Return Xian Yuan sword, 3rd level thunder god technique. Weapon, Xian Yuan sword seal. Xian Yuan sword, soul power 123 10,000. Unusual treasure, origin of the treasure city of space. Pet, super god level pet. Little dragon growing stage, ice crystal phoenix junior stage.
Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. Number of Legion members, 11. Legion level, go recruit people. Summon Legion, to be unlocked. Leader, not enabled. Deputy leader, not opened. Legion skills, none. Legion attack bonus, 21%. Legion defense bonus, 21%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Backpack, Xian Yuan sword seal, divine iron X30, jade purification bottle. Too many elixirs, unable to display.
Ling Chen now possesses the power of silver level 8 stars. Ling Chen is now confident that he can fight against a gold level primary opponent without being defeated if he attacks with all his strength.
Ling Chen stood up, stretched, and felt much more relaxed.
Although he had only upgraded 1 star, he was much stronger than before. After a quick wash and breakfast, Ling Chen took out his communicator.
Okay, it's time to get down to business today. Turn on the button that blocked the communicator messages yesterday. In the first second, nothing happened. The next second, still nothing happened. What? You don't want to hang out with me? 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Finally, at the 10th second, Ling Chen's communicator seemed to explode.
Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. The notification sounds of incoming text messages kept coming. Ling Chen opened his phone and saw that the number of people who had sent him text messages was only 99 plus.
I don't know exactly how many people there are. This really stumped Ling Chen. What should he do? Should he send a group text message back? How much would it cost? Finally, Ling Chen gritted his teeth. For the master level alchemy skills. Fight. At worst, I can just refine a lowest grade pill later and make my money back. Students interested in joining my hunting team, please come to the hotel entrance next to the arena before 6 p.m. today for an on-site interview. Once you're done editing, click send. Ding dong. Sent successfully. In less than a second, Ling Chen received a text message.
A text message from Huaqing Communications.
Dear customer, hello.
As of today, your account balance is in arrears. The amount owed is 54,268 renminbi and 60 cents, and your account has been restricted. Please pay your bills in a timely manner. Ling Chen stood there in a daze, as if struck by a bolt of lightning.
Tianlei, can I chop off a single hair of yours?
What the hell, hundreds of thousands of text messages and private messages, and I only want to recruit 100 people.
1 in a million, confirmed.
I have no choice but to recharge my communication fee first.
I reluctantly spent 60,000. Next is the interview.
Ling Chen arrived at the hotel entrance and set up a stall next to the central garden, placing a few chairs for the elderly. He took out a piece of white paper and quickly wrote a few big words.
Sincerely recruiting team members. No cheating.
Then Ling Chen took out a pot of tea, lay on the old man's chair, and rocked leisurely. Soon, several girls came to the stall together.
Wow. It's Senior Ling Chen.
Senior, are you in need of someone to warm your bed? Said one of the petite and cute girls. She looked at Ling Chen with stars in her eyes, and from time to time she said in a crazy voice, so handsome.
Are you here for an interview? Ling Chen was unmoved by the woman's beauty and spoke in a calm voice.
Randomly checked the messages of several girls through the system. Yang Hui, apprentice level 4 star 299 400.
Loyalty, 70 recruitable. Li Hui, apprentice level 4-star 188-400. Loyalty, 62 recruitable. Zhang Xiao, apprentice level 5-star 123-500. Loyalty, 35 cannot be recruited. After checking, Ling Chen waited for the girls' responses. That's right, we all want to follow in the footsteps of the great god. Yang Hui answered impatiently, expressing her enthusiasm. I can accept you too, but not her. Ling Chen pointed at Zhang Xiao and shook his head slightly. Why? I'm the strongest here, why do you look down on me? Zhang Xiao immediately got furious and yelled, neither of them is as strong as me. I have no shortage of strong men. What I want is enough loyalty. Your eyes have already betrayed you. Ling Chen pretended to be a person who was very good at observing people's words and expressions. You know what, Yang Hui and Li Hui actually believed it. Ling Chen's image in their hearts became even more prominent. You too, are you willing to join my team? Are you willing to fight the monsters head-on? Ling Chen asked in a very formal tone. We do, the two girls answered in unison. Ling Chen saw that the number of people in his team had increased from 11 to 13. Okay. Add a communicator. I will create a group and add you later. Ling Chen took the initiative to add the two girls. After all, there were too many people adding Ling Chen. He didn't want to go through them one by one. There were many groups of people coming for interviews like this, and Ling Chen recruited many people in one day. Because many people only saw it on the live broadcast, they were unable to come for the face-to-face interview. As the sun sets, the street vendors are packing up their stalls. Today was a fruitful day. Ling Chen's legion recruited 560 new members. Ling Chen created a group and invited everyone in. Mission accomplished. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. Chapter 55, Obtaining Ice Powers. Departing for Dawn City. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the master-level alchemy skill. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt a memory of alchemy in his mind, which gradually merged with the original memory. It was as if Ling Chen himself had been practicing alchemy for hundreds of years. So, this is alchemy? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive all-powerful superpower. Do you want to use it immediately? Yes, no. No. It is not necessary now. You can use it later when you have more ice attribute abilities. Now that he has become a master of alchemy, refining pills with extreme ice is no problem for him. By then, he would be able to possess ice-related abilities. Thinking about this, Ling Chen was still a little excited. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the Summoning Legion system. Summoning Legion system, randomly summon various legions to fight for the host, absolutely loyal. Each time you complete a main quest, you can perform an epic summon. You can perform a normal summon once a month for free. Oh my god, that's awesome. Doesn't that mean I'm about to take off? You don't have to recruit people yourself, and you can still have a new group of subordinates every month. Who wouldn't love such a system? After receiving the reward, Ling Chen couldn't wait to try making pills with the ultimate ice. Back in the hotel lobby, Ling Chen asked the front desk where the alchemy room was. Ah. Sir, do you want to use it? The young lady at the front desk was very surprised. The boy in front of her was so young, but he was actually an alchemist. Ling Chen nodded. The alchemy room is on the 8th floor. Turn right after you get out of the elevator and go straight. Thank you. Ling Chen walked towards the elevator, gently threw his right hand back, and a Zhuyuan pill fell into the hands of the receptionist. The receptionist stood there stupidly. I just pointed the way, and they gave me pills worth hundreds of thousands of dollars each for free? So handsome. And rich. I really want to give birth to a baby with him. Of course, Ling Chen didn't know that after he left, the receptionist behind him had already decided where to bury them. He followed the instructions at the front desk and came to the outside of the alchemy room. Hello? I'm renting an alchemy room. An ordinary alchemy room costs 10,000, an intermediate alchemy room costs 50,000, and an advanced alchemy room costs 200,000 per night. The front desk clerk respectfully reported their prices to Ling Chen. After all, no alchemist is someone they can afford to offend. Let's get a higher-end one. Although I want to rent it at a lower price, I can't be careless when practicing the ice spirit pill. It still has to be better. After scanning the code and paying, Ling Chen was led by a special maid to a high-end room. If you need anything, just ring the bell. I wish you good luck in refining the elixir. The maid left the room. Ling Chen took a quick look and found that there were very few things in the alchemy room. It looked very empty, but it had everything needed for alchemy. The alchemy room was filled with a strong aroma of medicine. This aroma was very pleasant and comfortable, making people feel relaxed and happy just by smelling it. It has a meticulous and divine effect. There is a huge alchemy furnace in the center of the alchemy room. The height of the alchemy furnace reaches 2 meters, and several soaring dragons are carved on the wide furnace body. For this price, you only have everything you need, and nothing else? It turns out that being an alchemist is the easiest profession to make money in. It's also the profession that's easiest to be slaughtered by others. Ling Chen looked at the empty alchemy room and couldn't help but complain. After some simple preparations, he took out the ultimate ice and some other materials from the ring. Refining the ice spirit pill also requires the assistance of some other herbs. But they are all quite common. Ling Chen bought them all when he raided the treasure pavilion last time. Everything was ready. Ling Chen summoned his own flame, injected it into the alchemy furnace, and then threw the auxiliary materials in one by one. The auxiliary herbs gradually melted in the flames, turning into a few drops of liquid. After the purification was completed, Ling Chen wrapped the ultimate ice with source energy and guided it into the elixir liquid in the alchemy furnace. Under Ling Chen's precise control, the prototype of the ice spirit pill gradually took shape. After a long time, the pill was ready. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and 3 snow-white pills with blue patterns flew into Ling Chen's hand. Is this the ice spirit pill? Ling Chen took out a pill and swallowed it immediately. A cold feeling suddenly spread throughout his body, and a thin layer of ice formed on the surface of Ling Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level superpower Extreme Ice. Cool. Ha 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 ha. Ling Chen clenched his fists excitedly, the 4th superpower. After the excitement, Ling Chen looked at the time and found that it was already the next morning. Let's go wash up and have breakfast first. It's almost time to gather and set off. Thinking of this, Ling Chen walked towards the bathroom in the alchemy room. 10 o'clock in the morning, at the hotel entrance. When Ling Chen arrived on time, members of all 3 teams had already arrived, including Ling Shi and Ling Ling. Minister Lin is also here, with several armored soldiers behind him. This trip to Dawn City will be led by Station Master Lin himself. In previous years, Minister Lin was too lazy to go and watch the event in person, but this year is different, because Ling Chen is here. Maybe the champion will come from our Hangzhou, then I will have something to brag about in the future. So Minister Lin resolutely decided to lead the team himself. Minister Lin, excuse me for asking, how strong are you? Yi Kong was really reckless, but he just happened to ask the question that Ling Chen wanted to know. It's okay to tell you, I'm at the peak of diamond level. None of the warriors behind me are below platinum level. Now you can rest assured. As soon as Lin Bu finished speaking, everyone smiled happily. With so many strong people, there shouldn't be any safety issues. But Ling Chen frowned. You know, the new humans have city defense level high schools. Ling Chen had a bad feeling. What are you thinking about, Brother Chen? Seeing Ling Chen's expression, Yi Kong waved his hand in front of Ling Chen and asked. It's okay. I always feel that the journey is not so smooth. Let's pay attention to safety. He seriously told Yi Kong to be careful. Then Ling Chen took Ling Shi and Ling Ling with him. Ling Chen had tested it before, and his spatial ability could release living things. Therefore, once there is danger, Ling Chen must ensure the safety of his sisters, even if it means exposing his talents. This is also the biggest reason why Ling Chen dares to bring his sisters out. Get in the car. Get ready to go. Following the order from Chief Lin, the young men from the 3 teams each got on an extended mountain off-road vehicle. One car can seat 8 people, which is more than enough. In addition to the 2 soldiers, the other 2 vehicles contained 4 team members. Only Ling Chen's team's vehicle was full and crowded. There were 6 people in Ling Chen's team, plus the minister sitting in the passenger seat and an experienced driver behind the wheel. There were 4 armored vehicles following closely in the 4 directions, surrounding the 3 vehicles in the middle. There was also a troop carrier following behind. Each armored vehicle is equipped with 4 soldiers, and there are 20 soldiers on the troop carrier. A team of more than 40 players, at least at the platinum level, protected the participating players as they headed to Dawn City. The convoy quickly drove out of the main city of Hangdu and headed towards the north. Ling Chen, whether our Hangdu gathering place can bring honor this time depends on you.
I've specially applied for a top-level escort team for you. Minister Lin in the co-pilot seat turned around and said to Ling Chen with a smile.
Of course I will.
I won't take anything else except the championship. Just kidding, the championship rewards awarded by the system are really good.
What's the use of other rankings? Chapter 56, Attack. Diamond Level Boss Group Battle.
Minister Lin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, seemed to sense something and his expression suddenly became serious.
Oh no, there's an ambush.
A cry of surprise came from the front.
Everyone in the cars became nervous. Boom, boom, boom.
Several shells were fired from a distance, hitting the convoy and turning one of the extended mountain off-road vehicles over.
Get out of the car. Minister Lin's voice spread. Unlike his previous state, Minister Lin now seemed calm and composed.
Ling Chen and others got out of the car decisively. Sitting in the car would just make them sitting ducks for others. After turning the overturned off-road vehicle over, Qin Tian and others got out of the car with pale faces, touching their heads in pain. This type of shell cannot hurt strong people above the gold level, but it still poses a fatal threat to high school students like Qin Tian and others.
The entire squadron of 41 people is divided into 5 teams and 1 squadron leader. Southeast, first team, attack.
Second and third teams, cross-cover from both sides. The squadron leader commanded calmly.
The squadron leader was not worried about the enemy's artillery shells injuring his own team members.
After all, this kind of shell is only a threat to gold-level strongmen. In the entire squadron, the weakest one is also a platinum 1-star. The remaining 2 teams surrounded the 3 student teams in the middle.
Their mission is to protect Ling Chen and the others.
It seemed as if the people in ambush also knew that the shells posed no threat and stopped bombarding. On the southeast hillside, dozens of men in black appeared, their black windbreakers swaying in the wind. As the leader gave an order with his right hand, the men in black burst out their energy and rushed towards the convoy in a cone shape.
Platinum, 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 diamond, diamond. 32 platinum levels and 7 diamond levels.
Among them, 3 are diamond 1-star, 2 are diamond 2-star, 1 is diamond 6-star and 1 is diamond 7-star.
Super luxurious lineup. There are actually 7 diamond level ones. This is causing some trouble.
Looking at the group of men in black rushing towards him, Minister Lin showed a trace of worry on his face.
Hurry and request support.
After saying that, Minister Lin took the lead and rushed towards the men in black. He had to entangle the diamond-level soldiers on the opposite side before they came into contact with the first 3 teams.
Otherwise, these 3 teams would be in great danger. Zhang San, Li Si. Arrive.
You two, take the students and go first, and wait for us at Camp 818.
The squadron leader selected 2 platinum level 7-star soldiers and asked them to protect the students. Yes, the 2 men responded and saluted the squadron leader. He turned around and took Ling Chen and others to the armored vehicle, driving quickly to the side. 32 men in black fought against 32 soldiers, and for a moment it was difficult to tell who was better. The remaining 6 platinum level warriors worked together to entangle a diamond level 1-star warrior. Squadron leader Chang Guang, who was a 2-star diamond level warrior, also fought with a 2-star diamond level man in black. 33, go chase, and make sure to complete the mission, ordered the leading man in black. Yes, sir. One of the black-clothed men with a diamond level 1-star chased in the direction where Ling Chen left. You want to leave, but you haven't asked me if I agree. Minister Lin burst out with all his strength, stretched out his right hand, and endless vines broke out from the ground, one of which rushed towards the departing 33. Looking at those vines, 33 couldn't help but tremble, but he didn't stop. Instead, he rushed forward faster. At this time, another vine, like a poisonous snake, suddenly broke through the ground and entangled 33's legs. Then a huge suction force came and dragged 33 directly into the ground. Ah! 33 screamed in pain as he was dragged to the ground. Then, the vines tied him up and dragged him away, until they brought him in front of Minister Lin and threw him to the ground. Looking at 33 in front of him, Minister Lin used vines to take off the mask of the man in black. When Minister Lin saw the face of the man in black clearly, his expression changed slightly. It's you! I didn't expect you to do such a thing? Minister Lin's tone was filled with anger. This person was none other than Deputy Minister Tao from the Bureau. Oh, what's there to say? I admit defeat. Deputy Minister Tao, who was tied up by vines, sneered. Do you think I dare not kill you? A vine broke through the ground and stabbed towards Deputy Minister Tao. Stop him.
The leader gave an order, and the remaining diamond-level soldiers rushed forward. The leader, another deputy with diamond 6 stars, and a deputy with diamond 2 stars surrounded Minister Lin. The remaining 1-star diamond officer, codenamed 32, took advantage of the chaotic situation and sneaked towards the students. Minister Lin was so angry that he completely ignored the fact that there was one person missing on the field. His deputy minister turned out to be a lunatic like the new human. On the other side, the armored vehicle, which had been driving for a few minutes, was quickly caught up by the 1-star diamond level 32. A wall of earth suddenly appeared, blocking the armored vehicle's path. A level earth-related ability, diamond level 1-star, 32. Swish! The armored vehicle was forced to brake suddenly and stopped. Abandon the car. The two soldiers decisively chose to abandon the car. Fighting against earth-type abilities, driving a car is basically useless. You go ahead, I'll assist you. Zhang San growled, his hands wrapped in the scent of wind. Good. Harden your skin. Come. Another soldier, Li Si, had his skin hardened all over, looking like steel. Looks indestructible. He suddenly exerted force with his right foot and punched 32 with his fist shining with a metallic luster. The power of wind, the strangulation of wind. Zhang San used his special abilities to assist on the spot. Heh, you're overestimating yourself. 32 said with a scornful smile. 32 slowly raised his back hand and caught the punch very easily. Then the other hand slapped Li Si's chest, and a powerful momentum was released instantly. Li Si subconsciously slapped out with his other hand to block it. Boom! The two palm shadows collided, and a violent sound erupted. Li Si's whole body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Ah! Li Si let out a painful scream. He felt as if his bones were about to break. Severe pain spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Drops of cold sweat emerged from his forehead, instantly soaking his clothes. Li Si. Zhang San saw Li Si falling to the ground and vomiting blood, and he was secretly anxious in his heart. The gap was really too big. Captain, I'm afraid we can't complete your mission. The power of wind, tornado. Zhang San launched his strongest attack. Earth escape. The other party disappeared in an instant. Chapter 57, Space Power Exposed. Fighting Diamond. Zhang San looked at the ground vigilantly, guarding against the opponent's sneak attack. The dirt on the ground suddenly splashed into the air, and Zhang San immediately realized that an enemy was approaching him quickly. Zhang San immediately took a few steps back quickly, and saw the mud on the ground instantly gathered into several earth pillars and spears, rushing towards Zhang San. Zhang San quickly used his wind shield to block it, but the gap in strength was too big. Almost at the moment of the confrontation, the wind shield was covered with dense cracks. Crack, finally, the shield could not withstand the attack and broke, and the earth pillar spear attacked Zhang San. Puff! Zhang San was pierced through the chest by the spear and his body flew backwards. Zhang San covered his chest and struggled to get up. He pulled the spear out of his chest and used his supernatural powers to seal the bleeding wound. But this cannot solve his current weak condition, and he no longer has the strength to fight. The next moment, 32 broke out of the ground. Just as 32 was gathering his energy and wanted to send Zhang San and Li Si to meet their grandmother's grandmother, Ling Chen had to move, and appeared in front of Zhang San in an instant. Don't resist, I'll take you away, collect. Whispering, Ling Chen took Zhang San into his own talent space. What's going on? 32 looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. What happened just now? Why did Zhang San, who was lying on the ground, suddenly disappear? Could it be that Ling Chen had activated some special ability just now? Or some magical technique was used? Taking advantage of the few seconds that 32 was confused, Ling Chen flashed to the side of Li Si who was lying on the ground. Similarly, send it into your own space. Ling Chen has already placed some normal furniture and supplies in his own space, so it can be said that there is nothing wrong with staying there for a few days and nights. Could this be the space system? Watching Ling Chen, a bronze-level player, flashing around, 32 finally discovered something unusual. This young man. It's actually the space system. There are only 2 people in the whole of China who are good at space. 32 instantly became excited and killed a genius of the space system. What kind of rewards can be obtained? You know, the space system is the strongest and most tricky superpower. If you can't beat them, they'll just run away and you won't be able to catch them. The young man in front of him was only at the bronze level, and there was absolutely no way he could escape from under his nose. Ling Chen flashed back to the center of the student team.
Fuck, Brother Chen, what did you just do? Ling Chen, what's your trick?
Everyone looked at Ling Chen in surprise as he dodged back and forth, and no one thought about his spatial abilities.
There were only two people, Long Ningxuan and Xianlinger, whose eyes showed an expression of as expected.
Finally, they were able to confirm that Ling Chen had obtained that person's inheritance.
The chosen one. The son of destiny.
I didn't expect that he was such a young man.
There's no time to say so much. Don't resist, I'll take you away. Ling Chen waved his hand and took them into his own space.
Only after doing all this did Ling Chen have time to look directly at 32.
I never thought I'd meet a genius in the space department.
There was a hint of coldness in 32's eyes. Facing the diamond-level enemy, Ling Chen did not show any panic.
But in fact, Master, I can only rely on you this time.
Ling Chen silently called out to his master in his mind.
Why, I can't handle it.
Soon the old man's voice appeared in Ling Chen's mind.
The opponent is diamond level.
Master, you really think highly of me.
I will pass on my power to you. See how much you can bear. The rest is up to you.
The gap between the two sides is too big, and Master Kong Ming will not force Ling Chen to train him. After all, with Ling Chen's bronze level strength, crossing 4 major levels to challenge the diamond level is undoubtedly asking for trouble. A huge force surged out from the trace of soul left by the master in his mind.
Infused into Ling Chen's body. Ha! What? Do you think you have me in your hands?
Ling Chen nodded slightly, then shrugged and looked at 32 with a smile on his face. Seeing the young man's confident face, 32 seemed a little surprised and frowned slightly. He immediately condensed the earth element source power and rushed towards Ling Chen.
Cut the Gordian knot and avoid unnecessary complications. He had a bad feeling.
But just when he was halfway through, 32's face changed. He discovered that an aura that was no weaker than his, and even stronger than his, burst out from the body of the young man in front of him. Ling Chen twisted his neck, rubbed his hands, looked at 32, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
Next, a fair fight. Who are you? Are you Jiang Haotian?
There was a hint of panic in 32's eyes. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him, whose source energy was stronger than his, was just a teenager.
It must be a disguise. But this is a cold one. I am who I am, a different firework.
Ignoring 32's shock and panic, Ling Chen used flash to appear next to him. A punch was thrown, but 32 quickly reacted. He quickly reached out to block it.
Ha!
32 barely blocked Ling Chen's attack, used the force to retreat, and looked at Ling Chen with a serious expression. But he still secretly breathed a sigh of relief. From the previous attack, he could feel that the young man in front of him was not familiar with this power. He is not that person.
It must be an external force and it will definitely not last long.
Now all I have to do is hold out until the opponent's power ends. With a slight clench of his slightly wrinkled hands, 4 vertical earth walls formed around 32. Dozens of earth spears made of stone and soil are suspended in the air, containing rich earth-based energy.
Go!
Swoosh! Dozens of spears made whistling sounds in the air and flew towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen gently dodged to the side, avoiding the flying spear.
Thunder slash!
A crescent-shaped arc of lightning, several times larger than before, formed in front of Ling Chen and was thrown in the direction of 32. The arc of lightning struck the earth wall, leaving a very deep mark on it.
Just one more blow and the wall will crumble.
32's expression changed slightly, and he immediately put all his strength into it, summoning a larger and thicker earth wall. Looking at the black-clad man 32 who was constantly strengthening his defense, Ling Chen growled, and the aura emanating from his body became stronger and stronger.
32 secretly groaned, how come the opponent is getting stronger instead of weaker? The external force has not disappeared. Ling Chen's whole body exuded domineering energy. He kicked hard with his right foot and pounced out like a cheetah. When he got close to the earth wall, he punched out with a palm, instantly breaking the wall apart. 32 took a cautious step back, then suddenly tensed up and turned around and ran. Judging from Ling Chen's current momentum, he has clearly felt that he cannot beat the opponent. Ha! Seeing that his opponent actually wanted to run away, Ling Chen would not let him do so. He took out the Xianyuan sword from the ring, and in a flash he approached the man in black, making hand gestures with his left hand. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Thousands of invisible sword energies transformed into arrows and shot towards the man in black.
Now, Ling Chen, who has the strength of a mid-level diamond level, can display the 10,000 swords Chao Zone, which is much more powerful than when he was at the bronze level.
Chapter 58 Killing a Diamond Level? Finally arrived in Dawn City.
Sensing the attack from behind, the man in black 32 turned around and quickly used the earth wall to block it. But he was ultimately unable to stop it, and the endless sword energy pierced through the body of the man in black 32. 32 retreated continuously until they hit the wall on the side and stopped.
He actually lost. And the other party was just an 18-year-old boy. How is this possible? Why does the other party have such a powerful external force? I am a real diamond level expert.
But the facts were right in front of us. The man in black was covering the puncture wound on his chest, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ling Chen leaped up and came in front of the man in black.
Are you from the New Human Organization? Humph. Just wait, when God comes, you will all die, ha ha ha.
After saying this, the man in black 32 raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, then slowly fell down against the stone wall.
Ling Chen stepped forward and searched the man in black carefully.
Apart from a metal token with the number 32 written on it, there was nothing else on him. After confirming that the man in black had nothing valuable on him, Ling Chen walked aside and chose a slightly cleaner spot on the ground. Lying weakly on the ground, they were then released from their own exclusive space.
Brother, are you okay?
The first thing Ling Shi did after coming out was to rush over and hug Ling Chen.
I thought I'd never see you again. Woohoo!
Ling Shi's tears fell like water, and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands from time to time.
It's okay, I'm fine.
Ling Chen patted Ling Shi on the back and comforted her softly.
Fuck, look, isn't this the man in black? Yi Kong exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention.
Everyone turned their heads, and the cold body of the man in black appeared in their sight.
Impossible. Everyone immediately looked at Ling Chen. Ahem, basic exercises are not good. Fuck, what a pervert. What the hell is this national competition? Who are you calling a pervert? You should call me Brother Chen. Right, Brother Chen.
Zhao Gang glared fiercely at the person who said this, then turned around and looked at Ling Chen with a smile.
Brother Chen, awesome. The crowd's praises came one after another.
At this time, the sound of armored vehicles and off-road vehicles came from behind.
Be alert. Zhang San reminded softly in a low voice. Everyone was in combat mode, watching the approaching convoy.
When the convoy got closer, we could see clearly that the drivers and others in the cars were none other than Minister Lin and his companions.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
The convoy approached and stopped in front of Ling Chen. Minister Lin and others came down, and almost everyone was covered in blood.
Minister Lin, how is it? Is it resolved? You think it's too simple. After we take care of 6, the rest will run away.
Minister Lin's expression darkened as he finished speaking.
We are also short of 2 people. Everyone present fell silent.
May the deceased rest in peace. They are the best fighters. Minister Lin, we are just apprentice-level high school students.
Do they need to make such a big fuss? Qin Tian asked. You'll have to ask Ling Chen about this. Their target might be Ling Chen, and it has nothing to do with you. Only then did everyone realize that there was someone cheating around them. I reached bronze level so quickly.
Hey, that is suddenly, Lin Bu caught a glimpse of the body of the man in black 32.
Oh, that was done by Ling Chen. Ling Chen, bronze level, this is diamond level, are you sure you're not kidding?
Minister Lin was shocked because there was no need for everyone to lie to him.
So, it was really Ling Chen who did it? Bronze tier versus diamond tier? Then wouldn't it means silver level in the future? I can't beat Ling Chen? Outrageous. Ling Chen, how did you do it? One ultimate move and he's gone.
If we don't get rid of him, Zhang San and Li Si will be gone too. Suddenly, the expressions of the remaining soldiers changed. They finally understood why they were assigned to escort just a few high school students.
This is genius. It is possible to become the future and the hope for the revival of the blue planet.
The slight confusion in everyone's hearts at the beginning also dissipated with the wind.
Does that mean it's very dangerous to travel with Ling Chen? Said a member of the 3rd high school in a corner.
Then you can cross this area by yourself, walk on your own.
Never mind.
Time flies, and the rest of the journey goes very smoothly. Occasionally, we would encounter a few low-level monsters passing by, and they were easily dealt with. On the distant horizon, the outline of the city gradually emerged.
The endless city wall has no end in sight. Wow, is this Dawn City? It's so big?
Standing on a small hill, Yikon looked like he had never seen the world before.
Are you kidding me? A city of 9.6 million square kilometers, are you kidding me?
Ling Chen couldn't help but tease, but he was shocked by the size of the city.
One city is one country. This is humanity's first line of defense. It's also humanity's last line of defense.
Minister Lin's words were full of firmness and respect.
Everyone was confused.
Soon, the group approached the city wall and entered the city after a series of identity verifications.
Let's find a hotel to rest tonight. We'll continue our journey tomorrow morning.
Seeing that they had entered the city, Lin Bu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to everyone, "The primitive forest simulation field is more than 100 kilometers away from everyone.
So it's better to take a rest nearby first."
Afterwards, everyone entered a slightly luxurious hotel next door.
Your room keys. After unlocking the door, everyone was assigned their rooms. All right, everyone, get some rest. We'll be at the simulation field tomorrow. The competitions from now on will depend on you.
Before leaving, Minister Lin gave everyone some instructions. After being ambushed today, all the soldiers in the Lin troops are very tired and they need a good rest.
A room. Tell me. What happened?
Captain, we were both knocked to the ground and about to die when that young man suddenly appeared in front of us. Yes, and then he told us not to resist and sent us into a mysterious space.
Then everyone else was sent over as well. We don't know what happened next.
The two soldiers talked back and forth about what happened at that time.
Oh? Could it be a space type? This boy is no ordinary person.
You two should write a post-battle report, describing the events in detail, and submit it to the higher-ups. After listening to the descriptions of the two team members, the squadron leader felt that Ling Chen might have spatial abilities and decided to report it to see what they said. In room 303 on the 6th floor, Ling Chen was resting in his room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
Open the door. Chapter 59, Summoning the Shadow Assassin Legion. I found Lang Ningxuang standing at the door. What's the matter?
Ling Chen tilted his head with a look of confusion.
It's late at night, and this girl is known to be aloof. What do you want from me?
It shouldn't be that he has a crush on me.
Can I go in and talk?
The girl's sweet voice came into Ling Chen's ears.
This isn't very good. Come in, please.
Ling Chen turned around and politely invited Long Ningxuang into the room with one hand. Then he excitedly closed the door and locked it.
After all, what if you encounter danger if you don't lock the door?
Turning around, he saw Long Ningxuang looking at Ling Chen with hesitation.
Can I be your friend?
He said this, as if Long Ningxuang had used up all her courage. Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled, thinking something had happened.
Of course. We're just friends. Thank you. I'm leaving.
Then Lang Ningxuan lowered her head and passed by Ling Chen. A faint fragrance entered Ling Chen's nose, and the light fragrance of the stamens drifted in the air, refreshing his heart. Seeing that the door was locked, Lang Ningxuan was stunned for 2 seconds, then opened the door in a panic and ran out.
Ahem. It's over, it seems like I've been misunderstood.
Ling Chen said with a wry smile.
It seems that there are really a lot of misunderstandings in this world.
Ling Chen touched his nose, then returned to bed and closed his eyes to rest.
However, I didn't expect that the frost goddess was not aloof, but actually socially anxious. As for what seems to have been misunderstood about me, I'll talk about it when I have a chance.
After Lang Ningxuang returned to her hotel room, she covered her face with her hands while blushing, feeling so embarrassed for what she had just done.
Why did she ask that question for some unknown reason? Could it be that she has a crush on this guy and wants to pursue him? Impossible. Impossible.
After Ling Chen went to bed, he first took a quick look at his condition.
Turn on the system. Character, Ling Chen.
Strength, Bronze Level 2 Star Experience 762-3000.
Strength, 5,916 kilograms. Combat Power, 10,025. Powers: God level spatial power, SS level thunder power, SS level ice power, B level fire power evolvable. What do you want next? Talent: the Emperor's appearance, I gave it to me. Side job: master level alchemy, really awesome. Kung Fu: chaos god slaying technique, god level. Skills: Flash, Space Chain, 10,000 swords, return Xianyuan sword, 3-turn thunder god technique, view more. Weapon: Xianyuan sword seal. Xianyuan sword, soul power 123, 10,000. Unusual treasure, origin of the treasure city of space. Pet: super god level pet, little dragon growing stage, ice crystal phoenix junior stage. Mall: click to view. Lottery: free lottery once every 3 days. Number of Legion members: 571. Not bad, not bad progress. Legion level: taking heal 318 is a piece of cake. Summon Legion: available, can be summoned once a month for free. Legion point: duck egg. Backpack: Xianyuan sword seal, divine iron X30, jade purification bottle, extreme cold spirit spring X99.99, star ascension stone X1, obsidian X63, source base pill X999, source chi pill X999. Too many pills to display. The newly unlocked summoning system has not yet been used, and it is not clear what will be summoned. Without hesitation, Ling Chen clicked the summon button. Call. Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning the Shadow Assassin Legion. Number of legionaries: 57, 10% of the current number of legionaries. Leader of the Legion: 789. Talent level of all Legion members: S level. Attribute: Shadow. Skills: stealth, backstab, critical hit, traps, etc. Strength: gold level 1 star, can be upgraded with Legion points. Ling Chen's bedroom was crowded with people with their faces covered by black cloth, leaving only one eye exposed, like ghostly shadow assassins. Looking at the shadow assassin in front of him, whose loyalty was 100, Ling Chen showed joy on his face. However, looking at the upgrade conditions of the Shadow Assassin Legion, Ling Chen couldn't help but have a headache. Legion points: I still have 0. There is no hint on how to obtain it. Besides Legion points, do you have other ways to upgrade? Since they don't know, they might as well ask themselves. Reporting to the Lord. We can also increase our strength by absorbing beast cores. Kabajiu nodded in response, his tone revealing a yearning for strength. Okay. You can arrange your own hunting trips to improve your strength. I will summon you if needed. Yes, my lord. The shadow assassins clasped their fists and waved towards Ling Chen, then disappeared one by one. With the Shadow Assassin core, Ling Chen felt that it would be much easier to do many things in the future. Lord. Looking at the disappearing shadow assassins, Kabajiu walked forward and bowed. Go ahead. I want to follow you and protect you. Kabajiu said firmly. Oh? Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. This Legion commander seemed to be much more intelligent than other shadow assassins. I know this is not right, but I really want to stay with you, my lord. Ling Chen smiled and said, I know you are worried about my safety, don't worry. Even though my current strength is far inferior to yours, I'm not afraid of anything. But you just don't have to follow me these days. When you become stronger, stay by my side and protect me. After hearing Ling Chen's words, Kabajiu hesitated for a moment and finally nodded heavily. Okay, master, then we will go and improve our strength. Once we become strong, we will follow you. Ling Chen nodded. Without any more hesitation, Kabajiu disappeared in front of Ling Chen. Looking at the place where the shadow assassins disappeared, Ling Chen's lips curled up into a secretly happy smile. When the shadow assassins become stronger, they will no longer need protection from others. You can do a lot of things by yourself. Moreover, Ling Chen now plans to create his own mercenary group. Then, a powerful assassin army is indispensable. Ling Chen believed that since he wanted to establish his own mercenary group, then, let us establish a mercenary group that is invincible in the world. As long as they don't meet the chosen one like themselves, they are invincible. Of course, the prerequisite is that Ling Chen has enough people and resources. Now, the assassin core has taken shape, and the others will develop slowly. Without thinking anymore, Ling Chen decided to practice until dawn to suppress his excited heart. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the hotel entrance. Now that everyone is here, let's go. 3 hours later, after driving through scattered houses, a city within a city appeared in the eyes of Ling Chen and his group. Simulation Field. Chapter 60, Threats from Afar. Breakthrough again. 3 imposing plaques with large characters are hung on the gate of the city within the city. Is this the simulation field?
Yikong exclaimed, looking like he had never seen the world before. The higher-ups have arranged for us to stay at the Psychic Hotel.
It's right next to the simulation field. Let's go check it out. You'll be free to do as you please for the next few days.
After saying that, Linbu thought for a moment and said, "Don't get too carried away with the game.
The competition is important. After the game, you can do whatever you want." Yes, everyone responded. The group entered a huge hotel next to the simulation field. Here are your room keys.
This time, each contestant and their accompanying personnel all have their own separate room.
Alright everyone, go do your own thing and prepare for the competition in a few days.
After saying these words, Linbu left in a hurry.
It seemed like there was something more important for him to do. What do you think, should we follow them secretly and take a look?
Looking at Minister Lin's mysterious back, Yikong gave a mysterious smile.
Are you two idle? Boring. Everyone replied a few words and went back to their rooms.
In this unfamiliar place, you should just focus on your training and prepare well for the upcoming competition. I went to my sister Ling Shi's room and took out the spare clothes and daily necessities that I had prepared earlier. If you need anything, feel free to knock on my door.
I'm next door. Ling Chen smiled brightly. I got it. If there's nothing wrong, just go out.
Ling Shi pushed Ling Chen out of the door. Standing at the door of the room, Ling Chen sighed, my sister is too old to stay. Afterwards, Ling Chen came to Ling Ling's room again.
Take out her clothes and put them away. Brother, take a rest. Ling Ling handed Ling Chen a glass of water and pressed Ling Chen to sit on the bed.
Then he stretched out his hands and placed them on Ling Chen's.
On the shoulders. Gently kneaded it. Brother. How's the strength? Focus again. Half an hour later. Ling Chen walked out of Ling Ling's room feeling relaxed, his steps feeling a little light.
I have to say that my sister's massage skills are very good.
It hurts. Ding dong.
A text message alert sound reached Ling Chen's ears. He opened the communicator and saw a text message from Captain Xiao, asking when Ling Chen was free.
The team had decided to go on a mission. You guys go ahead. I won't be back for half a month. Oh? Where have you been? I'm going to participate in the national competition. National competition? You're a high school student? High school student? Fighting against silver level without losing. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Ling Chen replied lightly.
Captain Xiao fell into a long silence. Seeing that Captain Xiao didn't reply, Ling Chen was too lazy to read it.
No matter what, just practice. The new humans have sent diamond-level warriors to ambush and kill me.
Next time, who knows what kind of powerful opponent they will send.
For Ling Chen, cultivation upgrade is imminent. Just when Ling Chen was practicing. On a plateau in the southwest. There is a cave entrance on a towering mountain. If you go into the cave, you will find that the whole mountain is empty. The mountains are the headquarters of the new human organization. An office at headquarters.
A white-haired old man leaned on the leather sofa, looking at the message coming from the communicator, and slapped the table.
The table sank, revealing the outline of a palm. A bunch of losers. They can't even take care of a few kids. The old man quickly calmed down after his rage. He pressed a button on the desk. Call Xing Tian in. Yes.
A voice with a respectful tone came. Soon, there was a knock on the old man's office door.
Enter. With a creak, the door opened. An extremely handsome man walked in.
His face was like a sculpture with distinct features and angular features, which was extremely handsome. He looks like a bohemian person, but his eyes reveal a gleam of brilliance.
Elder Hua, what do you want me to do? Xing Tian's face showed no expression. There's a little bug that I need you to fix.
A piece of information in front of Elder Hua floated up out of thin air and floated in front of Xing Tian, who reached out to take it. The information on the file contains the information of a high school student.
Ha! Ling Chen, that's quite interesting.
Xing Tian's stiff face revealed a hint of coldness, and his eyes revealed deep hatred.
Genius? This is the kind of genius I love to kill the most.
Xing Tian bowed to Elder Hua and left the room. As he watched Xing Tian disappear from his sight, Elder Hua showed a strange smile on his face.
Emperor Ling, if you knew that your former disciple had become like this, I wonder how you would react? He.
The devilish laughter echoed throughout the room. After a night of practice, Ling Chen could feel that his source energy had increased significantly. Since he began to use his full strength to practice martial arts to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth, Ling Chen's cultivation speed has greatly increased.
I believe I can make another breakthrough before the game starts. By the way, you can draw the lottery today. God bless me.
I'll use 10 years of the new human organization leader's life as a guarantee.
Please give me some better skills. Someone? Click to win.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill enhancement. Enhancement level 0 increases all attributes by 20% for a short period of time upgradable.
Not bad, not bad. Successfully took away 10 years of someone's lifespan. This wave has done a great job. In order to prepare for the national competition, everyone spent the remaining days in the hotel. The hotel has complete facilities, including food, drink, entertainment, and everything in between, just like a big shopping mall. Ling Shi and Ling Ling would go shopping together whenever they had time. They also knew that Ling Chen was preparing well for the next game. On the morning of the competition, Ling Chen was at a critical moment in his training. The vortex of source energy formed by the source energy of heaven and earth was continuously absorbed into Ling Chen's body, refined in the meridians, and flowed into the dantian. At this time, the source energy in the dantian is already full. The source energy that enters later is mixed with the original source energy and is continuously compressed and refined. When the source energy reaches a critical point of purity, the invisible membrane in the dantian breaks. He let out a long sigh, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After a few days of continuous practice, I reached bronze 3 stars. 3 days later, it's time to draw again. The effect was good last time. This time, I'll use the 100-year lifespan of the leader of the new human organization as a guarantee, so let us use a better skill. Start the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level skill Nirvana. Nirvana passive skill, 99% chance of recovering to full health on the spot when dying. Cooling time, 1 month. Ling Chen was stunned for a second, then his brows lit up with joy. What the hell? The system is YYDS. He felt his heart pounding, and the whole world seemed to be excited with him. It can be said that this skill makes Ling Chen feel more at ease and can do more things with confidence and boldness. After all, I am not the one unlucky one among 100. Ling Chen opened the system with trembling thoughts, wanting to make sure that what just happened was not an illusion. Chapter 61 The National Competition begins. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Bronze 3-star Experience 66 4000. Strength, 6,363 kilograms. Combat Power, 14,250. Powers, God-level Spatial Power, SS-level Thunder Power, SS-level Ice Power, B-level Fire Power Evolvable. You don't want the next one, right? Talent, the Emperor's Appearance. I gave it to me. Side job, Master-level Alchemy. Multiple uses. Kung Fu, Chaos God Slaying Technique. God level. Skills, Flash, Space Chain, 10,000 Swords Return Xianyuan Sword, 3rd level Thunder God Technique, Nirvana, Fiery Palm, Fire Shield, Primary Appraisal 899 10,000, Perception 25m Radius, Enhancement 20% of all attributes, Combat Skill Expertise, Thunder Slash, Thunderbolt, Thunder Surge, Concealment, Breath Containment. Weapon, Xianyuan Sword Seal. Xianyuan Sword, Soul Power 124 10,000. Unusual Treasure, Origin of the Treasure City of Space. Pet, Super God level Pet. Little Dragon Growing Stage, Ice Crystal Phoenix Junior Stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. Number of Legion members, 571. Not bad progress. Legion level, taking Hill 318 is a piece of cake. Summon Legion, Shadow Assassin Legion. Summon once a month for free. Legion point, 2112. Leader, not enabled. Deputy Leader, not opened. Legion skills, none. Legion attack bonus, 21%. Legion defense bonus, 21%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Backpack, Xianyuan Sword Seal, too many elixirs, unable to display. Of course I want the next superpower, if only there was time. Ding, good arrangement. Ha! System, you can actually reply to me? Why didn't you say anything before? Ding, because someone is too bad and too lazy to worry about it. Oh? Does this mean I'm barely up to par now? Ding, because I'm bored, I'm going to catch up on some sleep now. Okay, you are the system and you are awesome. However, I am getting stronger now.
Ling Chen suppressed the joy in his heart and looked at the time. It's almost time for the national competition to begin.
National competition, here I come.
After passing the competition certificate, instrument inspection, and human molecular examination, each contestant entered the lobby of the primary simulation field. When Ling Chen and the others entered the hall, there were already quite a few people waiting there.
These people all came from other gathering places.
When they saw Ling Chen and others coming in, many of them cast curious glances at Ling Chen. There were also some people looking at Ling Chen and pointing, as if many people knew Ling Chen.
Isn't that Ling Chen?
Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard, and several people surrounded Ling Chen in an instant.
What's going on? Ling Chen looked confused. I haven't even started advertising yet, and everyone already knows me?
He knew that his actions at the gathering place in Hangdu must have attracted a lot of people's attention.
But I didn't expect that all my competitors seemed to know about it.
What Ling Chen didn't know was that the news about him had already spread.
The youngest bronze level. It's actually him?
This report has spread among students. Ling Chen was not worried about being targeted because he might have been thoroughly studied.
Because no one knows that I have spatial abilities. If I can't beat others, can't I just flash away?
This can be considered as Ling Chen's trump card. There were three big guys sitting in the main stand.
First up, China's Minister of Education, Chen Guoqiang. Second place, one of the only two space system experts in China, Shen Tian.
The third one is the military marshal, Xiaofeng.
This one is Ling Chen.
Minister Chen pointed at Ling Chen, who was the focus of everyone's attention in the hall, and introduced him to the other two.
Old Xia, is your information accurate? Why don't I feel any spatial ability in him? Shen Tian frowned and looked at Xiaofeng beside him in confusion. Oh? You can't feel it? Interesting.
A hint of surprise appeared on Xiaofeng's resolute face.
He carefully looked at the young man named Ling Chen in front of him.
His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he was looking for something.
My men saw it with their own eyes, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Hearing this, Shen Tian was stunned.
He continued to observe Ling Chen carefully and found that there was nothing special about Ling Chen except his excellent physique.
I didn't feel any spatial ability at all.
But the more Xiaofeng looked, the more surprised he became.
Ling Chen could actually hide his aura.
It was difficult for people to detect his spatial abilities, which was something he could never have imagined.
Little did they know that all this was thanks to the system. It should be the space system. Let's take a look first.
After saying that, Xiaofeng raised one hand, clenched his fist, and supported his chin, listening to the opening ceremony speech.
Hundreds of miniature flying cameras will fly above each team, and the competition will be broadcast live across the entire network to all viewers across the country.
The anchor room is mainly divided into the main live broadcast room and the subsidiary live broadcast room of each participating team. When the live broadcast started, the opening remarks of this competition began.
Hello everyone. First of all, welcome everyone. Then, please pay attention. Finally, I declare, the game begins.
Ignoring the host's systematic introduction at the beginning, everyone perked up only after the competition was announced. Countless comments also floated across the main live broadcast room.
Fuck, it's finally over.
Good fellow, he just fell asleep, but he jumped up as soon as he heard the start.
It reminds me of the flag raising speech. There are 36 entrances to the simulation field. Team leaders, please come up on stage and draw lots to choose your entrance. Soon, Ling Chen came down with a number 36. Next, we will enter the primary simulation field of the primeval forest. Ling Chen, what's your number?
Qin Tian, who got number 23, walked towards Ling Chen's team.
Lu Gang's team followed closely.
Showing them the number 36 on his hand, Ling Chen whispered, "Follow the original plan. On the first day, head towards the central area and gather outside the eastern part of the central square."
Everyone in both teams nodded.
However, this scene happened in almost every team at the gathering place.
Of course, in addition to the gathering places in Beijing and the Magic City.
As the two most powerful gathering places in China, the quality of their high school teams is very high. Almost all of them are apprentice level 9 stars, and they are full of confidence in their own strength. In the teams in these two gathering places, Ling Chen also saw some familiar faces. Zhuge Kongming from the high school affiliated to Peking University and Tsinghua University in Beijing, and Ma Huntao from the high school affiliated to Wuhan University in Shanghai. Please ask staff to lead the contestants into the venue through the designated entrance. After the captains finished drawing lots, the host took the microphone and shouted passionately to the camera on the main screen. No need to go through so much trouble. A slightly old and peaceful voice came. Shen Tian on the main stand took off into the air. He gently fanned his right arm with the sleeve. Space wormholes appeared under the feet of each team. The sound of awe spread. Before everyone could react, they were sucked into the space wormhole beneath their feet, along with the flying miniature cameras above each team. After falling for a few seconds in the mysterious space passage, Ling Chen and others fell from the air and landed heavily on the ground. Chapter 62: Entering the Simulation Field. Start to establish a personality to attract traffic. Ah! Everyone rubbed their aching buttocks and cried out, but at the same time they couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He was indeed a national-level space powerful expert. Ling Chen raised his head and looked around. A huge door about 10 meters high stood quietly in front of him. There was a shiny plaque on the door with the number 36 displayed on it. Just as everyone patted their buttocks and stood up, preparing to push open the door, a slightly old but strong and powerful voice reached the ears of every contestant. Attention everyone, I am your invigilator, Shen Tian. I will be responsible for your safety. I hope everyone can abide by the rules of the game. Finally, I wish you all satisfactory results. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man in a long robe appeared in front of Ling Chen and his group of 4. The old man was thin, but he had white hair and a youthful face with few wrinkles. He looked only in his 50s or 60s. But the aura emanating from the old man made the 4 of them feel frightened. That is probably the oppression of the weak by the strong. Shen Tian's eyes swept across the 4 people one by one, and finally stopped on Ling Chen. Now that he was closer to Ling Chen, Shen Tian found that he still couldn't see through Ling Chen. What puzzled Shen Tian was that he found that not only he could not see through Ling Chen, but he could not even see through the 2 teammates beside Ling Chen. The only one who could see through it was the S-rank Wind-type boy. Is it because I am getting old? But every night when I go home and hand in my homework, my wife is very satisfied. When Shen Tian was observing Ling Chen looked at the old man calmly and indifferently, and was quite curious about the old man's strength and his spatial ability. I'll come find you after the game. After saying this, Shen Tian disappeared from the spot. Looking at the place where the old man disappeared, there is still a faint spatial fluctuation. It seems that the technique is not up to standard. Ling Chen withdrew his gaze and slowly walked towards the towering giant door. The 3 of them followed Ling Chen and approached Juman, arriving in front of Juman. Ling Chen pushed open the door, and a strong breath of nature hit him in the face, the fragrance of trees and land. Ha! This source energy concentration? Ling Chen suddenly discovered that the concentration of the source energy of heaven and earth inside was much higher than that outside, almost twice as high. What a great place! The 4 members of the team walked into the simulation field. Creaky. The huge door behind closed automatically after Ling Chen and others entered. Behind the giant gate is a small piece of green grass. In the distance are lush, green and vibrant trees and shrubs. And you can feel that these plants have extremely strong vitality, as if they have infinite vitality. The speed of practicing in this place is at least 3 times faster than before. Ling Chen murmured. Practice here for a while. Ling Chen gave the order before Yi Kong and the other 2 could react. Sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and start absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. At this time, on the screen of the main live broadcast room. Wow, is this a simulation field? It's so realistic. Why did all the contestants stop? Look, there's a bastard who's actually started practicing. The maverick Ling Chen attracted the attention of some viewers. Brother Chen, isn't it too hasty to practice like this? Seeing Ling Chen directly enter the state of practice, Yi Kang's mouth twitched and he said helplessly. Wait a moment. Ling Chen said softly, then kept silent. Not long after, Ling Chen opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Sure enough, the cultivation speed inside is several times faster than outside. You must figure out why, and then make arrangements for yourself. Ling Chen stood up and said, let's go. Gather and grab the people. The entire simulation field is not large. If Ling Chen and others travel at their full speed, it will only take 5 hours to reach the agreed central square. Of course, Ling Chen didn't plan to go directly to the central square. If he did, these 5 hours would be wasted. Ling Chen also wanted to do something to attract traffic and shock the audience. After all, this was related to his reward. Ling Chen touched his chin thoughtfully. First of all, he had to attract traffic. Only with traffic could he do something that would shock the audience. To have traffic, you must have positioning, and you also need to create a personal image. Let everyone come for my character, and I have to do something to keep them shocked, and then call on their friends. After thinking about it, Ling Chen decided to be arrogant. Simply trying to survive and hide your cards to become a dark horse will definitely not attract any viewers. I can't be so low-key anymore. After all, the system has given me so much. Then, the most arrogant way is to be simple and brutal. Just kill your way through. Ling Chen's strength is now 6,363 kilograms, and his pure strength has reached the silver level 8 stars. It's enough to deal with a group of students who are not even at the bronze level. Moreover, it is best to have something to compare with, to create a contrast with the character. By the way, Xiaolon and Xiaolan. Come out, Xiaolon. A chubby little dragon that looks like a ball is lying down and sleeping. Wow! So cute! The cute little dragon attracted the attention of the two girls as soon as he appeared, with little stars twinkling in his eyes. Xianlinger walked forward and reached out to touch the sleeping little dragon. Ah! Ah! Xiaolong was awakened by feeling something right next to him. At this time, Ling Chen's team's live broadcast room was already boiling. Ah, so cute. So adorable. I would trade 10 years of my father's life for a pet like this. Fuck, you upstairs are really killing me. This way I can inherit the family fortune faster. Absolutely amazing. Come out. Xiaolan. As soon as Xiao Bing came out, she rushed towards Ling Chen. Gio. You lied to me, Gio. It's not fun, Jojo. Give me the good one from last time, otherwise it won't work. Well, you're quite arrogant. Shaking his head helplessly, Ling Chen took out a drop of ultimate ice from the ring and put it into Xiaobing's mouth. Xiaobing was healed instantly, and he staggered and chirped, looking very happy. Lang Ningxuang on the side stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the ice crystal phoenix in front of her. How could this be here? Isn't this the family's totem of divine beast? And that seems to be holy water? For the ice attribute, holy water can maximize its talent and is a rare treasure from heaven and earth. And Ling Chen doesn't look distressed at all? Just when Lang Ningxuang was hesitating whether to ask Ling Chen for some holy water. Ling Chen has summoned 2 pets and is ready to set off. Just as Ling Chen was about to leave, he seemed to remember something, took out an ice spirit pill from his ring and threw it to Xiao Lang. Remember to take it. After saying this, without any hesitation, he took the lead and rushed towards the central area. Lang Ningxuan looked at Ling Chen's back, slowly narrowed her beautiful eyes, and a sweet smile appeared on her exquisite face. Her thick eyelashes fluttered charmingly, and a glimmer of cleverness flashed in her black pupils. Chapter 63, First Encounter with the Team, only 3 moves are needed. Save the little fire monkey. Why are you smiling like an idiot? Are you moved already? Seeing the girl's smiling face, Linger on the side gently poked Long Ningxuan with her finger and teased. The girl blushed slightly and didn't answer. She took light steps and followed Ling Chen's back gracefully. Poochie, I was right. Xian Linger smiled and followed. Just as Ling Chen and others were on their way, an apprentice level 8-star fire wild boar suddenly rushed out. Ling Chen's face was stern, and his deep eyes revealed a hint of indifference as he looked at the wild boar rushing towards him. Ling Chen remained calm, pushed his feet hard on the ground, clenched his right fist, and bent his arm backward to gather strength. Ling Chen's body rushed forward like an arrow. The wild boar approached Ling Chen rapidly, and when the distance was right, Ling Chen punched out with his right hand. Bang! A dull sound. It was the sound of fists hitting the wild boar's body. Tens of thousands of pounds of force poured out and hit the wild boar, knocking it back and causing it to fall heavily to the ground, rolling backwards several times. Ho, ho, she! The wild boar lying on the ground couldn't stop wailing. The wild boar, a mere apprentice-level monster, could not withstand Ling Chen's attack. One blow, seriously injured and dying. Coincidentally, the director of the main live broadcast room cut to the scene of Ling Chen fighting the wild boar. The shocking visual impact instantly caused the barrage of comments in the main live broadcast room to explode on the screen.
Fuck, is this still a human? Can bronze level people have this kind of power?
We both received 9 years of supernatural education, so why are you so outstanding?
Almost all the audience who saw this scene were a little shocked.
As a result, a large number of viewers flocked into Ling Chen's solo live broadcast room.
Ling Chen looked towards Yi Kong, and at the same time, Yi Kong also looked at Ling Chen.
After a brief glance at each other, Ling Chen suddenly took advantage of the moment when the camera changed the shooting angle to signal Yi Kong with his eyes.
Yi Kong understood immediately and quickly stepped forward to kill the dying wild boar.
Ling Chen thought to himself, "Thank you for your hard work, brother, for my character."
After dealing with the wild boar's affairs. Walk.
After saying this lightly, Ling Chen jumped up and continued on his way without saying a word. His face was cold and his eyes looked ahead with indifference.
A man and 2 women followed closely behind him, like followers.
The screen was filled with barrages of comments.
There is no picture on the main screen.
More and more people entered the live broadcast room of Ling Chen team through the team live broadcast room under the main screen. When they entered Ling Chen's team's live broadcast room, they could never get out.
Fuck.
I was so attracted by Ling Chen's punch that I didn't realize there were 2 other beautiful girls.
Fuck, it looks just like my first love.
Wake up upstairs, you don't have a first love. Everyone, draw your swords. Ling Chen's team continued to move forward, unaware that the audience in the live broadcast room had already started a duel for the girl. Along the way, he encountered many apprentice-level monsters one after another, and they were all taken away by Ling Chen with the simplest and most brutal punches. It can be said that in this simulation field, Ling Chen's physical strength is invincible. Finally, on the afternoon of the first day of the competition, 4 hours into the game, we finally met the first team. At this moment, Ling Chen team's live broadcast room is already filled with a group of die-hard fans.
Tell me, how long can this team last? 1 move per person, how many moves can they have? I really want to see my goddess fight, Brother Chen, can you give me a chance?
A team is dealing with a little fire monkey with 9 apprentice stars. Feeling Ling Chen and the others approaching, the 4 members of this team moved closer to each other, forming a battle formation, and looked at Ling Chen and the others vigilantly. The team leader Wu Yun took a step forward and released a little pressure, showing his strength of the 9th level apprentice without reservation.
Squeak, squeak.
The little fire monkey on the side shouted at Ling Chen, as if Ling Chen came to save him on a colorful cloud.
Don't be nervous, it will be quick. Ling Chen's indifferent voice sounded, and he pushed off the ground with his right foot, shooting towards Wu Yun's team like an arrow.
Looking for death, the 4 members of Wu Yun's team cursed angrily. As soon as Ling Chen's figure approached, they began to use their special abilities.
Ding bang snap swoosh.
Several collision sounds were heard, and Ling Chen dodged the attacks of the 4 people with a slight shake of his body. Then he tapped the ground with his toes, raised his body again, and rushed towards one of the team members like an arrow.
Bang! Ling Chen punched the man in the chest, and the huge force directly knocked him away.
Then Ling Chen turned around, slapped another team member's shoulder with his left hand, and punched the man hard in the abdomen with his right fist, knocking him unconscious to the ground. When the remaining 2 saw this scene, they were stunned and at a loss.
How could the gap in strength be so huge? What kind of monster is this? How could he be so powerful?
After Wu Yun reacted, he quickly called the remaining team members to surround Ling Chen.
Ling Chen lowered his body and gave a side kick, knocking Wu Yun to the ground. He turned around and punched the last man, knocking him out.
Wu Yun lay on the ground, groaning in pain.
You, who are you?
Wu Yun looked at the scene in front of him with trembling lips, and was shocked. The weakest member of his team has the strength of a peak 7-star apprentice, and the strongest has reached the 9th-star apprentice.
How could such a lineup not even survive 3 attacks? How could this be possible? What? Are you not convinced? Want to continue?
Ling Chen said in a cold tone with a hint of dominance in his sharp eyes.
Wu Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, we admit defeat, the points are yours.
After handing over half of the points, Wu Yun and 2 other teammates carried the unconscious teammate away. Ling Chen ignored him and turned to look at the little fire monkey in front of him.
He smiled slightly and squatted down. Hello. I'm Ling Chen. You should follow me from now on.
The little fire monkey seemed to understand Ling Chen's words. He tilted his head and looked at Ling Chen, scratching his scalp with his claws, as if thinking about how to answer Ling Chen's question. After a long time, the little fire monkey seemed to have made a decision.
With a squeak, sound, the little fire monkey rushed into the dense forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
At this moment, Ling Chen's barrage exploded again.
Fuck! It's a monster, it's a monster. It ran away right after I rescued it. Why don't you kill this monster? Don't you see how gentle this little fire monkey is? Unlike the wild boar before, who would go after anyone he saw. Brother Chen saved me in vain.
Ling Chen naturally respected the little fire monkey's decision. I stood up and was about to set off when I suddenly heard a lot of shouting coming from the dense forest behind me.
Squeak squeak. Chirp chirp. Chapter 64: The Little Fire Monkey's Departure.
A group of little fire monkeys rushed out from the dense forest one after another, about 100 of them. Everyone scratched their heads and stared at him with wide eyes. Ling Chen was slightly stunned. At this time, a little fire monkey jumped out from the monkey group, pounced at Ling Chen's feet, hugged Ling Chen's thighs, and rubbed it with its head.
Squeak!
It was the monkey that Ling Chen had just rescued.
Are you going to join me? Ling Chen asked, pointing at himself.
Chirp, chirp. The little fire monkeys nodded in agreement.
Then I will accept you. Come with me. From now on you will have to listen to my arrangements.
Ling Chen nodded and said with a smile. The group of little fire monkeys in front of me are all apprentices, and the first little fire monkey is actually their leader.
From now on, I'll call you Xiaohua. These little fire monkeys will be controlled by you. Ling Chen squatted down and touched Xiaohua, who was rubbing against his feet. Check the small fire. Little fire monkey atavism, apprentice level 9 stars. Attribute, fire. Skills, bite, lightning fist. Loyalty, 85. If you cultivate it well, you will have unexpected gains. Atavism? Ling Chen fell into deep thought.
After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen turned to look at Xiaolong and hooked his finger.
Xiaolong walked over with his chubby body twisting and turning. Boss, what's going on? From now on, these little fire monkeys will be in your care. Ling Chen patted Xiaolong's shoulder and secretly had the outline of a monster army in his mind. He doesn't care about the level of the monster.
He has the resources and can train it himself.
He only needs loyalty.
Moreover, Ling Chen is still looking forward to how big a surprise Xiaohua can bring him in the future. After making all the arrangements, Ling Chen decided to rush directly to the central square to meet up, and it was time to start his own plan.
You are familiar with this forest, so lead the way. We are going to the square in the central area. Ling Chen said to the monkeys. Chirp!
A group of little fire monkeys rushed into the dense forest with joy, darting around in the trees and disappeared from sight.
Let's go, follow him.
Ling Chen tapped the ground lightly, and the ground under his feet sank, leaving a small pit. He took a step forward and followed, walking with his hands behind his back. The little fire at his feet had somehow jumped onto Ling Chen's shoulders, and his claws were tightly grasping Ling Chen's shirt. The feeling of being treated as a mount by a pet is really special. Who said the little fire monkey ran away? You've been slapped in the face. Fuck, with this group of monsters, Ling Chen can walk sideways like a madman. Tell me, upstairs, if it weren't for these monsters, wouldn't Brother Chen be able to walk sideways? There are more and more barrages in Ling Chen Team's live broadcast room.
Tens of millions of viewers continued to flock in.
The number of people online in the live broadcast room reached more than 10 million. Although it cannot be compared with the hundreds of millions of online users in the main live broadcast room, it is still a very large number. An hour later, with Ling Chen and others working at full speed, they arrived at the eastern part of the central square. In the center of the central square, there is a stone platform, dozens of meters high, with the flag of China flying on it.
Xin Tian's team and Lu Gang's team were waiting here early. Seeing Ling Chen finally arrive, the bored crowd quickly stood up and walked towards Ling Chen and the other three. Brother Chen, you are finally here.
When they saw Ling Chen, everyone's eyes were filled with tears.
They finally met the organization. Next, it's hunting time. Ling Chen said no more and nodded coldly at the few people.
The detailed plan was communicated before the competition.
Hey, what's wrong with Brother Chen?
Lu Gang nudged Yi Kong with his elbow, covered his mouth with his hand, and asked in a low voice.
Brother Chen wants to attract fans. We just need to cooperate. Yi Kong also responded softly. Ah, this? I'm familiar with this.
Lu Gang shook his flowing bangs, a hint of melancholy in his eyes, and was about to speak.
Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Yi Kong interrupted. Stop talking. Xiaohua, ask your friends to help us find someone. Ling Chen tilted his head and whispered to Xiaohua. Once you find someone, just keep an eye on them secretly. Chirp. Xiaohua jumped off Ling Chen's shoulder and roared a few times into the dense forest. All the monkeys appeared in everyone's sight. Damn, so many? Qin Tian drew his weapon and was ready to fight at any time. It's your own monkey, put it back. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaohua gave orders, and the monkeys spread out in groups of 2 in all directions. After completing all this, Xiaohua dodged a few times and jumped back onto Ling Chen's shoulder. In that case, there's no need to search for the team yourself. Xiaohua, do you know where there are powerful monsters nearby? Qi. Take us there. Ling Chen decided to score with the highest efficiency. Moreover, killing powerful and ferocious-looking monsters will have a visual impact and shock the audience. Chirp. Xiaohua chirped a few times on Ling Chen's shoulder, then quickly flew away into the distance. Everyone followed closely behind. Soon, everyone followed Xiaohua to the foot of a hillside. Xiaohua pointed to a cave on the hillside, meaning, it was right there. Ling Chen looked in the direction Xiaohua's finger pointed and saw a huge snake-like python in front of the cave. Bronze 3 stars. Same level as me, but a bit ugly. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. Although the giant python snake looks scary, it has no aesthetic appeal in Ling Chen's eyes. Not only Ling Chen thought so, almost everyone present also thought that this snake-like giant python was very ugly and even despised it. Chirp. Xiaohua made a series of sharp sounds, his tone revealing urgency and anger. Ling Chen understood what Xiaohua said. This giant snake-like python often feeds on the little fire monkey, so the little fire monkey is very angry. But the opponent was a bronze-level monster, and no one in the entire fire monkey clan could defeat it. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Ling Chen touched Xiaohua's head and said softly. Chirp. Xiaohua nodded and looked at the snake-like creature with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Ling Chen first checked it out. Lazy Python, bronze 3 star. Attribute, poison. Skill, venom spray. If you don't want to be poisoned to death, pull out its teeth quickly. Be careful not to get sprayed with venom. After saying that, Ling Chen walked forward. Ling Chen, be careful. Seeing Ling Chen walking forward, Long Ningxuang and others hurriedly reminded him. Don't worry. Ling Chen replied with a smile. Soon, Ling Chen came to 50 meters in front of the giant python, and the giant python also sensed Ling Chen. The snake python opened its bloody mouth and sprayed venom at Ling Chen. Ling Chen's strength is still weak, so he still needs to be careful about poison. A clear layer of fire energy emerged on Ling Chen's body. Fire shield. Ling Chen quickly released a fire shield to protect himself. The source energy on the fire shield was constantly consumed by the venom, and the corrosiveness of the venom frightened Ling Chen. But in the end, I managed to hold on. Chapter 65, Large-Scale Hunt for Monsters. Ling Chen, please show mercy. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the giant python let out an angry roar, opened its mouth suddenly, and pounced towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen did not choose to dodge. This was exactly what he wanted. His physical strength was not proportional to the strength of his source energy. A cloud of black mist spit out from the giant python's open mouth and headed straight for Ling Chen. Ling Chen showed no fear at all. He stretched out his right palm and summoned the power of thunder. An arc of electricity flashed and came into contact with the black fog, eventually purifying it. The giant python twisted its body and pounced towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen turned his right palm into a fist and smashed it hard on the giant python's mouth. With a loud bang, the giant python's jaw was smashed, and the snake's body retreated several meters and fell heavily to the ground, struggling and swinging in place for a few times. But, no matter what, it couldn't struggle. Seeing that the giant python was no longer able to struggle, Ling Chen used his palm as a knife and chopped it hard on the python's belly. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the giant python's belly was split open by Ling Chen. Bright red blood flowed out, and a fishy smell instantly filled the air. Ling Chen did not hesitate, reached out and took the snake gall from the snake's belly and stuffed it into the space ring. Ding! Kill the scoundrel python, experience plus 500. A system prompt sound made Ling Chen stunned, but he quickly reacted. Killing bronze-level monsters will earn you experience. Doesn't that mean that I can fight monsters and level up instead of having to practice boringly all the time? Woohoo takes off. The giant python's body lay there, twitching uncontrollably. Fuck, does the monster look so ferocious? Doesn't anyone think Ling Chen is cruel? Didn't anyone notice that Ling Chen just released 2 superpowers? You're the new one upstairs, right? Isn't it normal for our brother Chen to have twin powers?
In Ling Chen's team's live broadcast room, barrages of comments emerged like a tide, filling the screen. There was a hint of relief in the little fire monkey's eyes, and he chirped twice at Ling Chen. Ling Chen came back to his senses from his joy, thought for a while, took out the beast core from the snake's head, and threw it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua's claws tightly gripped the beast core, as if he wanted to crush it. After staring at the beast core for a long time, Xiaohua raised his head, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. As soon as the beast core entered the stomach, it melted immediately. A warm current formed in his body and quickly spread to his limbs. Finally, it travels through the whole body, cleansing it completely before gradually disappearing into thin air. Seeing the satisfied look on Xiaohua's face, Ling Chen also smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. He was sure that Xiaohua had completely absorbed the energy of the beast core at this moment, and his strength had undergone a drastic change. After absorbing the small fire from the beast core, he successfully broke through. In just a dozen seconds, his strength had reached the bronze level 1 star. Chirp! Xiaohua called out slightly excitedly, rubbing Ling Chen with his furry head. It was both grateful to Ling Chen for helping it deal with the enemy snake and excited about its improved strength. Ling Chen looked at the surrounding environment. Except for the giant python just now, the other apprentice-level monsters seemed to be afraid of Ling Chen and did not dare to approach. However, they had no experience and Ling Chen was too lazy to do it. Okay, are there any other powerful monsters? Ling Chen asked Xiaohua impatiently. Chirp! Xiaohua chirped again and nodded. Then he rushed into the distance and continued to lead the way for everyone. Let's go and find the next prey. Ling Chen called out and ran into the forest. After circling in the dense forest, he found another bronze level 2-star monster. This time it still could not escape Ling Chen's clutches and was easily killed. Another 1,000 points earned. At this time, the team points ranking list on the screen of the main live broadcast room changed. Team Ling Chen ranked first with 2,345 points. The second place was Zhuge Kongming team with 1820 points and the third place was 1,655 points. Wow, everyone was in an uproar. It was clear that half an hour ago, Ling Chen's team was at the bottom with 345. In the blink of an eye, I was ranked first. Ling Chen and his group did not know their ranking. Only when they went to the central square could they see their score ranking in this assessment. However, Ling Chen did not plan to go to the central square in advance. Not waiting until the last second would be disrespectful to the competition. On the rostrum. This simulation field is okay for other guys, but it's not difficult at all for Ling Chen. Looking at his posture, he seems to be planning to annihilate all the monsters. If Ling Chen stirs up trouble across the country, people will think that ordinary monsters can't even defeat high school students, which goes against our purpose. Shen Tian stood up from his seat and said, "I'll go and talk to him." A space crack appeared in front of him, and Shen Tian flashed and disappeared on the spot. At this time, Ling Chen was standing on a bronze level 3-star earth-splitting lizard and taking its beast core. Another monster that was completely no match for Ling Chen. In the following period of time, Ling Chen obtained a total of 18 bronze-level beast cores. Up to this point, Ling Chen has killed 21 bronze-level monsters. Although these beast cores are not of high quality, they are still a resource and can be used to improve strength. Ling Chen's team S points reached 21,345. Topped the list. More than 17,000 points higher than the second place. Xin Tian and Lu Gang's team behind him had gone from being shocked at the beginning to being numb. Are you sure we are on the same level? However, the audience in the live broadcast room were enjoying it very much. The betting is open. The betting is open. Bet on whether Ling Chen's team can kill more than 25 monsters. The betting is on. There are 21 of them in total. That's outrageous. The remaining monsters, hurry up and come out to die. Just as Ling Chen was about to continue his journey, he felt a spatial fluctuation approaching. Although he knew that the examiner should be the chief examiner, Ling Chen still tensed his muscles and looked at the air cautiously. The people around him didn't understand why Brother Chen suddenly froze in place. A space crack appeared in front of Ling Chen, and Shen Tian walked out of it. Isn't that Marshal Shen Tian? Why did Marshal Shen go to find Ling Chen? Shen Tian looked at Ling Chen seriously, and Ling Chen stared back at him without showing any weakness.
Student Lingchen, stop it. Give the monster a chance. No way, sir. We are killing monsters completely within the rules.
Ling Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, and had no intention of stopping.
You have enough points. If you want to kill monsters, I will take you to kill them after the game.
Shen Tianyuan transmitted his voice through qi, and his voice rang in Ling Chen's ears.
Ling Chen nodded silently.
The first thing should be stable, and then we have to do some serious work.
Chapter 66: Killing Monsters to Gain Experience and Level Up.
After getting Ling Chen's nod of agreement, Shen Tiankai left with satisfaction. Unconsciously, the sky darkened and night slowly fell.
The sky and the earth became pitch black.
Ling Chen and others' vision was obstructed and they could only see things clearly with the help of moonlight.
Let's camp here tonight, Ling Chen said, looking at the dark night. Okay, everyone responded and cheered. Ling Chen took out dozens of tents from the ring and distributed them to everyone.
While everyone was setting up the tent, Ling Chen arranged for Xiuhua and a few other fire monkeys to collect some firewood. After the tents were set up, everyone lit a bonfire in the middle of the tent, and a group of people sat around the bonfire and ate food prepared in advance. The group of people were eating and chatting, talking and laughing, as if they were out for fun.
Did I enter the wrong live broadcast room? If you don't understand, please ask. Is this a live broadcast of an outing? Why do I see other teams still sleeping in trees? After all, Brother Chen will always be your Brother Chen.
The direction of the national competition has been diverted by Ling Chen and others. They chatted until midnight, and when it was late at night and everyone returned to their tents to settle down, several boys took turns to keep watch.
Arrange Xiaolong, Xiaolin, and Xiuhua in a tent to cultivate their relationship.
Ling Chen returned to his tent and wanted to check what his experience during the day was about.
Character, Ling Chen.
Strength, Bronze 3 stars. Experience 166,4000.
Experience pool, 10,500 upgradable. Strength, 6,388 kilograms. Combat power, 14,300.
Powers, God level spatial power, SS level thunder power, SS level ice power, B level fire power. Evolvable. The next one is on his way on horseback.
Talent, the Emperor's style has half my style. Side job, master level alchemy. Multiple uses. Kung Fu, chaos god slaying technique. God level.
Skills, Flash, Space Chain, 10,000 swords. Returns Xianyuan sword, 3rd level thunder god technique. Click to see more. Weapon, Xianyuan sword seal. Xianyuan sword, soul power 158 10,000. Unusual treasure, origin of the treasure city of space. Pet, super god level pet. Little dragon growing stage, ice crystal phoenix junior stage.
Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. Number of Legion members, 571. Not bad progress. Number of Legion beasts, 108. Legion level, taking heal 318 is a piece of cake. Summon Legion, Shadow Assassin Legion summon once a month for free. Legion point, 4567. Legion leader, available for 1,000 people. Deputy leader, not opened. Legion skills, none. Legion attack bonus, 21%. Legion defense bonus, 21%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Backpack, viewable.
There was an additional experience pool function that could be upgraded, and Ling Chen clicked twice to upgrade without hesitation. Invisibly, a pure source of power surged into Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen could feel that his source energy had increased. He broke through 2 levels in succession and reached bronze level 5 stars.
1666 experience points left. Cool. Ling Chen suppressed the joy in his heart and still couldn't relax his usual hard training.
Sitting cross-legged and practicing his skills, Ling Chen soon entered the state of cultivation. In the early morning, when the sun rose, Ling Chen opened his eyes, feeling the surging source energy in his body, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His cultivation level broke through 1 star again. Of course, all this was due to the concentration of source energy in the simulation field, coupled with the assistance of the beast core, which allowed him to reap a lot last night. Looking at the surrounding scene, Ling Chen discovered that there was a huge explosive bear about dozens of feet away from them.
The exploding bear is extremely strong, much stronger than an ordinary bear.
Its eyes were wide open, emitting a cold and bloodthirsty light, and its claws were grabbing the rock wall, making crisp crackling sounds. At this time, the explosive bear was staring at the location of Ling Chen and others with wide eyes, and his eyes were extremely ferocious. Exploding Bear was very excited to find such a sumptuous breakfast when he went out early in the morning. No one looked panicked, and they all turned their eyes to Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked up at the camera and spread his hands.
You can't blame me for this, right?
At this moment, Shen Tian and Marshal Xia, who were looking at Ling Chen, couldn't help but twitch their lips.
Looking at Exploding Bear, I mourn in my heart. It's not that we didn't want to save you, it's that you insisted on doing it.
Exploding Bear, bronze level 7 stars.
Attribute, Earth. Skills, Bite, Explosive Armor.
After taking a quick look at the Exploding Bear's condition, Ling Chen's mouth corners inadvertently rose. I'm at the high bronze level, and I don't know how much experience points I can get.
Roar.
The black bear roared in a low voice, and its body suddenly shot out and rushed towards Ling Chen. A pair of iron-like front legs, with a strong wind, smashed towards Ling Chen fiercely. Ling Chen growled, crossing his arms in front of him.
Bang!
The iron-like front legs hit Ling Chen's arms heavily, making a dull sound.
Ling Chen's arm shook slightly, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This was the first time that a bronze-level monster was able to repel Ling Chen. Oh no! A high-level bronze-level exploding bear is as powerful as a silver-level one. Is Brother Chen going to fail? This damned bear actually wanted to hurt my man. Humph! The one upstairs, stop coveting my husband. A group of female audiences are fighting fiercely for Ling Chen. As expected of the exploding bear, which is famous for its strength, this strength is comparable to that of a mid-level silver level. However, compared with Ling Chen, it is still a little worse. After all, Ling Chen's physical fitness has been enhanced. Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, Ling Chen took a step forward and confronted the exploding bear head-on. How dare he!
This almost became the voice of most of the audience, but the next moment, everyone was shocked. When he was about to meet the exploding bear, Ling Chen punched out.
Collided with the bear's paw. Bang!
With a deafening explosion, the black bear was knocked several meters away and fell to the ground, motionless. It looked like it was dead, but the system's prompt sound didn't appear, so Ling Chen concluded that this exploding bear must be pretending to be dead.
Ling Chen walked over and punched the exploding bear on the chest.
There was a dull sound and the black bear's chest caved in.
It was obvious that Ling Chen had hit it hard.
Humph! Seeing that explosive bear was still pretending to be dead, Ling Chen snorted coldly. He stomped his right foot on the ground, leaped into the air, and kicked the exploding bear in the head with a whip kick.
Feeling Ling Chen's determination, Exploding Bear quickly stood up and tried to block Ling Chen's attack.
But the gap in strength between the injured explosive bear and Ling Chen was too great, and Ling Chen kicked its head in an instant. A crystal-clear animal core flew out from the black bear's head and fell into Ling Chen's hand. Chapter 67: Searching for other teams and forming illegal teams. Ding! Kill the exploding bear and gain 2,000 experience points.
Awesome! Kill 2 or 3 more and you can level up again.
However, there is no chance in this competition. Almost all the viewers who were watching the live broadcast were stunned, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was blank for several seconds. Then almost instantly, barrages of comments came flooding in.
Fuck, are you sure I'm watching the high school nationals, not the college league? Xiaohua, take us to find other teams.
He touched the soft fur on Xiaohua's head. Ling Chen raised his head, a hint of excitement in his eyes.
Xiaohua nodded and jumped onto the nearest big tree.
He darted around in the surrounding trees, looking for something. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he paused on a branch for a moment. There were a few slight scratches on the branch. Xiaohua jumped down from the branch and landed in front of Ling Chen and others. It stood with its legs straight, pointed one hand in a direction, and made a chi-chi sound from its mouth.
Ling Chen understood that Xiaohua wanted them to go over there. Let's go. Ling Chen looked at the direction Xiaohua pointed and said, Okay. Everyone followed Xiaohua forward.
Xiaohua is very small, but extremely fast.
In Ling Chen's eyes, Xiaohua is faster than a rabbit.
He wonders if it is because it has this ability. After running for about 10 minutes, they heard sounds of fighting and screams coming from the front.
It's over there, come closer.
Ling Chen confirmed the direction of the sound when he heard it, then quickened his pace and rushed towards the direction of the fight.
Everyone followed closely behind, not daring to relax.
Soon, Ling Chen and others saw a group of more than 10 people fighting in the open space ahead. Skills were thrown all over the place. Both sides had 2 teams, and 7 or 8 people were lying on the ground, losing their ability to fight. Xiaohua, go gather the nearby fire monkeys and surround them.
Xiaohua responded and left. Ling Chen, what do you say?
Yi Kong, who had not taken any action, was already rubbing his hands and eager to try.
Go straight ahead.
When Ling Chen and his group appeared within the detection range of both sides, the 2 teams in front stopped at the same time.
They all faced Ling Chen in unison.
Ling Chen waved his hand, and a group of people rushed forward, heading straight for the 2 teams in front, and instantly surrounded the remaining 8 people standing in the 2 teams.
12 against 8. And Ling Chen is here. The other party obviously knew Ling Chen.
The captains on both sides shrugged their shoulders, looked at each other, and finally decided to surrender.
Ling Chen, we admit defeat, said the captain on the side. We are willing to pay the points.
The captain on the other side also didn't want to confront the bronze-level Ling Chen head-on.
Points? Points are not what I want. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. Then what do you want?
The teams on both sides were shocked.
Come to the competition without any points? He must be plotting something bad.
Join me and conquer other teams together.
Ling Chen said lightly. Recruit you?
The leaders of both sides looked at each other.
They didn't understand why Ling Chen did this. He's obviously invincible. What? You don't want to?
Then our 3 teams can only take you home first.
No, we are willing. The teams on both sides thought about it.
Their chances of winning the championship were very small.
It would be better to follow Ling Chen. Moreover, with Ling Chen's talent, as long as nothing unexpected happens along the way, he will definitely become a big boss in the future. Building good relationships with future bosses now is a big step in life. Soon, Ling Chen's team became 7 teams.
At this time, Xiaohua appeared with a group of little fire monkeys.
Xiaohua, go ahead and find the next one. Ling Chen said to Xiaohua.
Xiaohua nodded, and a group of little fire monkeys headed towards the north, jumped onto the trees, and swayed on the trees as they moved towards the north. Ling Chen, is this the group of monkeys you tamed? Members of the 4 new teams asked curiously.
Ling Chen nodded slightly. Follow me.
After saying that, Ling Chen lightly tapped the ground with his right foot and rushed out at a rapid speed,
heading towards the dense forest where the monkeys disappeared.
Not long after moving forward, Ling Chen suddenly stopped. At this time, Ling Chen's palm suddenly moved and waved gently in the air.
Sizzle.
The sound of electric arcs cutting through the air shot out in 4 directions.
Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds followed by explosions from the trees in the dense forest.
I saw several figures falling from the tree, landing heavily on the ground with blood at the corners of their mouths.
This was a team of 4 people.
Seeing that Ling Chen had more people than them, they hid themselves. However, they did not expect that Ling Chen's perception was so sharp. They hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Ling Chen and others.
But they didn't expect that Ling Chen had already discovered their existence. I'll give you 2 choices. Ling Chen's tone was mixed with a hint of force majeure. Either get out or come with us.
Seeing Ling Chen's large group of more than 20 people, the team decided to turn to the light and join the organization.
The following competition became very simple.
Almost all the teams were under the surveillance of the fire monkeys, and every team they encountered was defeated by Ling Chen's handsome fist.
Ha ha, this is making me laugh to death.
There are a total of 100 people in the competition, and 60 of them are from Ling Chen's team.
Ling Chen YYDS. Is there any suspense in the game? The most unpredictable match.
Throughout the second day, Ling Chen led a large team to conduct a sweep of the simulation field.
That afternoon, Ling Chen and his group of 60 people met Zhuge Kongming's team.
The confident Zhuge Kongming team all had 9-star apprentice-level members, and they insisted on fighting alone, and did not team up with any other team. Seeing Ling Chen and his group of 60 people, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded.
It had to be you. Are you guys forming an illegal team here?
Zhuge Kongming cursed in his heart, you guys have no martial ethics, but his face did have an unfathomable expression.
I wonder if you're still short of people. 4 more people joined. After simply collecting the membership fee from Zhuge team. Under Ling Chen's leadership, everyone headed towards the central square. It's time to end this war whose outcome is already doomed. However, there was one drawback.
Ling Chen checked and found that the shock level rating of his mission was only S, which was 2 levels short of the highest level.
While walking towards the center, Ling Chen was thinking about whether there was any way to improve. Now it seems that there is no better way except to continue to display other superpowers. Ling Chen secretly made a decision in his heart. Chapter 68 Final Battle? Space System Appearance. Soon, Ling Chen and his group arrived at the central square. Surprisingly, on the other side, Ma Huntao was leading more than 20 people. Sitting on the ground or leaning against a tree, waiting for Ling Chen. You're finally here.
Ma Huntao showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and did not show any fear at all because of the large number of people in Ling Chen's team.
As if everything was expected. Oh? Ling Chen showed a hint of surprise. Does the pony in front of me have any special trump cards?
The two sides confronted each other, 60 against 20, and it seemed there was no suspense.
Just then,
Ma Huntao on the opposite side crossed his hands, raised his head slightly, and chanted a string of spells.
Come out. Living dead.
As soon as Ma Huntao finished speaking, he saw several black hole-like whirlpools appear on the ground around him. Dozens of creatures that looked like dead people crawled out from it. These zombies were wearing green clothes, had ferocious faces, bulging eye sockets, flat noses, and wide-open mouths, revealing 2 sharp fangs. The corners of his mouth turned up, looking very scary. What is even more shocking is the strength of these living dead.
It's actually bronze level.
You must know that the strength of the summoned creature will not exceed that of the host.
That is to say, what the hell is this thing?
Some teams behind Ling Chen were talking about it, with a hint of panic in their tone. At this moment, Ma Huntao shouted softly, and these zombies rushed towards Ling Chen and his group as if they had heard some instructions.
Ah! Run!
Faced with a group of bronze-level zombies, most of the people behind Ling Chen subconsciously retreated. For a moment, the scene was a little chaotic. However, none of the 3 teams in the Hangdu gathering place retreated. What was unexpected was that Zhuge Kongming's team was also standing by without moving at all.
Ha ha ha!
Looking at the scene where Ling Chen ran away in an instant, Ma Huntao laughed loudly towards the sky. Soon, Ling Chen and others encountered the living dead.
Bang!
Ling Chen took the lead and punched one of the zombies in the chest. The zombie flew back 5 meters and fell to the ground. As for the other people in the team, several people were entangled with one body. The other 3 members of Ling Chen's team entangled one corpse. Yi Kong was responsible for using wind-based abilities to dodge and attract firepower, Lang Ningxuan was responsible for output, and Xian Linger was responsible for adding status. The other 2 teams each captured one. Zhuge Kongming fought a zombie alone, while his 3 teammates entangled another one together. Apart from the 5 zombies that were entangled by others, the remaining 7 surrounded Ling Chen.
Ma Huntao also came in front of Ling Chen, bursting out with unreserved momentum. You didn't expect that. I'm also at the bronze level. I was going to be the only bronze level in the history of Blue Star. I didn't expect you to appear. Looking at Ling Chen, Ma Huntao sneered and looked disdainful. He is an SSS level summoner, while Ling Chen is only an SS level thunder.
In his heart, Ling Chen cannot be compared with him at all.
Wow, this is exciting. Fuck. Ma Huntao is already at the bronze level. Is Ling Chen going to fail today?
Of course, what no one expected was that something even more shocking happened.
Just as Ma Huntao waved his hand, 7 zombies pounced towards Ling Chen together. But it was empty-handed.
It turned out that just as the zombies pounced on him, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot in a flash. He instantly came behind Ma Huntao, clenched his right fist and punched out. There was a sound of broken bones, and blood spurted out of Ma Huntao's mouth. His body stumbled forward uncontrollably.
There is still an insurmountable gap between us. Ling Chen's domineering voice spread.
Almost instantly, all the audience present were stunned.
How did Ling Chen appear behind Ma Huntao just now? Are you dazzled?
Soon, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments like raindrops.
Fuck, how did Ling Chen appear behind Ma Huntao just now? Am I dazzled? Can anyone tell me how Ling Chen got there just now? If I'm not mistaken, that was a spatial ability just now. If you put it that way, it seems so. Everyone was shocked to find that Ling Chen was actually a powerful space expert.
Shen Tian on the rostrum suddenly stood up, and the space fluctuated.
Far beyond the bronze level. Moreover, the flash that Ling Chen just performed did not tear the space. Obviously, Ling Chen's talent in space has reached an unimaginable level. Shen Tian instantly wanted to accept a disciple.
It would be a shame not to accept such a gifted child as a disciple.
You are actually from the space department. Ma Huntao's face turned pale. He turned around and looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. I was killed instantly.
Ling Chen didn't answer, but just looked at Xiao Ma coldly.
Seeing Ling Chen's tacit agreement, Ma Huntao felt very disappointed.
If it weren't for Ling Chen, he should have been the best performer in this year's national competition, and the championship would have been his.
Since there are waves, why do we need to be born?
Thinking of this, Ma Huntao's face flushed, his fists clenched, his eyes widened, and he glared at Ling Chen.
A sinister look appeared on his face.
He gritted his teeth, patted himself lightly with his right hand, and spat out a few drops of blood from his mouth. His face turned pale rapidly, he formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and streams of blood turned into thin threads and drilled into the body of the living dead. Seeing blood flowing from the corner of Ma Huntao's mouth and his face full of pain, Ling Chen frowned. Under the stimulation of the essence and blood, the strength of the living dead increased rapidly in a short period of time, from bronze 1 star to bronze 7 stars. There was a red light in his eyes, and he became more bloodthirsty.
Ling Chen's face turned grim.
He knew that the secret method used by Ma Huntao was to use essence and blood to stimulate the evil spirits in these summoned objects.
Once evil energy is aroused, it will lose control and even become extremely powerful.
Although he was very confident that he could deal with the monsters in front of him, he did not dare to be careless. If there was any mistake, he would be in trouble. Therefore, Ling Chen decided to use all his strength to let these geniuses see the gap between them. Several arcs of lightning appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Ling Chen.
3 turns of Thunder God technique, first turn.
The lightning arc emitted a sizzling sound and drilled into Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen's aura continued to rise, and instantly rose from bronze level 5 stars to silver level 1 star.
Amidst the flashes of lightning, Ling Chen waved his arms and lightning jumped on his arms.
Ling Chen didn't expect that this transformation would have such a good effect in improving his strength.
Strengthen.
Using his newly acquired enhanced skills once again, Ling Chen's source energy realm is comparable to 3 stars in the silver level. The strength reached a terrifying 8,888 kilograms, and the physical strength reached the gold level 3 stars. Feeling Ling Chen's breath, almost everyone was stunned where they were.
Chapter 69 The Strongest Champion in History. The competition is over. An idea popped into almost everyone's mind. How is that possible?
Ling Chen, his strength has reached the silver level 3 stars.
How can people survive like this? Thunderous. Boom. Zzzz.
Lightning exploded, and thick gray-black clouds gathered in the sky at some point.
The sky darkened, and terrifying arcs of lightning were hidden in the clouds above.
Ling Chen suddenly attacked, and several arcs of lightning as thick as arms blasted towards the group of zombies from the air. Under Ling Chen's control, these electric arcs changed into various shapes and bombarded the dozen or so zombies.
Bang 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 bang.
More than a dozen muffled sounds were heard. The zombies could not resist at all and were knocked to the ground by the thunder and lightning in the early morning. But Ling Chen discovered that the recovery ability of these living dead was amazing. Those who were seriously injured or even had their arms broken off could recover in just a breath of time.
Ha!
Ling Chen, my living dead are immortal.
Seeing that Ling Chen's attack did not work, Ma Huntao couldn't help but sneer.
I was just testing the waters just now, but I didn't expect it to give you so much confidence. Ling Chen put his palms together, and a huge crescent arc of light condensed.
Thunder slash.
Arcs of light blasted towards the living dead.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
More than a dozen zombies were beaten to pieces. The intensity of the attack was beyond the endurance of the living dead.
Ma Huntao quickly took the zombie's body back into the space. It should still be in time. I give up.
After saying this with difficulty, Ma Huntao sat down on the spot.
His condition is extremely bad now.
After using up his essence and blood, his face is pale and some of his muscles are weak. He also knew that there was still a big gap between him and the silver level Ling Chen. After defeating this final opponent, the outcome of this competition is no longer in doubt. Ling Chen's team deservedly ranked first with a total score of 41,234. The second place is Qin Tian team, and the third place is Lu Gang team.
Handu Gathering Place wins.
But everyone knows that it all started with one person.
Ling Chen. A godlike man.
From today onwards, all viewers who watched this competition will remember this man, Ling Chen.
Everyone calls him Lingchen. How dare you stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Ling?
When all the teams walked onto the central square, the national competition came to an end. The familiar vortex appeared under the feet of each team.
Ah ah ah. A familiar scream.
In previous national competitions, the champions were basically apprentice level 9 stars. This year, Ling Chen broke this record and became the strongest champion in history, as well as the champion with the least suspense. Back in the hall of the primary simulation field, everyone came forward to congratulate Ling Chen.
Brother Chen, congratulations on winning the championship of this competition.
Ling Chen, if we meet in college later, please cover me, I want to lie down.
Ling Chen, I want to follow you.
Looking at the team that won easily with Ling Chen, everyone showed envy in their eyes.
Just as everyone was talking to each other.
Ahem, classmates, please be quiet, I'm Chen Guoqiang, the person in charge of this competition. A majestic voice came from the microphone and reached the ears of every student.
Chen Guoqiang is the current Minister of Supernatural Education in China.
When they heard his voice, everyone immediately stopped talking and turned their eyes to Minister Chen on the rostrum.
I have a few things to announce.
First and foremost, let us congratulate Ling Chen for leading the team to victory in this national competition.
Congratulations, Ling Chen.
In the hall, all the teams raised their hands and applauded Ling Chen and the others. The second thing is that tomorrow some colleges and universities will be conducting early admissions.
Students who perform well in this competition will have the opportunity to enter university early.
As soon as Minister Chen finished speaking, the students below started discussing.
Fuck, it's over before I even show my performance.
It's over, my peerless and invincible turtle pet hasn't been shown yet.
Congratulations, congratulations. Ling Chen is definitely from Peking University or Tsinghua University.
I bet 50 cents that Ling Chen goes to Peking University or Tsinghua University.
Ling Chen, I want to give birth to a baby for you.
There was almost no suspense about Ling Chen's destination, and everyone believed that he would definitely be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. The third thing is that the teams that receive rewards from this competition must register with the weapons department within 3 days to customize their own equipment sets.
Well, this competition has come to an end. Today's competition was quite exciting, I hope you can keep it up. Minister Lin said something meaningful. Then he sat down. The competition is over.
Everyone cheered and rushed back to where they lived.
The male classmate wanted to have a good sleep.
He had been camping in the wild for the past few days and felt uncomfortable and uneasy sleeping.
The female classmates wanted to take a good bath.
They hadn't taken a bath in the wild for the past few days, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Just as Ling Chen turned around and prepared to go back with his teammates, a sound of source energy reached Ling Chen's ears.
Boy, come to the podium. He.
I recognized the voice as belonging to the examiner just now, the space-based psychic, Marshal Shen.
Ling Chen was slightly stunned, and then the corners of his mouth inadvertently rose. Ah! My talent that has nowhere to go. You guys go first.
After saying hello to Yi Kong and the others, Ling Chen turned around and flashed twice, and directly appeared on the podium.
Wow! Those who hadn't left yet noticed Ling Chen's actions and couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Classmate, is it really okay for you to be so reckless? Ahem. Master, do you have anything good to give to me?
Ling Chen went straight to the point, and with just one sentence, the 3 old men were speechless.
What?
Several big guys were stunned by Ling Chen's question.
Ahem. When you accept a disciple, what is the initiation gift you give to him? Ahem, usually.
Ling Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation.
Entrance ceremony?
After hearing this, the 3 big guys finally reacted. They are almost 60 years old, and usually others are vying to become their disciples, but they themselves don't want any of them.
Now, to accept an apprentice, you need to give an initiation gift? Wow, this can really be given. Are you sure you don't want to take Xiaoxin, who is also from the space department, as your master?
A gleam of brilliance flashed in Xia Feng's eyes, and he immediately became interested.
There is absolutely no problem in recruiting such a talented young man. I have a platinum-grade space beast core that you might need.
Xia Feng took out a silver white beast core from the ring.
It was crystal clear and very beautiful. Hey! Old Xia, isn't it a bit unfair of you to do this?
Feeling that Ling Chen didn't seem to be very interested in becoming his disciple, Shen Tian felt extremely anxious. Boy, become my disciple. A diamond-grade space-type demon beast core with additional skills.
Shen Tian quickly took out his chips. He was determined to get this disciple.
Ling Chen did not respond immediately, but looked at Xiaofeng with a questioning look.
Xiaofeng shook his head. Space-type monsters are rare.
What's more, if the space-type wants to escape, it will be very difficult to kill it unless you are also a space-type. Therefore, almost all the space beast cores in China are in Shen Tian's hands. Ling Chen turned his head away, no longer hesitating, and clasped his fists towards Shen Tian and said, Master.
Chapter 70, Get the Settlement Reward. Dawn Academy Assessment Invitation.
Shen Tian turned around, his eyes flashing with surprise.
You really want to take me as your master?
Of course.
Ling Chen nodded firmly.
Shen Tian, who was also from the space system, would definitely be of great help to him.
Besides, he gave too much. Okay. A kind smile appeared on Shen Tian's wrinkled face.
In a couple of days, we'll have a simple apprenticeship ceremony and a news conference. By the way, you have a senior brother Jiang Haotian, who is now a 3-star diamond level.
He is currently defending the front line.
I'll introduce him to you when he comes back. Teacher Shen hasn't spoken so much in a long time.
Okay, Master Shen.
Shen Tian had heard of his senior brother several times, but had never seen him in person.
Well, then you should go back and rest first. Shen Tian coughed lightly and threw a jade token to Ling Chen. Take this. Ling Chen reached out and took the jade token, only to see the word Shen engraved on it. I think it should be Teacher Shen's identification. Master. Ahem, well, how about you collect the apprenticeship fee first? Master Shen was stunned for a moment, then his face turned angry.
Are you afraid that I will default on my debt? After saying that, he took out a silver-white beast core the size of a pigeon egg and handed it to Ling Chen.
This is a platinum-level space beast core with an additional skill.
It's a bit difficult for you to absorb it at your current bronze level. Master Shen warned Ling Chen that he must reach the gold level before trying to absorb it.
Master, do you have any diamond grade or city guard grade beast cores that you can bring back for me to observe tonight?
Ling Chen rubbed his hands, his face showing anticipation.
Master Shen's face darkened when he heard this. Will you accidentally lose it after observing it? And then you won't be able to return it? Master, you have discovered this. You are worthy of being my master.
Ling Chen was surprised. After all, the old ones are the most experienced.
Get out. Master Shen waved his hands angrily. See you later.
Ling Chen saluted the 3 big guys with his fists and disappeared in a flash. Watching Ling Chen's figure flashing and gradually getting smaller in the distance, Master Shen's mouth curled up slightly, and a look of relief appeared on his face. This child not only cultivates quickly, but also has a very solid foundation and a very high level of understanding.
All right, stop showing off your amazing disciple to us.
Marshal Xiaofeng curled his lips. If he wasn't a space-based disciple, you wouldn't be in this position.
Ha. Shen Tian stroked his beard and laughed out loud with pride.
On the other side, Ling Chen, who had returned to the hotel, couldn't wait to see the score of his system task. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, first place in the competition.
Ding, mission evaluation, SSS level.
Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving a physical fitness upgrade. Originally, when Ling Chen was promoted to bronze level 5 stars, his physical fitness had increased from silver level 8 stars to silver level 9 stars. A special power descended into Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen could clearly feel that his physical fitness had greatly improved. The mysterious power gradually disappeared, and Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Physical fitness and strength comparable to that of a gold level 9 star. But in the eyes of outsiders, Ling Chen is a bronze level 5-star monster. By the way, Ling Chen took out the platinum level beast core he had just obtained from the ring.
The silver-white crystal stone, the size of a pigeon egg, radiates brilliant light and emits strong energy fluctuations. Ling Chen thought about it and put it into his mouth.
It was swallowed into his stomach in an instant and turned into a powerful energy that entered his limbs and bones.
Great stuff.
Not only is my source power constantly increasing, I didn't expect it can also improve my physical fitness.
Ling Chen exclaimed.
Generally speaking, only a very small number of monster cores have the effect of increasing physical fitness. I didn't expect that what Master Shen gave me could actually improve my physical fitness.
I guess Master Shen himself didn't expect it.
It took Ling Chen a whole night to absorb the energy of the entire beast core. After absorbing the entire beast core, Ling Chen's physical fitness successfully broke through the platinum level and reached platinum level 3 stars. His own source energy has also reached bronze level 7 stars. The skill that comes with this beast core is called Space Tremor. Space Tremor, a ranged attack skill, creates unstable fluctuations within a certain range, damaging enemies through spatial disorder. Perfect. Ling Chen, who had just acquired this skill, was ecstatic. Finally, his space element also had an offensive skill. This skill can just make up for his lack of space ability. Feeling the vigorous source energy in his body, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little expanded. Well, I understand, it's early in the morning after all. Knock, 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 Ling Chen, are you going to the mock exam site to watch the enrollment? At this time, Yi Kang's voice came from outside the door. I'll be there soon. Ling Chen responded. An hour later, Ling Chen's team arrived at the simulation field in an orderly manner. Enter the lobby. Good morning, Master Ling. A simple greeting attracted everyone's attention. Ling Chen is here. Seeing Ling Chen coming, everyone came over to say hello and get to know him. The eyes of the admissions offices lit up, and they all rushed over almost instantly. Student Ling Chen, have you considered coming to Jiangsu Zhejiang Wuhan University? A middle-aged man smiled and looked very kind, but there was a hint of vulgarity in that smile. The conditions we can offer are 30 billion resources, 100,000 on-campus credits, and a diamond-level exclusive beast core. Well, let me think about it. Ling Chen certainly wouldn't make a decision immediately. After all, he was not in a hurry at all and was waiting for the right price. After hearing the middle-aged man's conditions, most of the school leaders' faces froze, and they turned around helplessly to look for other targets. The admissions officers of Wuhan University in Shanghai and those of Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Wuhan University also came and offered the same conditions. Just when Ling Chen decided to go to Peking University, Tsinghua University, or Wuhan University, an old man came forward. The three responsible persons were shocked when they saw the old man, but they quickly reacted and bowed. Meet Mr. Mu. The old man nodded slightly and turned to look at Ling Chen. Shuguang Academy has no conditions. Everything depends on your own efforts. I can give you a chance to take the assessment. Are you willing to come? The old man looked directly at Ling Chen and said lightly. Dawn Academy has no conditions? Ling Chen was stunned. He thought that what conditions Shuguang Academy offered him were certain, but it turned out to be just an opportunity for assessment? Could it be that Shuguang College is stronger than Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Wuhan University? Moreover, I don't think I have heard of this college. But judging by the respectful attitude of the other responsible persons, I think it must be a good academy. That's right. You need to fight for any resources yourself. Also, I forgot to tell you that your master Xiao Xin is from Shuguang College, said Mr. Mu. Ling Chen nodded. Okay, I am willing to participate in the assessment of Dawn Academy. Chapter 71 Customized Weapons, News about Biological Father? Very good. I'm waiting for you to become a member of our academy. I hope you will not disappoint our expectations. The old man looked at Ling Chen and said. Upon hearing Ling Chen's decision, the people nearby were all surprised. They didn't expect that Ling Chen would choose to go to an unknown academy, which also had no resources. It seems that there is still a chance to surpass Ling Chen in the future. Some people thought to themselves. Only a few people in charge of the Wuhan University admissions office knew clearly what kind of place Shuguang College was. The people there are both true geniuses and true warriors. It seems that the true genius will never be able to go to his own Wuhan University. After questioning Ling Chen without success, the leaders of Shanghai Wuhan University and Jiangsu and Zhejiang Wuhan University turned their enrollment targets to Yi Kang and the other two. Although they didn't have any eye-catching performances in this competition, audiences across the country saw them win the championship. The champion sign is here. However, students from Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Wuhan University showed little interest and turned to look for the second most outstanding student, Ma Huntao. Senior, I would like to ask, which Wuhan University is closest to Shuguang College? Leng Ningxuang turned to Mu Lao and asked in a slightly light voice. Wuhan University in the Magic City. The old man's hoarse voice came out. I'm going to Wuhan University in Shanghai. The girl's unhesitating voice attracted several people's surprised looks. Ling Chen, you can do it. The girl's face turned red unconsciously under everyone's gaze.
But Ling Chen seemed unaware and said to the old man, "When will the assessment be held?" "My name is Mu Rong, you can also call me Old Mu. I am one of the elders of the Elders Hall of Dawn Academy."
The old man patiently introduced the content of the assessment to Ling Chen. The Dawn Academy assessment consists of 3 levels. The first level is an assessment of your talent and potential. It will test your talent and potential to determine whether you are qualified to be a student at Dawn Academy.
The second level is an assessment of one's energy and physical fitness.
A powerful psychic not only needs strong energy, but also physical strength is extremely important. The third level will assess your combat abilities, testing your overall combat capabilities and skills. As long as you pass the test, you can obtain the various training methods and resources provided by Dawn Academy. Of course, this requires your own efforts.
After listening to the old man's words, Ling Chen nodded, but was secretly shocked.
It seems that based on the strength he showed in the competition, he has not yet reached the passing requirement.
Otherwise, what you get will not be just an invitation for assessment.
However, Ling Chen was not worried at all about these 3 levels, because with his talent, there was absolutely no one else who could pass them.
Moreover, with his bronze level 7-star energy strength and platinum level physical fitness. Invincible, okay.
For the first 2 levels, go to the Magic City when you have time and take the test. The old man transmitted his energy to Ling Chen. As for the third level, it depends on your performance in the college entrance examination.
Okay.
Ling Chen responded to the old man.
After that, let your master take you there.
The old man said and left.
After the old man left, Yi Kong came forward and asked, "Brother Chen, is this Dawn Academy very powerful?"
"I don't know, you'll know when you get there."
Ling Chen's eyes flashed.
His master came from there, so he thought it wouldn't be too bad.
In the end, Yi Kong and the other 2 decided to go to Wuhan University in the Magic City.
After handling the early enrollment matters, Yi Kong suggested going to the armory to customize weapons.
Platinum level custom suit.
The group came to the armory and asked the staff a few simple questions. Ling Chen and the other 3 were then taken to the custom suit area. Because the customized areas for men and women are separate, Ling Chen and Yi Kong entered the men's area.
"These people are all dressed very nicely," Li Xianxian exclaimed as he looked at the people who were customizing weapons not far away.
"Yeah."
Ling Chen nodded. Soon, it was Ling Chen and the others' turn.
Under the guidance of the staff, Ling Chen and the others came to the refining room in the corner of the armory.
Inside was a blacksmith who was covered in dark skin and wearing simple clothes.
He looked to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He held a hammer in his hand and raised his head to Ling Chen and the other 2 and said, "Young men, what level of suit are you looking for?
Please tell me the size and requirements." "Platinum level suit," Ling Chen answered truthfully.
"Huh?" The man's expression changed slightly.
"Are you the champions of this national competition?"
"Yes." Yi Kong said it without hesitation.
"May I have your name?" "Ling Chen."
"Oh?
Ling Chen? He looks a bit like him."
The middle-aged man muttered to himself.
"Do you have a younger sister?"
Although it was very soft, Ling Chen just happened to hear it.
What do you mean?"
Ling Chen was stunned when he heard this, but quickly asked in a slightly hurried tone.
"Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, you've grown up so much." The man's voice silenced Ling Chen again. You know me?"
"I don't know you." The middle-aged man shook his head, "But I might know your father.
I even made equipment for him." "He's still alive?" For the first time, Ling Chen was shocked. "It turns out that I am not an orphan?"
"Of course."
"Don't worry, he will come to you soon," said the middle-aged man.
Ling Chen was immersed in the news he had just received for a long time.
"Who is this middle-aged man? Is he your father's friend?
Why did this man assert so confidently that his father would come to see us soon?
Why does he know that I have a younger sister?" Countless questions flashed through Ling Chen's mind.
Hello," the man called a few times, but found that Ling Chen did not respond at all.
"Hello?"
The man waved his hand in front of Ling Chen's eyes a few times.
Ling Chen finally responded, but his face was full of confusion. What are you doing?" "Of course the equipment is customized." "What are your requirements?" the man asked.
Putting the doubts in his heart aside for the moment, Ling Chen silently reported his own size.
"I don't have any big requests.
Please help me make all my weapons and armor into swords."
And me, and me.
Yi Kong finally interrupted. I want to customize a hidden weapon and a full set of equipment. After confirming that the two people's information was correct, the middle-aged man entered the refining room. An hour later, the middle-aged man walked out of the refining room with the customized equipment in his hand.
Here's what you want. The man placed the prepared equipment on the table. Chapter 72 Talent Enhancement, SSS Level Thunder Power.
7 swords emitting sharp edges.
It is 3 feet and 5 inches long and weighs about 30 kilograms.
The sword body is made of mithril, and many runes are painted on the sword body, making the sword sharper.
This is the platinum level custom weapon that Ling Chen requested.
On the other side, the man also made the platinum level custom made equipment that Yi Kong requested and placed it on the table. A set of platinum grade custom made equipment. Its shape is very similar to the clothes worn by Yi Kong, but the material is completely different. Yi Kong changed into a full body of equipment on the spot, and the weight did not increase at all compared to before.
After changing into a full bodysuit, Ling Chen looked at the last customized hidden weapon. 6 slender black iron nails appeared before his eyes.
These 6 are made of black iron as the main component, supplemented by rare materials.
They are called black nails. It's extremely powerful.
If it's shot within the attack range, it can easily penetrate the human body and cause fatal damage.
You can try it now.
The middle-aged man briefly introduced the 6 iron nails to Yi Kong and was obviously very satisfied with his work.
Well, let's try it.
Whoosh 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 whoosh. Yi Kong fired the 6 black nails in his hand, and they landed accurately on the opposite wall. All 6 black nails were embedded in the wall, and a big hole was immediately smashed into the wall.
Ha ha, not bad. Yi Kong was very happy.
Combining my wind-based abilities with these 6 nails will surely produce unexpected results.
After getting his customized equipment, Ling Chen wanted to ask further about the news about his father. All I got was, come back to me when you get into the academy. Entering the academy? Ling Chen was stunned. The blacksmith in front of him was actually also from Dawn Academy.
Ling Chen became more and more expectant. After bowing to the man and saying goodbye, Ling Chen returned to the hotel with a confused mind. In his previous life, Ling Chen had no father or mother, and Ling Chen, who traveled through time, thought that it was still the same in this life. But now there was news about the original owner's father, and Ling Chen felt mixed emotions for a moment. Ding, I detected that the host is not interested in cultivation and is in a complicated mood. I suggest the host draw a prize to cheer themselves up. Just as Ling Chen was daydreaming, a system prompt interrupted him.
Yes. Now that we are here, let us make the best of it. Shouldn't this be a good thing?
Ling Chen suddenly figured it out and breathed a sigh of relief.
Clicked on the lottery interface.
Ding, the lottery system has been fully updated and will not be limited to skills. Such a prompt appeared in front of Ling Chen. There was no metaphysics before the lottery. Ling Chen clicked on the lottery without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS talent card. Triple S talent card, unconditionally raise the talent level of a talent below Triple S by 1 level.
Without hesitation, Ling Chen used it on his own thunder ability. Make the best use of everything.
Ling Chen felt a powerful thunder element entering his body, running rampant in his body and integrating into his limbs and bones.
Ling Chen's mind moved, and an arc of lightning emerged and appeared on Ling Chen's arm.
It can be clearly felt that the thunder ability has undergone great changes. Ling Chen's lightning arc was even more terrifying than the previous times, and its power was more than 10 times greater than before.
Ling Chen's thunder ability was successfully upgraded to SSS level. The system is awesome.
Through this lottery, Ling Chen could feel that the system would provide him with help in certain aspects according to his own situation. Now his twin talents have almost been maxed out, and in the future his thunder element may also be able to be promoted to god level.
With this thought, Ling Chen couldn't help but start to fantasize. However, the most important thing right now is to improve my combat strength.
Ling Chen thought to himself, I can only barely fight against a platinum level warrior.
I'm really too weak.
When I get back this time, I'll go to the master and ask for a few heaven level techniques first. The most urgent thing is that Ling Chen still needs to improve his source energy realm. Another night of hard training passed. The competition was over. After spending 2 days with his 2 sisters playing around the simulation field, Ling Chen and his group were ready to go back. After all, my sister is still in her 2nd year of high school and has to go back to school.
She was really happy on this trip.
However, before going back, Ling Chen did some business and attended a press conference to become Master Shen's apprentice.
Announced to the whole of China that Ling Chen has become Master Shen's apprentice.
Once this matter was made public, it immediately caused an uproar.
More people knew about Ling Chen.
However, this was something that many people in the know had expected. After all, Ling Chen, this bastard, genius, had awakened the space system.
How many people dream of superpowers? Ling Chen's apprenticeship press conference went smoothly and successfully.
Not only was Master Shen happy, but the entire China was also very happy. Because the Space Department has always been synonymous with genius and strength, cross-level challenges are no longer a problem.
China has one more space system person, which means that China has more confidence in fighting against monsters. Dawn City, Inner City. Huaxia Alliance Headquarters. Don't you want to go and see? Let's wait until he enters Dawn Academy.
These monsters have been watching him too closely these past few years. A man in a white robe stood at the window, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Looking at the flying monsters outside the window, his eyes were deep and wise. Behind him stood a tall middle-aged man in military uniform, his face full of worry.
But
the middle-aged man wanted to say something but was interrupted by the man in white.
Don't worry.
He's my son, I trust him. After thinking for a moment, he said, also, when he returns, I'll inform Longzhou that he can come back. Yes, the middle-aged man responded seriously, turned and walked out of the room. The man looked out the window with a wry smile on his face.
Forget it.
After the apprenticeship ceremony, Ling Chen proposed to Minister Lin the idea of returning to Hangzhou first. The game here has ended, and Minister Lin readily agreed to arrange the return trip.
Because he was arranged to take Ling Chen to the Magic City to take the assessment, Master Shen accompanied Ling Chen and others back to Hangzhou first. Then take Ling Chen to the Magic City.
When Ling Chen was about to embark on his journey back, all the geniuses who participated in the competition came to see him off.
Farewell, Ling Chen. Hey, boy, your popularity is comparable to that of my master back then. Master Shen suddenly appeared in the car without being seen by anyone.
Then I found a comfortable position to lie down and closed my eyes to rest. Ling Chen smiled and waved his hand without being modest. He knew in his heart that his strength had improved too quickly, and no one in the entire Chinese high school senior class could surpass him.
Let's go!
Minister Lin in front shouted softly.
Chapter 73, Return Journey, encountered an attack.
The convoy left the simulation field. Among the crowd of people who were seeing him off, someone lowered his head and sent a message while the people around him were not paying attention.
5 diamonds, 48 platinums.
After the last attack, Minister Lin increased the number of guards. I was also very cautious on the way back. But what he didn't know was that in the car behind where Ling Chen was, a big shot was lying down and sleeping. They arrived at the city wall of Dawn City smoothly on the way.
After inspection, the group left the city.
Some students from the 3 teams looked back and said that if they had the chance in the future, they would definitely visit the entire Dawn City, which was so big. At this time, a man was standing at the gate of Dawn City. He was wearing a white suit, had long legs and a handsome face. He looked at the convoy gradually moving away in the distance.
Ling Chen seemed to sense something. He turned around and looked back through the car window.
1,000 meters apart, the two looked at each other.
A strange feeling came over him.
Ling Chen shook his head and turned away quickly without thinking too much. Half a day later, the convoy was driving on the edge of the dense jungle. There is a team following us several thousand meters behind us.
Master Shen said casually after sensing something. Ah! Could it be the people who attacked us last time? Yi Kong exclaimed.
Ling Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed that the shadow team's concealment skills were not up to par.
Oh? Your people? Sensing Ling Chen's strangeness, Master Shen's surprised tone was transmitted to Ling Chen's mind through the source energy. Ling Chen nodded silently.
Then those people in front must be the real ambush. Master Shen's words instantly made Ling Chen alert.
There was actually a group of people in front. Suddenly, the convoy braked suddenly and stopped completely. A group of men in black came out of the jungle nearby.
Judging from their clothes, they were the same group as last time. However, compared with the previous group of people, this group looked even more eerie and terrifying. They wore masks and did not speak a word, as if they came from hell. The leader was handsome and strange, with coldness and murderous intent in his eyes. He held a long sword in his hand, which was flashing with a cold blue light, like a bloodthirsty poisonous snake.
This person is Xing Tian. Stay in the car and don't get off.
After instructing everyone, Minister Lin and all the soldiers got off the car.
Is it him?
After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Master Shen looked shocked.
Who is he? Ling Chen asked.
He was once the pride of China. But he has clearly sacrificed his life. Xing Tian on the opposite side moved, his body rushing towards the convoy like a ghost, and an aura emanating from him made Minister Lin despair.
The peak of the city guarding 9-star level.
The 12 men in black behind him unleashed their energy together without reservation.
A total of 12 diamond-level peaks. How can these people have such powerful strength?
Minister Lin said in shock. It was at this time that Minister Lin realized that the fighting power of himself and his companions could not even match the enemy's little finger. Minister Lin seemed to see the end of his group of people being harvested.
Stop!
A stern shout came from the car, and Master Shen instantly came out of the car and hovered in the air. Seeing Master Shen's figure, Xing Tian's face changed, and then a ferocious look appeared at the corner of his mouth. Master Shen, long time no see.
Ling Yuntian, you are still alive? Why did you become like this?
Master Shen's tone revealed a hint of melancholy.
Ling Yuntian, the disciple of Ling Huang, the most powerful man in China today.
A genius, now only 30 years old, his strength has reached the peak of the city defense level.
Xing Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. I became like this because of you. What exactly happened back then? Master Shen frowned and asked in a deep voice. Humph. You don't need to know about my affairs. Xing Tian snorted coldly. I'm just concerned about your safety. Since you don't want to talk, I won't ask any more questions.
Master Shen continued with a serious face, but if you dare to hurt anyone tonight, I will never let you go.
Xing Tian sneered, oh, I want to see why you won't let me go.
As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people behind Xing Tian surrounded the convoy. Master Shen clasped his palms together, veins popped on his arms, and his hands quickly released his supernatural powers. Strange spatial fluctuations flew out from his hands and flew towards the crowd around him.
Boom, 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 boom.
With one loud noise after another, the group of people were pushed back several steps, but they did not die.
Space blockade. Immediately afterwards, their bodies were enveloped by an inexplicable energy, unable to move at all. Xing Tian's face darkened and he looked at Master Shen with fear. Thunderous fury.
With a low roar, purple-red arcs of electricity shot out from Xing Tian's body, instantly enveloping him. With the help of the lightning arc, the aura in Xing Tian's body was actually increased to the strength of a 1-star national defense level.
9 heavens thunder.
Xing Tian waved the sword in his hand, and bolts of lightning shot out from his sword, forming giant dragons that flew towards Master Shen. Master Shen had a blank expression on his face, but his aura suddenly increased. He clasped his palms together, and a ball of white light shot out from his palms, heading towards the giant dragons.
Bang! 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 Bang!
After a burst of explosions, the giant dragons shattered into pieces and turned into countless electric sparks that flew everywhere. Master Shen disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Xing Tian.
Turn back!
With a low shout, Master Shen swung out his right fist. The force of the fist was like a landslide or tsunami, and it directly hit Xing Tian. Xing Tian's face was horrified and he quickly raised his sword to block.
Bang! With a dull thud, Xing Tian's sword shattered instantly, and Master Shen's fist directly hit Xing Tian's chest.
Suddenly, Xing Tian's chest caved in, blood gushed out, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting a big tree heavily. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Xing Tian struggled to stand up, his face as pale as paper.
Xing Tian didn't expect that he was totally no match for his opponent. I will come back.
Xing Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a jade token and crushed it in his hand.
Not good. Master Shen exclaimed and wanted to seal off the space.
A space crack appeared behind Xing Tian, and a big hand stretched out and pulled him into the crack. Before Xing Tian disappeared, he glanced at Ling Chen, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Soon, the cracks returned to their original state.
Damn it!
Master Shen didn't expect that the other party actually had a positioning symbol left by a space-based mutant.
Tie them up and keep a close eye on them.
After sealing the energy of the 12 men in black, Master Shen had someone arrange for them to be well guarded.
Keep going. Chapter 74 Return to Tianan City.
Establishing the intelligence organization Shadow.
After traveling for a while, everyone finally arrived at their destination. Minister Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the main city of Hangzhou. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Minister Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, come visit us more often when you have time. I'll personally bring you any rewards I get when I get back. Yes. Ling Chen nodded and agreed. I'll definitely come and bother you more often. Ha ha. Minister Lin laughed heartily after hearing Ling Chen's words and patted Ling Chen's shoulder. Then I'll wait. After saying that, Minister Lin led the entire squadron of soldiers away. Looking at Minister Lin's departing back, Ling Chen thought to himself that Minister Lin was indeed a serious and responsible person. Master, do you have any plans in Hangzhou? Ling Chen turned around and asked. No, everything is up to you. Master Shen said lightly, looking at Hangdu, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Then let's stay here tonight and go back to Tianan City tomorrow. But? Master Shen nodded in agreement. Ling Chen took everyone back to the hotel where they had stayed for the competition, checked in a room, and made all the necessary arrangements. As night fell, Ling Chen appeared in a flash. Came to the living room of the hired bodyguard's room. It's me. I'm back. Noticing that the old man in the bedroom suddenly became alert and wanted to take action, Ling Chen quickly spoke up to stop him. You're back. The old man's slightly hoarse voice sounded. He opened the door and walked out, his hair messy, as if he hadn't been out for several days. However, it is gratifying that the old man successfully advanced to diamond. With the help of spirit stones, it has reached the 2nd star diamond level. Pack up, we are going back to Tianan City tomorrow. After that, please protect my sister. Ling Chen said to the old man. This is my job. The old man nodded gently. Don't worry. This time when I went to the national competition, I met some new humans. Their strength is beyond our imagination. Afterwards, Ling Chen told the old man what he saw and heard on the way there. The old man's pupil shrank slightly, and his face was solemn as he asked, have these people become so powerful? The old man felt a little angry, but also helpless. If I were not weak enough, I would have gone to seek revenge on the new humans long ago. Why would I stay here and wait to die? Don't worry. We will destroy them together in the future. Ling Chen patted the old man's shoulder. Yes. The old man looked at Ling Chen deeply. My last name is Hao. Ling Chen could clearly see that the old man's loyalty quickly rose from 70 to 90. Mr. Hao, then you can come with us tomorrow. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Ling Chen disappeared in a flash. The old man was shocked to find that Ling Chen was actually a person with space ability. But soon, a gleam of brilliance flashed in the old man's eyes. With Ling Chen's talent, he would definitely help him take revenge in the future. After coming out of the old man's room, Ling Chen returned to his own room. Suddenly, Ling Chen seemed to remember something. Come out. One after another, ghost-like shadow assassins appeared out of thin air. The leader was none other than Kabajiu. Greetings, my lord. Kabajiu stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Ling Chen. After checking, Ling Chen was shocked. Wow, all of them have reached the gold level 4 stars. This is how many monsters were killed and how much experience was gained. Kabajiu, there is something I need you to do later. Ling Chen ordered. Master, please give your orders. Kabajiu replied immediately. I will give you some funds later, and I need you to set up a killer intelligence organization. Ling Chen said. I need to be able to know the important news about the major gathering places and the monsters in the future. And I need you to become top-notch killers, able to sneak into a group of monsters and kill the leader. Master, do you want us to establish an intelligence network? Asked Kabajiu. Yeah. Ling Chen nodded. He did want to establish an intelligence network, but it was not just an intelligence network, he needed to establish an intelligence organization. Ling Chen needs to know about some of the more important monsters. For example, some special monsters or monster tribes, and some places where monster tribes gather. The intelligence organization that Ling Chen wants to establish is called Shadow. Ling Chen hopes to establish an invisible intelligence network under his own hands, which will follow him everywhere. In this way, your own intelligence organization can truly exist and become an intelligence organization. Yes, I'll do it right away. Kabajiu said immediately. Ling Chen took out a space ring containing 10,000 spirit stones and handed it to Kabajiu. Well, go ahead.
Ling Chen waved his hand.
Yes.
Kabaggio quickly left with a group of shadow assassins. Looking at the backs of Kabaggio and others as they left, Ling Chen returned to the bed, sat down, closed his eyes and began to practice.
A night of hard practice.
The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. After a quick wash, Ling Chen opened the door and called out his sisters and teammates one by one. A space crack suddenly appeared, and Master Shin walked out of it, still looking mysterious. They called the old man again and the group set off.
In the evening, Ling Chen and his group rushed back to Tianan City.
Yi Kong, Bing Ningxuang and Xian Linger said goodbye and left one after another.
Ling Chen and the other four also returned to their familiar apartment. Well, I'll go back first.
Mr. Hao returned to the next room. The two younger sisters cried out that they were very tired from traveling, and went back to their room to rest. The new human organization that just started a big fight is now being strictly investigated and hunted down by the Huaxia Alliance. I guess I won't have time to take care of myself for the time being. Ling Chen sat on the sofa and thought.
Master. What kind of place is this Dawn Academy? Looking at Master Shin, Ling Chen asked curiously. Dawn Academy is an academy in our Huaxia Alliance that only accepts evildoers. The students here are all the most evildoers among evildoers.
Every teacher at Dawn Academy is one of the strongest in the alliance, and at the very least, a national-level expert. Besides, the number of students at Dawn Academy is far less than the number of teachers.
They might not even admit a single student in a year. To enter Dawn Academy, one needs to pass numerous tests. Only those who are sufficiently talented will be admitted. After entering Dawn Academy, as long as you are talented enough, you will always receive preferential resources.
The requirements for graduating from Dawn Academy are very simple: break through to the city protector level before the age of 30.
Currently, more than 20 students have graduated from the academy. After listening to Master Shin's introduction, Ling Chen sighed silently in his heart. It really is a monstrous academy. A sense of anticipation rose in my heart. I am coming. Dawn College. Chapter 75 Return to the Trial Ground.
Ling Chen believed that he would be able to enter the college.
Master, let's set off in a few days.
I need to go out for something, so please protect my sister for the next few days.
Ling Chen said to Master Shin.
Now that he has reached bronze level 7 stars, he is ready to return to the trial ground to learn from the master chef. He knew that although he had great talent, it was still far behind those monstrous level characters, so he had to work hard to improve his strength and become stronger.
Become the strongest person on Blue Planet as soon as possible. Go ahead, I will protect them. Master Shin did not ask Ling Chen what he was going to do. After all, everyone has some little secrets. Well, you rest first, I'll be leaving now.
After saying goodbye to Master Shin, Ling Chen turned around and walked outside.
I don't know what the master will teach me.
Ling Chen rushed out of the city, found a deserted place, and teleported back to the trial site. After many days, there was no change in the trial ground.
Ling Chen came to Master Kong Ming. Greetings, Master.
Ling Chen stepped forward and bowed with his hands clasped together.
You're here. Kong Ming nodded. He had been watching Ling Chen's performance these days. Ling Chen's talent and hard work far exceeded Kong Ming's expectations. He was very satisfied that he had accepted such a disciple. I'll teach you a move first, and then your next task is to master this move.
Master Kong Ming waved his hand, and the space suddenly twisted, forming a huge space vortex. Then Master Kong Ming and Ling Chen were sucked into the space vortex and disappeared.
This is a vast white space.
This is a spatial skill I've mastered, called Space Shuttle.
This space can take you anywhere.
In this place, the flow rate of space is 1,000 times faster than normal. That is, if you move 1 meter in one direction in this space, you will move 1,000 meters in the same direction outside. However, the existence of this space is limited, and it will continue to consume your energy. Kong Ming explained to Ling Chen, then stretched out his old, wrinkled fingers and gently pointed at Ling Chen. A golden light flashed into Ling Chen's mind. Ding, God-level skill detected. Space Shuttle, do you want to learn? Yes, no.
Of course.
Ding, congratulations to the host for learning space travel. Space Shuttle level 0, 10-fold bonus, duration depends on source energy. He brought Ling Chen back to the stream and watched Ling Chen close his eyes in meditation.
Kong Ming prepared to continue his fishing career.
After all, this kid definitely won't be able to understand anything without a few days. Just as the old man Kong Ming was about to take out his fishing rod, Ling Chen opened his eyes.
Master, I got it. Ling Chen blinked, as if to ask if there was a more difficult one. Oh? Show it. Space travel.
A space vortex much smaller than the previous one appeared in front of Ling Chen, and Ling Chen stepped into it.
Disappeared on the spot.
5 meters away, Ling Chen suddenly appeared and stumbled to the ground. Ling Chen, who was in the space vortex, had just taken half a step when his energy was exhausted.
Seeing Ling Chen really perform space travel, the old man Kong Ming was shocked.
He knew that Ling Chen was gifted, but he didn't expect Ling Chen's talent to be so strong. His apprentice is much more talented than him, the master.
Could it be that Ling Chen has a chance to break through to the legendary Emperor realm?
After Ling Chen performed the space shuttle, he saw the surprised look on the old man Kong Ming's face and laughed in his heart.
Master, I learned it. Good. You are worthy of being my disciple.
Kong Ming was also very pleased.
But this skill consumes too much energy. Ling Chen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, not wanting to move at all. That's because you've just gotten started. And it's because you're too weak.
The old man hit him mercilessly. Once you have mastered it completely, with your current energy, traveling tens of kilometers will be no problem. By then, the power of space travel will be greatly enhanced. Space shuttle not only has the speed of traveling thousands of miles in an instant, but also has the effect of space shuttle. In the space vortex, no one below the level of saint can detect it.
The old man's words made Ling Chan's eyes light up. It was simply a magical skill that was essential for escaping. Okay, just practice well in the next few days.
After saying that, the old man took out his fishing rod and ignored Ling Chen.
Ling Chen sat cross-legged in meditation for a long time, recovering his energy, and then began to continue practicing space travel.
2 days later, after continuous practice, Ling Chen successfully increased the tenfold bonus of the space vortex to 20 times.
Today is the day for the lottery again. Please ask the system to give me a good hand. Ding, the lucky draw begins.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the tenfold enlightenment card. Tenfold comprehension card, gain tenfold comprehension ability within 24 hours.
As expected, system, you love me. Without hesitation, Ling Chen clicked to use it.
Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 times the comprehension power, valid for 24 hours. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt as if he had suddenly realized something. His mind became much clearer and he could easily figure out the doubts he had encountered before.
10 times the understanding, so cool. Feeling the effect of tenfold comprehension, Ling Chen was extremely excited. Ling Chen didn't dare to waste time and spent every minute and every second on understanding.
A day later, Ling Chen finally cultivated his space travel to 100 times level. Master, I have cultivated my space travel ability to 100 times. Ling Chen reported to the old man excitedly. Hearing this, the old man showed a hint of surprise on his face.
3 days?
As the founder, it took me 3 full months.
Cough.
Not bad, you are almost catching up with me, keep up the good work.
Kong Ming coughed lightly.
You have a high level of understanding, but spatial teleportation is only a basic auxiliary skill.
How you use it is up to you. Yes, master.
Then I will take my leave first. Ling Chen bowed respectfully to Kong Ming, turned around and left. Although what he learned was not some cool and awesome offensive skill, it was an additional life-saving skill. Perfect, Ling Chen thought to himself. Looking at Ling Chen's receding back, the old man couldn't help but sigh, what kind of disciple did I accept? On the other side, Ling Chen, who had come out of the trial site, returned home.
You're back. Master Shen's voice came as Ling Chen just entered the door.
In the living room, Teacher Shen was sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV with great interest, watching the live broadcast.
In today's world, there are no more entertaining TV programs.
On TV, there are news about monsters from all over the country and live broadcasts of some competitions.
Yes. Teacher Shen. Ling Chen walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Ha! Master Shen looked at Ling Chen and felt something was wrong.
The aura of space from Ling Chen became more restrained.
When are we leaving? Let's set off tomorrow. Ling Chen was full of anticipation for Shiguang College. Chapter 76 Heading to Dawn Academy. Start the talent test. Teacher Shen looked at Ling Chen and asked, are you ready for this trip to Dawn Academy? Although Master Shen was not clear about Ling Chen's strength, he believed that Ling Chen could pass the test.
After all, Ling Chen's talent and hard work are there.
It's ready. In that case, let's set off tomorrow.
Ling Chen nodded. Thank you for your help, Master.
Ha ha.
Master Shen smiled and said, there's no need to be polite between us.
Ling Chen stood up and said, Master Shen, I'll go back to my room first.
The next morning, Ling Chen woke up, said hello to his sisters, and then left with Master Shen. This assessment test does not take too long and will be completed soon.
Master Shen, how do we get there? Ling Chen asked Master Shen as they arrived outside the city. Shuguang College is not far from here, I'll take you with me.
After saying this, Teacher Shen stretched out a hand and grabbed Ling Chen's collar. With a wave of his other hand, a space crack appeared in front of him, and Master Shen stepped into the crack with Ling Chen in his arms. In the crack, there is another parallel dimension, through which one can vaguely sense the presence of many spatial wind blades.
This seems to be a space that has already existed, while what Master Kong Ming taught is a space created by oneself, which is safer. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. In an instant, Master Shen pulled Ling Chen across hundreds of kilometers and arrived at the top of a high mountain near the outside of the demon city. Behind me are mountains and in front of me is a cliff. Standing on the mountain, you can see the outline of the magic city in the distance. Follow me. After saying that to Ling Chen, Master Shen turned around and walked into the dense forest. Ling Chen hurriedly followed.
Not long after walking, Master Shen stopped in front of a stone wall. There is a recessed part on the stone wall that looks like it requires a key to open.
Take out the jade token I gave you before and put it on.
Master Shen pointed at the dent and said in a faint voice.
Ling Chen took out the jade token from the ring and placed it carefully. It just fits in perfectly.
At this moment, a ray of light shot into his eyes from the stone wall.
Let's go.
Master Shen took the lead and walked towards the stone wall, passed through the stone wall, and disappeared from Ling Chen's sight.
Ling Chen followed and walked into the stone wall.
After Ling Chen walked into the stone wall, the light disappeared, and the jade token automatically fell off and flew into Ling Chen's hands.
Ling Chen put away the jade token and followed Master Shen's steps. After passing through the stone wall, there is a long corridor. There was a clear light in the distance, it was the exit. After passing through the corridor, the view suddenly opens up. This is a very large space. In front of you is an ancient stone gate. The stone gate is hollow and has no doorframe. There are two stone lions on both sides of the stone gate. There is an exquisite plaque hanging on the stone gate, with the 4 big characters Shuguang College clearly written on it. Behind the stone gate is a long blue-gray stone path connecting to a large complex of buildings not far away. Teacher Shen's voice came, this is Shuguang College. Ling Chen looked at the buildings in the distance, marveling at the size of Dawn Academy and its secluded location. Come with me, I'll take you to the assessment test location. Okay. Ling Chen nodded and followed Teacher Shen towards the academy gate.
Walk under the stone gate and along the stone path towards the college buildings.
Teacher Shen took Ling Chen and walked all the way to the depths of the academy. Ling Chen followed Teacher Shen forward while paying attention to his surroundings. Because he knew that there must be more than one genius here. After all, this place is different from ordinary universities. It is a concentration camp for evildoers. Teacher Shen brought Ling Chen to the central square of the academy. In the center of the square stood a 100-meter-high dark black stone tablet. In a corner of the square, there is a simple little table and an old rocking chair. A white-haired old man was lying in a rocking chair, with his eyes closed, taking a leisurely nap, and the rocking chair was rocking gently. This is the first stage, the location of the talent assessment. Master Shen turned around and said to Ling Chen, then walked towards the old man. He slammed it on the table. With a bang, the old man jumped up from the chair and looked around with a serious look. However, the old man quickly realized what was going on and shouted at Master Shen angrily, "How come you have time to come to my place, you old man? Old Lin, you are so leisurely. I brought my apprentice here to take a talent test. It was arranged by old Mu. Oh? Are you recruiting students this year?" The old man turned his gaze to Ling Chen, who was standing not far away. He's so young and looks quite talented. The old man could feel that the source energy in Ling Chen's body was extremely pure and rich, and that his muscles contained powerful strength. Of course, don't you see whose disciple he is? Master Shen stroked his beard proudly and said with a smile. He is your apprentice? Also a space system disciple? The old man instantly understood why Ling Chen was qualified for the assessment.
The old man took out an old registration book with slightly yellowed pages, which recorded every student since the establishment of Shiguang Academy.
Ling Chen, huh? Yes. Hearing the call, Ling Chen walked forward. It has been registered. Go over there, put your hand on the stone tablet, and let it feel your special ability. The old man said, pointing to the stone tablet in the distance. After the test is complete, a light will illuminate the stone tablet. Once you reach 30 meters, you will pass the test.
Ling Chen nodded, walked towards the stone tablet not far away, placed his right hand on the stone tablet, and immediately felt a wonderful feeling coming. A golden halo appeared above the stone tablet, covering Ling Chen in the middle. Waves of golden light swept over Ling Chen, and soon the golden halo faded and returned to the stone tablet. Suddenly, the stone tablet seemed to be activated, and a golden light rushed up from the bottom.
How high do you think your apprentice's talent can reach?
The two people watching from the side looked at the stone tablet in the center with some anticipation. My original record was 36 meters, but my apprentice is a triple ability user. With his combined talents, 30 meters is no problem for him.
Of course. Over the years, I've never seen anyone eliminated in the first round of the assessment.
Old Lin rolled his eyes.
The highest record on the talent monument is 66 meters, and it was held by that person back then. He is still alive. Mr. Shin interrupted the old man and stopped talking.
There was a hint of surprise in the old man's eyes. Seeing that Mr. Shin was unwilling to say more, they continued to look at the awakening monument. The golden light instantly rushed up to 30 meters.
We reached the target.
After reaching the threshold of 30 meters, the golden light continued to rise at the same speed without slowing down.
40. 50.
It didn't stop going up until it reached a height of 99 meters.
Chapter 77 Talent Test Breaks Record. Shocked Elders Council.
But the light began to become brighter. The two elders present were stunned where they were, unable to believe it. If I remember correctly, the height of the stone tablet is only 99 meters.
Moreover, after reaching the top, the light becomes even brighter. This shows that Ling Chen's talent is more than 99.
After a long time, the golden light finally dissipated gradually. When the light faded away, Ling Chen opened his eyes and his figure appeared in the sight of the two elders.
Congratulations, you've passed the first level of the talent test. You will have the opportunity to enter the second level. I hope you can keep up the good work.
Mr. Lin put away his shocked expression and said with a smile.
Thank you, senior.
Ling Chen bowed to the two elders. The two elders nodded with satisfaction. As if remembering something, Mr. Lin stretched out his right hand and raised his middle and index fingers. He muttered something silently, and streams of source energy spread out.
Elders Meeting Room.
The elders who were in a meeting to discuss the monster battlefield heard a sound transmitted by the source energy.
Ling Chen, talent 99 meters.
All the elders were stunned for a moment.
99 meters? Who is Ling Chen? Was he just recruited this year?
The elders were all stunned.
Ling Chen is the champion of this year's National High School Student Competition. He possesses 3 supernatural powers: lightning, fire, and space. That's why I invited him here.
Mu Lao, who was sitting beside him, said this with a faint smile on his face.
After hearing what Elder Mu said, the elders' meeting room fell into a brief silence, and everyone couldn't believe their ears. 3 superpowers? 18 years old. A bright future. The elders gasped. It seems that our academy has welcomed another evildoer.
Ling Chen's aptitude probably surpasses all previous students. All the elders nodded in praise.
Since he's passed the first test, he's probably going to the second. Why don't we go and take a look? An elder suggested. Okay. The elders all echoed. After that, everyone walked towards the training room of the second level. Soon, everyone came to the side of the test bench in the training room. At this time, Ling Chen, who had passed the talent test, was led by the two elders onto the testing platform. The second level is a test of energy and physical fitness. The elders looked at Ling Chen on the stage and couldn't help but frown slightly. They couldn't actually see through Ling Chen's specific cultivation and strength.
One could only vaguely feel Ling Chen's aura, which was as deep and as vast as the ocean. Through bone age testing, it was confirmed that Ling Chen was 18 years old.
Ling Chen's second level has officially begun.
The first is the source gas test. The source energy test not only tests the realm, but also the purity and total amount of the source energy. In the realm test, Ling Chen had demonstrated bronze level 5 stars in the previous competition, but now, he has reached 7 stars. Ling Chen, just input your source energy into this crystal ball. Old Lin pointed to the crystal ball on the test bench. There was a crystal screen behind it. Ling Chen nodded, did as he was told, and input the source energy into the crystal ball. Buzz! A halo of light suddenly emerged from the crystal ball. A string of data was displayed on the crystal screen behind it. Source energy, bronze level 7 stars. Total amount, 26662. Purity, 97. Looking at the data on the crystal screen, everyone was dumbfounded. If I remember correctly, Ling Chen should be in this year's senior year, right? It should have only been a little over a month since Ling Chen awakened his superpowers, right? Moreover, the purity is so high, it seems that Ling Chen's foundation is also very solid. As the elders marveled at this, they couldn't help but feel a strong excitement in their hearts. The purpose of establishing Dawn Academy is to recruit talented young people like Ling Chen. Now, Ling Chen actually passed the second level of the source energy test with such excellent performance. This is simply shocking. Ling Chen, your source energy test is over. Old Lin looked at Ling Chen and said with a smile. Next is your physical fitness test. First, use your pure strength to strike the tester. Then, use your supernatural powers and all your strength to deliver the most powerful blow. Ling Chen understood and nodded slightly. Coming to the tester, Ling Chen took a deep breath. With his fists clenched, Ling Chen swung forward fiercely, smashing the punch onto the tester. Boom! The tester made a dull sound, and an electric arc shot out from the tester, forming a circle on the tester, and then the circle slowly shrank. After the tester was fully shrunk, a number 15135 was displayed on it. 15,135 kilograms? How is that even possible? How could his physical fitness be so incredible? His physical fitness is comparable to a platinum level 1 star. There aren't many people with such high talent in the entire academy. The elders were in an uproar and stared at Ling Chen in disbelief. They couldn't remember how many times they had been shocked today. Looking at the numbers displayed on the tester, Ling Chen was not surprised at all. He took a deep breath, and then, he launched his strongest attack. Third turn of Thunder God Art. Ling Chen shouted softly, the aura on his body continued to rise, and a force of thunder permeated his whole body. In a blink of an eye, Ling Chen's source energy was upgraded to silver level 4 stars. Physical strength has been increased to platinum level 4 stars. Is this a secret technique? It seems this young man has had some adventures. The elders on the side were discussing. Strengthen. Ling Chen used the strengthen technique again, and his physical strength increased to platinum level 6 stars again. Space tremors. Ling Chen used his newly acquired offensive skills, a silver light appeared on his body, and a powerful force of spatial vibration burst out. Attached to Ling Chen's arm, Ling Chen punched out with a shocking force, hitting the tester. This powerful spatial vibration force, carrying a hint of destructive aura, shook towards the tester. Bang! The fist with concussive force hit the tester. 23,927. Hiss! Everyone gasped when they saw this. What a powerful attack! 3 levels in a row. God bless China. The elders were secretly amazed. This young man will definitely become a saint when he grows up. Ling Chen, congratulations, you have passed the second level of the test. After recovering from his shock, Old Lin congratulated Ling Chen. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Ling Chen bowed to express his gratitude. The third level tests your comprehensive abilities. But with your performance just now, it's not a problem. After you finish the college entrance examination, come directly here. The great elder on the side stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Xiaoxin, take your apprentice for a good stroll. Yes. Master Shen bowed respectfully to the great elder. Let's go, the matter hasn't been discussed yet. The great elder said to everyone. The group returned to the conference room for a meeting. Master, why didn't I see many people as I walked away? It's simple. Since Dawn College was founded 40 years ago, it has only admitted a little over 200 students. After 10 years of enrollment, only those who have reached the national level are eligible for graduation, and now there are only about 20 people who have successfully graduated. Students who haven't graduated in 10 years can choose to remain at the academy as teaching assistants, or they can leave the academy.
There are currently 19 students enrolled in the entire Shiguang Academy. So few? Ling Chen opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. There were only so few students in Shiguang Academy? You must know that Dawn Academy only recruits geniuses. If nothing unexpected happens, every student can become a saint. Then, Ling Chen hesitated to speak. Why did only 10% of the people graduate? Because they died in battle. Chapter 78: The Mission of Dawn Academy. Hearing this, Ling Chen's body shook. Master Shen looked at Ling Chen, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Do you know the original intention of the establishment of Dawn Academy? Ling Chen shook his head. I've never heard of it. The original purpose of establishing Dawn Academy was to protect this world and the entire blue planet. Master Shen said seriously. In fact, the strength of monsters far exceeds that of us humans. Then why? Ling Chen asked puzzledly. This was won by generations of martyrs and predecessors who risked their lives. Master Shen's tone was filled with sorrow. I will protect the land of China even if it means death. Dawn Academy was originally founded by the first group of powerful people who survived the battlefield. In the process of resisting the invasion of demonic beasts, our predecessors realized the importance of peak combat power. Therefore, they established the Dawn Academy, which only accepts demonic beasts. The first batch of powerful people who survived the battlefield? Ling Chen asked in surprise. Yes, each of them has reached the realm of saints. Ling Chen's heartbeat quickened. What kind of academy was the Dawn Academy he joined? Every student at Dawn Academy is gifted, but just because you're gifted doesn't mean you can reach the pinnacle. When they come to Dawn Academy to practice, they will constantly hone themselves, improve themselves, and eventually become saints. The training at Dawn Academy is basically based on actual combat. Perhaps out of the 365 days a year, more than 300 days are spent fighting monsters on the front lines. During this period, most of the students died in battle. Mr. Shen's voice was a little hoarse, and his tone couldn't help but become low. Ling Chen nodded. Inexplicably, there was something called a mission weighing on his shoulders. So, the original intention of establishing Dawn Academy was to protect Blue Star. Elder Shen said slowly, now, I've told you this secret. I hope you'll remember my words and protect this land. Hearing this, Ling Chen clenched his fists and his expression changed. Senior, don't worry, I will definitely protect this land. Ling Chen said firmly. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. Mr. Shen nodded. Ling Chen's expression remained resolute. There is one more thing you must understand. Mr. Shen suddenly said. What's the matter? Ling Chen asked. Your identity. Elder Shen stared at Ling Chen seriously. What I mean is, don't reveal the original intention of establishing Dawn Academy. This concerns the safety of the entire Blue Star. If outsiders know about it, you will become a target of public criticism. Junior understands. Ling Chen answered seriously. Okay, I'll show you around first. Then we'll go to the general office building to get a temporary ID card. Teacher Shen said calmly, once you're done with the college entrance exam, you can go through the formal enrollment procedures. Ling Chen nodded, without asking any more questions, and quietly followed Master Shen towards an oval-shaped office building in the center of the complex. Master Shen introduced the surrounding scenery as he walked forward, and Ling Chen listened carefully. After walking for about 20 minutes, Ling Chen and the others arrived downstairs of the office building. The entire elliptical office building is a 4-story skyscraper. The entire skyscraper is hemispherical in shape, and its appearance looks like a huge eggshell. Entering the building, there was a spacious hall on the first floor, and no one was there. Teacher Shen took Ling Chen to the second floor and entered a spacious office. There is a desk in the office, with several armchairs and a coffee table next to it. An old man was leaning over the computer on the desk, looking at the screen with relish and laughing obscenely from time to time. Old Sue. Come and get a temporary ID card for my apprentice. Master Shen shouted to an old man who was sitting in the office enjoying the happy show. Old Sue was so frightened that he trembled all over. He turned around and shouted angrily, "You old man, you came in without knocking." Quickly closing the learning website on the computer screen, the old man looked up at Ling Chen. Name: Ling Chen. Old Sue stretched out his palm and moved it a few circles in the air, and then a strange wave spread in the air.
A transparent crystal flew from his palm into the air, hovering in mid-air, emitting a dazzling light. Old Su stretched out his right hand and drew the word Ling Chen in the air. The crystal stone turned into a ball of light and fell into Ling Chen's hand. "This is your temporary ID card." Ling Chen took the temporary ID card. "This is a token made of crystal, white in color, with intricate patterns engraved on the surface. There are 2 large ancient seal characters on the back of the token, Ling Chen. The material of this token is not simple and it is not an ordinary thing. Our Dawn Academy is located within a shielding magic circle. If you want to enter, you must have a token if you don't have the teacher's identity jade card. Infuse your energy into the token, and it will guide you to the location of the academy. Also, outside, you can use this token to identify yourself. But the cards must be there while the person is there." Old Su warned Ling Chen to always carry the token with him. "Thank you, senior. By the way, is there tuition?" Ling Chen asked. With so many big guys teaching him, if there was tuition, he might not be able to afford it. "Tuition? Ha ha. You may have some misunderstanding about Dawn Academy. As a student of Dawn Academy, not only is there no tuition, but there is also a scholarship of 100,000 spirit stones every year." Master Shin was stunned for a moment, then answered Ling Chen's question seriously. 100,000 spirit stones? Ling Chen's eyes lit up. He was almost spending all the money he had on hand. These 10,000 spirit stones were a huge sum of money for him. "If I could have 100,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't have to worry about money in the short term." Master Shin nodded. "Okay, Ling Chen, let me take you home first. After the college entrance examination, you can come and report by yourself." Mr. Shin stepped forward and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. Ling Chen clasped his fists and bowed to Old Su. Then he left with Master Shin. We returned along the same route and arrived at the entrance corridor. He passed through the corridor with ease, walked out of the stone wall, and arrived at the dense forest. Ling Chen turned around and reached out to touch the stone wall. The cold touch really came, telling Ling Chen that this was indeed a stone wall, and this formation was really magical. "Let's go." Master Shin stepped forward and grabbed Ling Chen before Ling Chen could react. He tore open a crack in space, slipped into it, and disappeared on the spot. Tianan City, City Lord's mansion. City Lord Julie is at the door with a group of respected elders, asking for an audience. Zhang Jie clenched his fist and reported to the middle-aged man who was frowning and lost in thought behind the desk. Chapter 79, Incident at the City Lord's Mansion. Ling Chen rushes to the rescue. These days, many warriors outside the city have found parchment scrolls in the stomachs of monsters. The Shu family is about to prosper, and Julie is the city lord. 8 big words appeared on the parchment scroll. Under the leadership of City Lord Yi, Tianan City has always had good weather and has handled the occasional small-scale beast tides very well. Julie was originally the deputy mayor of Tianan City, but he was extremely dissolute, greedy for money and lustful, and only knew how to enjoy himself all day long. Logically speaking, this kind of instructions from God should be selectively ignored by everyone. After all, no one wants the city lord to be a fat, greedy, and lustful man. But, somehow, there are always some respected elderly people who are conservative and superstitious. They decided that since it was God's instruction, they should just follow it. As for the consequences, what did it have to do with them? In the eyes of these people, God's orders are God's will, and they should obey rather than resist or refuse. They did not consider the truth of this matter. What's more, a few days ago, Julie sent them a series of rare treasures. Let them in. City Lord Yi rubbed his eyebrows. Yes, City Lord. Not long after, a fat man with a face full of flesh and a bloated body walked over. He had a long sword hanging at his waist, and his eyes shone with a sharp light, as if he was ready to fight at any time. Behind him followed several old men, who were the respected elders in Tianan City. City Lord Yi, these are the parchment scrolls I just found from the corpse of the monster. Please take a look. Julie said, pointing to the parchment scroll in his hand. Oh. The parchment scroll, huh, I've seen that before. City Lord Yi sneered, it's just some lowbrow tactics. Oh. Lord City Lord, what are you talking about? This is a command from heaven. Deputy City Lord Zhu pretended not to understand and said in surprise, are you trying to go against heaven's command? God's will? Ha 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 ha. City Lord Yi laughed, Julie, you know exactly whether it's God's will or not. Stop pretending, Deputy City Lord Zhu.
City Lord Yi placed particular emphasis on the word deputy. Do you know what the consequences will be if you do this? Humph. City Lord Yi, I am destined to be here. Deputy City Lord Zhu snorted disdainfully. Let's be honest. I came here today to ask you to give up your position. Zhu Li directly tore off his face. City Lord Yi, you should be clear about what happened this time, right? When City Lord Yi heard what City Lord Zhu said, he was immediately enraged. Zhu Li, are you planning a rebellion? I tell you, this is absolutely impossible, even if you are destined to be the emperor. He. Deputy City Lord Zhu smiled and said, since you don't want to abdicate, then you can't blame me.
After saying that, he stretched out his hands and clapped them twice.
3 old figures rushed in from outside, followed by dozens of men in black.
Zhu Li turned to the 3 elders beside him and said, Elders, this matter should be resolved by you.
The 3 elders nodded. City Lord Yi, you have to think it over carefully. Deputy City Lord Zhu said with a smile. Humph. City Lord Yi sneered, no matter what method you use, I will never give in.
In that case, Deputy City Lord Zhu said, let's capture City Lord Yi first.
The 3 elders rushed forward.
The aura of his whole body was overwhelming. The 3 elders were all platinum level, 2 were platinum 1 star, and there was also a strong man with the strength of platinum 4 star.
Ha! You think you can catch me with just this? City Lord Yi snorted coldly. Buzz.
A powerful aura emerged and collided directly with the aura of the elders.
What? Several elders exclaimed.
They didn't expect that City Lord Yi had already reached the platinum level 4 stars. He was careless for a moment and was knocked out. At this time, Zhang Jie rushed forward with the guards of the City Lord's mansion, all of whom were a group of gold-level guards. Confronted with the man in black outside,
City Lord Yi frowned slightly.
If he continued to consume like this, he would not gain any benefits.
Zhang Jie, go ask for help from the senior from last time. City Lord Yi transmitted a message to Zhang Jie using his energy.
Zhang Jie said something to his deputy next to him, and took advantage of the confrontation among many people to sneak away.
After sending Ling Chen to the outskirts of Tianan City, Master Shen said goodbye.
He asked Ling Chen to come to Shuguang College as soon as possible after the college entrance examination, and then he would teach Ling Chen well.
Ling Chen quickly nodded in agreement.
After watching Master Shen crawl into the space crack, Ling Chen entered Tianan City and headed towards home.
Student Ling Chen, huh?
Just as Ling Chen returned to the downstairs of the apartment building, he saw the guard Zhang Jie who came to visit him last time.
Who are you?
Hello? I am Zhang Jie, a guard at the City Lord's mansion.
I visited your master last time.
Could you please call your master over, said guard Zhang Jie. Last time, Ling Chen was wearing a mask, so Zhang Jie did not recognize that Ling Chen was the so-called master he was talking about.
What's the matter? Ling Chen asked. The City Lord's mansion is in trouble. Deputy City Lord Zhu Li is rebelling and wants to seize the position of City Lord.
Zhang Jie briefly explained the situation.
Ling Chen instantly thought of the parchment scroll he took out from the monster's belly during his first field battle. What is the opponent's strength? Ling Chen asked. 2 platinum 1 stars, 1 platinum 4 star, and the rest are gold. Let's go, I'll go with you.
Ling Chen thought that his strength was almost enough, so he took the lead and ran towards the City Lord's mansion.
Ah. What? Classmate Ling Chen, you must not do that. Just call your original master.
Zhang Jie hurriedly stopped him. Although Ling Chen showed his skills in the national competition, his opponent was only bronze level, while now it is a platinum level battle, so Zhang Jie does not think that Ling Chen can solve the problem.
Don't worry. I'll go first.
After Ling Chen finished speaking, he flashed directly towards the City Lord's mansion. Seeing this, Zhang Jie hesitated for a moment and had to follow. When Ling Chen rushed to the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord had been beaten back step by step, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and it seemed that he was about to collapse. The City Lord's mansion was full of people. Some guards were fighting fiercely with the men in black, and the corpses of people from both sides were lying all over the place.
Ling Chen? Why are you here? Leave quickly.
Seeing this young man who shone brightly in the competition appear in front of him, the City Lord shouted anxiously. He was afraid that the other party would be cruel and take the life of such a talented young man.
Lord City Lord, didn't you ask Uncle Zhang Jie to find me?
Ling Chen teased, took out a healing pill from his ring, and stuffed it into City Lord Lin's mouth. Ignoring City Lord Lin's dull gaze, Ling Chen turned his head and looked at the 3 platinum level old dogs.
Next, your opponent is me. Chapter 80, Defeated Platinum Level. First show of power. Where did you come from, little brat? Humph. With your bronze level strength, are you qualified to compete with us? Yeah, boy, are you worthy? You really overestimate your own abilities. The 3 platinum level elders sneered. Really? Then give it a try. Ling Chen shrugged his shoulders, gently waved his right arm, and a layer of red flame appeared on his palm. He rushed towards the strongest of the 3 old men. Fire palm! The old man shouted loudly, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards Ling Chen, as fast as lightning. A light blue frost appeared on his palm, and he slapped Ling Chen's chest hard. Thousands of miles of ice. The old man seemed to see Ling Chen being frozen by him. Just as the two were about to collide, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot in a flash and instantly appeared behind another old man. A punch was thrown with a thunderous sound, hitting the old man's vest. Before the old man could react, his fist hit the old man hard on the vest. Bang! A muffled sound. The old man's whole body flew backwards, hit the wall hard, fell to the ground, and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. What's going on? The platinum level 4-star old man looked at his companion in astonishment. His companion was killed instantly in front of this kid without even having time to react. This was too weird. The other party is only at bronze level. Ling Chen's body swayed and disappeared from the spot again. He came to another old man, but it was obvious that this old man was prepared. A thick source of energy attached to the surface of its body, forming a source of energy armor. Ling Chen punched the Yuan Qi armor, and the old man only took 3 steps back. Heh, kid, are you at your wit's end? Seeing that Ling Chen's attack failed, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ling Chen with a mocking expression. Yeah? Ling Chen had a faint smile on his face, his hands slightly opened, and he shouted softly. Third turn Thunder God Technique. A force of thunder permeated his whole body, and Ling Chen's aura continued to rise. Upgraded to silver level 4 stars. Ling Chen pinched his fingers and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a kick of his feet, his body shot towards the old man like a cannonball, and punched the energy shield on the old man's chest. Bang! Ling Chen's punch actually destroyed the old man's energy armor. How is this possible? The old man widened his eyes and looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. He didn't understand why Ling Chen could suddenly improve so much. And a bronze-level person was actually able to break through his own defense. Ling Chen didn't know what the old man was thinking. After smashing the old man's energy shield with one punch, he threw another heavy punch at the old man's head. Boom! There was a violent shock, and the old man's head was hit by Ling Chen, and the whole person flew out. Ling Chen swayed, caught up with the old man, and punched the old man in the chest. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The old man's sternum was shattered by Ling Chen's punch, and the whole person flew out again and hit the ground hard. Blood spurted out and the old man struggled for a few times but was unable to get up. Boy, you are looking for death. Seeing that his 2 companions, whom he had been with day and night, were seriously injured by Ling Chen, the 4-star old man was furious. He condensed 2 ice cubes in his hands and threw them towards Ling Chen. Then he flashed and rushed towards Ling Chen like lightning. The ice came whistling at an extremely fast speed. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, grabbed with his right hand, and the ice cube was absorbed into the palm of his hand and held in his hand. Not bad, but I'm afraid your ice type isn't good enough. Ling Chen shook his wrist, and the ice cube let out a shrill scream, turning into countless ice chips. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and countless ice chips shot towards the old man. The old man was shocked when he saw this, and quickly summoned a sky-blue ice shield to block in front of him. At this moment, Ling Chen moved. He kicked out, holding an ice blade, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. When it appeared again, the ice blade had already appeared on the old man's neck, and it gently wiped it in front of the old man's shocked eyes. Phew! The ice blade penetrated into the old man's neck, and the old man froze there. The ice shield condensed on his hand slowly dissipated, and his body fell down without support. The entire battle process did not exceed 3 minutes. City Lord Yi, who was standing by, was stunned. How could this kid be so perverted? Although it was mainly because the opponent underestimated me and I consumed most of my energy. But in just 3 minutes, 3 platinum level warriors were killed by Ling Chen. It was even more fantastic than a dream. Ling Chen greets City Lord Yi.
After defeating his opponent, Ling Chen returned to the city lord and said with a fist salute.
No need to be so polite, kid, it's all thanks to you. City Lord Yi, I leave this person to you.
Ling Chen pointed at the fat man in the corner who was about to sneak away. City Lord Yi nodded, flipped his palm, and a long sword appeared in his hand, which he then threw towards the corner.
Call out.
The long sword drew a beautiful arc and pierced the fat man's back, nailing him to the spot.
Why, where does Deputy City Lord Zhu want to go?
The fat man shuddered, a chill rose from his tailbone, and an inexplicable fear filled his heart. He raised his head and looked at City Lord Yi, who was standing in front of him with an indifferent smile on his face.
His body trembled and he didn't know what to do.
He didn't expect that when he was sure to win, Ling Chen would suddenly appear.
You just said that you should follow God's will and become the city lord?
A smile appeared on City Lord Yi's face, but the smile did not reach his eyes. My lord City Lord is wise and brave, so you should be the lord of the city.
I am just a nobody, please let me go.
Zhu Li lay on the ground and begged for mercy.
Humph. Come, invite our deputy city lord into the dungeon. Serve him well. City Lord Yi ordered.
Yes, City Lord. The guards on the side received the order and immediately escorted Zhu Li towards the dungeon deep in the city lord's mansion.
Little friend Ling Chen, please follow me here.
City Lord Yi said to Ling Chen, his eyes full of gratitude. If Ling Chen had not helped him resolve this matter, he would definitely have lost his position as city lord.
Kindness. Ling Chen nodded and followed City Lord Yi to the landing in the back garden of the city lord's mansion. Young friend Ling Chen, thank you so much for your help just now. Otherwise, my Yi family would be in trouble today. I offer you a glass of wine.
After the two of them sat down, City Lord Yi picked up a glass of wine on the table and gestured to Ling Chen. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Ling Chen shook his head and drank the wine in his hand.
Young friend Ling Chen, I heard that you received an invitation from Dawn Academy. Looking around, City Lord Yi said in a low voice. Yes. It's true. Ling Chen nodded.
All the students in the competition saw it.
It's not something worth hiding. Chapter 81, The City Lord's Mansion Submission. The Base Camp's Concept.
I heard that Shiguang Academy only accepts geniuses, and every student who graduates can be made a king or a general.
City Lord Ye's tone revealed a hint of respect. My dear friend Ling Chen, I have a request for you. City Lord Yi suddenly stood up and bowed to Ling Chen. You say. I want to follow you, young friend. From now on, I will follow your lead. City Lord Yi said seriously. Follow me? Ling Chen was stunned. Is there still free delivery these days? City Lord Yi nodded.
Yi Zhentian, Platinum Level 4 stars 1234555 million.
Loyalty, 85 recruitable. The loyalty is quite high.
It seems that the City Lord is really sincere. Ling Chen nodded and said with a smile, since City Lord Yi is so determined, then follow me.
As long as you are loyal to me, the road ahead will be smooth. Then I would like to thank you, my lord. City Lord Yi thanked him respectfully, looking as if he was ready to swear allegiance until death.
Not to mention Ling Chen's life-saving grace, even with the talent Ling Chen has shown now, his future achievements are limitless.
Therefore, City Lord Yi chose to join Ling Chen without hesitation. No need to be so polite, City Lord Yi, just call me Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand, motioning Yi Zhentian to sit down. Yi Zhentian sat down as he was told. Ling Chen asked him about the latest situation in Tianan City. He was relieved to know that the situation in Tianan City had been relatively stable except for the recent parchment scroll incident. Learned from City Lord Yi. Tianan City does not have a good geographical location.
The east of Tianan City is a broad plain that leads directly to Hongdu. The other three sides are all continuous mountain ranges, winding for hundreds of miles. Tianan City, like the outpost of the Hongdu gathering place, has always been the primary target of the beast tides attacks. Therefore, Tianan City often experiences large and small beast tides. However, through the communicator, the main city's superpower army can quickly rush to Tianan City to help.
Tiananmen City has stood for many years.
Amidst the repeated beast waves, the surviving residents of Tianan City gradually began to adapt to the war. They were no longer afraid and panicked, but became calmer and more united. Therefore, the overall order in Tianan City is quite good and generally no problems occur. This way, Ling Chen would save himself a lot of trouble.
Master. Young Master Ling, take a look at my city lord's mansion. It will be yours from now on.
City Lord Yi said with a smile.
No need, you can keep it for yourself. Ling Chen responded. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. I wonder if the city lord has a place like an underground fortress here? Yi Zhentian was stunned after hearing this. Underground fortress? Could it be that young Master Ling is going to build an underground palace?
Ling Chen nodded and said with a smile, yes, I want to build an underground kingdom specifically for training legion warriors.
Moreover, this will be the starting point for our future battles against demonic beasts.
For a moment, City Lord Yi was also excited by Ling Chen's words.
I understand. I will do my best to get this done.
I will definitely build a powerful underground palace under the City Lord's mansion.
City Lord Yi said excitedly.
I want everyone who knows about this to have it personally reviewed by me. Just in case, Ling Chen decided to personally supervise every person responsible for this matter.
After all, people's hearts are hidden, but I have my own system, so there is no problem at all.
Yi Zhentian had no objection. After all, this matter was of great importance. Afterwards, Ling Chen chatted with Yi Zhentian and the others for the entire day, discussing some details.
In this way, the entire plan can be considered completely complete. Mr. Ling, I have another question to ask you. City Lord Yi hesitated for a moment and then asked the question in his mind. Oh? What's the matter? Just tell me. Ling Chen smiled slightly. I'd like to ask, my lord, what scale do you plan to build our entire Tianan city to? Yi Zhentian was full of anticipation. Although Ling Chen now only plans to build an underground kingdom as headquarters.
But Yi Zhentian believed that Tianan city on the ground would be expanded sooner or later.
Dawn City, not bad. Ling Chen smiled slightly. This simple sentence made Yi Zhentian stand there in a daze. There was only one thought left in his mind. Dawn City? Tianan City's target is actually Dawn City.
This goal made Yi Zhentian's breathing quicken a little. He stared at Ling Chen with his eyes filled with excitement. He had never imagined that he would be able to participate in building Tianan City into a city like Shiguang City during his lifetime.
Okay, I'll leave it to you first. Choose someone and call me.
I hope the underground kingdom can be built before my college entrance examination.
After leaving a word, Ling Chen turned and left.
Looking at Ling Chen's departing back, City Lord Yi clenched his fists excitedly. This time, it seemed that his bet was right. He turned around and hurried to arrange the things Ling Chen had instructed him to do. When Ling Chen returned home, his two sisters were sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching TV.
Brother, you're back. How was the assessment?
Hearing the noise, Ling Shi asked casually, his eyes fixed on the screen without even turning his head.
You're back. With your brother's talent, there's no way he wouldn't win. Ling Chen sat next to his two sisters with ease. TSK. Narcissist.
Ling Shi curled his lips. Ling covered her mouth and smiled. I haven't eaten my sister's cooking for a long time.
I wonder if she has taken it orally today?
Ling Chen looked at Ling Shi with a funny look and said with a smile.
Carrot, now you know my cooking skills.
Ling Shi raised her head proudly, like a black swan. After that, he put down the potato chips in his hand and walked towards the kitchen with his head held high. Ling Chen turned his head and looked at Ling, and they smiled at each other.
Just as Ling Chen and his family of three were sitting and enjoying the chef's dinner. Bang, bang, bang.
There was a knock on the door. Ling Shi put down his chopsticks and opened the door.
I saw the former landlord, Aunt Lin, standing at the door with some fruit in her hand. Aunt Lin? Come in and sit down. Have you eaten? We've never eaten together.
Ling Shi invited Aunt Lin to have dinner together. Aunt Lin has always been very kind to them over the years.
No, I've eaten. Am I here to say goodbye to you? I'm leaving. Aunt Lin said softly. Aunt Lin, where are you going?
Ling Shi asked in surprise. Aunt Lin shook her head and did not answer.
We'll see each other again if there's a chance. Aunt Lin left after leaving a puzzling remark.
Ling Shi and Ling Chen looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes.
Brother, what happened to Aunt Lin? Why did she leave suddenly?
Ling Shi asked puzzledly.
Ling Chen shook his head, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. Could it be that this was related to the father he had never met? Chapter 82, Aunt Lin? Aunt Ling. the beast tide is coming. Dawn City, at the gate of a heavily guarded base. A woman wearing a blue military uniform and a dark green beret walked in. The soldier on guard saw her and reached out to stop her. The woman took out a blood-red token from her body and raised it slightly so that the soldiers could see it clearly. The number 9 is engraved on it. After seeing the token, the soldier at the gate immediately saluted and let them pass. The woman walked into the gate of the base and attracted a lot of attention along the way. After all, girls are rare in the base. She walked past the checkpoints and came directly to the door of an office. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking on the door 3 times, a deep and hoarse voice came from inside. Come in. The woman pushed the door open and walked in, closing it behind her. She saw a middle-aged man sitting at the desk. The man was wearing a white robe. Although his face was pale, he exuded an air of fortitude and heroism. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, as if he could see through everything at a glance. Aunt Ling is back? You've worked hard over the years. The man looked up towards the door, his eyes falling on the woman, with a hint of tenderness and gratitude in his eyes. If Ling Chen and his sister were here, they would find that this woman was Aunt Lin. The woman listened to his words, smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Young master, have you been okay these years? It's okay, cough, it's just an old problem. The man coughed with a handkerchief. Master, the young master. The young eagle can only spread its wings and fly when it is free from protection. A look of determination flashed in the man's eyes. Young master is so talented, he will definitely succeed, said Aunt Ling. When the eaglet spreads its wings, we will start our plan. The man's eyes suddenly became deep and sharp. Yes, young master. Aunt Ling nodded respectfully. Knock, knock, knock. There was a hurried knock on the door, and the man and Aunt Ling looked at each other. Come in, the man's low voice came out. A middle-aged man in military uniform pushed the door open and walked in. He quickly walked to the man's table and looked at Aunt Ling, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Longjiu, please report back to Team Long first. The man waved at Aunt Ling. Yes. Chief. Aunt Ling saluted the man and left. Tell me. What's the matter? Report to the chief, the front line is in a hurry, the beast tide is attacking in large numbers, the middle-aged man reported in a hurried tone. The man frowned upon hearing this, and after a moment of silence, he asked, how big is the beast tide? According to intelligence, the number has expanded to around 10 million, the middle-aged man replied. Also, there's a suspicion of a supreme-level demon beast leading the group. A tide of millions of beasts. The man muttered to himself, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. The sage realm is already extraordinary and holy, and those below the sage realm are all ants. Every time a saint realm cultivator fights a major battle, it will take several years to recover from their injuries. Generally speaking, the saintly realms of humans and monsters are mutually restrained. Therefore, the strongest person who appears on the battlefield is the supreme level. Chief, what should we do now? Asked the middle-aged man. Notify the Dragon Eagle Corps and dispatch 20,000 men to provide immediate support along the entire front. Also notify the Dragon Corps to lead their men to the front lines and be ready to participate in the battle at any time. Also, bring a 100,000 strong army of high-level psychics to reinforce the front line. The man quickly made arrangements and gave the order. The man is a decisive person, and generally arranges things in an orderly manner. Yes. The man in military uniform responded and left the office. He walked quickly forward, ordering his men as he went, contact the Dragon Eagle Legion immediately and dispatch 20,000 men to the front lines for support. Go to the training grounds and recruit enough psychics. We'll set off for the front lines immediately. Notify the Dragon team, prepare your weapons, and follow me to the battlefield later. Yes. All the men responded in unison, and each of them took quick action with a serious expression. Members of the Dragon Eagle Legion have already ridden their eagles to quickly support the front line. The beast army was advancing forward in a mighty manner. Every time they advanced a little, some monsters would join in. In the center of the beast tide, a huge demon tiger, about 5 or 6 meters tall, stood quietly, and the demon beasts behind it knelt on the ground with respectful expressions. This monster is the Beast King who leads this beast tide. Reporting to His Majesty the Beast King, 100 kilometers ahead is the human defense front line. A demon general in black armor quickly ran to the Beast King and knelt on one knee to report. Upon hearing this, the Beast King glanced downwards and said in a deep voice, "Hold still, my army." Yes, sir.
The army stops advancing. The monsters below responded in unison. You lead 30 beasts to explore the way.
The rest of the monsters will rest here and launch the attack tomorrow.
The Beast King pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice,
Yes.
The demon general responded, stood up and rushed towards a group of demon beasts in the herd. He randomly pointed at 30 monsters and said, "Follow me to spy on the enemy's strength." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed towards the human front line.
Tianan City.
A few days have passed since Aunt Lin left, and Ling Chen has been practicing at home. Of course, Ling Chen did not forget to draw the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Wound medicine. Golden Wound medicine treats old hidden injuries with miraculous effects. It won't be used for the time being, so Ling Chen put away the golden medicine and stretched.
It's time to go to school.
After a month, Ling Chen returned to school and felt that everything had changed.
I arrived at my class with ease. My classmates were practicing martial arts hard. After all, the college entrance examination was only a little over a month away.
Seeing Ling Chen coming, everyone was stunned at first, and then burst into warm applause.
Obviously, everyone watched this year's national competition.
Knowing that he is now number 1 in the country, it is obviously not a problem for him to get into any Wuhan university.
Ling Chen sat down and started chatting with everyone.
Although he had been away for a month, the classmates in the class were still the same as before and there was no change.
Brother Chen, go find him when the principal tells you to.
Seeing that everyone had almost finished reminiscing about the past, Yikong said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded, then stood up and walked outside.
Walking outside the principal's office, Ling Chen knocked on the door. Come in.
An old voice came from inside.
Pushing open the door of the principal's office, Ling Chen walked in. Xiaochen, you're here, please sit down.
Seeing that it was Ling Chen who came in, Principal Dong greeted him with a smile.
Ling Chen sat down opposite Principal Dong and asked, Principal Dong, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiaochen, I already know about this national competition.
First of all, congratulations on winning first place, and thank you for bringing honor to our school.
Hearing Principal Dong's thanks, Ling Chen quickly said modestly, No, it's all my responsibility. Chapter 83, Heading to the Front Line with the Shadow Assassin Team? You kid, you're a student I've always valued. Principal Dong waved his hand. To be honest, I have something I want to ask of you. Principal Dong, please speak.
Ling Chen showed an expression of as expected, and at the same time secretly guessed what instructions Principal Dong had.
Hey, Ling Chen.
I know you took first place in the national competition, so there must be a lot of Wuhan University students coming to enroll early.
Principal Dong coughed lightly and looked at Ling Chen expectantly. Well, can you represent our high school and take the college entrance examination?
Ah. But. Ling Chen hesitated, looking embarrassed.
Ahem. Mr. Ling, you've been working hard lately. The school will give out 100 million.
Okay, I agree.
Ling Chen interrupted Principal Dong. As a student of the school, it's my duty to bring honor to the school.
Of course, Principal, don't forget to transfer the money to my card. After listening to Ling Chen's awe-inspiring words, I thought Ling Chen was going to bring honor to the school, but when I heard the last sentence, my face turned black.
Why are you acting so much? He nodded helplessly. This wave is very nice.
Ling Chen, who was about to take the college entrance examination, comfortably got 100 million yuan for free.
Just 3 sentences made Principal Dong spend 100 million on me. 100 million, which is equivalent to dozens of spirit stones.
Ling Chen was stunned for a moment.
Am I asking for too little? Forget it, I don't want it. After all, I am a helpful and good young person. By the way, I need to take a leave.
I'm so sore all over from the fight with Dabi, and I need to rest for 2 days. Ling Chen immediately covered his chest with his hands, looking weak, as if he was about to die in the next moment. Principal Dong picked up a cup of tea from the table, blew on it gently, took a sip, nodded, and said, Okay, no problem.
How long will it take?
Just wait until the day before the college entrance exam.
Puff. Principal Dong spat out the tea in his mouth. He didn't want to stay in school any longer.
However, considering Ling Chen's current strength, there is really nothing to teach him if he stays in school.
He nodded and said, Okay, go back and rest. I'll help you deal with the school. I'll let you know the day before the college entrance exam.
Okay, thank you,
Principal Dong. I'll be leaving now. Principal Dong waved his hand. Let's go. Ling Chen left in a cool manner. Walking out of the principal's office, Ling Chen smiled. It felt so damn good to get 100 million for free. Ling Chen returned to the classroom. After all, he had just returned today and hadn't finished chatting with his classmates, catching up on the past. He returned to his seat and everyone gathered around him again. Soon it was time to go home from school. I watched my classmates disperse and go home in groups of 3 or 4. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. The feelings had faded, and his brother was no match for the food at home. Brother Chen, what are the arrangements for the future? Yi Kong stepped forward and put his arm around Ling Chen's shoulder, asking. I plan to go out of the city and train hard for a month. Ling Chen did not hide it. Come on, Brother Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand, put his hands around his neck, rested his head on his hands, faced the sunset, and slowly disappeared around the corner. Sisters, I'm going out for a while. Ling Chen put down the chopsticks in his hand and burped. I got it. Remember to come back early. Ling Shi waved her hand. Now that she had Ling Ling to accompany her, it didn't matter whether Ling Chen was there or not. Be careful. Ling Ling said with a smile. Okay, I understand. Ling Chen stretched out his 2 big hands, held down the heads of his 2 sisters respectively, rubbed them, then turned and went into the room. 78-9. Ling Chen called out in his mind. A black vortex crack appeared in front of him, and a man in black tights appeared. It was Kabajiu. Master. Kabajiu knelt on one knee and said respectfully to Ling Chen. How's the matter going? Ling Chen asked. Reporting to the Lord, Shadow is currently being established, and we will be personally responsible for the initial reconnaissance work. Currently, our members have spread to 8 major gathering places. Kabajiu's tone was still cold, but with a hint of excitement. Good. Well done. What about Dawn City? My lord, Dawn City is under martial law and entry is prohibited. According to our subordinates' investigation, tens of thousands of troops have departed from Dawn City and are heading to the front line of the monster battlefield. Oh? I'm afraid something big has happened. Ling Chen touched his chin and guessed in his heart that there might be a riot of monsters. Let's go gather the remaining shadow assassins and go to the frontline battlefield. With his spatial abilities and hidden skills, Ling Chen was confident that he would not be discovered. Yes. Kabajiu responded and then turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Ling Chen stood up, stretched, looked out the window, and murmured, I hope everything goes well on the front lines. Then he jumped up and disappeared into the night. Ling Chen flashed into the woods outside the city, his figure like a ghost, and instantly arrived at the open space in the forest. Dozens of ghostly shadow assassins dressed in black with their faces covered by black cloth are hiding in the shadows of the trees under the moonlight. Greetings, Master. Dozens of people shouted in unison when they saw Ling Chen coming. Ling Chen took a closer look. Wow! All of them were gold level 6 stars. And it's only been a few days? How did you get promoted so quickly? Ling Chen asked. My lord, if there is no other arrangement, I will arrange for them to go into the wild area to kill monsters. Chi Baju stepped forward and said. Okay, let's go. Let's swipe all the way. At a command, dozens of shadow assassins displayed their skills and disappeared among the trees in an instant. Ling Chen did not hesitate and followed closely behind, rushing towards the front line. 3 days later, Ling Chen and his team finally arrived near the front line. After 3 days of hard work and leveling up, Ling Chen's strength finally reached the peak of bronze level 9 stars. Only 1 step away from silver level. His physical strength is comparable to that of a 3-star platinum level. In the distance, a continuous, towering city wall appeared in the sight of Ling Chen and his group. A grand and magnificent steel-like pass stands on the path that the monsters must pass through. This level is called the Beast Suppression level. Outside the city wall in the distance, there was the sound of fierce fighting, the roars of countless monsters, and the occasional roar of people. Master, those monsters are attacking the front line pass. Chi Baju said in a low voice as he saw Ling Chen's face become solemn. Let's go. Let's take a look. Ling Chen waved his hand, and his body turned into a black afterimage and rushed into the checkpoint, heading straight for the city wall on the side of the checkpoint where the battle was taking place. The beast tide was mainly attacking from the front, so it would be useless for Ling Chen and others to go there now.
At this time, on one side of the city wall, a tall and burly middle-aged man with hardened muscles was fighting fiercely with 400 or 500 monsters. In his hand he held a broadsword that was 1.5 meters long. As he swung it, the sharp energy of the sword killed several monsters surrounding him on the spot. Beside him, there were dozens of humans armed with weapons, resisting the attacks of the monsters.
Boom!
There were bursts of loud noises, and the city walls were hit by the monsters' brute force, leaving huge cracks.
Puff!
Unable to dodge in time, a middle-aged human who had just resisted the monster's attack was bitten on the left shoulder by a monster.
Blood spurted out and his entire left arm suddenly drooped down. Puff!
Another middle-aged human was unable to dodge and was bitten by the monster on his right leg, which was torn off instantly. The bloody scene did not frighten the middle-aged man holding the big knife, because the same thing happened too many times these days. Ling Chen's pair of dark eyes flashed with coldness. Looking at the densely packed monsters under the city wall, his eyes gradually became gloomy. It turns out that while we were practicing carefree in school, countless predecessors were shedding their blood on the battlefield for our brief peace.
These monsters deserve to die. Kill!
An angry roar resounded through the sky, and Ling Chen suddenly jumped up and pounced into the group of monsters like a tiger pouncing on its prey.
Chapter 84, A Bloody Battle? Fighting for the top platinum rank. Bang, bang, bang. He punched a monster on the head, sending it flying.
It fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud, and then died. Ding, kill a gold-level monster, experience plus 2,000.
Roar!
Ling Chen's behavior aroused the anger of the surrounding monsters, and they rushed towards him with roars. On the battlefield, the largest number of them are the gold-level monster cannon fodder. At this time, most of the monsters on the city wall where Ling Chen was located were gold-level monsters. The few platinum-level monsters are also fighting with powerful humans. Seeing the surrounding monsters rushing towards Ling Chen, the shadow assassins behind Ling Chen appeared one after another. The daggers in their hands were like poisonous snakes spitting out their tongues. It streaked across the air like lightning, across the necks of the monsters, and streams of bright red blood spurted out.
Plop!
One after another, the golden-level monsters fell to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, all the 20 or so monsters rushing towards him were dealt with by the shadow assassin. The middle-aged man and his group looked at the sudden appearance of Ling Chen and a group of shadow assassins in black in shock.
Who are you?
Upon hearing this, Ling Chen turned around and glanced at the middle-aged man, took out a token from his ring, held it in his hand to gesture to everyone, and then put it away. When the middle-aged man saw the token, his pupils suddenly contracted and he showed a look of shock. Then he looked at Ling Chen with a little respect.
He knew what this token represented. Students of Dawn Academy have the right to take over command at any time on the battlefield. In other words, as long as Ling Chen is willing, the soldiers on this city wall must obey him. But it is obvious that Ling Chen does not know the function of the token now. Why are there no diamond-level monsters here? Ling Chen wondered. If the monsters were stronger, wouldn't this city wall be easily breached? Sir, since it is a diamond-level monster, we will not let it go on the front battlefield.
The man replied respectfully.
Ling Chen nodded and turned his gaze back to the monster.
The hundreds of monsters around were all killed by the shadow assassin. They fell to the ground and died without even a scream. With the participation of Ling Chen and others, the people on the city wall regrouped and fought with the monsters again. For a moment, sword energy was everywhere, knife energy was sharp, and various supernatural moves were flying in the sky.
Puff!
A platinum-level demon wolf had its head smashed to pieces by the big knife in the middle-aged man's hand. Although the strength of these platinum-level monsters is not too bad, they are still somewhat inferior to those high-level monsters at the peak of the platinum level. But it just so happened that under the city wall, there was a platinum-level peak monster, which was the leader of this siege. Seeing that the younger brothers had almost exhausted their opponents, this platinum-level monster suddenly stood up, let out a long roar towards the sky, its hair stood up, and its skin turned red. A round bump appeared on the forehead, like an egg. Its size also increased rapidly, becoming 10 meters tall, with a larger body and thicker limbs. It has a huge wing on its back, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and a body covered with scales, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying.
Roar!
Accompanied by a low roar, the monster opened its mouth and a ball of red flame suddenly spurted out of its mouth and flew straight towards Ling Chen and others.
Not good. Seeing the flames spurting out, Ling Chen's heart tightened and he hurriedly urged everyone, pay attention to defense.
Before he finished speaking, Ling Chen and others quickly retreated, away from the range of the fireball. The fireball slammed into the city wall with a loud bang, and the whole city shook. Fortunately, the city wall was protected by the retaining wall, otherwise the wall would definitely have been burned down. Check. Coxcomb Red-tailed Dragon, Platinum level peak. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Flame Jet, Fireball, Self-Sacrifice Impact, Earth Throw. Looking at the powerful monster, Ling Chen's expression slightly condensed and he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he appeared in front of a golden-level monster and blasted it into a bloody mist with one punch. Ding, kill a gold-level monster, experience plus 2000.
Enough experience, promotion.
A tremendous force surged into Ling Chen's body, increasing his strength again and advancing to the silver level 1 star.
A smile appeared on Ling Chen's face.
He looked at the platinum level peak monster opposite and shouted softly.
3rd level Thunder God Technique. Ling Chen's momentum suddenly rose, and a peak silver level aura spread out. Physical fitness has also been improved to platinum level 7 stars. Strengthen. The aura that had originally stopped rising rose again to the 2nd star of the gold level. His physical fitness reached the peak of the platinum level. Now, let's have a fair fight. Lightning and thunder were entwined around Ling Chen's body, and purple lightning was swimming around his body. Thunder Slash. A crescent-shaped lightning bolt struck out and shot towards the red-tailed dragon at a rapid speed. Although the body of the Coxcomb red-tailed dragon was huge, it was extremely fast and avoided the attack of the lightning slash in one go. It swooped down towards Ling Chen, and its huge claws grabbed Ling Chen with a sound of breaking through the air. Seeing the crested red-tailed dragon pouncing towards him, Ling Chen's eyes showed a fierce look. Fiery Palm. Then, Ling Chen took 2 light steps and slammed forward with his palm. Suddenly, his palm was covered with flames, meeting the claws of the Coxcomb red-tailed dragon. Bang! With a dull thud, the claws of Liehua and the Coxcomb red-tailed dragon collided, and both were blown away at the same time. What a strong defensive ability! Ling Chen was secretly surprised. The attack power of his previous move was enough to rival that of a top platinum level master, but it only left a faint mark on the red-tailed dragon's claws. Such strong defensive capabilities were beyond his imagination. In this case, we must show some strength. The Coxcomb red-tailed dragon was repelled by Ling Chen's palm, and shock and anger appeared in its eyes. This ant-like creature in front of it could actually repel it. Roar! It roared at Ling Chen, opened its bloody mouth, and spewed a ball of scorching flames towards Ling Chen with all its strength. Fire Shield. Looking at the ball of scorching flames flying towards him, Ling Chen formed seals with his hands. Flames swirled above his arms, and a layer of light flame armor covered them. Bang! Ling Chen's body was enveloped in flames and was knocked away. Half kneeling on one knee on the ground, Ling Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Space Shock. A silver light appeared on Ling Chen's body, and a powerful force of spatial vibration surged out. Ling Chen gathered strength in his right hand and threw a punch with endless shockwaves. Flash. He instantly came under the red-tailed dragon and punched it. Bang! Chapter 85 Absorbing Beast Fire. Ability Evolution. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and Ling Chen punched the chest and abdomen of the Coxcomb red-tailed dragon. The Coxcomb red-tailed dragon's body shook, and it took a few steps back. Its chest sank, revealing a deep fist mark. The force of space vibration completely penetrated into the monster's body. Roar! The monster howled in pain, its body trembling, its eyes fixed on Ling Chen, filled with overwhelming hatred. Die! Ling Chen snorted coldly and punched out again. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the Coxcomb red-tailed dragon flew backwards, smashing several monsters behind it to death. Whoosh! Ling Chen took advantage of the victory and appeared above the red-tailed dragon in a flash. Thunder was wrapped around his arms and he slapped it with his palm. A tremendous force poured into the red-tailed dragon's body. Boom! A loud noise resounded through the sky, and a bolt of lightning exploded inside the red-tailed dragon's body, and a miserable wail came out from inside. The huge body was blown away and fell heavily to the ground, twitching continuously. Seeing this scene, everyone on the city wall was stunned. What kind of monster is this young man? Why can I fight across several levels? This is equivalent to the strength possessed by a platinum level 9th level warrior. Judging from the aura just now, the young man in front of him had just broken through to the silver level. The middle-aged man in the lead was shocked. As expected of a student of Shuguang College. Ding, killed a platinum level monster, experience plus 4000.
Ding, S-level beast fire detected, can be absorbed.
S-level beast fire? No wonder my fire ability can't match it, absorption. Without hesitation, Ling Chen chose to absorb, and vaguely guessed its effect.
A ball of fire emerged from the monster's body, flew towards Ling Chen, and entered Ling Chen's mouth. As soon as the beast fire entered his stomach, it burned like a ball of fire, and a burning sensation spread throughout his body. Ling Chen frowned slightly, enduring the severe pain. Beads of sweat the size of beans seeped out of his forehead, his clothes were soaked, and his body was shaking violently.
However, he survived. Finally, the system prompt sounded.
Ding, S-level beast fire detected, whether to fuse?
Yes.
The B-level flame in the body slowly came into contact with the beast fire and gradually merged into one. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-level fire ability.
Hearing the system's notification tone, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. His fire element was promoted to S-level? His own fire ability can actually absorb beast fire to evolve. Ling Chen touched his chin.
It seemed that he would have to pay more attention to the powerful fire-type monsters in the future. The leading monster was killed, and the remaining monsters immediately fled in all directions upon seeing this. But unfortunately, Ling Chen will not let them go.
Thunderous!
Rough bolts of lightning fell from the sky and exploded among the fleeing monsters, instantly exploding and sending out several sparks.
Under the pressure of the explosion, many monsters fell to the ground and lost their combat effectiveness.
Ding, kill a gold-level monster, experience plus 2,000. A series of prompt sounds came, and Ling Chen instantly gained tens of thousands of experience points. Seeing Ling Chen showing off his skills, everyone's morale boosted, and they all waved their weapons and launched a counterattack against the monsters from all directions. In a short period of time, most of the monsters in this area were killed or injured. Only dozens of platinum-level monsters and hundreds of gold-level monsters were still resisting and fleeing back. Ling Chen and his group killed with great pleasure, chasing and killing all the way. Seeing that most of the monsters around had been killed, Ling Chen stopped attacking. After all, if he had eaten the meat himself, he had to leave some soup for others. After about another half a minute of killing, all the monsters were killed. Ling Chen stepped forward and took out the core of the red-tailed dragon. An orange-yellow crystal the size of an egg appeared in Ling Chen's hand. He also took out the beast cores of the monsters killed by himself and the shadow assassins, hundreds of gold-grade beast cores the size of quail eggs. After taking out 5 element beast cores, Ling Chen handed the rest to Kabajiu. Today's shadow is in its initial stage of construction and requires a lot of resources. Sir, thank you for your help. After ordering his men to clean up the battlefield, the middle-aged man holding a big knife came to Ling Chen and expressed his gratitude with a fist. Ling Chen waved his hand. It's just a small favor, you're welcome. I just saw that you are a student of Shiguang Academy. Could you please leave your name so that I can register your military merits? The man bowed respectfully. Ling Chen. Ling Chen gave his name. Ling Chen? The man repeated the surname and nodded. So you are Ling Chen. Ha! What? Do you know me? Ling Chen asked in surprise. Your Excellency may not know that every student at Dawn Academy must report to the Alliance military headquarters. The middle-aged man said seriously, when necessary, if the Legion does not have a marshal, the students of Dawn Academy can temporarily take over the position of commander. Oh? Ling Chen was surprised. He actually had this right, and he had never heard old man Shin tell him about it. Teacher Shin, who knew that you, a bronze-level person, would go to the battlefield to do this? So Dawn Academy has increased the number of students, and almost everyone in the Alliance Legion knows their names. But your information is classified as top secret, so we only know your name. After listening to the man's words, Ling Chen nodded. Doesn't that mean? He. Is there a marshal in the beast suppression pass now? Ling Chen asked calmly, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Yes. Marshal Xia is in Guangzhou. The man's mouth twitched slightly and he quickly answered. He could already imagine what would happen if he answered no. This is such a pity. Ling Chen said with some regret. There should be no problem here. I'll go take a look ahead. Ling Chen clasped his fists and said goodbye to the man. Be careful and stay safe. Nodding, Ling Chen put his hands behind his back, stepped lightly, jumped onto the city wall, and rushed towards the front battlefield. Behind him, a group of shadow assassins in tight black clothes turned into black afterimages and followed closely behind. After Ling Chen left, the man and others on the city wall looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. With such a genius, there is no need to worry about the revitalization of the human race. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone still stayed at their posts with full concentration. Ling Chen, who was leading the charge, knew that with his current strength, he would not be able to play much of a role if he went to the main battlefield. But there was a voice in my heart urging me to go. To be safe, Ling Chen decided to improve his combat power.
The system decides it's you. Chapter 86 God Level Skills Learned. Cruel Main Battlefield. Open the system to view. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Silver Level 1 Star Experience 110,000. Experience Pool, 46666 upgradable. Strength, 19,999 kilograms Platinum Level 4 Star. Combat Power, 41,888. Powers, God Level Spatial Power, SSS Level Thunder Power, SS Level Ice Power, S Level Fire Power Evolvable. The next one is on its way on horseback, coming soon. Talent, the Emperor's style has half my style. Side job, Master Level Alchemy. Won't you let me show my skills? Kung Fu, Chaos God Slaying Technique God Level. Skill. Space System, Flash, Space Chain, Space Shock, Space Shuttle. Thunder Element, 3rd Rank Thunder God Technique Secret Technique, Thunderbolt, Thunder Slash, Thunder Rush. Fire, Fire Palm, Fire Shield. Special, 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin Shenyuan Sword, Primary Appraisal 2288 10,000, Perception 50 Radius, Nirvana, Strengthening, Concealment, Breath Containment, Combat Skill Expertise. Weapon, Shenyuan Sword Seal. Shenyuan Sword, Soul Power 1999 10,000. Treasure, City of Space First Floor. Pets, Super God Level Pet Little Dragon Growth Stage, God Level Pet Ice Crystal Phoenix Junior Stage. Mall, click to view. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. Number of Legion members, 572. Not bad progress. Number of Legion beasts, 108. Legion level, taking heal 318 is a piece of cake. Summon Legion, Shadow Assassin Legion summon once a month for free. Legion point, 12345. Legion Leader, available for 1,000 people. Deputy Group Leader, available for 1,000 people. Legion Skills, none. Legion Attack Bonus, 21%. Legion Defense Bonus, 21%. Legion Movement Speed Bonus, 1%. Legion Recovery Bonus, 1%. Backpack, Shenyuan Sword Seal, Divine Iron X30, Jade Purifying Bottle X1, Extreme Cold Spirit Spring X9999, Star Ascension Stone X1, Obsidian X63, all ability exclusive skill cards. View all. After carefully looking at his interface, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he clicked twice to upgrade himself. Swish, 2 white lights flashed, Silver Level 3 stars. Ling Chen, who possesses 4 types of superpowers, can feel that the source energy he gains when he levels up is 4 times that of others. Seeing that his level had been raised from 1 silver star to 3 stars, Ling Chen's lips curled up into a smile. Ha! I almost forgot, exclusive skill cards for all skills. Ling Chen can now feel that when he fights against an opponent who is at a higher level than him, his skills are obviously not enough. And now his skills are known to everyone. You might as well keep it now, use it up. Ding, do you want to use the exclusive skill card for all skills? Yes. Ding, matching the host with appropriate skills, please wait. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God level skill Sea of Fire. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God level skill Ice Armor. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God level skill Thunder Godfist. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God level skill Dimensional Slash. A series of prompt sounds bombarded him, and Ling Chen's heart was filled with joy. For God level skills, I quickly checked their specific functions. Sea of Fire, a ranged skill that summons a sea of fire within a certain range, causing continuous damage. Mysterious Ice Armor, status type skill, casts an ice armor covering yourself, increasing your physical defense and spell defense by 1 level. Thunder Godfist, covering both arms with the power of thunder, a single punch can create a terrifying vortex of energy in the air. Dimensional Slash, use the sword in your hand to slash out a sword arc through the air, attacking the enemy, invisible and coming from space. For God level skills, each one made Ling Chen feel extremely powerful. And the most important point is that Ling Chen can clearly feel that these 4 God level skills are extremely rare.
It's a rare opportunity, but once you have these 4 skills, your strength will increase significantly. Now Ling Chen has the confidence to fight against the diamond level without external help. However, when Ling Chen looked at the still sealed Shenyuan sword, he felt secretly distressed. There is still a lack of 8,000 soul powers to unlock the first layer of the seal.
But for Ling Chen, it is just a matter of time. Take advantage of this beast tide to max out your soul power.
Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. Soon, Ling Chen and others arrived at the front battlefield. In the distance, the mountains and plains were filled with monsters.
The number was unimaginable.
At a glance, they were so densely packed that there was almost no end in sight.
At this time, hundreds of thousands of superpower warriors were fighting with monsters.
They were ready to die, and kept rushing towards the monster, desperately releasing their skills and constantly attacking the monster. Many monsters were blown away by the skills of the psychics, but more monsters pounced on these psychics like crazy. Where humans and monsters clashed in close combat, broken limbs and debris were everywhere, blood flowed like a river, and wailing was everywhere.
Ling Chen's face was extremely gloomy. There are too many monsters.
Moreover, Ling Chen discovered that these monsters that pounced on him recklessly were almost all of gold level.
They are just cannon fodder used to consume humans.
Even if they are all eliminated, it will not cause too much loss to the monsters.
It can also help them eliminate the burden of excessive population. The true power of this beast tide is yet to come.
However, the human leaders also saw through the intentions of the monsters, and did not send the real strong men to the battlefield. Instead, they rested on the spot and prepared for a decisive battle with the main force of the monsters. Looking at the battlefield, more and more human soldiers were killed, while the casualties of monsters were gradually decreasing.
These monsters are so intelligent. They even know how to use cannon fodder to consume human energy. Looking at the psychics killed by the monsters, Ling Chen gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "This is inevitable because they know that humans are very strong in combat. If they rely on themselves alone, they will not be their opponents at all. And they also understand that only when humans' energy is exhausted is the best time for the main force of monsters to attack." An old voice came from beside Ling Chen. "The advantage of monsters has always come from numbers."
Ling Chen turned around and saw a white-haired old man standing next to him.
"Senior, who are you?" Ling Chen asked doubtfully.
He had never seen this old man before, but the old man seemed to know him.
"Feng Guzi, you may not have heard of it,"
the old man said lightly, stroking his beard, "but you should know my other name."
"What?" "Dawn Academy, Dean." The old man's light words shocked Ling Chen. "Principal?"
Ling Chen didn't expect that he would see the principal of the college here.
Suddenly, Ling Chen seemed to remember something. "Principal, why don't you go?"
"Hey!
If I take action, it means that humans and monsters will go to war. The human race doesn't have that kind of strength right now." The old man interrupted Ling Chen and said, "Your subordinates are quite good. Train them well."
After saying this, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the air.
Ling Chen stood there in a daze, not saying a word for a long time.
Such a strong man cannot actually participate in the war against monsters, and this is also to protect humans. He would also be very sad looking at the human warriors who died in battle below.
"No matter what, you are a hero of mankind," Ling Chen murmured. Chapter 87 Ling Chen joins the battle. Level up furiously. Turn around and continue looking at the battlefield.
The army of monsters continued to rush towards the beast suppression pass.
Although some monsters died at the hands of human warriors, there were still many monsters that continued to charge. The human race was not willing to be outdone and they continued to fight back.
Both sides were fighting madly.
People and monsters kept falling down.
The blood dyed the earth red, dyed the land red. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers died in the battle, and human casualties were heavy.
Millions of monsters died tragically, and the monsters didn't have an easy time either.
Although they had the advantage in numbers, they also paid several times the sacrifice.
At the same level, humans are stronger than monsters. The commanders of the monsters didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. They still wanted to continue consuming the human warriors. "Marshal Xia, give the order. Let the brothers go."
On the city wall, Marshal Xia Feng was surrounded by more than 10 generals in military uniforms. These soldiers looked righteous and powerful, but at this moment there was grief on their faces. They have followed Marshal Xia for many years and believe in Xia Feng's judgment, but their own soldiers are disappearing one by one, and these generals are uneasy.
"I can't let you go and die. If we go out.
If the beast suppression pass is breached. The army of monsters will march straight in, and the consequences will be unimaginable.
Marshal Xia shook his head. Marshal Xia, are you just going to give up like this?
We've already lost many of our brothers and have suffered heavy losses.
Can you bear to let more people sacrifice?
These people's faces were full of anger. Seeing their brothers die under their eyes, they could not hide the pain in their hearts.
Divide the Dragon Eagle Legion into 3 groups and take turns to assist. They have good mobility and can take turns to rest and recuperate.
Xia Shuai's serious voice was heard, and a glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes, even if it was a drop in the bucket.
Damn it! Let's go together.
Looking at the main battlefield that was like a meat grinder, Ling Chen punched the air and finally made up his mind.
Never mind, join the battle.
Ling Chen took light steps, his figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared on the battlefield. In the battle between millions of troops, the participation of Ling Chen and his group of dozens of people was like a drop in the ocean and did not attract any attention.
Kill!
Taking out the Xianyuan sword, Ling Chen roared, and swung the sword in his hand, instantly chopping off several monsters in front of him.
Ding, kill a gold level monster, experience plus 500. What? Why is my experience decreasing?
Ding, adjust the experience value according to the host's strength.
Okay.
Ling Chen let go of his fantasy of reaching the Saint Realm in one breath. Then he rushed towards another battlefield, using the thunder technique, and his speed was so fast that it was unbelievable, like a phantom. Boom boom boom, 3 consecutive sword strikes were made, and more than 30 monsters were chopped away.
Ding, kill a gold level monster, experience plus 500. This boy is a complete pervert.
The warriors near Ling Chen were shocked when they saw Ling Chen kill a gold level monster in seconds with a silver level one. But he still fought hard with the monster. Shadow assassins also mixed in the chaos, swords and knives danced wildly, and monsters fell in pools of blood.
Ling Chen still did not stop and continued to kill the monsters.
Bang 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 bang, streams of blood splattered, and 5 or 6 monsters were chopped away, and blood covered the battlefield.
Ling Chen swept the entire area clean just like he was cutting wheat.
After an unknown amount of time, the battlefield on Ling Chen's side finally attracted the attention of the main force of the monsters.
Roar! With a loud roar, the monsters around scattered.
In the center of the monsters, a monster about 2 meters tall slowly stood up. The monster was covered with green scales, its eyes were blood red, and its huge tail was constantly swinging.
A diamond-level monster.
Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, and after seeing the level of the monster, a solemn look appeared on his face.
The other party finally couldn't hold back anymore.
An extremely terrifying wave emanated from the body of the diamond-level monster.
It stared at Ling Chen intently and roared. Roar, roar, roar.
The monster roared, and its body turned into a green light and rushed towards Ling Chen fiercely. Ling Chen shook his wrist, and the Xianyuan sword rushed towards the monster. The sword blade collided with the monster's huge tail, making a buzzing sound. Ling Chen only felt a huge force coming from the collision point, making his arm numb, and his body involuntarily retreated dozens of steps. Hiss, what a powerful force!
A trace of solemnity appeared on Ling Chen's face.
Looking at the more than 60,000 experience points that I had accumulated without realizing it.
Upgrade.
A magical warm current flowed into Ling Chen's body, silver level 4 stars.
3rd level Thunder God Technique. Strengthen. Ling Chen's aura suddenly rose.
Feeling the vast source energy in his body, Ling Chen nodded with satisfaction. Now his source energy realm has reached the gold level 4 stars. The total amount of source energy is comparable to the peak platinum level. Physical fitness has reached diamond level 4 stars.
Swoosh. Ling Chen performed the thundering technique with his feet, and his body shook, leaving arcs of electricity.
He appeared in front of the diamond monster, waving the Xianyuan sword and slashing at it.
Ouch!
The long sword in Ling Chen's hand fell heavily on the monster, but only a muffled puff sound was heard, and the monster was not hurt at all.
The defense of this monster is so terrifying.
Ling Chen was slightly surprised.
Roar, roar, roar.
The monster roared, swung its tail, created a strong wind, and lashed towards Ling Chen fiercely.
Humph! Ling Chen snorted coldly, and dodged away. The monster roared angrily again. Ling Chen smiled faintly. Ling Chen took out several platinum-grade swords from the ring. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Countless sword energies condensed into swords, surrounding Ling Chen and pointing at the monster. Go!
The sword energy turned into a sword and flew towards the diamond-level monster. Countless sword energies collided with the Monster King's tail, causing a violent explosion that blasted the rocks on the ground into pieces. Ling Chen took advantage of this moment and slashed out again with the Shen Yuan sword in his hand.
Flash!
Ling Chen suddenly appeared right above the monster and swung his sword quickly towards its eyes. In the blink of an eye, he killed the Monster King with his eyes.
Ah! With a shrill wail, the Monster King's eyeballs were cut off by the sword, and blood splattered out.
The monster rolled on the ground in pain.
Swoosh! Ling Chen's figure flashed and appeared beside the monster again.
A sword pierced into the monster's body, nailing it to the ground, and the monster's struggle gradually subsided. Ding! Kill a diamond-level monster, experience plus 4,000.
This scene left everyone stunned. A silver-level boy killed a diamond-level 4-star high-level monster? Kill! 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 Human morale suddenly rose.
Chapter 88, Strong men from both sides join in, all-out war begins.
Ling Chen killed a diamond-level 4-star monster, which undoubtedly gave the human warriors confidence and courage. Kill! Ling Chen did not stop after killing the diamond-level monster. He shouted loudly, his figure flashed, and he appeared next to a gold-level monster again, and slashed it with a sword. Another head flew up, and blood mist filled the sky. Roar, roar, roar! The remaining gold-level monsters roared angrily.
Ding! Enable automatic upgrade function for the host.
Oh! This will stop me from getting stuck and killing monsters. Without thinking too much, Ling Chen continued to pounce on the herd of beasts.
Ding! Kill a gold-level monster, experience plus 250. Swish! A surge of power surged in, and Ling Chen could clearly feel that his tired body returned to normal after the advancement.
Silver level 5 stars.
Just when Ling Chen was killing with all his might, there was a sound of an earthquake in the distance, and the ground was shaking violently. Ling Chen looked up and saw a large number of tall and burly monsters appearing on the distant horizon, rushing towards this side in groups.
Millions of platinum-level monsters. Tens of thousands of diamond-level monsters. Hundreds of city-destroying monsters.
For huge, nation-destroying monsters covered with hard scales, wearing armor, stood guard beside the monster tiger in the center of the monster army like guards. This demon tiger has 2 ferocious sharp horns on its back, 2 rows of sharp fangs in its mouth, and its eyes are blood red, full of murderous aura.
This tiger is the overlord among monsters, the supreme monster.
Flame War Tiger, Supreme Level 2-star Beast King.
Attribute, Fire. Skills, Flame Fireball, Flame Wave, Flame Roar, Bite. Don't be timid, just do it. Good fellow. Ling Chen took a breath of cold air as he looked at the king of monsters. It seemed that Ling Chen's previous performance attracted the attention of the Beast King, and the demon tiger's gaze fell on Ling Chen. Roar! A tiger roar sounded, and a ball of hot flame spewed out of the demon tiger's mouth. This ball of fire, carrying a terrifying aura, shot straight towards Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed. Ling Chen felt a palpitation in his heart. It is conceivable that if the system is touched by this flame, it may consider changing a host, such as the handsome and invincible reader. Ling Chen did not dare to delay and quickly retreated to avoid the red flame. With a whoosh sound, the flames brushed past the place where Ling Chen had just stood, leaving behind a long trail of black smoke and burning a huge bottomless pit in the ground. Ling Chen's face looked ugly. The Beast King was too powerful. Oh? Space system? The Beast King looked at Ling Chen in surprise. This little silver-level warrior actually dodged its attack. Although it was just a random attack from him, it was not something that an ordinary person could dodge. Just as the Beast King used 10% of his strength to spray out a fireball that was bigger and faster than the previous one, trying to take Ling Chen away completely. A figure descended from the sky and slapped out with one palm, just in time to meet the fireball ejected by the Monster King and intercepted the fireball. Your opponent is me, a familiar voice came. Ling Chen looked up and saw that this person was none other than Marshal Xia Feng. Marshal Xia was seen holding a black iron rod in his hand. The iron rod gave off an extremely heavy aura and emitted a hint of cold light. He smashed it towards the demon tiger. Seeing this, the demon tiger gave an order to his subordinates. Then he pounced towards General Xia, revealing a pair of sharp claws with a cold light on them, and grabbed Marshal Xia. The man and the beast fought in the air. The battle between the strongest men on both sides seemed to be the clarion call for a general offensive. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The endless roars of monsters shook the clouds, resounded through the sky, and changed the color of the sky.
Millions of monsters rushed here frantically to join the battlefield.
The main force of the monsters are all ferocious and bloodthirsty, and they are aggressive.
The strength of each monster is extraordinary. Gold-level cannon fodder is simply incomparable to it. Kill! Brothers, kill!
On the city wall, hundreds of thousands of high-level human beings with special abilities raised their weapons, and their energy burst out. He shouted and rushed towards the main force of monsters. The anger in their hearts has been burning for a long time, and their energy has long been thirsty. The two armies engaged in battle, and for a moment, all kinds of supernatural moves were flying all over the sky.
Ling Chen flashed and joined the fight.
Although the effect of the third-level Thunder God technique skill has passed, Ling Chen still has the physical fitness of a platinum level 8 star. Waving the Shenyuan sword in his hand, Ling Chen's figure was like a ghost, moving among the army of monsters.
Puff! Puff!
Columns of blood shot out in the air, and Ling Chen chopped the beasts to the ground one by one. The blood spilled all over the earth, dyeing the soil red.
Ding! Killed a platinum level monster, experience plus 500.
Just when Ling Chen was killing with all his might, he suddenly felt a strong sense of threat in his heart.
Oh no! City breaking level! Ling Chen exclaimed.
Ling Chen knew that this must be a crisis brought about by the city-destroying monsters and the monster army. The powerful human beings around were all held back by the monsters.
This is not something I can resist right now. Ling Chen quickly turned around and raised his eyebrows. A demon wolf attacked from behind, opened its bloody mouth and bit Ling Chen.
Ling Chen quickly dodged and found that he couldn't avoid it at all.
Flash!
The demon wolf bit the air and found Ling Chen appearing 10 meters away, and rushed over quickly.
Oops! Ling Chen's face changed drastically. Roar! The demon wolf bit Ling Chen's shoulder, blood splattered, and Ling Chen staggered backward. Hiss! Blood spurted out, causing Ling Chen to feel unbearable pain in an instant. Ling Chen's figure also paused for a moment because of his injury. The demon wolf took this opportunity, opened its bloody mouth and bit Ling Chen's neck fiercely. Awah! A wolf howl was heard. A big hole was bitten in Ling Chen's throat, and blood splattered. Damn it!
Ling Chen felt the breath of death for the first time.
Ouch! The demon wolf refused to give in and kept attacking Ling Chen. Flash! A flash opened up the gap. Space shuttle.
A space vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen, and without hesitation, Ling Chen stepped into it.
After Ling Chen stepped in, the space vortex disappeared from its original place. The demon wolf missed its attack and waited for Ling Chen to appear.
Take out any remaining spiritual stones from your backpack.
Chaos God slaying technique.
Ling Chen practiced his skills frantically, absorbing the source energy from the spirit stone and flowing it into his dantian through his meridians. Ling Chen madly absorbed the source energy, consuming the source energy in his body and running at full speed in one direction. When all the spirit stones were used up, Ling Chen fell from the void.
Chapter 89, Monster Rear. Accidentally entering the monster territory?
On the top of a giant mountain that is hundreds of meters high and reaches the sky, stands an extremely huge building that looks like a jade pillar supporting the sky. In the center of the top of the building, there stand two giant snow-white jade statues, one of which is a dragon and the other is a phoenix. The two giant beasts are lifelike, and when they look up at the sky, their eyes emit a terrifying divine light. In the middle of the megalithic statue stands a high platform, and above the platform stands a huge plaque. The three powerful and vigorous characters Demon God Temple appeared on it, as if they could penetrate numerous obstacles, pierce the sky, and penetrate all things, making people unable to help but look up, as if that was the holy place beloved by the heavenly Tao.
Inside the Demon God Temple, there was complete silence.
Apart from the slight sound of the breeze blowing through the air, there was nothing else. It was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, a man and a woman were standing in the Demon God Temple. The man was dressed in a black robe, with a thin and tall figure, a sharp face, and a faint aura of oppression between his eyebrows. His whole body was filled with cold murderous intent, like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice. People dared not approach him, as they would be frostbitten if they did. The woman was dressed in blood red, with a flawless face, a slender and graceful figure, and a well-proportioned figure. She exudes a charming and seductive aura all over her body, like a red peony bud about to bloom.
Enchanting, beautiful, and breathtaking.
Her eyes are like stars, like autumn water, and like spring water. In short, her every frown, smile, and gesture exudes a charm that drives men crazy.
Master Demon King, are you looking for me?
The woman in red asked the man in black in a delicate voice, her voice gentle and sweet, making people feel numb. The man in black robe heard her but ignored her. Instead, he stared into the distance.
Seeing this, the red-dressed woman didn't get angry. She continued to ask in a gentle voice, Master Demon King, what's wrong? The beast god is coming.
The black-robed man said in a steady tone, but from his cold eyes, one could still see his inner excitement.
Beast god?
The red-clothed woman frowned slightly upon hearing this. Then, as if she remembered something, a hint of fear flashed across her beautiful eyes.
He hurriedly said, Master Demon King, the beast god you just mentioned, could it be the legendary ferocious beast Holy Dragon?
The man in black robe nodded after hearing this.
Hiss. The woman in red gasped and trembled as she said, the beast god actually exists. Lord Demon King, what should we do now?
Please invite the beast god to ascend the throne and lead all the races, the black-robed man said in a deep voice, with a hint of determination in his voice. Now my demon beast clan is falling apart, and the races are divided. If this continues, it will be over sooner or later. Go to the southeast and find the beast god to return to his position.
Okay.
The woman in red said as she moved her feet and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The black-robed man looked at the woman's departing figure, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he muttered to himself, Beast god.
He.
There was a strange light in his eyes.
Thousands of miles away, in a lush forest,
a group of monsters emitting murderous aura are gathering here. These monsters are covered with hair and have sharp horns on their heads. They all have a strong smell of death that makes people feel cold in their hearts. Among them, there was a figure covered in blood, lying on the ground, with wounds all over his body, barely breathing, and almost dying.
This figure is Ling Chen.
Sensing Ling Chen's current condition, Xiaolong crawled out of the pet space by himself. The chubby little dragon opened his arms and protected Ling Chen in front of him.
You, don't come over here.
Although the aura from Xiaolong made these monsters feel a slight bloodline suppression, the difference in strength still prompted the monsters to move forward.
Roar!
At this moment, Xiaolong suddenly roared towards the sky, and a powerful momentum burst out, instantly shocking the monster. The monster was horrified when it saw this, and its body instinctively retreated backwards, cursing in its heart.
The aura of this little thing was even more terrifying than its own. But that's all. The silver-level dragon cannot completely intimidate the beasts. Just as a platinum-level monster took the opportunity to pounce on Ling Chen and attacked him again. Ding, the host's current health is extremely low and he is dying. Triggering passive nirvana.
Ding, congratulations to the host for recovering to full status.
Nirvana, cooling down 30 days.
Suddenly, a warm feeling surged into Ling Chen's limbs and bones, as if his entire body became warm. In an instant, the injuries on Ling Chen's body healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the flesh and blood on the surface of his skin was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a second, all the injuries on Ling Chen's body were healed.
Call. Ling Chen exhaled lightly, and after feeling his life force restored, he couldn't help but smile with joy.
Just now, Ling Chen had already felt the breath of death.
It feels so good to be alive.
Looking at Xiaolong, Ling Chen's heart was filled with warmth and emotion. This little guy obviously has no fighting ability, but at this time, he can protect himself at all costs. Xiaolong, I can still tell the difference between catching something for myself and having a full meal every day. His eyes fixed, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand, grabbed the flying monster and squeezed it hard.
Crack!
The monster's head was instantly twisted off, blood spurting out, and brain matter splashing everywhere. When these monsters saw that Ling Chen killed their companions with just one move, they were stunned and stared at Ling Chen with fear and anger.
Humph! Surrender or die.
Seeing the anger and hatred in the eyes of these monsters, Ling Chen couldn't help but sneer and said indifferently. When the monsters heard this, they were stunned, and then they saw the cold look in Ling Chen's eyes. That cold look made the monsters feel cold all over.
Gurgle.
These monsters looked at each other, then crawled to the ground with expressions of submission on their faces. Seeing that the monsters lowered their heads, Ling Chen finally had time to observe his surroundings and examine them carefully.
This is a dense jungle.
The towering trees block out the sun and are lush with branches and leaves.
Where is this place?
Looking at the unfamiliar scene around him, Ling Chen asked the monster. Woo, oh, woo, woo, a giant golden bear, the largest in size, which was more than 10 feet long, walked close to Ling Chen and whimpered softly a few times.
Oh? What do you mean? Ling Chen turned around and looked at Xiaolong. He didn't understand animal language. What does this stupid bear mean?
Xiaolong said, looking up at the sky above his head, and then explained to Ling Chen, "We are now in the Demon King's territory in the Demon Realm."
Chapter 90, Summoning the Goblin Army. The Demon King's Invitation. What? Ling Chen was stunned.
He didn't expect that the giant golden bear would say that.
This was actually the Demon King's territory? Wasn't the Demon King's territory tens of thousands of miles away from the Demon Suppression Pass? How could he have crossed such a great distance?
Then Ling Chen remembered the scene of himself desperately absorbing spirit stones and rushing madly in the space vortex.
Just thinking about it makes me feel a little painful.
But what gave Ling Chen a headache was that he knew the strength of the Demon King, who was a legendary saint. If he was accidentally targeted, Ling Chen believed that he would be in big trouble.
The most urgent thing is to leave quickly. Do you know which direction the human race is in?
Ling Chen asked, looking deeply at the monsters.
Oh, woo, oh, woo, oh, woo. The giant golden bear shouted and gestured towards Ling Chen. The human race is in that direction? Ling Chen nodded. Shadow Legion.
Through the summoning space, Ling Chen summoned a group of shadow assassins from the Demon Suppression Pass. What surprised Ling Chen was that the shadow assassins had all reached the platinum level. It seems that they have ambushed many people in the group battle.
Master, are you okay? As soon as they appeared, Kabaggio hurried forward and asked. They had seen their master being beaten to death before. It's okay. Go ahead and scout the way. Shaking his head, Ling Chen flew towards the direction pointed by the giant golden bear. Xiaolong and a group of monsters followed closely behind.
Just when Ling Chen was obsessed with hurrying on his journey and wanted to leave the demon realm as soon as possible,
the system prompt sounded.
Ding, summoning system cooldown ends, can be summoned. Ling Chen was stunned for a second, then fell into ecstasy.
What good stuff will appear this time? Call.
Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning the Goblin Legion.
Number of Legionnaires, 571. Leader of the Legion, Ian Kalimdor. Talent level of all Legion members, a level. Attribute, Greed.
Professional skills, treasure hunting, plundering, trading, casting, construction, breeding.
Strength, gold level 1-star upgradable. An organism that reproduces extremely quickly.
Suddenly, a dense group of humanoid creatures appeared before their eyes. They have dark green skin, sharp teeth, sharp claws, and a pair of green eyes on their short bodies. Flashing with fierce and brutal light, they look like a group of crazy and cruel beasts. This group of monsters are wearing several different costumes.
Each different attire represents a different division of labor in the Goblin Legion. Meet the leader.
As soon as these monsters appeared, they immediately knelt on one knee and saluted Ling Chen, making hoarse and low sounds.
Get up.
Ling Chen waved his hand to signal the monsters to stand up.
The monsters stood up one after another.
Ling Chen glanced at them, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Although the combat effectiveness of this group of goblins is almost negligible, they are definitely experts in obtaining resources. You develop freely and get as many resources as possible. When the goblins appeared, Ling Chen had already thought of their role.
Yes. All the monsters responded in unison. The goblins dispersed and ran towards the dense forest in the distance. Ling Chen looked at their departing backs and smiled thoughtfully. Although the goblin army had just been summoned, he believed that as long as they were given enough time, they would definitely bring him unexpected surprises. Let them develop slowly in the monster territory. Ling Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he felt the joy of being a hands-off boss. Next, let's hurry on.
With a kick of his feet, Ling Chen leaped up and disappeared on the spot.
The mountains in the dense forest stretch for countless miles. Wide streams converge there. Ling Chen walked along the river. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Suddenly, Ling Chen stopped.
In the distance, I saw a graceful figure sitting on a huge rock at the edge of the river, staring at the stream in a daze. She was wearing a red dress, with a graceful and well-proportioned figure. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque and beautiful, and under her delicate nose are tender cherry lips that are rosy and tempting.
Ha! Ling Chen's heart sank slightly. This is the demon realm. Who is the woman in front of him?
The woman seemed to have just realized something, turned her head and looked at Ling Chen and the little dragon behind him.
Ha! This time it was the woman's turn to be stunned. Beast god?
The woman's voice was filled with shock and disbelief, her pupils were wide open.
I was full of respect, even ready to sacrifice myself, but is this chubby thing really the beast god? Don't affect the majestic and domineering image of the beast god in my mind. Xiaolong tilted his head, confused. Ling Chen secretly thought that the other party must think that Xiaolong is the beast god. He touched his chin and recalled that the little dragon was entrusted to him by a dragon that had lived for millions of years. Could it be that Xiaolong was a beast god in his previous life? Ahem. Is there anything I can help you with? Ling Chen interrupted. The woman in front of him didn't look like a human being, so Ling Chen secretly became more alert. Under orders from the Demon King, we are here to take the beast god to the throne. Although the woman was surprised by Xiaolong's appearance, the blood in her body was faintly suppressed by Xiaolong. Ling Chen frowned slightly. Could the Demon King be so kind?
You know, among the demon beasts today, the Demon King arguably holds the highest position.
Would he willingly give up his position to a so-called silver-rank beast god? Or is there some conspiracy? No need. Xiaolong is my partner.
Please tell the Demon King that we are not interested in ascending the throne.
Ling Chen said firmly. Xiaolong beside him nodded quickly in agreement.
The woman frowned slightly and looked at Ling Chen, feeling confused.
Doesn't he, the beast god, want to lead the monster clan? Let's go. Ling Chen didn't want to waste too much time, so he sped away with Xiaolong.
Stop, the woman shouted, blocking Ling Chen's way.
Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, an unhappy look on his face. What? You still want to stop us?
The woman shook her head, staring at Ling Chen intently, her tone somewhat cold. Human, the beast god is the future leader of my demon race.
I will not let you take it away like this.
A powerful aura of nation-destroying power rushed towards him, and Ling Chen felt suffocated.
It seems that I have to stay here today. Ling Chen looked at the other party with a serious expression and took out the Xian Yuan sword from the system. He pointed his sword at the woman, preparing to attack. Suddenly, the demon woman opposite suddenly withdrew her breath, stood there in a daze, and then a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. It's you! Chapter 91, the Xian Yuan family is affiliated with the demon tribe. Am I yours? Ling Chen's heart was pounding. The demon woman across from him actually knew him?
This made him very confused. He seemed to have never seen her before. The demon woman seemed to have remembered something, and a smile appeared on her lips. You are the future leader of our nine-tailed demon fox clan. My name is Bai Yu, and I am an elder of the nine-tailed demon fox clan. Ling Chen frowned slightly. When had he become the leader of some nine-tailed fox? How come he didn't know about it? Bai Yu saw Ling Chen's confusion and pointed at the Xian Yuan sword and said, Do you know this sword? Xian Yuan sword? Ling Chen looked at the Xian Yuan sword in his hand in confusion.
Is there anything special about this sword rewarded by the system?
The Xian Yuan sword is the symbol of the Xian Yuan family in ancient times.
Xian Yuan family? Ling Chen shook his head silently. He had never heard of it.
The Xian Yuan family, the most powerful family on Blue Star in ancient times. Bai Yu continued in a calm tone, the nine-tailed fox has become a subordinate race of the Xian Yuan family.
They have signed a contract, never to betray. Ling Chen suddenly understood after hearing this. So that is how it is. The Xian Yuan family is indeed powerful. He actually became the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan. However, this Xian Yuan sword was a system reward, so the other party must have mistakenly thought that he was a descendant of the Xian Yuan family. Now it seems that the people of the nine-tailed fox clan can also be considered as his own people. I heard that all nine-tailed foxes are extremely beautiful, hee. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. Seeing Ling Chen's slightly obscene grin, Bai Yu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she glared at him coquettishly. How dare this guy have such obscene fantasies in front of her? Humph. Although Bai Yu was angry in her heart, her expression did not change. She slowly took out a token from her body and handed it to Ling Chen. Here, this is my token. You can use it at will from now on. You can command the demons within a certain range, and I will also help you. Ling Chen took the token, nodded, and put it into the ring. Please invite the Swordmaster and the Beast God to visit my nine-tailed fox clan. Bai Yu said softly. Okay. Ling Chen agreed. Now that I need help, and the nine-tailed fox clan has found me, why not help? Let's go. Bai Yu flew up lightly and flew towards the distance. Instruct the other beasts and the shadow assassin to rest where they are. Ling Chen followed him, thinking about how to find out the identity of his Xin Yuan family. These must be made clear, otherwise if I stay in the nine-tailed fox clan for too long, won't I be exposed? Bai Yu took Ling Chen and flew towards the depths of the demon clan. Soon, they arrived above a mountain. This is a flat mountain area with a very quiet environment. There is a strong evil aura faintly permeating the mountains and forests. Bai Yu landed gently on the ground, and Ling Chen followed closely behind. On a stone bench at the top of the mountain sat a girl wearing a purple dress. She has long hair draped over her shoulders, curvy legs, fair skin, delicate facial features, especially her cherry-like mouth, which makes her look even more alluring. Bai Yu stood beside the girl, leaning forward slightly and whispering, "Saint, he has the Xian Yuan sword." After hearing this, the girl gently raised her eyes and looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen also looked back at her, and their eyes met. The girl's eyes flashed, and she suddenly stood up from the stone bench and walked slowly towards Ling Chen. Seeing the girl approaching him step by step, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This girl is so beautiful. Although it is just a simple walking posture, it gives people endless imagination. Watching the girl's cheek gradually approaching him, Ling Chen's breathing became more and more rapid. He could already feel the heat coming from his chest. Finally, the girl came to Ling Chen and stopped. She was wearing a purple dress, and her black hair cascaded down, emitting a soft luster under the sunlight. The girl looked at Ling Chen, and there was a strange fluctuation in her eyes. Ling Chen was startled when he saw the gleam in the girl's eyes and quickly looked away. He didn't dare look at the girl, for fear that he would become intoxicated. "Hello, my name is Bai Ling." The girl opened her red lips slightly, and her voice sounded like a yellow oriole singing in a valley, or like a lark chirping, giving people a clear and pleasant feeling. Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded slightly and replied, "Could you please take out the Xian Yuan sword and let me see it?" Bai Ling gently stretched out her jade hand and placed it in front of Ling Chen, her voice full of anticipation. Of course. For some reason, facing the request of the girl in front of him, Ling Chen felt that he couldn't say no. Ling Chen slowly took out the Xian Yuan sword and handed it to Bai Ling. The girl took the Xian Yuan sword and examined it carefully, her eyes unblinking as she gently stroked the blade with her delicate hands. This is indeed the Xian Yuan sword. We, the nine-tailed demon fox, have existed since ancient times. Although the Xian Yuan family has declined, we, the nine-tailed fox, have never forgotten the Xian Yuan family's kindness, and we have always considered ourselves vassals of the Xian Yuan family. The girl's eyes revealed a feeling of reminiscence. Although the Xian Yuan family has fallen, we, the nine-tailed fox, have not given up on searching for the Xian Yuan family. Ling Chen didn't expect that the Xian Yuan sword had such a history. However, the Xian Yuan family has declined and has probably been lost in the long river of history. The Xian Yuan sword must have been lost long ago. Where did this Xian Yuan sword come from? Am I really a descendant of the Xian Yuan family? Ling Chen shook his head and got rid of this ridiculous idea. If it weren't for the system, I wouldn't be able to get this Xian Yuan sword. Ling Chen was making random guesses when he heard the girl begin to recount her past events. The nine-tailed fox clan has lived on this land since ancient times. However, since the catastrophe in ancient times, the nine-tailed fox clan has suffered great losses, and its overall strength has been greatly reduced, and in the end it almost disappeared. However, the nine-tailed fox clan did not die out. After listening to the girl's narration for several hours, Ling Chen understood the relationship between the nine-tailed fox clan and the Xian Yuan family. He also knew that the nine-tailed fox clan had always been loyal to the Xian Yuan family and never left them, which made Ling Chen feel deeply moved. From now on, the entire tribe of nine-tailed foxes will obey your orders. After the girl finished speaking, she suddenly moved closer to Ling Chen, looking at him with her watery eyes, with ripples in her eyes. Besides, I will be yours too. Chapter 92 Nine-Tailed Fox Territory. Ling Chen was slightly stunned and subconsciously tried to avoid the girl's gaze. However, looking at the girl's watery eyes, Ling Chen suddenly felt an impulse in his heart, as if there was an invisible force pulling him, making him want to hug the girl. But soon, Ling Chen's reason overcame his impulse. Ling Chen couldn't help but curse himself for being so disgusting that he actually wanted to hug the saint of the nine-tailed fox clan. The girl looked at Ling Chen's flustered expression and couldn't help but giggle. "Do you really want to hug me?" Ling Chen smiled awkwardly. Poochie, the girl smiled sweetly. "Not bad, you can actually keep your original intention under my charm. This. Ling Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that the girl in front of him actually possessed such charming skills. No wonder his heart beat faster when he saw the girl just now. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, but every generation of saints will become the master of Xian Yuan sword. The girl stuck out her tongue mischievously. Ling Chen touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Okay, since you are the master of Xian Yuan sword of this generation, then the entire nine-tailed fox demon will obey your orders. The girl restrained her smile, looked at Ling Chen, and said seriously. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the nine-tailed fox legion. Number of legionaries, 2,333. Legion Commander, by Ling. All members of the Legion are ranked S and above. Attribute, Fire. Professional skills, Charm, Deception, Illusion, Flame Shield, Sea of Fire. Strength, Platinum to Supreme level. Non-summoning Legion, cannot be summoned at any time. Seeing the system prompt interface, Ling Chen was stunned. Ha? A peak Supreme level? Ling Chen hadn't expected that even the downtrodden nine-tailed demon fox could possess a master at the peak of the Supreme level. How powerful was that during its heyday? It was a race with several saints. But such an ethnic group is just a vassal race. What's wrong? Bai Ling asked when she saw Ling Chen was stunned. Oh, nothing, I'm just a little flattered. Ling Chen quickly came back to his senses and smiled faintly. Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen and smiled. I'll take you to see our tribe. After saying that, Bai Ling turned around and walked into the cave. Ling Chen followed closely behind Bai Ling. Entering the cave, Ling Chen saw a wide passage paved with many stones with many patterns carved on them. Ling Chen followed Bai Ling through the passage. After a long time, they finally arrived at the end of the passage. At the end of the passage, a huge bronze door came into view. Looking at the bronze door in front of him, Ling Chen's heart was shocked. The bronze door was carved with complicated and mysterious patterns, which shocked Ling Chen. This bronze door is not only exquisitely carved, but even the pattern on it contains the rich energy of heaven and earth. The wall next to the bronze door was engraved with densely packed characters. Although Ling Chen did not recognize those characters, he was certain that they were the language of monsters. This is the territory of the nine-tailed fox clan. Bai Ling pointed at the stone gate in front and introduced it. As she spoke, she walked over and pushed open the stone gate. As the stone door opened, a rich energy of heaven and earth wafted into Ling Chen's nose, which lifted his spirits. There is actually a small world of its own in here. In this small world, spiritual herbs are everywhere, flowers are in full bloom, and all kinds of rare spiritual medicines emit tempting fragrance. This is the clanland of our nine-tailed fox. Bai Ling pointed at the spiritual fields before her and said with a smile, although our nine-tailed fox clan has declined, there are still many rare spiritual medicines in our clanland. Ling Chen looked in the direction Bai Ling pointed, and saw that around the spiritual field, there were various spiritual herbs planted. The worst quality ones are all elixirs that can be used to refine platinum-grade pills. If you need it, just pick it at will. Seeing Ling Chen almost drooling at the elixirs, Bai Ling said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately picked those lower-grade spiritual herbs and put them one by one into his storage ring. We little people are so happy. Bai Ling watched Ling Chen collect the spiritual medicine, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that Ling Chen was so familiar with the spiritual medicine and collected it so quickly. Are you an alchemist? Bai Ling suddenly asked. Ling Chen nodded, without slowing down his hand movements at all. Most of the alchemy techniques of our nine-tailed fox clan have been lost, so many elixirs are absorbed directly, wasting a lot of their medicinal properties. What level are you at? Bai Ling asked. Master level alchemy, what's wrong? Ling Chen stopped what he was doing and looked up at Bai Ling. Master level. Bai Ling covered her mouth in shock, but quickly reacted. Then, could we ask our future leader to guide our alchemist? Bai Ling's face was full of hope. Ling Chen nodded. After all, he had just picked a lot of spiritual herbs, so it would be a piece of cake to give some guidance on alchemy. What's more, these alchemists would serve him in the future. Don't call me leader from now on, just call me Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand. Okay. Ling Chen, come with me. Bai Ling was delighted and pulled Ling Chen inside. Ling Chen was holding Bai Ling's little hand, but a warm feeling rose in his heart involuntarily. Soon, the two of them arrived outside a big door.
On the door was a plaque with 3 ancient characters "Alchemy Room" written on it.
Ling Chen, this is our nine-tailed fox's alchemy room. As Bai Ling spoke, she walked forward and knocked on the door, then pushed it open and walked in. Ling Chen followed closely behind and followed Bai Ling into the alchemy room.
In the alchemy room, several alchemy elders of the nine-tailed fox demon were gathered together to discuss something.
After Bai Ling and Ling Chen entered the alchemy room, an elder of the nine-tailed fox clan immediately looked at Bai Ling and asked, "Saintess, why are you bringing people into the alchemy room so late at night?" "This is Ling Chen. I brought him here to teach you how to make pills." Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen and said with a smile.
Ling Chen shook his head helplessly.
"It would be strange if they would listen to you." "As expected. Teach us how to make pills?"
The elder glanced at Ling Chen, a look of disdain on his face.
"You haven't even grown all your hair yet, kid. Do you think anyone can just come in and out of the alchemy room? And you're trying to teach our people how to make alchemy? How arrogant." "Ha ha." Ling Chen smiled slightly. The elder of the nine-tailed fox clan, upon seeing Ling Chen's expression, could not help but snort coldly. "Boy, what are you laughing at?"
Ling Chen ignored the elder and glanced around the room, then his eyes fell on the alchemy furnaces on the table.
"These alchemy furnaces?"
Ling Chen looked at the alchemy furnaces on the table and raised his eyebrows slightly. He discovered that those alchemy furnaces were not ordinary stuff. The lowest one was of earth grade, and there was even one that was a heaven grade alchemy furnace. In addition to those alchemy furnaces, there are also various high-level materials.
On the side, there are some finished pills. "Boy, you've never seen it before."
The elder sneered and looked at Ling Chen with disdain.
"Yes. Using such a good alchemy furnace and medicinal materials to refine such rubbish pills, isn't it something I have never seen before?"
Ling Chen said with a smile.
"You." The elder's face turned pale as he was choked by Ling Chen.
The other elders also looked at Ling Chen with unfriendly eyes.
Chapter 93 Ling Chen makes the elixir, shocking the fox elders.
Ling Chen shrugged, looking as if he didn't want to care.
"Boy, I'm letting you go this time for the saint's sake. Don't be so arrogant. Saint, get him out of here quickly, don't delay the alchemy." The elders shouted at Bai Ling.
"Humph. Saint, since he is not the alchemist of our nine-tailed fox clan, get out of the alchemy room immediately and don't dirty our nine-tailed fox clan's territory," an elder said angrily.
"That's right, Saint, he is so young, how could he be a high-level alchemist? He must be a liar, don't believe him." Another elder echoed. "Saint, drive him away quickly." Several other elders echoed with contempt on their faces. Hearing the words of these elders, Ling Chen sneered. His eyes fell on the elders, and the smile on his face became more and more kind. "Oh? You say I'm a liar?" Of course, a group of elders responded in unison.
"Very good, then you should open your eyes and see clearly whether I am an alchemist or not." After saying that, Ling Chen channeled his energy into his dantian and raised his right hand slightly. I saw a ball of red flame emerging from his palm and floating above his palm. Gradually, the flames formed the shape of a tripod, floating in the air, and the flames on the tripod were jumping. He took out a few ordinary diamond-grade medicinal herbs that he had just picked from the ring. Medicines above diamonds are divided into elixirs, precious medicines, holy medicines, and natural treasures. They correspond to the 4 realms of protecting the city, protecting the country, supreme and saint respectively. Looking aside, he was holding a pill made from precious medicine, which was used to increase the source energy of city-breaking monsters. Ling Chen shook his head, thinking it was such a waste of resources. "Spiritual medicine cannot be wasted by you like this." Ling Chen shouted softly, stretched out his hand, grabbed a fresh Xianin spiritual flower, and then gently threw it into the alchemy furnace formed by the source energy.
"You." The first elder wanted to say something, but was stopped by the shocked elders on the side. Turning source energy into a cauldron is something that only a master-level alchemist can do. Don't go up and disturb the master's operation. Ling Chen stared at the alchemy cauldron intently.
I saw a ball of red flame suddenly shot up, wrapped around the Xianin spirit flower, and burned in an instant. After burning, it turned into a ball of milky white liquid, which rolled slowly in the flames, reflecting a faint light. Under the continuous refining of the red flame, the liquid became smaller and smaller, but more and more pure, like a pearl. Afterwards, Ling Chen followed the same method and added dozens of herbs such as watercloud bamboo and red snakegrass in turn. They were refined one by one into pure liquid like pearls. Afterwards, Ling Chen controlled dozens of drops of pure liquid to slowly merge together, forming a liquid with a larger volume. But soon, it slowly condensed and became smaller under the calcination of Ling Chen's fire ability. When the liquid became as crystal clear as a pearl, Ling Chen quickly picked up the last medicinal ingredient, red firegrass, and put it into the alchemy furnace. As soon as the red firegrass entered the alchemy furnace, it turned into a ball of steaming dark green liquid. After refining it, Ling Chen merged it with the original liquid. Squeak! The two liquids with completely different properties merged together, making a hissing sound, and wisps of white mist emerged from the merged liquid. The white mist gradually dissipated, and the prototype of a pill was slowly taking shape. The color of this pill is milky white, with faint purple lines visible on it. It looks extremely beautiful, and the aura it exudes is also very strong. At this moment, everyone in the alchemy room held their breath and stared at the pill that was about to be born with wide eyes. No one dared to even breathe. After a long time, the pill finally solidified completely. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With his energy now several times greater than that of other psychics of the same level, he was finding it a bit overwhelming. As the pill took shape, a rich aroma emanated from it. When they smelled the fragrance, they felt relaxed all over. "What is this pill?" someone asked, swallowing. "A precious pill." "This is definitely a precious pill," an elder said excitedly. Hearing this answer, everyone was shocked again. "Bowden? Oh my god. What kind of freak is this kid? He can even refine precious pills." The elders were extremely surprised and looked at Ling Chen with disbelief. Only the one who provoked Ling Chen at the beginning turned pale and wished he could find a hole to hide in. "What? Do you still think I'm a liar?" Ling Chen looked at everyone with a playful look in his tone. Hearing Ling Chen's words, everyone looked embarrassed. "No, I dare not," an elder said hurriedly. The other elders also looked embarrassed. Ling Chen stretched out his hand, and the precious pill-level spiritual enhancement pill flew into Ling Chen's hand. He played with it gently in his hand for a while, and then Ling Chen threw it to Bai Ling casually. "This is for you," Ling Chen said with a smile. "A gift for me?" Bai Ling was stunned. "Consider this as a return gift for letting me pick the herbs." Ling Chen nodded and said, "Also, this won't happen again." Bai Ling was slightly stunned. She knew that Ling Chen was talking about how she used him as a gun this time. "Little brother, we were blind and didn't recognize you just now. We have offended you a lot. We hope you can forgive us." An elder hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to apologize. "Yes. It's mainly because you are so young, little brother. You are really a hidden talent." All the elders began to apologize. Ling Chen waved his hand. "Forget it, this matter ends here." Then his eyes hinted to Bai Ling, "How long do you want to play?" Seeing Ling Chen's eye roll, Bai Ling chuckled and quickly stepped forward, saying, "From today on, Ling Chen will be our leader. Ling Chen, take out the Xian Yuan sword." As soon as Bai Ling finished speaking, a long sword emitting dazzling golden light appeared in Ling Chen's hand. Is this the Xian Yuan sword? This kid actually possesses the Xian Yuan sword?" Everyone was shocked when they saw the sword in Ling Chen's hand. "The Xian Yuan family is finally going to be born?" An elder murmured to himself, his eyes full of ecstasy. "My nine-tailed fox clan has finally waited for the day when the Xian Yuan family will be born." An elder burst into tears, his whole body trembling with excitement. "The Xian Yuan family, we've finally arrived, huh?" An old man was also ecstatic. "Greetings, leader." A group of elders bowed respectfully to Ling Chen. Chapter 94, The Core of the Time Beast. Xiaolong did a great job. Ling Chen waved his hand, "Let me teach you a new way of refining pills first." Then Ling Chen began to explain the steps of refining the elixir. While explaining, Ling Chen demonstrated, allowing everyone to learn the process of refining pills and constantly correcting everyone's refining methods. With Ling Chen's guidance, the elders made rapid progress. After a short while, he had mastered the refining method taught by Ling Chen. Looking at the elders, who looked as if they had benefited a lot, Ling Chen couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his lips and reveal a smile. Once these elders have improved their alchemy skills according to the method I taught them, their future elixirs, they will simply be a group of free labor. Ling Chen chuckled. These alchemists are all high-level alchemists. Some of them are not far from master-level alchemy. It's just that their alchemy skills are too crude, and now I have to add the new refining method I taught them. Ling Chen believed that they could break through to the master level in a very short time. Once they reach the master level, they will be able to refine precious pills. In the small world where the nine-tailed fox lives, there are countless spiritual medicines.
When the time comes, he.
Just as Ling Chen was in the midst of beautiful fantasies, Bai Ling beside him gently tugged at the corner of his clothes.
Ling Chen, have you finished teaching? What are you thinking about? Bai Ling asked from the side. No, nothing.
Ling Chen said with a wry smile. Bai Ling curled her lips, obviously not believing Ling Chen's words.
Everyone nodded in agreement, full of admiration and gratitude for Ling Chen's alchemy skills. Some even decided to become a master alchemist within a year. Ling Chen, thank you. Bai Ling thanked Ling Chen.
After all, without Ling Chen, these alchemist elders would have stopped at senior alchemists.
You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. Besides, I am your new leader after all.
Ling Chen shook his head and said with a smile. Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, then she couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the huge stone in her heart was finally let go.
Okay, Ling Chen, I'll take you to see other places.
Let these old guys practice on their own.
Bai Ling smiled and pulled Ling Chen out of the room.
Hearing Bai Ling's words, Ling Chen nodded, then greeted everyone and followed Bai Ling out of the alchemy room. After leaving the alchemy room, there was a wide square. Only then did Ling Chen have the opportunity to take a good look at the territory of the nine-tailed fox. I was dragged along the way and my mind was full of.
We are on the west side of the square.
To the north is the meeting hall. This is where all the tribe's affairs, big and small, are discussed. Behind the meeting hall is the living area.
South is the direction we just came in. To the east is the treasure pavilion, which contains all the treasures of our clan. Shall I take you there to see it?
Bai Ling briefly introduced some of the main buildings in the square to Ling Chen. Of course, this small world is very big, and this is just where the nine-tailed fox mainly lives.
Ling Chen nodded and followed Bai Ling to the treasure house.
The treasure house is a huge palace, covering an area of about 100 meters. It is built with huge rocks on all sides, looking extremely solemn and majestic. There were 2 rows of guards standing at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, all of them were nine-tailed foxes. Each of them is of burly build, with extremely sharp eyes and powerful aura, and each of them is a peak-level city-breaking warrior.
Of course Ling Chen knew that there must be stronger people waiting in secret.
Ling Chen and Bai Ling walked to the door, and a group of guards shouted in unison, "Greetings to the saint." Bai Ling nodded and said to the guards, "This is Ling Chen, the future leader of our nine-tailed fox.
He can enter and exit the treasure pavilion freely."
"Yes."
Then Bai Ling took Ling Chen into the treasure house. The treasure pavilion is divided into 2 floors.
The first floor contains materials such as medicinal herbs, natural treasures, and animal cores. The second level mainly contains the skills and martial arts of the monster clan. As soon as he entered the first floor, Ling Chen suddenly felt as if he had walked into a huge treasure house, with all kinds of precious treasures piled up like mountains.
Ling Chen couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. As expected, the nine-tailed fox's wealth was extremely abundant, with so many treasures.
Bai Ling saw Ling Chen's expression and smiled slightly, without any surprise. The nine-tailed fox is quite powerful in itself, not to mention that they have been practicing in the small world for such a long time, so their collection must be extremely rich. It can be said that there are countless natural treasures.
Ling Chen, look at what kind of treasure you need and take whatever you want.
Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen and said.
He. This is so embarrassing. I'll just pick one at random.
Ling Chen scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly.
System, quickly show me which one is the most valuable.
Ding, scanning, please wait.
Ding, the Time Beast core detected.
Ding, system advice, quickly grab it and run, very harsh.
The beast core is the most valuable? However, when Ling Chen saw the introduction of this beast core, he no longer had any doubts.
Time Beast, a beast that travels through the river of time, freely traveling between the past and the future. If it dies, absorbing the beast core it transformed into can control the power of time.
I would call it the strongest.
Ling Chen suppressed the impatience in his heart.
Ahem. I want this.
Ling Chen walked to the place where the beast cores were piled up, picked up the beast core, his arms still trembling slightly.
Oh? When did this beast core appear here?
Bai Ling showed a hint of doubt. Generally speaking, only beast cores of the nation destroying level and above are stored here, and the lower level ones have long been used for cultivation by the foxes.
So Bai Ling has an impression of almost every beast core here.
But Bai Ling had no impression of this beast core at all. But Bai Ling didn't care about just a beast core.
Do you need anything else? Seeing that Ling Chen only took one beast core, Bai Ling asked again. No need. Come back next time when you need it.
Ling Chen shook his head, looking at the beast core in his hand. A strange light flashed in his eyes.
Okay.
You can use everything here and take it away at any time.
Bai Ling nodded and said. Oh, right. Look at my memory.
Ling Chen patted his head and said, Come out, Xiaolong.
A chubby little dragon came out of the pet space.
Ling Chen had put it into the space while in a hurry and forgot to let it out.
Boss. Xiaolong ran to Ling Chen as soon as he came out. Xiaolong, take a look here, is there anything you want? Take whatever you want, it's my treat. Ling Chen smiled at Xiaolong. Okay. Boss, don't worry, I will never treat myself badly. Xiaolong shouted excitedly. Then, Xiaolong's big eyes began to roll around, and a shrewdness emanated from his body. This, and this.
Xiaolong pointed at these things and kept calling out, I want this, and that.
Ling Chen. Bai Ling. Why is this guy so greedy for money? Bai Ling rolled her eyes at Ling Chen and said, You are not pretending to be noble and letting your pet come to you to ask for it on purpose, are you? But then, Bai Ling was stunned for a moment. Wait.
Bai Ling quickly turned to look at Xiaolong.
What is this? The breath of the beast god. Chapter 95. The whole clan moves into the space city? Absorbing the beast core.
Bai Ling widened her eyes, staring at Xiaolong's back, and said in surprise.
Ling Chen. Why does everyone think Xiaolong is the beast god? Ling Chen touched his chin.
According to what the Shenlong had said, the little dragon had been frozen for 3 million years.
Could it be the egg left behind by the previous generation of beast god? So, Xiaolong is very likely the descendant of the beast god? Wait, the beast god is your little brother? Oh no. Is your pet?
Bai Ling suddenly realized that Ling Chen had summoned the beast god from the pet space.
Ling Chen's face was full of black lines. Isn't your reaction a bit slow? No, Xiaolong and I have an equal contractual relationship. Ling Chen quickly shook his head. I see. Bai Ling nodded. Boss, I finished choosing.
Xiaolong appeared in front of Ling Chen and the others with a pile of beast cores in his arms. He leaned forward, wanting to pour the beast cores in his pocket to Ling Chen.
I didn't take anything else. Ling Chen took the beast core from Xiaolong and took a closer look. His eyes lit up.
Wow, they were all supreme-level beast cores.
Xiaolong was not raised in vain. Boss, I'll keep it well for you first. I'll return it to you when you grow up. Ling Chen said seriously. Okay, boss.
Xiaolong answered excitedly, without any doubt about Ling Chen's words. Looking at Xiaolong with a satisfied look on his face, Bai Ling couldn't help but shook her head. Kid, you are too naive.
Okay, now that we've made our choice, let's leave.
Ling Chen smiled and waved his hand. A man and a beast came in, and strangely, they both chose the beast core.
Afterwards, Ling Chen Xiaolong followed Bai Ling out of the treasure pavilion. Ling Chen, where do you want to go now? After leaving the treasure pavilion, Bai Ling asked Ling Chen. Of course I want to go to the residential area, and take a look at the meeting hall in front. Ling Chen said.
That's great, Bai Yu is waiting for us. Bai Ling nodded, and then brought Ling Chen to the conference hall. At this moment, Bai Yu was anxiously pacing the hall. Seeing Bai Ling returning with Ling Chen, Bai Yu hurried over to greet them.
Saint Maiden, I have something to report. What's wrong? Bai Ling asked with a frown. It's like this, Saint, I have something to tell you.
Bai Yu said slowly after a moment of hesitation. The Demon King sensed the breath of the Beast God and ordered me to invite the Beast God to ascend the throne and unify the entire Demon Beast clan. Bai Yu said as he looked at the little dragon beside him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Ling's expression changed slightly. She frowned and looked at Ling Chen.
Ling Chen, what do you think? If we leave directly, will it have any impact on you? Ling Chen replied after pondering for a moment. He didn't believe that the Demon King would be kind enough to help Xiaolong take the throne. And if Ling Chen takes Xiaolong away, the Demon King will definitely blame the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The Demon King, who has always coveted the resources of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, will inevitably take action. By then, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan would probably be on the verge of extinction.
Our current strength is not enough to contend with that group of beast gods. I'm afraid, with the defense of our small world, we may not be able to hold on at all.
Bai Ling smiled bitterly. That's right.
Ling Chen nodded. I do have a way, but I don't know if you are willing.
What method? The two girls asked in unison.
I have a great place. A place even bigger than this little world, but you and your whole family might need to move away.
Ling Chen said with a smile that his space city could finally accommodate some people. It would be a waste to leave it empty.
Where? The two women asked again in unison.
I can only tell you that it is a very safe place. You will know when you go there.
Ling Chen said with a smile.
Okay then. Let's hold a clan meeting tonight.
I need to discuss this with the clan members.
Bai Ling nodded and said she couldn't decide such an important issue alone.
Don't worry, even if we go there, we can move back openly in no time.
Ling Chen's tone revealed a hint of dominance. Ling Chen's words immediately warmed the hearts of Bai Ling and Bai Yu.
They also believe that Ling Chen, the master of Xin Yuan sword, will lead them to reach new heights.
I'll go inform the tribe members.
Bai Yu nodded, turned and left the meeting hall, ready to summon the entire tribe.
Ling Chen asked Bai Ling about the location of the training room. Under Bai Ling's guidance, Ling Chen came to Bai Ling's boudoir.
Coming to the wall on one side of the boudoir, Bai Ling gently turned the button on the wall, and suddenly a stone door opened. Inside the stone gate is an extremely spacious stone chamber.
This is where I usually practice.
Bai Ling pointed around and said, there are many cultivation resources here, you can choose whatever you want.
Thank you.
Ling Chen said with a smile.
Then I'll leave. I will convene a clan meeting as soon as possible and notify you then.
Bai Ling nodded and turned to leave.
Yeah. Ling Chen nodded, then slipped into the secret room. After closing the door, Ling Chen sat cross-legged.
He took out the beast core of the time beast from the ring.
This is a very pure beast core, emitting a faint golden light, which looks very dazzling.
The surface of the beast core is dark gold with some intricate textures, which looks very beautiful.
After adjusting his state, Ling Chen raised his head and swallowed the beast core.
Suddenly, a vast sense of vicissitude surged out from the beast core. Ding, time power detected absorbable.
Absorb.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level supernatural power sun of time. The time system has a lifespan of 9,999 years. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent skill time prohibition.
Time ban, level 101,000.
Effect, can prohibit the opponent's time from passing. The duration depends on the opponent's strength.
It works better when used with the space system. So awesome. Ling Chen couldn't help but smack his lips, and then he was delighted again. He finally had a new skill. And it's a very awesome skill. This time ban is simply a bug. As long as the time ban is used, it will definitely have an impact on the opponent. Even if it's only 0.01 seconds, combined with Ling Chen's instant flash and rush to the face, as long as his hand speed, reaction is fast enough, Ling Chen's attack will be launched before the opponent has any reaction. He.
Just as Ling Chen was lost in his own fantasy, he suddenly discovered that the power of the beast core was continuously flowing into his dantian, and this energy filled Ling Chen's entire dantian.
At this time, a small vortex appeared in Ling Chen's dantian, quickly absorbing the energy.
After absorbing a large amount of power, the small vortex slowly formed a round sphere as big as a beast core.
Ha! No, it's not like, it's clearly this? Holy shit! Ling Chen was shocked to discover that a beast core had condensed in his dantian. What is going on? System, do you know what's going on? Ding, the time beast is passed down in the form of a beast core. Ha! Doesn't that mean that after I die, the beast core can be taken out and absorbed by other species? Doesn't that mean I'm now the equivalent of a time beast? Ding, yes, that's it.
Ling Chen was confused for a while, but soon he felt relieved.
It's good enough to be able to maintain human form, what else can I ask for?
When Ling Chen's beast core was completely condensed and formed, the source energy in Ling Chen's body was promoted again and reached the silver level of 5 stars. After completely refining the beast core, Ling Chen left the stone chamber. Just when Ling Chen was planning to take a good look at the saint's boudoir. Ling Chen, the general meeting is about to be held. Please come and attend as the new leader. Bai Ling's voice came from outside the door.
Chapter 96, Deciding to Migrate. Learning the Spacetime Ban. Got it, I'll be right there. Ling Chen responded quickly and walked towards the hall.
As soon as he entered the conference hall, Ling Chen felt a solemn atmosphere in the entire hall.
Perhaps what we are discussing now concerns the survival of the ethnic group.
Everyone's expressions were extremely serious, even the elders had very serious expressions.
Ling Chen walked to the top of the conference hall and glanced at all the elders below the stage. Their eyes were all fixed on him, with surprise, doubt, and exploration in their eyes.
Seeing everyone's expressions, Ling Chen knew that Bai Ling had not told anyone her identity. Without any unnecessary movements, Ling Chen directly drew out the Xianyuan sword and held it high.
Everyone, I, Xianyuan Sword Master, am here.
As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, the entire conference hall fell silent, and everyone looked at Ling Chen holding up the Xianyuan sword in shock.
Is this the Xianyuan sword? An elder couldn't help but exclaimed. Is the master finally going to be born? Another elder whispered tremblingly. The alchemist elder, who already knew Ling Chen's identity, was looking at the shocked elders with a relieved expression. They had the same reaction half a day ago.
Everyone became excited, and their eyes turned fiery as they looked at Ling Chen.
Everyone, please be quiet.
Bai Ling shouted softly from the side, stopping everyone's excitement.
Everyone. First of all, from today on, Ling Chen will be our leader.
Bai Ling's tone was filled with unquestionable majesty.
Yes, chief. Everyone knelt on one knee and shouted loudly.
From the moment Ling Chen took out the Xianyuan sword, the elders had already determined that Ling Chen would be their leader.
Get up quickly. Ling Chen nodded and put away the Xianyuan sword. He didn't expect the elders to be so cooperative. System, this is force majeure. Then, I will announce an important event concerning our destiny today.
Bai Ling's voice suddenly became serious.
Our territory has been coveted by the Demon King. Sooner or later, the Demon King will come. Therefore, I have decided to relocate my entire clan.
Bai Ling's words caused an uproar in the conference hall.
Migrate the whole family? Could it be that if we're not here, we can escape the Demon King's pursuit? I don't think so. After all, the Demon King is no fool. Where else can we go if not here?
The elders discussed the matter and all felt that Bai Ling's decision was too hasty. Don't worry about this, our leader has his own arrangements.
Besides, don't you want to follow the Xianyuan family to restore its glory? Bai Ling's eyes swept across the hall. Of course, everyone said in unison. So, does anyone have any other opinions? There is none left. All right. Since you have no objections, then everyone, hurry up and get ready. Take everything you need to take away. Don't leave anything for the Demon King. We must complete the migration within a week. Yes.
The elders responded one after another, and then left the conference hall to arrange the next steps.
After all the elders left, Bai Ling and Bai Yu came to Ling Chen. Ling Chen, can you take us to see the place we are moving to? Bai Ling asked expectantly. Of course.
Ling Chen nodded in agreement, then waved to Bai Ling beside him. Xiao Linger, follow me. As he spoke, Ling Chen took out the array plate from the space, stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand, and drew a strange arc in the air. Then he pointed at the formation plate, and a golden light flashed and swept into the formation plate.
A dazzling circular formation appeared in front of the 3 people. Let's go,
Ling Chen said with a faint smile.
The 3 of them stepped into the formation, and the formation disappeared instantly. City of Spaceland of Trials, Central Campus. A white light flashed, and 3 figures appeared. Is this where we are moving to?
The energy of heaven and earth is pretty good.
Bai Yu looked around. Ling Chen smiled and said, that's right. This can be considered a small world. You can choose the address for your race's migration. Well, okay.
Bai Ling nodded, then pulled Bai Yu to fly away, while carefully observing the surrounding scenery.
Let them find it themselves. He shook his head as he watched the 2 girls leaving. I haven't seen my master for a few days, let me go and see him. Chirp.
A fire monkey was waving its arms towards Ling Chen.
Ling Chen looked over. Ha! Such a familiar peach tree. It's you. Ling Chen smiled, waved his hand, and disappeared on the spot. Hey! Old man. I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you miss me?
Ling Chen came to the fairyland where his master was and saw Master Kongming sitting on a huge rock by the stream and fishing without a hook.
Fuck, who are you calling old man? Just call me master.
Kong Ming puffed his beard and glared, looking like he was about to beat someone up.
Hee, master, is there anything good you can teach me?
Ling Chen smiled pleadingly.
You are so greedy, you.
Kong Ming looked as if he was disappointed in his child, and then suddenly he was stunned where he was.
You Kong Ming stuttered for a moment. Master? Ling Chen asked in confusion. You actually inherited the time beast? Kong Ming looked shocked.
You know, the time beast has a long lifespan. Time flies, but the time beast can survive in the world for a long time. It can be said that it is almost impossible to encounter a time beast. What's more, he encountered a time beast that just died of old age and turned into a beast core.
Master, you actually figured it out? Ling Chen looked at Master Kong Ming in surprise. You? Kong Ming was speechless.
Your talent is beyond words, but your luck.
Can I possess your body? Master. Ahem, I'm just kidding. However, I do have something to teach you now.
Kong Ming's voice became serious, and there was a solemnity in his eyes as he looked at Ling Chen.
What is it? Ling Chen asked curiously. This is a skill book, take it.
Kong Ming took out a skill book called Time and Space Prohibition and handed it to Ling Chen. Read it carefully.
If you don't understand something, try it yourself, don't ask me for help. Ding, super god level skill detected incomplete spacetime ban, do you want to learn it?
Time and space ban incomplete. Within the skill range, it restricts the passage of space and time, making the opponent unable to move.
Incomplete? Ling Chen touched his chin and looked at his master with suspicion. Study.
Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the time and space ban.
How is it? Do you feel it? Looking into Ling Chen's eyes, old man Kong Ming's eyes were a little evasive. It's really amazing. It took me several seconds to understand it. Ling Chen nodded. You learned it? Kong Ming widened his eyes and looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. Chapter 97. The whole family moved into the trial ground. Then the master's laughter could be heard. Ha ha ha, I knew I was right. Hearing the master's loud laughter, Ling Chen's mouth twitched slightly. So that's what you mean? You invented this skill, and no one else has mastered it yet? Are you using me as a test subject? As if he understood Ling Chen's expression, the master smiled and replied, Yes, you are the first. Well done. He is indeed my disciple.
But Ling Chen changed his mind and realized that the skills created by the master were not simple at all.
Since master doesn't have any time ability, I'm afraid he's using a space ban. Kong Ming suppressed his smile and looked at Ling Chen seriously. Disciple. Although this skill is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy, so you must choose the right time. I understand. Ling Chen nodded. Okay, go and get busy first. Kong Ming waved his hand. Ling Chen nodded and then disappeared from the spot. After Ling Chen left, Kong Ming looked into the distance and muttered softly, What kind of monster did I take in? Just wait and see.
Ling Chen appeared above the trial ground, took out the formation plate, and saw Bai Ling and Bai Yu in a valley. With a whoosh, Ling Chen appeared behind the two women. Now that you're here, we've chosen this place. Bai Ling answered without turning his head when he heard the noise. Ling Chen looked up and saw that the energy in the valley was very rich. Moreover, deep in the valley, he could faintly smell a faint fragrance. The valley is large enough to accommodate a tribe of tens of thousands of people. However, because it is a trial ground, there are no buildings and they need to build them themselves. This is a good choice. Ling Chen praised, then looked at Bai Ling. In that case, I will locate the teleportation array here. Okay, it's decided. Bai Ling nodded. Yeah. Ling Chen nodded again, then closed his eyes and operated the array plate to activate the teleportation array. Buzz. The three of them returned to the small world. Ling Chen came to the central square, took out the formation plate, and summoned the teleportation formation. A continuously glowing circular formation continued to light up in the central square. In the following week, the entire Nine-Tailed Demon clan was very busy, with fox demons constantly entering the trial site through the teleportation array. Ling Chen also took the time to draw 2 prizes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Muscle Hardening. Muscle Hardening, the body's skin hardens and becomes indestructible, lasting for half an hour. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an unknown treasure map. The skin is hardened, and it seems that the improvement is not strong, but it seems very practical. As soon as Ling Chen saw the treasure map, his eyes lit up. He.
I love treasure hunting the most. Ling Chen prepared to go treasure hunting after settling the nine-tailed fox.
Finally, on the seventh night, the entire nine-tailed fox clan moved into the trial site. Almost all the precious resources of the small world they lived in were taken away. Apart from leaving seeds for medicinal herbs, not a single useful fruit was left.
Only Ling Chen and the other two were left in the central square. You guys go too. Ling Chen looked at Bai Yu and Bai Ling, nodded slightly, and then said, Bai Yu, come over. From now on, it will be your responsibility to manage the tribe. Bai Ling's big eyes flashed, and then she said to Bai Yu, Yes, Saint. Bai Yu bowed to the saint, then stepped onto the teleportation array. Looking at Bai Yu's disappearing back, Ling Chen stopped the energy output of the formation plate. Finally, I don't have to manage the tribe's affairs anymore.
Bai Ling stretched comfortably, her exquisite figure looking even more charming and attractive under the moonlight. Seeing Bai Ling's appearance, Ling Chen swallowed secretly and quickly looked away to prevent himself from being unable to control himself.
Ahem, don't try to seduce me with your charm. Ling Chen coughed lightly. Poochie. I don't know any magic. Bai Ling giggled. Ah, this.
Ling Chen scratched his head awkwardly.
What was wrong with him recently? He couldn't control himself when he saw Bai Ling. So, where are our leader going now?
Bai Ling teased, then winked at Ling Chen. Hearing this, Ling Chen took out the unknown treasure map from the system.
Let's go treasure hunting?
Ling Chen handed the treasure map to Bai Ling.
Great, it's a good opportunity to see if there is anything we can use.
Bai Ling took the treasure map and looked at it carefully for a moment. There was a volcano on the treasure map, with snow on top.
A flame and a snowflake symbol are displayed above. There are many volcanic rocks and ice layers around the volcano. This should be the legendary ice volcano. Bai Ling thought for a moment and finally remembered. Oh? You know her? Then lead the way. Ling Chen looked at Bai Ling excitedly and said impatiently. Follow me.
Bai Ling said, and then flew towards the ice volcano first. Ling Chen hurriedly chased after him. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen finally arrived above the ice volcano.
This is it.
Bai Ling said, pointing to a volcano below.
Ling Chen looked in the direction Bai Ling pointed, nodded, and then landed next to the volcano.
The ice volcano is a huge ice layer with a diameter of about hundreds of meters and a height of more than 1,000 meters.
The entire ice layer emits a faint cold light.
Standing next to the ice, Ling Chen could clearly feel the cold temperature.
Ling Chen, look there.
Bai Ling suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the wall on one side of the crater. A cave that could only accommodate one person appeared in front of them. That should be the cave leading to the interior of the volcano.
Let's go and take a look. Ling Chen nodded with a smile, then flew towards the cave. Bai Ling followed closely. When he arrived in front of the cave, Ling Chen used his senses to conduct a brief exploration and did not detect any danger. Then Ling Chen took the lead and walked in. As soon as he stepped in, a cold breath hit him, and the cold was biting to the bone. His ice ability finally came in handy.
Ling Chen released the ice-type supernatural power in his body, and a pure light blue source energy covered Ling Chen's surface. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen could feel the cold air gradually dissipating, replaced by heat. Ling Chen released his fire ability again. The further you go in, the warmer the temperature becomes. Finally, a bright light burst out from the end of the long and narrow passage in front of me.
Finally, I saw it. This must be the legendary treasure cave.
Ling Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes full of heat.
Ling Chen and Bai Ling stepped in at the same time. Contrary to what I imagined, a cool feeling came over me. Chapter 98, Ice and Fire. Dual Talent Promotion. Looking up, what came into view was a huge cave. Not far away, in the center of the cave, there are two oval pools of water. The pool on the left is crimson in color, with steam rising upwards and ripples appearing from time to time, indicating that the water temperature is quite high. The pool on the right was ice blue, with a hint of cold air rising from the surface of the water and a light mist floating on the surface. Around the pool, there are some herbs and something. Ling Chen, look! Bai Ling exclaimed, pointing to the bottom of the pool. Ling Chen looked over and saw a crystal clear ice cone with a faint fluorescent light in the pool on the right. At the top of the ice cone, there was a lotus-like thing growing. Ling Chen walked forward and leaned over. Ding, a natural treasure detected, ice lotus.
Ice lotus, grown in extreme places, the manifestation of extreme ice can be used to improve supernatural talents. Ling Chen was ecstatic and looked at the red pool on the left with a hint of anticipation. I saw a wisp of dark white flame slowly jumping out from under the pool. Ding, heaven and earth spiritual fire detected Sunluo flame absorbable.
Sunluo flame, one of the spiritual fires of heaven and earth, born in extreme cold and heat. Ling Chen was delighted.
I didn't expect that my luck would be so good.
I actually found rare treasures here. It seems that the system really helps me. Help me protect the law. Ling Chen said softly to Bai Ling.
Then he sat down by the pond and adjusted his state.
Absorb. Ding, absorbing.
The dark white flames at the bottom of the pool seemed to be pulled by something and slowly rose from the water, causing the water to boil violently.
Soon, the dark white flames rose and stopped in front of Ling Chen.
Surprisingly, the flame did not feel hot at all.
Before Ling Chen could react, the dark white flames quickly penetrated into Ling Chen's body from his mouth. The flames entered his body, and a terrifying aura of destruction, as if awakening, expanded from the dark white flames. Ling Chen's breathing became rapid, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body was shaking. He felt a tearing pain spreading throughout his body, a burning sensation, and Ling Chen gritted his teeth tightly. The flames that entered his body were like fish entering the sea, leaping and dancing in Ling Chen's body with joy. Ling Chen summoned the flames of his supernatural powers, slowly moving forward, trying to wrap up the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. When the two flames came into contact, a huge force burst out, impacting Ling Chen's internal organs. Ah! Ling Chen lowered his head and roared through gritted teeth. Ling Chen, hold on! Bai Ling shouted anxiously.
Ling Chen actually swallowed such a terrifying spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Ling Chen nodded imperceptibly, and continued to absorb the Sunluo flame.
Time passes by little. Ling Chen didn't know how much time had passed.
In the end, he was numb and lost consciousness, and even breathing became difficult. But fortunately, in the end, he succeeded.
The dark white flames merged into his supernatural powers.
Ding, congratulations to the host for fusing with Sunluo flame.
Your fire ability level has been raised to SSS.
The source energy in the body was also promoted to silver level 7 stars. Ling Chen stretched out his hand, and a flame like milky white was burning slightly in his palm. Although the flame was small, Ling Chen felt that the energy contained in it was almost endless.
Great! Ling Chen smiled. Finally, he had another SSS level supernatural power.
Flame, Ling Chen has already merged.
Next up is the Ice Lotus. Ling Chen looked at Binglian and thought for a moment.
His hands became as crystal clear as jade, like frost, and traces of coldness emanated from them.
Ling Chen raised his right palm and gently pointed it at the Ice Lotus.
A stream of source energy gushed out, turned into ice when it met water, and went straight to the front of the Ice Lotus, freezing it. With a gentle pull, the Ice Lotus was taken out from the bottom of the pool. A flame appeared in the palm of his left hand, and the ice quickly turned into water and steam. Ling Chen gently picked up the Ice Lotus, just like before, tilted his head back and put the Ice Lotus into his mouth.
The Ice Lotus melted in the mouth, turning into icy liquid and sliding down the esophagus into the abdominal cavity. Awesome! Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After the Ice Lotus entered his stomach, Ling Chen felt that the pain in his body had eased a little, as if he had been frozen, making him feel extremely comfortable. Ling Chen's mind moved, and the ice-type supernatural power in his body emerged and wrapped around the liquid formed by the Ice Lotus. The liquid was quickly frozen, and the energy contained in the cold liquid was consumed by the ice power. After a long time, the power of the Ice Lotus was completely absorbed. Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing the Ice Lotus. Your ability level has been promoted to SSS. Break! Silver level 8 stars. Awesome! Ling Chen exclaimed in admiration again. His ice ability had reached the SSS level. His strength has made a qualitative leap. Ling Chen's ice-based abilities became even more refined due to the fusion of the Ice Lotus. Bai Ling on the side was dumbfounded. Ling Chen actually dared to swallow the spiritual fire of heaven and earth and the Ice Lotus directly in his mouth. You know, the heaven and earth spiritual fire is known to burn the heavens and destroy the earth. How could Ling Chen dare? Moreover, he actually succeeded in integrating them perfectly. Just when Bai Ling was about to step forward and ask something, suddenly, the cave began to shake violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the violent shaking, the rocks in the cave fell one after another. Ling Chen and Bai Ling were both startled and quickly stood up, looking around warily. I saw this monster, its body covered with green scales, its head and claws were as long as dragon horns, its eyes were blood red, its mouth was wide open, and its fangs were exposed. Its body is covered with black stripes, just like a dark monster. This is the Qinglin demonic dragon. Bai Ling's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "It actually still exists in this world? Qinglin demon dragon?" Upon hearing this name, a voice suddenly rang out in Ling Chen's mind. Qinglin demon dragon, supreme level 1 star. Attribute, poison. Skills, dragon breath burst, poison mist, dragon water absorption, dragon claw. It's best not to get poisoned, otherwise. Supreme level 1 star. Ling Chen's face showed a trace of solemnity. This, I'm afraid I won't even be able to touch its fur, and will die at its hands? Ling Chen, step back. Bai Ling shouted and rushed to Ling Chen. Her entire body exuded the aura of a peak nation-destroying power. Behind her, the shadow of a gigantic nine-tailed fox emerged, emitting a tyrannical aura. Poisonous fog. When the Qinglin demon dragon saw Bai Ling, his eyes suddenly flashed with greed and cruelty. He opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of black mist, which swept towards Bai Ling. Chapter 99, Fusion of 5 Elements of Power, Killing the Dragon. Break it for me. Bai Ling was furious. She raised her hands and slapped the black mist. Boom. With a loud bang, the black fog dissipated instantly, and Bai Ling's palms were also invaded by the black fog. Puff. Bai Ling suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her body swayed twice, and she almost fell down. Ling Chen was quick to act and supported Bai Ling. Bai Ling's injuries were extremely serious. Ling Chen knew at a glance that Bai Ling had suffered serious injuries. Although the opponent is only one level higher than Bai Ling, there is an insurmountable gap between the supreme level and the nation-destroying level. You are injured. Ling Chen frowned. No problem. Bai Ling shook her head, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at the Qinglin demon dragon in the distance. This guy is very powerful. Ling Chen, you go first, I'll hold it back. Ling Chen looked at the Qinglin demon dragon in the distance, pondered for a while, then turned to look at Bai Ling, shook his head and said, I won't leave you alone and run away. But you will die if you do this. Bai Ling shouted angrily. Don't say any more. I won't leave. Ling Chen looked into Bai Ling's eyes and said seriously. You take care of your wounds first, and leave the rest to me. Ling Chen took out a holy medicine for healing and handed it to Bai Ling, then turned his head and looked at the magic dragon. Ling Chen stood up, looked at the dragon, and stretched his arms and legs. 3rd level Thunder God Technique. Strengthen. Ling Chen roared twice, and a platinum level 2-star aura rushed towards him, and the power of thunder surrounded his whole body. Physical strength has reached diamond level 5 stars. Ha! The Qinglin demon dragon sensed Ling Chen's change and looked at him with disdain. It's just that it changed from an ant to a bigger ant. Roar! The Qinglin demon dragon breathed out dragon breath towards Ling Chen, wanting to kill him easily. Seeing this, Ling Chen quickly dodged the dragon's breath attack with 2 flashes. The dragon's breath sprayed onto the rock wall above the cave, immediately corroding a large hole in the rock wall and even causing green smoke to rise. Space ban. Ling Chen let out a low roar, and an invisible aura was released from his body. The space next to the magic dragon suddenly solidified, and everything fell into a state of stillness. The Qinglin demon dragon took advantage of the fact that the demon dragon was in a forbidden state when it was about to exhale. Thorfist Ling Chen took a step forward and displayed his martial arts. He threw a punch, with lightning wrapped around the fist mark, and smashed towards the dragon with a devastating power. Just as the fist was about to hit the dragon's defenseless belly, the dragon was freed from the ban. The dragon's abdominal muscles suddenly tightened, and it took the punch head-on. Ling Chen's attack did not cause any serious consequences. Boy, your trick. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the magic dragon. The ant in front of him could actually imprison him for a second? It has never encountered or seen such a situation before. Ling Chen's face was solemn and he looked at the dragon with rapid breathing. This time ban, which combines time and space, can only imprison the opponent for 1 second? The gap in strength is too big, and the skills are not powerful enough. Ling Chen murmured in a low voice, and many fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Wait. Fusion of space and time. Ling Chen was slightly stunned, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. What if the fusion was not just about time and space? The power may be able to be taken to a higher level. Try it. As soon as this bold idea appeared in Ling Chen's mind, Ling Chen decisively decided on it. Boy! That's all you have to do. The voice of the magic dragon came, and then it spewed dragon breath towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen dodged the dragon's breath with a flash, slightly bent his 5 fingers, opened his hands, and a ball of dark white flame quietly appeared on his left hand, fluctuating and jumping. Almost at the same time, icy cold air rolled on Ling Chen's right hand. Staring at the 2 types of supernatural powers in Ling Chen's hands again, the magic dragon was stunned for a moment. Just how many superpowers does this human possess? It stared at Ling Chen and continued to breathe out dragon breath. Ling Chen dodged repeatedly and hovered in the sky. Above the sky, thunder and lightning gathered madly. Ling Chen! Bai Ling, who was meditating and healing in the corner, looked at Ling Chen's back and shouted worriedly. Ha fusion! Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The fire in his left hand, the ice in his right hand, and the thunder in the sky slowly moved towards the center. A supernatural power can give you great power. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if all 5 were combined into one? Ice, fire, and thunder gathered together madly, forming a ball of light that grew larger and larger. A terrifying aura emanated from the ball of light. Space-related superpowers, join in. Time-related abilities, added. The 5 types of supernatural powers madly converged into one, the light ball became bigger and bigger, and the aura became more and more terrifying. As if it was about to explode at any time, the dragon looked at the ball of light summoned by Ling Chen, with a hint of fear in its eyes. It sensed a hint of danger from above. The source energy in the body continuously flowed into the light ball, and Ling Chen continued to compress the gradually expanding light ball again and again. Eventually, a certain balance point was reached among the 5 types of supernatural powers, and the light ball formed no longer absorbed energy. Ling Chen held the ball of light in his hand, looked at the dragon, and showed a very kind smile. The dragon's eyelids twitched, and a bad premonition came to his mind. It silently took a few steps back, wanting to run away quickly. Ha, you want to leave? It's too late. Ling Chen smiled softly, and disappeared on the spot with a flash of his body. Space ban. Flash. Go to hell. Ling Chen smashed the ball of light in his hand hard at the dragon, heading towards the top of the dragon's head. A second passed in a flash, but the ball of light had already arrived in front of the dragon. When the light ball hit the body of the dragon, it suddenly erupted, followed by a bang sound. Bang! The energy of the 5 elements, emitting a destructive aura, exploded in front of the dragon. It swept over in an instant, and the dragon's body was sucked in. Ah! The dragon's painful roar suddenly stopped. Bang! The entire body of the magic dragon exploded with the explosion of the light ball and was blown into a bloody mist. Before the explosion, Ling Chen flashed away from the center source, but was also affected by the shockwave of the explosion. He staggered and was hit against the wall. The sky was filled with blood mist. Ling Chen slipped down from the wall and lay on the ground, coughing violently. Blood kept oozing out of the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Ling Chen, are you okay? Bai Ling walked over, holding his hand. It's okay, just rest for 2 days. Ling Chen waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. Then at this moment, Ling Chen suddenly felt a strange feeling spread throughout his body, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Ling Chen's body began to feel hot, as if he had taken something. Damn it, it can't be. Ling Chen's face changed. He turned around and saw Bai Ling with a slightly red face and a dazed look at him. Chapter 100 Awakening from a Dream. Bai Ling's eyes were blurry and her eye sockets were red, as if she was drunk. Her cheeks were also slightly red. She closed her eyes and called softly. Ling Chen. Bai Ling's voice was weak and soft, as if she would fall down at any time. The numbing sound made Ling Chen a little dazed. No. This matter must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Ling Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm the distracting thoughts in his mind. The source energy in his body surged, and he wanted to suppress the strangeness rising in his heart. That was that strange feeling. The more it was suppressed, the stronger it would rebound. Bai Ling stretched out her arms and hugged Ling Chen tightly, holding him close to her, as if she didn't want to be separated forever. Feeling the warmth and softness of the beauty in his arms, Ling Chen's reason was finally suppressed. Endless icy air spread and condensed into ice, sealing off the entire underground cave. Faintly, there were bursts of slight sounds coming out.
Beneath the cave, a magnificent scene is unfolding, but unfortunately, no one has the pleasure to see it.
A whole day and night passed quietly.
The ice shattered, and two figures slowly walked out.
The figure behind him walked in an awkward manner.
The figure in front was Ling Chen, who looked a little dazed. He felt as if he had had a very gorgeous and colorful spring dream. A night with the peerless beauty behind him made him feel the land of tenderness and could not extricate himself. The whole night was filled with immense happiness, to the point that he felt reluctant to wake up. In his mind, he kept recalling that shy face. For some reason, a strange impulse surged from his chest, making him speed up his pace. As he thought about it, Ling Chen couldn't help but turn his head and stare at Bai Ling's fair skin, her face as delicate as mutton fat jade, her eyelashes like butterfly wings, her pink lips.
Cough, cough, cough.
Seeing Ling Chen's gaze on her, Bai Ling's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head. Ling Chen touched his nose awkwardly. What happened last night? Before Ling Chen could finish, Bai Ling stretched out her jade hand to cover Ling Chen's mouth and interrupted him.
Linger said that I will be yours from now on.
Bai Ling lowered her head and said weakly. Hearing this, Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, then he said firmly, Linger, don't worry, I will be responsible for you.
Just stay with me and rest assured. Don't worry, I will never let you down.
A strange look flashed in Bai Ling's eyes, and then she lowered her head again. A warm feeling passed through my heart.
System, what's going on? Ding, the system has already reminded you, try not to get poisoned. I didn't know that this poison has taken a deep hold on my heart. Ahem, no. Ding, no need to explain, I understand.
After all, someone just cast skin hardening.
System, you peeping? Ding, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep first.
Linger, let's go and follow me back to the human race.
Ling Chen said. Bai Ling nodded.
After a night of physical intimacy, the relationship between the two quickly became closer. Ling Chen naturally stepped forward and put his arm around Bai Ling's waist, and the two flew towards the human race. Bai Ling did not resist and just let Ling Chen hug her. Although there was a barrier between the two of them, the moment Ling Chen put his arm around Bai Ling's waist, this barrier seemed to disappear instantly.
Bai Ling's face flushed slightly and she didn't dare to look up.
There was not much communication between the two, but they understood a lot in each other's hearts. It was speeding all the way at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye it was already hundreds of meters away.
3 days later, the Beast Suppression Pass. The majestic city walls stand tall and majestic.
We're here. Ling Chen looked at the Beast Suppression Pass in the distance and said to Bai Ling.
Go back to your tribe first. I'll find you after you pass this test. Okay. After saying that, Ling Chen took out the formation plate and sent Bai Ling into the trial site. When Bai Ling's figure disappeared, an inexplicable sense of loss arose in Ling Chen's heart.
Shaking his head and kicking his feet, Ling Chen flew towards the demon suppressing pass. Ling Chen suddenly stopped and frowned as he looked at the devastated ruins in front of him.
This is the gate of Jinshou Pass.
The gate of a city was half destroyed, and it looked like it had been attacked. It seems that the beast tied a few days ago has already broken into the city. Ling Chen restrained his breath and walked slowly to the city gate.
Who is it? Stop.
As soon as Ling Chen walked near the city gate, the guards immediately picked up their weapons and blocked Ling Chen's way.
Ling Chen took out the token from the ring and showed it to the guard.
Greetings, Garrison Marshal, please come in. The guard at the door saluted immediately after the machine detected that it was the token of Dawn Academy.
Ling Chen nodded and walked into the Beast Suppression Pass. After entering the Beast Suppression Pass, Ling Chen glanced around.
Inside the Beast Suppressing Pass, the streets were empty and some shops had been destroyed, some had even collapsed. The buildings on the streets are dilapidated and in ruins.
Is this war?
Ling Chen murmured, his heart filled with an inexplicable sadness.
At the same time, my mood became a little heavy.
Beast Suppressing Pass is the largest city of the human race. Although the human race is not weak, they are unable to withstand the attacks of those wild monsters and were attacked into the city. He stopped a group of soldiers patrolling on the road and showed them his ID.
How was the outcome of the war a few days ago? How is it going now?
A middle-aged soldier with bloodstains still visible on his face full of determination.
A bitter victory, the middle-aged soldier sighed.
Our army suffered heavy losses, with over half killed or wounded. In the end, it was Marshal Xia who wounded the enemy leader, and the beast tide finally retreated.
Hearing this news, Ling Chen couldn't help but gasp.
Although he didn't know the specific circumstances of this battle, he knew that the human race must have paid a heavy price. He took out a bottle of platinum-grade Shengyuan Dan and stuffed it into the middle-aged warrior's hand.
This is a bottle of Shengyuan pill. Share it among you.
After saying that, Ling Chen turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. The assessment will be in half a month, so Ling Chen decided to rush back first to avoid being delayed. When Ling Chen came out of the beast suppression pass, he returned to the trial site and called Bai Ling out.
Wouldn't it be too boring to travel this distance without a beautiful woman by your side? When he saw Bai Ling, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh.
The clouds think of clothes and the flowers think of beauty, the spring breeze blows on the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. At this time, Bai Ling was wearing a light blue suit, black leather pants and a tight short-sleeved shirt, which set off her exquisite and graceful figure. Those long legs, straight and slender, make people unable to help but take a few more glances.
Chapter 101 Return to Tianan City.
She exudes a youthful and lively temperament, and her eyes are clear and pure, like a clear spring without any impurities.
Linger, you're so beautiful. Ling Chen exclaimed. Bai Ling smiled slightly, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. She lowered her head, looking extremely shy. Come on, come home with me. Ling Chen stepped forward and put his arm around Bai Ling's slender waist.
Bai Ling bit her red lips lightly and nodded.
Ling Chen flashed and flew away with Bai Ling. Hey, I feel like I forgot something. Never mind.
Feeling the silky and soft touch on his hand, Ling Chen's mind was distracted and he couldn't help but speed up, galloping with Bai Ling.
Demon Realm, somewhere. Captain, when will the Lord summon us back?
A masked shadow assassin in black clasped his fists and asked Kabajiu.
Just wait patiently, the master will never forget us. Kabajiu shook his head and said. Yes.
The shadow assassin responded and turned to leave. A group of shadow assassins have already reached the platinum level 4 stars, but they have been waiting for Ling Chen to show up. For more than 10 days, Ling Chen traveled all the way, taking Bai Ling, who had never been to the human area, to play around. Bai Ling followed Ling Chen, and every time she saw something new, she couldn't help but exclaim, and then stared at Ling Chen with admiration. This made Ling Chen quite proud.
He.
After several draws, I got 2 rubbish earth level skills and a skill enhancing skill.
You can strengthen one of your own skills. Ling Chen looked at the hardened skin from frequent use these days. Lost in thought. Forget it, half an hour is enough. Xiao Lingzi can't take it any longer. All this is for the sake of her body. Enhancement time and spaceban. Ding, use the enhanced skill to strengthen time and spaceban incomplete. Ding, skill defect detected, default changed to repair. Ding, repair successful, obtained time and spaceban.
Spacetime prohibition, domain type skill, restricting time and space within the range, and being able to rewind within the range by 1 second.
Okay, this wave is not a loss, it's worth it for me to give up skin hardening.
Seeing that the complete time and spaceban actually had the ability to go back in time and space, Ling Chen was secretly delighted. On this day, Ling Chen was taking Bai Ling to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Suddenly, the communicator rang, disrupting Ling Chen and Bai Ling's leisure.
Ling Chen looked at the number, it was Dong Zhao's number. My dear Ling Chen. The graduation examination will be held tomorrow. Where are you now? How are your preparations going?
After the communicator was connected, Principal Dong's enthusiastic voice was heard.
Ling Chen was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, assessment? Hearing Ling Chen's doubtful voice, Dong Zhao's mouth twitched. This guy wouldn't really give himself a vacation, would he?
Ling Chen reacted quickly and realized that time passed by so quickly.
Don't worry. Principal Dong, I'm ready. The assessment will not let you down. Ling Chen promised. Okay, now I'm completely relieved, haha. Principal Dong laughed.
After hanging up the communicator, Ling Chen waved to Bai Ling.
Bai Ling walked up to Ling Chen and asked, what's wrong? Let's go back.
Ling Chen said with a smile, pulling Bai Ling and flying towards Tianan City.
Evening. Tianan City. Finally, we entered the city just in time for the city gate to close. As soon as he entered the city gate, Ling Chen released Bai Ling from the space. Ling Chen did not rush back, but brought Bai Ling to the city lord's mansion. Thanks to the construction specialists selected by Ling Chen last time, the entire underground of the City Lord's mansion has been built into an indestructible underground castle. In the study of the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Yi was sitting in his seat, holding a pile of drawings and studying them carefully. Ling Chen and Bai Ling suddenly appeared in front of the desk. Well. City Lord Yi looked up and saw Ling Chen. A look of excitement appeared on his face. Mr. Ling, you are finally here. City Lord Yi hurriedly stood up from his chair and stepped forward. How is it, City Lord Yi, how efficient is the construction this time? Ling Chen asked with a smile. City Lord Yi slapped his thigh, excited. Extremely efficient. The underground castle of our City Lord's mansion has been basically completed in the past few days and is in the final stages of construction. Hearing this, a satisfied expression appeared on Ling Chen's face. Very good, very good. I have a group of excellent goblin builders here. See if they can help you. Come out. Goblin. A vortex crack appeared, and dozens of goblins with dark bodies and sharp heads crawled out of the crack. This is. City Lord Yi was stunned for a moment, then a look of shock appeared on his face. Gnome? Young Master Ling, you actually have goblins? Goblins, come, help the City Lord build the underground castle well. Strengthen it while keeping it in its original state. There must not be any flaws. Ling Chen ordered. Yes, sir. Dozens of goblins shouted in unison. City Lord Yi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The goblin was a master of construction. Moreover, the construction level of the goblins is far beyond the reach of all human construction masters. Oh right. I forgot. Ling Chen knocked his head. He could even forget this. Come out, shadow assassin. Kabajiu and dozens of shadow assassins walked out from the shadows. Master, you finally summoned us. Why are there always tears in Kabajiu's eyes? It's only because of his sincere loyalty to Ling Chen. Yes. Ling Chen nodded. From now on, Shadow's headquarters will be located in the basement of the City Lord's mansion. We'll move in once construction is complete. Yes. My lord. Kabajiu and others responded in unison, their voices loud and sonorous. After making the arrangements and giving a few simple instructions, Ling Chen took Bai Ling away. Only City Lord Yi, the goblins and the shadow assassins were left looking at each other in bewilderment. City Lord Yi continued to be shocked. These men in black all had high-level platinum-level auras, and they all listened to Ling Chen. Sure enough, my choice was right. As expected, thick thighs are still fragrant. After returning to the community, Ling Chen took Bai Ling and flashed directly back to his room. Soon, indescribable noises were heard in the room. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Ling Chen washed up and got up. Today is the day of the graduation examination, so he can't be late. Is the third level of Shuguang Academy really that simple? Just as Ling Chen was thinking deeply, I was awakened by a familiar prompt sound. Ding, the system has issued a task, please check. System task, get first place in the assessment, please check. Mission Reward 1, Legion Number Doubler Card X1. Mission Reward 2, Exclusive Skill Card X1. Mission Reward 3, Legion Skill Bonus Card X1. San Yan, I'm rooting for you. Chapter 102 The assessment begins. Good. When I opened the door, I heard rustling sounds coming from the kitchen. Hearing the noise, the two girls hurried out of the kitchen. Brother, you're back. Ling Shi shouted sweetly and rushed over. Lingling beside her was also smiling excitedly. Yeah. I'm back. Ling Chen responded with a smile after rubbing his sister's head. Feeling that his sister's strength seemed to have improved a bit, Ling Chen checked it out curiously. Ling Shi, Apprentice 9 stars 888 900. Loyalty, 100 recruitable. Oh right. Not yet. Sister, your brother and I are going to set up our own organization to eliminate the monsters. Looking at his sister, Ling Chen said seriously. Hearing this, Ling Shi was stunned. She had never thought that her brother would choose to set up his own organization and to exterminate monsters. Isn't this a bit too crazy? Not only Ling Shi was stunned, but even Lingling beside him was stunned. Brother, I support you. Take me with you. Ling Shi reacted quickly. Yes, me too. I want to join. Lingling followed. Looking at the two of them, Ling Chen smiled. The two women successfully joined Ling Chen's legion.
After finishing breakfast while chatting and laughing with his sisters, Ling Chen hurried to school to take the graduation exam.
This graduation assessment is somewhat similar to the mock test. Measure source energy and attack strength. Test your talent. Test in actual combat.
The score of source energy strength increases from 1 star to 9 stars at the apprentice level, with an increase of 100 to 900 points respectively. Attack strength is directly scored in kilograms.
Talent SSS has a bonus of 2.6 times the score.
The ratio decreases by 0.2 times for each level down.
In the final crucial actual battle, scores will be given based on performance.
Generally speaking, no player will score below 60 unless you are eliminated.
Xianan City No. 1 High School. Playground. Thousands of candidates are waiting.
Ling Chen's arrival instantly caused a scream.
Isn't that Ling Chen?
Hearing this, everyone turned around and their eyes fell on Ling Chen, who had just arrived.
With a faint smile, Ling Chen walked to his class. Brother Chen, where have you been playing recently without me?
As soon as he saw Ling Chen, Yi Kong walked up to him and gently hit his shoulder and said,
I went on a long trip.
Ling Chen rolled his eyes and said it as if he told you where you were going, so how could you skip school? Ling Chen, you should be the first in China this time, you should be safe.
That's right. Don't you see who our Ling Chen is? He crushed everyone in the national competition. Since the national competition, Ling Chen has become a new generation of influential figure.
Just as a group of people were flattering Ling Chen, hoping to get close to him and obtain the divine light of the great god,
a broadcast voice spread. The energy and strength assessment has begun. Students from classes 1 to 5, please come to the stage and take the test.
Hearing this, a quarter of the class on the playground started moving and lined up to walk towards the testing table. There are 5 testing platforms, each with a spirit stone and a strength testing machine. There was only one instrument for talent testing, and it was placed on a high platform right in front of the playground. Behind the platform, there is a large screen, on which everyone's test rankings are being recorded in real time.
Now, the student ranked first is Wang Ba from class 8. Test score, 616.
While Ling Chen's class was still waiting downstairs, the announcement sounded again, Student Ling Chen, please come to the podium alone for the test. Ignoring the surprised looks from those around him, Ling Chen walked up to the platform slowly and leisurely.
Ha, classmate Ling Chen, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look much more energetic.
Principal Dong stepped forward, patted Ling Chen on the shoulder, and said with a smile. The invigilator asked, Student Ling Chen, please tell us what the upper limit of the strength tester should be.
After all, you have to know that last time Ling Chen ruthlessly smashed the tester with a punch. Is a 10,000 cap enough? Ling Chen shook his head.
Hiss.
All the teachers took a deep breath.
You know, the power of 10,000 is the strength of the gold level, but Ling Chen's power actually exceeds that.
Then let's make it 50,000, said the testing teacher with a trembling voice. Ling Chen nodded and walked forward to the spirit stone.
He slowly placed his hand on it, and the source energy in his body surged, rushing towards the spirit stone. The spirit stone flashed with dazzling light.
What do you think of Ling Chen's energy?
In the last national competition, Ling Chen's strength had already reached bronze level 3 stars. Now, 4 or 5 stars shouldn't be a problem. He should probably get around 4 or 5,000 points. The candidates below were talking about it, and everyone was still very curious about Ling Chen's results.
This is. Seeing Ling Chen's results, several teachers around were shocked. 84,210. Silver level 8 stars. The invigilator was stunned for 3 full seconds before reacting and entering his score into the system. Ling Chen's results appeared on the big screen, and he unsurprisingly took first place. Fuck, Ling Chen, is he there? We all have 9 years of supernatural education, but you're the only one who stands out? Everyone was shocked.
But soon, something even more shocking happened.
Ling Chen took a few steps forward and came in front of the tester.
Looking at the tester, Ling Chen's right hand shrank slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly.
Let me show you what real power is. Without any fancy moves, Ling Chen punched out. The swing of the fist created a sound of wind and hit the tester. Bang! A deafening sound was heard, and the numbers on the tester began to rise. The teachers nearby gathered around, wanting to see how powerful Ling Chen's punch was. The number on the tester instantly broke through 10,000, 20,000, and finally stopped at a number that makes everyone hold their jaws. 24,888. The pure power of 6 platinum stars. When Ling Chen's power appeared on the big screen. Wow! After 3 seconds of silence in the entire examination room, the entire playground became lively. Damn it, Ling Chen, please behave yourself. Put away your magical powers. We have just awakened as well, so how are we, the apprentices, supposed to play? Are we from the same cultivation system? After a group of teachers were stunned for a moment, Principal Dong suddenly burst into laughter. God bless our number 1 high school. Ha 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 ha. Our school is about to take off. Next year's tuition fees must be increased. A sculpture of Ling Chen must be built at the school gate. After Ling Chen's test was finished, the remaining tests became boring. No matter how good you are, there is always someone out of reach. Soon, all the candidates finished the first test. Next, it is a talent test for everyone. There are basically no changes in the talent tests for everyone. Until Ling Chen's appearance. Chapter 103 Crushing Test. Featured assessment, Demon Suppression Tower. Please ask Ling Chen to take the talent test. The following is the talent test. The most eye-catching moment has arrived. Ling Chen demonstrated his fire, thunder, and space abilities in the competition. It really makes people want to see it with their own eyes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the light screen of the tester in front of Ling Chen. The results of the talent test could be displayed directly on the light screen of the tester. Ling Chen walked slowly to the front of the testing equipment in full view of everyone. Slowly, put your hand on it. A stream of crimson energy appeared on Ling Chen's palm. The source energy surged and poured into the testing equipment like a red dragon returning to its nest. Soon, a line of neatly written large characters appeared on the light screen. SSS level fire. There was an uproar on the playground. Wow, bull. Isn't Ling Chen's fire ability B level? When did it become SSS level? Everyone was talking about it. Immediately afterwards, the source energy in Ling Chen's hand turned purple, and the big words on the light screen changed. SSS level lightning. Another triple S. Godling is awesome. Godling is awesome. From below the stage, uniform shouts were heard. The next moment, Ling Chen changed the source energy in his hand again, and the silver-white source energy surged out and rushed towards the testing equipment. SSSSS had seemed to be stuck, and the light screen could not fully display Ling Chen's ability level. Even the instruments were stunned by Ling Chen's extraordinary power. Ling Chen, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Brother Chen, I want a fencing with you. Hold on to the thighs tightly, starting with holding Ling Chen's thighs. Ling Chen smiled faintly and shook his head slightly towards the platform. This was not all of his strength. Student Ling Chen, you really have a hidden talent. Principal Dong was almost going crazy with joy. With Ling Chen's grades, he was basically sure to be number 1 in China. Not bad. Ling Chen responded. Soon, the results of Ling Chen's first 2 tests came out. 283,655. An almost magical number. The score is more than 50 times lower than the second place in the school, which is 5,050. After being shocked many times, everyone calmed down after seeing Ling Chen's total score. Isn't this score very reasonable? Next is the actual combat assessment. Ling Chen was very familiar with the rules of the assessment, which simulated a primeval forest throughout. You can get corresponding points for each monster killed. Add equal value to your total score. Candidates can compete with each other for points. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth inadvertently rose as he waited patiently for the actual combat assessment to begin. At this moment, an eagle's cry was heard, and an eagle tens of meters long circled over the playground and slowly landed. A man in military uniform with major's epaulettes on his shoulders and a slightly bloated middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses jumped off from the back of the eagle and walked towards Ling Chen. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Chen with a serious expression on his face and said, "Excuse me, are you Ling Chen?" Ling Chen nodded and looked at the man in confusion. "Hello? I'm Su Liang, the Vice Minister of China's Ministry of Education." The man with gold-rimmed glasses said to Ling Chen. "I came here to tell you, Ling Chen, that your strength far exceeds that of your peers. Therefore, you need to undergo a separate assessment. Of course, this is the requirement of your academy," the man with gold-rimmed glasses continued. Ling Chen nodded and said, "I wonder what my individual assessment will be about." The man with gold-rimmed glasses waved his right hand,
and the man in military uniform next to him immediately sent the people around him away.
Your individual assessment is to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. Demon Suppressing Tower? Ling Chen asked in confusion.
The name sounded very familiar.
That's right.
As the name suggests, the Demon Suppression Tower is for fighting against demonic beasts.
The Demon Suppression Tower has 81 floors. The higher you go, the stronger the monsters become.
The first level corresponds to the strength of a bronze level 1 star.
Every 9 levels is a large class. And so on.
The difficulty of passing the level can be divided into 4 modes: novice, easy, hard, and hell. The difference between the 4 difficulty levels lies in the number of opponents. With each level of difficulty increase, the number increases tenfold. The number of monsters in the novice difficulty is 1, while in hell it is 1,000.
And the assessment your academy gives you is to pass the difficult level 30. 30 floors, 100 platinum level 3-star monsters. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Is there any reward for breaking into the Demon Suppressing Tower? Ling Chen suddenly remembered something and asked immediately.
The reward is to increase your spiritual power. Every time you pass a level, your spiritual power will increase by 1 level.
Spiritual power? Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly relieved. Spiritual power is also a supernatural power? Oh. I understand. That's right.
You can think of it as a kind of supernatural power, or spiritual strength.
Deputy Minister Jinsi said, a powerful supernatural person must also have a strong spiritual power. Ling Chen nodded. Okay, I understand.
The man with gold-rimmed glasses nodded with satisfaction. If you are ready, you can follow us to start the assessment right away. After Ling Chen nodded to indicate that he was ready, Deputy Minister Jinsi and the middle-aged man turned around and left with Ling Chen. Under the envious gaze of everyone, Ling Chen climbed onto the eagle's back. Cry, with a long cry, the eagle flapped its wings, took off from the ground, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. The eagle soars in the sky, and gusts of wind howl. Just after boarding the eagle in the early morning, Ling Chen was already carrying the eagle into the sky. This eagle is even faster than me when I'm on a plane. Ling Chen couldn't help but be amazed. After a long time, a majestic tower appeared in Ling Chen's sight. This was the Demon Suppressing Tower. Is this the Demon Suppressing Tower? It looks quite majestic and powerful. Ling Chen admired secretly. Cry. The eagle circled several times above the Demon Suppressing Tower, and finally landed on a huge rock and stopped flying. Ling Chen looked down from a high place and saw that the entire Demon Suppressing Tower was covered by a layer of golden light. A strong pressure came towards him, as if something was about to break through the golden light curtain and fly out. The eagle's body trembled slightly, as if there was something in the Demon Suppressing Tower that made it extremely frightened. Is there any restriction inside this Demon Suppressing Tower? Ling Chen was secretly shocked. We're here, let's go, he said to Ling Chen. Hearing the deputy minister's words, Ling Chen came to his senses, jumped down, and followed him to the Demon Suppressing Tower. The main entrance is heavily guarded. Ling Chen observed carefully and found that these people were all diamond-level powerhouses. Seeing this situation, Ling Chen was secretly shocked. Is the guarding of this Demon Suppressing Tower so strict? Chapter 104, Breaking into the Trial Tower. Unlocking the first seal. When they arrived at the gate of the Demon Suppressing Tower, 2 guards reached out to stop everyone. Please show us your token to pass the level. One of the men wearing armor and with weapons hanging from his waist shouted in a deep voice. A level-breaking token? Ling Chen frowned slightly and looked at Deputy Minister Su Liang beside him in confusion. Ha, the tokens of your Shiguang Academy can be used universally. Su Liang laughed. I see. Ling Chen suddenly realized, and then took out the temporary token of Shiguang Academy with his name on it from his pocket and handed it to the guard for inspection. Okay, go in, a guard waved his hand. Student Ling Chen, just go in and break the level. We'll be waiting for you outside. Su Liang said with a smile. The group turned and left, leaving Ling Chen and the guards there. Ling Chen nodded and walked towards the Demon Suppressing Tower. He stepped onto the stairs, pushed open the door of the Demon Suppressing Tower, and walked into the tower. It was as if he had entered a desolate and empty place. After Ling Chen entered, the door slowly closed. When you step on the ground, you can hear slight rumbling sounds in your ears, which makes you feel awe. Looking up, I saw endless vastness all around and the sky was dark.
Welcome to the Demon Suppression Tower. Please select the difficulty level for the tower. Novice, Easy, Hard and Hell modes. Once selected, it cannot be changed for life. The number of monsters in each level of mode is 10 times that of the previous level. In addition, the Novice level can adjust the pain as low as 10%, while the normal level is 50%. By the time you reach the difficult level, it has reached 100%. As for Hell mode, it's 500% pain. An old voice came from the void and echoed in the demon suppressing tower. The assessment line set by Shuguang Academy is the 30th level of difficult mode. In this case, Ling Chen chose Hell mode without any hesitation. Choose Hell mode. If for no other reason, it's because of the thousands of monsters of the same level on each floor. It is said that the higher the difficulty, the higher the reward you get for passing. Hell mode has been activated, and consciousness transmission is about to begin. Just as Ling Chen was puzzled, a beam of white light descended from the sky and enveloped Ling Chen. Ling Chen slowly closed his eyes and stood there motionless. A blood-red world, vast and empty. Ling Chen's figure suddenly appeared, standing on a huge rock. All around him was endless wasteland, with no living creatures and no vegetation. The place where he was seemed to be a dead zone. What the hell is this place? Ling Chen whispered. Then he muttered to himself, this must be the transmission of thought. Hell mode has been activated, please be prepared. Being killed is considered a failure to pass the level, and the mind returns to the body. The first level will start in 3 minutes. A series of voices rang out from the void, reminding Ling Chen to start the challenge. Hearing these hints, Ling Chen's heart was shocked, and then his eyes focused and he took out the Xianyuan sword. After touching the Xianyuan sword, I will let you enjoy it to your heart's content today. 3 minutes later, bursts of rapid horse hoofbeats were heard on the distant horizon, followed by gusts of bronze-level aura rising into the sky. 1,000 bronze-level 1-star monsters. Looking at the monster rushing towards him, Ling Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. My Xianyuan sword has been thirsty for a long time. These bronze-level monsters posed no threat to him at all, they were nothing more than a group of cannon fodder. What we really need to be wary of are the layers that come later. Kill! Ling Chen let out a low shout, and the Xianyuan sword slashed down fiercely. Puff! Following Ling Chen's chop, hundreds of streaks of blood shot out, and bronze-level monsters fell to the ground in an instant, deader than dead. The dead monster turned into a white light and was absorbed by Ling Chen's Xianyuan sword. Great, come again! Ling Chen laughed loudly and swung out another sword. Puff! Hundreds of bronze-level monsters died under the Xianyuan sword. With one sword after another, Ling Chen continued to kill the bronze-level monsters at an extremely fast speed. Soon, thousands of monsters were all dealt with by Ling Chen. System, where's the experience? Did you steal it for me? Ding, these demonic beasts that are condensed with thoughts are already dead. This is merely the incarnation of their souls after death. Ling Chen touched his chin, feeling something was wrong, and checked the soul power of the Xianyuan sword. Xianyuan sword soul power 3899 10,000. The previous battle increased Ling Chen's soul power by 1,000, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was added, otherwise the Hell mode would have been chosen in vain. Successfully passed the first level. A ball of white mist approached along with the old voice and floated in front of Ling Chen. Ding, spiritual origin detected, can be absorbed. Absorb. Ling Chen muttered silently in his heart, and the mist in front of him turned into a stream of air, and a sense of coolness flowed into Ling Chen's brain from his whole body. In an instant, Ling Chen felt that his current spiritual power had increased a lot, a full 10% increase. It is worthy of being called Hell mode. Ling Chen couldn't help but look forward to the next level. The second level is about to begin, please be prepared. The old voice sounded again. Soon, Ling Chen arrived at the 8th floor. Ling Chen's spiritual power has more than doubled. Just as Ling Chen was killing the monster, a system prompt sound suddenly came. Ding, soul power collection is complete, Xianyuan sword can be unlocked. Finally, I have gathered enough soul power and can unlock it. Ling Chen took out 16 kilograms of divine iron and 5-element beast cores from the space and unsealed them. A golden light enveloped the Xianyuan sword, the divine iron, and the beast core. Gradually, the three merged into one. The golden light turned into a beam of light, shooting up into the sky, as if it was about to break through the clouds. If it were outside the demon suppressing tower, Ling Chen believed that it would definitely attract everyone's attention. Ding, the first seal is unlocked. Ling Chen couldn't wait to open the Xianyuan sword's attribute column and check it out. Xianyuan sword seal, platinum level. Attack, 29,999.
Xianyuan sword style, first sword, 10,000 swords return to the origin. The second sword, Xianyuan sword song. Xianyuan sword song transforms into sword energy, rapidly shuttling and slashing at all enemies within the attack range several times, causing damage.
While transformed into sword energy, the player becomes invincible. The last 6 styles are not unlocked. Unlocking conditions for the second seal layer.
1. 1 platinum level beast core each of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth.
2. A chaos crystal. 3. Soul power 01000000. Seeing the newly unlocked sword style, Ling Chen couldn't help but fall into joy. Being invincible during the cast increases so many possibilities. Seeing the conditions for unlocking the second seal, Ling Chen curled his lips. There was nothing wrong with the beast core, but what was the chaos crystal? As for soul power, keep killing. Holding the Xianyuan sword, which had been unlocked 1 level and looked even more domineering and agile, Ling Chen slashed out with his sword. Call out. A sharp sword energy instantly pierced through dozens of bronze level 8-star monsters. Chapter 105. The Trial Tower Assessment ends. After the sword energy pierced through dozens of monsters, it continued to charge forward. Whoosh! 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 The sword energy only slowly dissipated after all the monsters in this direction were killed. It's much more powerful than before. Is this the power of unlocking the first layer? Looking at the sword energy in front of him, Ling Chen was extremely excited. Not long after, Ling Chen passed the 8th level. After absorbing the spiritual energy of the 8th layer, Ling Chen waited again for the 9th layer to open. The external assessment lasted for 3 full days and finally ended. The day after the assessment, the results of the national assessment came out. A result came that surprised everyone. The one ranked first is not Ling Chen? Ling Chen's name ranked second. Ling Chen, 283655. Birthplace, Qianan City First High School. The scores are the same as those in the first 2 subjects. Has Ling Chen given up on participating in the practical test? Ranked first is a name that has never appeared in the national competition, Chu Tian. Except for a few people who know that Chu Tian comes from a university directly under the military, not many people are familiar with his name. Chu Tian's score was jaw-dropping. Chu Tian, 198040096. Origin, Military High School. What kind of assessment score is this? You know, killing a bronze-level monster only gives 1,000 points. How many monsters did you kill? This is like poking a monster's lair, right? Be a human being. Oh my god, is this guy also from a military college? Yes, it seems the military has also invested heavily. People all over the country were talking about Chu Tian's achievements. At this time, in Shuguang City, at the military academy training ground, a young figure walked slowly by, and eyes filled with shock and awe fell on Chu Tian, with deep admiration and respect. The young man in front of him had just awakened and had already demonstrated extraordinary combat power. In a short period of time, he had broken through to the bronze level 7 stars, which was stronger than the average soldier who had been in the army for 1 year. His strength is comparable to that of silver level. Ling Chen, we didn't get the chance to fight each other in the last national competition. This time, let's use the test results as our first confrontation. The young man remained calm and didn't care at all about the people's gazes. I'm already used to this kind of look. Chu Tian, good job. Did you make it to the 10th floor of the trial tower in difficult mode? An old man with white hair and beard stroked his beard and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Yes. Teacher. The young man bowed and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. The old man nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Inside the demon-suppressing tower, on the 30th floor. Xianyuan Sword Song. Ling Chen transformed into sword energy and kept moving back and forth. Sword cheese cut through the void, bringing up bursts of bright blood and killing all the surrounding monsters. Call. After retracting the Xianyuan sword, Ling Chen let out a long breath. After killing 1,000 platinum level 4-star monsters, Ling Chen felt a little tired. He no longer remembered how many times he had swung the Xianyuan sword in the previous 30 levels. After absorbing the reward of spiritual energy, Ling Chen could feel a pop as if an invisible membrane was broken. Suddenly, Ling Chen's eyes widened and his pupils shrank sharply. He could feel that he had a clearer understanding of the world. It seems like my mental strength has broken through. System?
Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the mortal realm and entering the human realm.
Oh. Ling Chen touched his nose. It was okay. That's all for today.
Since the Dawn Academy token can be used as a level breaking token, let us come back next time.
It's time to go out.
It has been 4 days since Ling Chen entered the demon suppressing tower. At the beginning, everyone was still suspecting that there was something wrong with Ling Chen's actual combat results. After waiting for a long time without any results, they could only feel sorry for Ling Chen. A beam of white light enveloped Ling Chen, and Ling Chen, who had kept his eyes closed, opened his eyes. I looked at my body and found that everything was still fine, so I felt relieved. He turned around and opened the door. 4 days later, Ling Chen returns. The door of the demon suppressing tower was opened again after a few days. With a creak, a beam of light shot out from the door. Hearing the noise, the people who were meditating and practicing nearby raised their heads with empty eyes. Finally, can I go back and practice well? Student Ling Chen, Deputy Minister Su stepped forward upon seeing Ling Chen coming out, and asked curiously, "How is it?" Ling Chen smiled faintly, secretly circulated his source energy, stretched out his right hand, and a dark golden emblem appeared in the palm of his hand. Deputy Minister Su's pupils shrank when he saw the dark golden color appear. Hell level? The number 30 appeared in the palm of his hand. Deputy Minister Su was completely shocked, and looked at Ling Chen with a hint of admiration. Student Ling Chen, your performance is truly amazing. Deputy Minister Su said with a hint of smile in his tone. Let me help you register your results. Deputy Minister Su took out a special scanner from the ring. He glanced at the mark on Ling Chen's palm. Beep. 2 beeps, and a number that made one's jaw drop appeared on the scanner. 409-300-0000. Everyone, Sigma LLL. Good man, can you be a human being? It seems that most of the candidates this year have scores in the 3 or 4 digits, right? Ahem, classmate Ling Chen, I need to report your results. We may not release your final test results. Is that okay? After being stunned for a long time, Deputy Minister Su reacted. Yes, but I must be first in the national assessment. That's no problem. Su Liang agreed without hesitation. Are you kidding me? With this result, can he still be the second? This kid is a real monster. After Ling Chen's results were reported, they alarmed a series of senior executives, who held a special meeting to discuss it. This meeting lasted for 2 hours. After the meeting, Deputy Minister Su told Ling Chen the content of the meeting. Student Ling Chen, we have finally decided not to announce the results of this test, but the first place is still yours. In addition, we will give you corresponding compensation. Compensation will be sent to you after it passes through your Dawn Academy. Hearing what Deputy Minister Su said, Ling Chen nodded slightly and did not pursue the matter. Deputy Minister Su breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Ling Chen didn't have any major objections. Then Ling Chen, let's take you back. After he finished speaking, a chirp sound was heard from the sky. The eagle that came with it spread its wings and circled in the air. Nodding, Ling Chen jumped up and landed steadily on the eagle's back. The eagle spread its wings and soared away. The hawk strikes down the dawn. At the same time, when the heat of the assessment gradually faded, someone inadvertently discovered that the ranking of the assessment seemed to have changed. The first place became Ling Chen. Ling Chen? Birthplace, Qianan City First High School. Chapter 106 Mission completed. Proper arrangements before leaving. What's going on? What do these question marks mean? The first person who saw it shared it with those around him, and soon the news came that Ling Chen had become the first in the test. Damn it! I was saying that I didn't see Ling Chen's actual combat results in the previous assessment. Sure enough, Ling Chen is first. Ling Chen YYDS. Although no one knew Ling Chen's specific results, no one doubted the authenticity of Ling Chen's South first place. After all, Ling Chen's crushing performance in the national competition is obvious to all. Tianan City, number 1 high school. The playground was no longer as lively as it was a few days ago and was empty. The sun is shining brightly and the sky is clear. In the distant sky, a faint V-shaped eagle flew across the clouds and came towards this side quickly. On the eagle's back, Ling Chen was resting with his eyes closed. The crazy battles and the trials these days have given Ling Chen a deep understanding of his current physical condition. Although it has not yet reached its peak, it has reached a terrifying level.
Chirp! The eagle's cry came into Ling Chen's ears. Student Ling Chen, we're here. Minister Su's voice came faintly.
Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes were deep and flashing with sharp brilliance. The eagle flew around the playground several times, circled down, and gradually landed on the ground.
Thanks. Ling Chen jumped off the eagle and patted its neck. Student Ling Chen, I have something else to do, so I'll leave now.
After sending Ling Chen to the place, Deputy Minister Su said goodbye. He had to go back to discuss a series of issues concerning Ling Chen.
Okay. Ling Chen nodded slightly. Subu gently patted the eagle's back. Chirp.
The eagle chirped a few times, then spread its wings and flew into the distance.
Ling Chen didn't look away until the eagle's back disappeared from his sight. When will Xiaolong be able to fly so handsomely? Boss. I'm already platinum. Once I reach one more level, I'll be able to fly. Xiaolong's silly voice came into Ling Chen's mind. Oh? Then when can you advance? Ling Chen's eyes showed anticipation. I don't know about this either. Ling Chen? But I will try my best. Xiaolong continued to assure. Ling Chen.
Too lazy to pay attention to Xiaolong, Ling Chen strolled around the campus. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be his last time stepping into this campus. After that, he will report to Shiguang College, and he probably won't have time to come back. After the assessment, the campus was suddenly 1/3 less populated with students, making it seem a little quieter. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting first place in the assessment.
You have completed the task. Please check for your reward.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Legion Number Double Card, Exclusive Skill Card, and Legion Skill Bonus Card. Legion Number Double Card, after use, the total number of the current Legion will be doubled, and the number of summoned Legion members will be doubled.
Exclusive Skill Card, randomly obtain an exclusive skill that suits you.
Legion Skill Bonus Card, after use, the Legion skill effect increases by 100%. When Ling Chen was strolling around at a leisurely pace, a system prompt sounded in his mind.
Ling Chen touched his chin and thought the reward was pretty good. After all, this mission is relatively simple.
Brother Ling Shi accidentally came out of the classroom and saw Ling Chen walking downstairs alone. Hearing a familiar call, Ling Chen turned around and looked up, and saw Ling Shi waving his right hand on the second floor. Ling Shi immediately ran downstairs and ran to Ling Chen, with a bright smile on her face, and called out sweetly, "Brother, you are so awesome, number 1 in the country." Ling Chen was slightly stunned, then smiled and reached out to rub Ling Shi's hair.
Work hard.
Oh, by the way, I was out and missed your birthday, so this is a gift to make up for it. Ling Chen took out a space ring and handed it to Ling Shi.
Thank you, brother.
Ling Shi took the space ring and smiled even more, saying sweetly.
There weren't many things in the ring, just some low-level pills that Ling Chen no longer needed.
The most valuable thing is the pet egg of the divine beast Qinghuan that Ling Chen had prepared early on.
Inside this egg is the ancient mythical beast Qinghuan. Raise it well. Tell me if you need resources in the future. Looking at Ling Shi, Ling Chen instructed. Ling Shi nodded obediently. Right. Come with me somewhere. Ling Chen suddenly remembered that the assessment was over and there was nothing to do. He was about to go to Shiguang College. As a result, his sister still didn't know that the city lord's mansion was their own property. Okay. Ling Shi nodded obediently. Reach out and hold Ling Chen's hand. Flash. The two disappeared from the spot, and a faint sound came from the void. I haven't asked for leave yet. City Lord's Mansion.
Under the command and assistance of the Goblin Master, the entire underground kingdom has been strengthened. An underground building complex capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people has been basically completed, with only the final framework and some details requiring modification. The entire underground kingdom is vast, shaped like an inverted triangle, and is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is mainly used to train Legion members and conduct various research. Here, everything is done to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Legion. Let your own Legion have a complete training system, as well as the ability to research various experimental studies to enhance combat effectiveness. The forging of elixirs and weapons is also here. The second level mainly consists of the major branch organizations of the Corps, the main office locations, and the corresponding headquarters bases.
The entire second floor is strictly divided into 6 areas, and currently, the assassin group occupies one area.
As for the remaining areas, in Ling Chen's vision, they will be divided into the beast taming group, the summoning group, the melee fighter group, and the ranged mage group. Of course, the most important thing is the trade and logistics core that contributes to the entire legion.
The logistics core will be located in the central area of the second floor. So far, it is up to the group of greedy goblins summoned to help him do the zero-cost, high-return trade robot for free. The third floor is where the top brass of the core will stay, divided into living quarters and meeting areas. The core members of the entire army will primarily be responsible for their work on this floor. At the gate of the City Lord's mansion, Ling Chen and Ling Shi flashed to the gate of the City Lord's mansion. Seeing the gate in front of him, Ling Shi looked at Ling Chen in confusion. "Brother, why did you bring me to the City Lord's mansion?"
"You'll know once you go in," Ling Chen said with a smile and led the way in.
"Oh." Looking at Ling Chen's expression, Ling Shi didn't ask any more questions and followed Ling Chen into the City Lord's mansion.
As soon as I entered the gate of the City Lord's mansion, a young man in guard uniform came to greet me. The man was thin, with a dark face and a hint of respect and flattery in his eyes.
"Mr. Ling." Ling Chen nodded. "Take me to see the City Lord."
"Yes, please come this way." The man bowed slightly and led the way respectfully.
Chapter 107, Summoning the Wet Nurse Army. A sign of a hands-off boss.
Ling Shi on the side was shocked. She didn't expect that Ling Chen actually knew the City Lord, and that the guards of the City Lord's mansion respected him so much. Arriving at the backyard of the City Lord's mansion, the man stopped and pointed to the hall in front of him, saying, "Young Master Ling, the City Lord is inside.
Please come in."
"Yeah."
Ling Chen replied calmly and pushed the door open into the hall.
The hall was very spacious and the decoration was very simple and bright. City Lord Yi sat on the main seat in the hall, reading some drawings with his head down.
Hearing the noise, City Lord Yi put down the letter and looked up.
Seeing the person coming, a flash of excitement and joy flashed in his eyes. "Young Master Ling, it's done."
Ling Chen smiled slightly, nodded, and said to the City Lord, "Thank you for your hard work, City Lord. This is my sister. Take us to see it." This is what I should do." City Lord Yi waved his hand and said, "Young Master Ling, please follow me." After saying that, City Lord Yi led the way for Ling Chen and the others, and Ling Chen and Ling Shi followed behind. Hearing the City Lord addressing Ling Chen, Xiaoxi covered her mouth in surprise and pointed at Ling Chen with one finger. "Brother, you.
What's wrong?
Is there a problem?" Ling Chen looked at Xiaoxi's surprised expression with satisfaction. He touched his nose and blinked at Ling Shi and said, "Didn't I tell you that I want to set up an organization?" "You managed to persuade the City Lord to rebel so quickly?" Ling Shi said in surprise, "Brother, how did you do it?"
Ling Chen fell into deep thought for a long time before he opened his mouth and uttered a very reasonable reason. "This is all due to your brother's personality.
Besides, what is instigation of rebellion? I, your brother, am not rebelling."
Ling Chen turned around and lightly rewarded Ling Shi with a small chestnut.
"It hurts."
Carrot Ling Shi covered her head, rolled her eyes at Ling Chen, and pouted in grievance, a pure acting spirit.
Soon, the two followed the City Lord to the back hall of the conference hall. The City Lord stepped forward and twisted the 2 candle lamps. Boom!
There was a continuous sound, and an entrance appeared on the floor, with a staircase leading down appearing in front of him.
"Mr. Ling, please come in."
The City Lord bent down and stretched out his hand, motioning Ling Chen to go first.
"Thank you. It's my duty." The City Lord bowed slightly. "Xiaoxi, come in."
Ling Chen turned his head and said to Ling Shi, who looked confused. Ling Shi finally came to his senses and quickly followed Ling Chen's footsteps, heading into the underground passage.
After passing through the underground passage, they soon arrived at a meeting hall.
On the left side of the hall, there are several tables and chairs. "Mr. Ling, the entire underground castle has been built into 3 floors according to your instructions.
Each floor has a dedicated entrance.
The 3 floors are identical, and we are now in the meeting hall on the 3rd floor."
The City Lord pointed to a row of chairs in front and introduced. "Ding, the summoning system cooldown has expired, you can summon now."
While listening to City Lord Ye's introduction, Ling Chen's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a system prompt.
Ling Chen nodded and said, "Okay, you can introduce it to me later. Take me to the 2nd floor first. I have something to take care of." City Lord Yi nodded and took Ling Chen to the 2nd floor.
Leaving his sister and the city lord where they were, Ling Chen came to one of the areas.
Ding, summon.
Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning the Holy Wet Nurse Legion.
Number of Legion members, 25. Leader of the Legion, Saka Hiram. All members talent level, SS level. Attribute, Holy. Professional skills, Life Recovery, Status Recovery, Light Guardian, Purification. Strength, Platinum level 1-star evolvable. A group of nurses with almost zero combat power, please protect them. A holy gate appeared and slowly opened. A group of girls dressed in white priest costumes and white cloaks slowly appeared in front of Ling Chen. Looking at these nannies who were wearing white long skirts, holding magic wands and with pious expressions on their faces, Ling Chen was slightly dazed. Although the white cloaks worn by this group of nurses were different in style from those of other priests, they exuded a soft glow. These priests have fair skin and beautiful facial features, and their purity exudes a sense of holiness and spirituality. What is different from other wet nurses is that in the center of them, there is a beautiful girl with a slim figure. The girl was wearing a blue robe, a pair of blue boots, a pair of exquisite and beautiful crystal crowns on her head, and a pink scarf covering half of her face. She looked quite seductive. In the girl's right hand, she held a white jade scepter. Seeing Ling Chen, the girl bowed slowly, and her clear voice rang in Ling Chen's ears. Meet the master.
Ling Chen put away his surprised expression and smiled slightly.
I guess this is their Legion commander. This area is yours from now on.
You have the right to prohibit others from entering.
Ling Chen said to them. Thank you, master.
All the priests bowed in unison, and suddenly, a patch of white that could not be covered by the priest's robe came into view.
Cough cough, I'm leaving first. Ling Chen coughed awkwardly and turned to leave.
Ling Chen, who was preparing to return to meet up with his sister and city lord Yi, suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a Legion doubling card that he could use.
Ding, do you want to use the Legion double card?
Use. Ding, congratulations to the host for doubling the number of summon legions.
Holy Wet Nurse Legion, 50. Shadow Assassin Legion, 114. Goblin Legion, 9,136. Wait. Did I see that wrong? The number of nurses and assassins has doubled as normal, but if I remember correctly, there are only 571 goblins?
Ling Chen was a little confused, and suddenly remembered what the system had said at that time.
Reproduction is extremely fast? But this month, the number has gone from 571 to 4,568? That's an 8-fold increase. Even an old sow can't give birth as fast as you. Old sow, I am offended.
The number of people in Ling Chen's summon legion increased several times in an instant. While thinking and walking, Ling Chen soon saw City Lord Yi and his sister chatting idly.
Brother, you are finally here. This uncle is so boring.
Seeing Ling Chen, Ling Shi hurried forward. Rubbing his head with a smile, Ling Chen looked at the city lord and said, "Let's gather in the conference room for the meeting."
10 minutes later, in the conference hall on the 3rd floor.
Ling Chen and Ling Shi, City Lord Yi, Assassin Kabajiu, Wet Nurse Saka Hiram, Ian Kalendor, and Bai Ling were all present. In a short while, I will go to the academy to practice for a period of time. During this period, I hope that you will cooperate sincerely.
Ling Chen glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice. Then, during this time, I'll ask you to take care of my sister. Everyone bowed and saluted. We will definitely not let our master, young Master Ling, down. Before you leave, I will arrange your next tasks for you. I will not summon you unless there is a special need. Ling Chen said in a deep voice. 7089. Arrive. Chapter 108, Departure. Return to Dawn Academy. Complete the task I assigned to you well. Ling Chen said in a deep voice.
The killer intelligence organization, the Eyes of the Legion, must be developed.
Yes. Kabajiu clasped his fists and accepted the order. Ian, the task of making money from now on will be left to you. Ling Chen looked at Ian seriously.
There was a gleam of the light of a man will die for his friend in Ian's eyes, and a momentum of grabbing all the monster resources in the world burst out.
Saka, you guys, cough, practice healing more, increase the healing amount, and you won't have to worry about team battles.
Ling Chen coughed twice and smiled at Saka beside him.
After hearing Ling Chen's words, Kabajiu and Ian's expressions became strange.
Doesn't this mean that from now on, you can eat milk after fighting? City Lord Yi, the daily work of Qianan City will still be managed by you. This will become our base camp in the future.
Yes, young Master Ling.
Looking at the serious Ling Chen, City Lord Yi responded seriously.
Then thank you all for your hard work.
When I'm not around, within a reasonable range, my sister's words will be considered as mine.
After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen said again. Everyone looked at each other, and finally nodded, yes. Then I'll be leaving first.
I hope that next time I come here, this place will have a brand new look.
Ling Chen was secretly happy.
It was so nice not to have to manage it himself. Farewell to our Lord Mr. Ling.
Everyone bowed again.
Ling Chen left with satisfaction and turned to look at City Lord Yi. City Lord Yi, Tianan City is now handed over to you. If you have any difficulties that you can't solve, tell Qi Baju and he can find me.
I obey your command.
Ling Chen left and everyone bowed respectfully again. Looking at Ling Chen's disappearing back, everyone's blood boiled.
The master really valued them.
Ian and Kabajiu looked at each other, and both saw a glimmer of brilliance in each other's eyes. 0.01 second later, in front of Sokka.
Sister Sokka, I'll take you to my place.
Ian rubbed his hands, with a lewd look on his face, and looked at Sokka with a smile.
No. Sokka shook his head. Why? You're so ugly. Ian, puff, a mouthful of blood. Then Sister Sokka, are you free tomorrow?
Kabajiu, who was standing by, was delighted when he saw this. He brushed his flowing hair, looked elegant, and said with a hint of melancholy in his eyes.
No. What I hate most is assassins. Sokka rolled his eyes and waved his hand in refusal. Kabajiu, other assassins caused the trouble, why should I take the blame?
City Lord Yi watched silently from the side, his face twitching, pinching himself with his right hand, unable to laugh.
Goodbye, old man. Sokka waved to City Lord Yi and walked back.
City Lord Yi, this can also be blamed. After returning home, I had a simple meal with my sisters and played and laughed. I left enough resources for my sister to practice, and the rest is up to her. As for my sister's future, it all depends on her taking one step at a time. In the early hours of the morning, when it was quiet, a black figure quickly passed by the roof and disappeared into the night in a flash.
In an open space outside Tianan City, a figure landed silently on the ground.
This person was Ling Chen, who stood there for a long time, looking at Tianan City in the distance. After a long time, Ling Chen jumped up lightly, stepped a few steps in the air with his toes, and disappeared in the air in an instant.
Space shuttle. A space vortex appeared. After confirming the direction, Ling Chen entered it, and then the vortex disappeared out of thin air. Ha! A breeze blew by, leaving a light dust in the air, without leaving a trace. At the top of a towering rock, a vortex gate slowly opened. A thin figure emerged from it, and this figure was Ling Chen. Through space travel, Ling Chen came to the vicinity of the academy. It was already early morning. The morning light shone on the sky.
The red glow on the horizon seemed to be stained with a layer of blood mist, which was very beautiful. Thinking that the token has the function of positioning and navigation, Ling Chen took out the Academy's temporary token from the space. At this moment, the token was glowing slightly, flashing a faint light. Ling Chen picked up the token and input source energy into it. Then, the token emitted a soft white light.
The white light shot out in one direction. Without hesitation, Ling Chen quickly followed in that direction.
Under the guidance of the white light, Ling Chen quickly found the stone wall where he entered Shiguang Academy last time. There was a groove on the stone wall.
Ling Chen placed his token on it with ease and it fit perfectly. A bright light flashed, and Ling Chen took a step and walked towards the stone wall. When Ling Chen's figure was completely integrated into the stone wall, the outside of the stone wall fell into a long silence again. After collecting the fallen token, Ling Chen walked forward and passed through the long corridor. At the end of the corridor is Shiguang College. When he came to Shiguang College again, Ling Chen found that his mentality had changed greatly. The last time I came here, I was just a student taking an assessment test, but now, I am here as a student. Walking through the stone path behind the gate and into Shiguang College, Ling Chen went straight to the comprehensive office building area to handle the formal procedures first. Thinking that everyone in the academy should know him, Ling Chen flashed directly towards the comprehensive building. Swish, swish, bang. Just as Ling Chen flashed one after another, a wall of space appeared in front of Ling Chen. Who is it? A light shout was heard, and a figure appeared in front of Ling Chen. This is a young man in his 20s, with a handsome appearance, a stern face and a sharp glint in his eyes. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet another person from the space department so soon. It seemed to be his senior brother? Ling Chen. Master Shen's disciple. Ling Chen said calmly, I guess you must be senior brother Jiang Haotian? Oh. You are Ling Chen. The young man showed a look of surprise, but soon put on a smile. Where did the space department come from? Welcome to Dawn Academy. I've heard Master talk about you for a long time. I'll take you to see Master. Ling Chen smiled faintly. This senior brother had a relatively good personality. Although he was too serious at the beginning, it was also to prevent outsiders from intruding. I'm here to go through the formal admission procedures. I'll go right away after I'm done. Ling Chen said. Okay, I'll take you there. Jiang Haotian took Ling Chen along the stone road towards the college building complex. Senior Jiang, where are the other students? Ling Chen asked doubtfully. He had only seen Senior Jiang in the 2 times he came to Shuguang College. They are out on a mission. I just happened to have completed a mission and came back to hand it in. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen me. Jiang Haotian smiled faintly, his face full of determination. Chapter 109, Enrollment in Dawn Academy. Mission? Ling Chen asked doubtfully. You'll know when you enroll. In Shuguang College, there are certain practical training tasks every year, which earn credits. The credits can be exchanged for various natural treasures you need. Senior brother Jiang explained with a smile. So that's it. Ling Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Jiang Haotian led Ling Chen into the academy and introduced them. There are currently 19 students in Dawn Academy. Including you, we have exactly 20. There are still 2 people in the academy. Will you have the chance to meet them later? As a new student, you will have 6 months of one-on-one instruction from multiple dedicated instructors. During this time, the instructor's guidance is free. Huh? Free? What do you mean? Isn't there no tuition? Ling Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. He. After half a year, you will not be a freshman anymore. From then on, all the tutoring classes you will take will require 1 thing credits. Jiang Haotian chuckled, seeming satisfied with Ling Chen's dumbfounded look. And if you want to earn credits, you have to go out and do missions. Unless you know how to make pills or weapons, you can exchange them for credits with the academy. There is a student still in the school who is a master alchemist named Yao Wan. She is only 25 years old. Jiang Haotian's tone was a little excited. Ling Chen shrugged and disagreed. Huh? Aren't you surprised? Good. The 2 walked along the stone path to the square, facing the teaching area of Shuguang College. From a distance, the teaching area is mainly divided into 4 huge buildings of different shapes in the 4 directions of east, west, south and north, and a tall tower in the center. Ling Chen's gaze fell on the tall tower, which was spiral-shaped and more than 30 meters high. The tower is black with lines on its surface. There are many stone tablets surrounding the tower, with some patterns engraved on them. Some are alchemy furnaces, some are methods of refining pills, some are various formations, some are martial arts, and so on. These are the best resources in the tower in various aspects. The teaching area is divided into 5 areas, the daily training area in the east, with the blessing of the formation, the training speed is 3 times that of the outside world. The training area on the west side is a place for practicing martial arts. The alchemy room on the north side, if you know how to make alchemy. The south side is the teaching building mainly used for imparting knowledge. In the center of the teaching area is the college's treasure house. You can go to the first floor of the treasure house to pick up college missions and redeem your rewards. The 2nd to 9th floors of the treasure pavilion contain various types of weapons, martial arts, materials, skills, etc. As long as you have enough credits, you can take the entire treasure house if you want. Ling Chen nodded, having a general understanding of the teaching area. However, it sounded like his master-level alchemy skills were a good way to earn credits. Come on, I'll take you to complete the admission procedures first. Then I'll take you to the dormitory. Jiang Haotian waved to Ling Chen, and took Ling Chen around the teaching area and walked deeper into the college. Ling Chen nodded and followed. Along the way, Jiang Haotian talked incessantly, introducing everything about Shuguang College to Ling Chen. The 2 of them arrived at the door of the office on the 2nd floor of the complex building. Jiang Haotian suddenly stopped, with a strange look on his face. He stretched out a finger to his mouth and made a hush sound at Ling Chen.
Then he pointed to the office, and Ling Chen put his ear close to the doorframe in confusion. From inside the door came some strange noises and the old man's obscene laughter.
I've heard this one before. Ling Chen said bluntly, moving his ears. I think I heard it last time. He, you have a good memory.
Zhang Haotian said with a teasing look on his face, and then a kind smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Haotian put his hand on the doorknob, and suddenly, he pushed the door open and shouted, Sweep H, stand up. The sudden noise scared Mr. Su behind the desk so much that he shuddered all over and subconsciously wanted to slap the screen. Then he immediately reacted and scolded Zhang Haotian, UTM, you don't want to learn the good things, but what kind of crap did you learn from your old master? Zhang Haotian chuckled, his master was right, it was really enjoyable. Seeing the two of them about to fight, Ling Chen hurried forward, Senior, I'll handle the admission procedures. Hearing this, the furious old Su turned around and saw Ling Chen.
The anger on his face gradually disappeared. Ling Chen. You're here. Give me the temporary token from before. Ling Chen took out the token and handed it over.
Old Su took the token, took out a golden crystal with his right hand, crushed it, and turned it into a golden light that rushed into the token.
Then, Old Su took out a jade token. Give me 2 drops of blood. Old Su said to Ling Chen.
Ling Chen nodded, stretched out his right index finger, put it to his mouth, bit it gently, squeezed out 2 drops of blood, wrapped it with source energy, and floated it in front of Old Su. Old Su waved his right hand and drew something in the air. Then a drop of blood turned into a stream of light and sank into the token, and another drop sank into the jade plate.
This is your academy token from now on. Keep it safe.
Elder Su returned the token to Ling Chen, then pointed at the jade token and said, This jade token will be placed in the Changsheng Hall.
If the jade shatters, it means you can't come back.
Ling Chen was slightly stunned, took the token and looked at it carefully. The token has not changed much from before, except that the center of the token is crystal clear and has a faint golden light emerging, but no one knows what it is. Seeing Ling Chen put away Ling Chen, senior brother Zhang Haotian said on the side, Mr. Su, quickly assign Ling Chen a dormitory, I will take him there. Mr. Su nodded, returned to the computer screen, calmly closed a website, and skillfully logged into the college's accommodation platform.
No one lives in Villa 404, you can go there.
Old Su tapped a few times on the keyboard skillfully, then took out a door card from the drawer and handed it to Ling Chen.
Thank you, Mr. Su, we're leaving. After receiving the door card, Ling Chen and Zhang Haotian left the complex building. Come on, I'll take you to the dormitory. Soon, the two arrived at the living area. Ling Chen stared blankly at the villa area in front of him, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Each villa covers an area of thousands of square meters, and the 2-story villas have their own exclusive back garden. Ling Chen looked and saw at least hundreds of villas. Under the guidance of senior brother Jiang, Ling Chen came to villa number 404. Right in front of the villa, there is a huge fountain, with water spraying more than 10 meters high. As he walked into the courtyard of the villa, a dense source of energy hit him in the face. Ling Chen discovered that there was a source gathering formation within the villa's courtyard. Take out the door card and gently place it on the door's sensing system. Drop. There was a slight sound, and then the door lock opened. With a gentle push, the door slowly opened. Chapter 110, Hasty Opening Ceremony, Recruiting Zhuge. Ling Chen and Zhang Haotian walked in. The interior of the villa has a simple layout, but it is very elegantly decorated. The living room on the first floor is furnished with a set of mahogany sofas and 2 sets of coffee tables. There was a bookshelf next to a coffee table, on which was placed a row of books with simple covers, and it was obvious that Ling Chen had never read them. On the left side of the living room, there is an antique wooden cabinet, which contains bottles of various medicines and elixirs, all of which are used in daily practice. The ground in the middle of the doorway was covered with a thick and soft animal skin carpet, which extended all the way to the circular staircase on the second floor. After staying on the first floor for a while, the two turned and walked towards the stairs. The layout upstairs is similar to that of downstairs. At the end of the corridor and stairs is a study. The door is ajar, and you can see a bookshelf with a few books on it. There is a book on the bookshelf called Global Trial, Awakening Twin Powers at the beginning. It seems that the students living here are quite tasteful. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart. To the right of the study was a large room. Ling Chen pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room was a huge bed. Next to the bed was a desk with a copy of the admission guide on it. There was also a painting hanging on the wall directly opposite the desk.
Jiang Haotian walked forward, pointed at the painting with a mysterious look on his face, and said to Ling Chen, "Behind the painting is a secret room for cultivation. The soundproofing inside is very good. Try to inject your source energy into the painting." Ling Chen nodded, not understanding any hidden meaning, and circulated his source energy, sending it into the painting on the wall. A powerful energy surged into the painting, and then the scroll flashed and opened, and the scene in the painting was immediately revealed. When the scroll was opened, Ling Chen's attention was immediately drawn in. Inside the scroll, there is a vast space, without any decorations, it is empty. Then, "Junior brother Ling, I've sent it off to you. I'll leave first. There will be a welcome ceremony in the square at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to attend on time." Jiang Haotian smiled and waved his hand, saying goodbye to Ling Chen. "Goodbye, senior brother." Ling Chen waved and said goodbye to his senior brother. After briefly familiarizing himself with his dormitory villa, Ling Chen returned to his room, opened the secret room and the painting and went in. The next morning, Ling Chen woke up from his cultivation, stood up, stretched his muscles, and washed up simply. Lottery. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the heavenly grade weapon Suzaku Feather Fan. Suzaku Feather Fan increases the user's intelligence by 20 points, and increases the damage output of fire-type psychics. Without caring, Ling Chen opened the door and walked out. Arriving at the square on time, Ling Chen discovered that there were only 3 students there, lazily waiting for something. One of them was senior brother Jiang Haotian, and next to him were 2 students, a boy and a girl. What surprised Ling Chen was that this male student seemed somewhat familiar. He had a handsome face, wore a silk scarf on his head, a long sword on his waist, and was dressed in flowing white clothes, looking like a graceful young man. It was Zhuge Kongming, whom Ling Chen had met twice before. Ling Chen did not expect that he was also a student of Shiguang Academy. Another female student, dressed in a long alchemy robe that dragged on the ground, had a pretty face and wore a pair of black-framed glasses without lenses. She had a petite figure, but her chest was plump and sizable, and she had short, shiny black hair, looking heroic. "I think this should be the alchemy master Yao Wan mentioned yesterday." On the high platform in the center of the square, a group of elders were already standing on the platform. Each of them had a dignified face and looked very solemn. Seeing that all 4 academy students had arrived, a hunched figure slowly walked forward on the podium. "Everyone is here now. Please welcome our newcomer, new student Ling Chen, to the stage." A familiar voice came. Ling Chen took a closer look and realized that this was old Su, whom he had run into twice. It's the same movie both times. It seems that Mr. Su has too few resources. Next time I can share the few TS that Yi Kong shared with me last time. I can share it with Mr. Su, maybe I can get a lot of resources in return. Ling Chen thought secretly in his heart, and at the same time, he took a step and walked onto the platform. Let us warmly welcome Ling Chen, the 40th batch of students from Dawn Academy. Pa! The 3 people burst into enthusiastic applause from the audience. For the specific history and details of Shiguang College, please go back and read the newcomer handbook. I won't go into details here. Alright, I believe everyone has formed an impression of Ling Chen. Next time you see him, just don't accidentally kill him. I declare the welcome ceremony over. Everyone, go back and catch up on some sleep. Old Su shouted loudly, and all the elders immediately left the square. Ling Chen was left alone, disheveled in the wind. "So you asked me to come up just to recognize my face? Could you be a little more hasty?" "Junior brother Ling, congratulations on officially joining Shiguang College." Jiang Haotian walked forward, bowed to Ling Chen and said with a smile. He. Don't worry about it. We at Dawn Academy have a free-range education system. Everything is up to you. They'll teach you whatever you want to learn. Thank you. By the way, wasn't I the only one recruited this time? What about Zhuge Kongming? Ling Chen asked puzzledly. You are talking about him. He has been here for a long time. He relies on this place. Jiang Haotian pointed to his head and said to Ling Chen. Ha! Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, then reacted, so this world also values intelligence. Check it with the system. Zhuge Kongming, bronze level 2 star 666, 2000. Intelligence, 666. Loyalty, 65. Resourceful and wise, it is recommended to subdue him. Ling Chen was surprised to find that the system actually suggested that he subdue the other party.
Moreover, I have always felt that something is missing. Now I know that the Legion is missing a leader.
And now, Zhuge Kongming in front of him is exactly the talent he needs. Loyalty is 65, so it seems there is still hope of conquering him. Without saying a word, Ling Chen hurried forward and came in front of Zhuge Kongming.
Zhuge Kongming, I didn't expect that you are my senior? Ling Chen said, so to speak. The Zhuge in front of him was recruited by Shiguan College because of his intelligence before this year.
In the last competition, he illegally teamed up with Ling Chen. Zhuge Kongming also had a little interest in Ling Chen, who was far superior to others in the same class.
Student Ling Chen, please give me your guidance in the future. Zhuge Kongming smiled slightly and bowed to Ling Chen. Brother Zhuge, I have a favor to ask of you. Ling Chen clasped his fists and bowed, then went straight to the point. Student Ling Chen, please speak.
Zhuge Kongming said with a faint smile. I would like to invite Brother Zhuge to join my beast hunting army and serve as a military advisor.
In the future, we will work together to defeat the monsters.
Ling Chen's passionate voice came, his eyes fixed on Zhuge Kongming.
Chapter 111, The Military Advisor Returns. The Academy's training begins. Zhuge Kongming looked at Ling Chen, smiled, and held up 3 fingers. You can ask me to join, but I need you to be able to accomplish 3 things. Which 3 things? Ling Chen did not agree immediately, but asked Zhuge. First of all, you must ensure that I have strong enough people around me to protect my safety. The second thing is, I hope you can reach diamond level in a short period of time. The third thing is not urgent now.
I hope to mobilize all members of the Legion to help me find the lost treasure of my tribe, the Vermilion Bird Feather Fan.
Zhuge Kongming said.
Ling Chen was stunned when he heard this.
Vermilion Bird Feather Fan? Why does it sound so familiar? It seems like something I won this morning.
He took out the treasure he had won in the lottery, the Vermilion Bird Feather Fan, from his backpack and gave it to Zhuge Kongming.
It was Zhuge's turn to be stunned. Oh my goodness, are you sure it's such a coincidence? System, what a coincidence. I happened to notice this at an auction before, so I bought it. This third thing is already done. Your first 2 conditions are also fine.
Ling Chen clenched his right fist and silently said in his heart.
3rd level Thunder God Technique.
The majestic thunder and lightning attached to Ling Chen, and Ling Chen's momentum suddenly increased.
Flash. Call out. Thor's Fist.
With a light shout, Ling Chen gathered power in his right fist and punched the tester beside the square. The numbers on the tester fluctuated violently, and soon stopped at one number.
48,888. The pure power of 6 diamond stars. After constant battles in the demon suppressing tower, Ling Chen's control over his own strength has become more precise. This number shocked all 3 people present. The young man in front of me seems to have just finished the college entrance examination. Zhuge Kongming also reacted. It turned out that even with Ling Chen's strength of 6 stars in the platinum level in the college entrance examination, he had not yet used his full strength. However, this also proved that Ling Chen's talent was strong and worthy of following. In that case, I agree. Zhuge Kongming said solemnly. Okay, then, from now on, we will be good brothers.
Ling Chen hugged Zhuge Kongming, patted his shoulders and shouted loudly.
Zhuge Kongming was startled, then smiled and replied, okay. From now on, we are brothers. Ding, Zhuge Kongming joins the Legion.
Ding, congratulations on conquering a peerless military strategist.
Ling Chen was delighted.
He had conquered a peerless military strategist.
His future life should be much easier.
After all, commanding a group battle is not his forte. With Zhuge, he doesn't have to worry about it. As for Zhuge's safety, Ling Chen planned to temporarily arrange Baiyu to provide close protection, and then make deployment arrangements after the level of the Shadow Assassin Legion was raised.
By the way, Ling Chen, how many people are there in your army now? Ling Chen looked at his attribute panel. Number of Legion members, 2977, beginning to take shape. The Summon Legion is not counted in this number. I took another look at the number of Summon Legions, 18436. My goodness, these goblins are still doubling in number, be more restrained. Therefore, the total number of Ling Chen's subordinates should be 21,443. More than 21,000. Most of them are goblins. Ling Chen told the truth without hiding anything. Brother, goblin? Zhuge looked at Ling Chen with a strange tone. Ling Chen was stunned and asked in confusion, what's wrong? How did you manage to subdue so many goblins? At the beginning, I only subdued 500 goblins. I never thought that they would become more than 18,000 now. There was also a hint of melancholy in Ling Chen's tone. The average appearance of his legion was lowered by this group of goblins. Afterwards, Ling Chen reported the current situation of his organization to military advisor Zhuge. Trust people you employ, don't employ people you don't trust. What's more, there is the system. Zhuge, who knew Ling Chen's situation, looked at Ling Chen with a strange look, if he had joined Ling Chen mainly because of Ling Chen's talent. And now, he saw Ling Chen's ambition and his long-term vision. However, he also discovered some problems with Ling Chen, and was unable to utilize resources well to maximize benefits. There is no time to lose. I have decided to go to Tianan City immediately, Zhuge said proactively, and Ling Chen nodded with great satisfaction. Next, the two discussed some details and finally determined the time. Zhuge Kongming decided to go to Tianan City 2 days later. After making an appointment with Ling Chen, he hurried back to his villa. After the discussion, it was already late at night. Ling Chen returned to his room and picked up the admission guide. Ling Chen learned that every student basically chose every course they took. Except for the monster subjects and practical combat subjects, there were basically no fixed subjects. As a new student, you can study any subject for free within 6 months and receive any cultivation resources you use for free. In half a year, everything will require credits. After half a year, you will need to go out to complete tasks, and you will be rewarded with corresponding credits based on the difficulty of the tasks. Tomorrow, I'll go to the training room in the academy to try out the effects, Ling Chen thought to himself. Then he opened the secret room and entered it. Come out. Ling Chen took out the formation plate and called out. A white light flashed, and Linger with a graceful figure appeared. Ahem. My skin has hardened since I haven't practiced for several days. Come and practice with me. Ling Chen coughed lightly and walked towards Bai Ling. The night passed quietly. The sound insulation is indeed very good. Early in the morning, Ling Chen came to the academy's training room. After a simple registration, Ling Chen pushed the door and entered the advanced training room. He could clearly feel the majestic source energy in the training room. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes slightly, and used all his strength to practice the Chaos God killing art. A powerful suction force came, and the surrounding elemental energy gathered towards Ling Chen frantically and poured into Ling Chen's body. All the pores on Ling Chen's body dilated instantly, and endless elemental energy poured into Ling Chen's body frantically. Such a strong elemental energy. Ling Chen couldn't help but open his eyes and exclaimed in amazement. The training efficiency of this training room was beyond Ling Chen's imagination. Without further ado, Ling Chen continued to practice. After a long time, a barrier that had been blocking the way for a long time was broken. Ling Chen's realm also smoothly reached the silver level 9 stars. It seems that I will have to come to the training room more often, and my Linger will have to be inconvenienced for the time being, Ling Chen thought as he walked towards the teaching building in the south. He wants to choose some courses that he wants to take. Just then, a hurried figure bumped past Ling Chen. Sorry. Without even turning his head, the figure disappeared around the corner. Chapter 112, Course Selection, Alchemy, and Accepting a Disciple. Looking at the back, it seems to be the one from this morning. Shaking his head, Ling Chen didn't care. Arriving at the course selection hall on the first floor of the teaching building, Ling Chen began to look for courses. Among the hundreds of college courses, Ling Chen chose 5 courses that interested him. Combination 1 + 1 greater than 2, Intoxicated, Life Lies in Multiplayer, The Mystery of the Origin of Life, How the Divine Artifact is Forged. Although these courses have not been introduced in detail, Ling Chen understands them all, so it is definitely not convenient to introduce them in detail. After choosing the courses, Ling Chen's schedule was generated, with 1 course a day, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and free arrangements on weekends. Ling Chen nodded with great satisfaction at his schedule, and he could go to the practice room to practice well in the evening. Thinking that he would face the issue of credits in half a year, Ling Chen decided to pick up alchemy and use the pills he made to exchange credits from the college. After thinking it over, Ling Chen walked towards the alchemy building in the north. Arriving at the alchemy building, Ling Chen discovered that the entire first floor was empty, with only various finished elixirs displayed in the hall. On the second floor, there are some alchemy rooms with transparent windows, which are convenient for alchemists to learn and discuss with each other. In the first alchemy room at the top, one can see a woman in a long robe, with short hair and black framed glasses, skillfully circulating her source energy and conscientiously refining pills. This woman was Yao Wan.
Ling Chen stopped and stood in front of the window. Through the glass, he quietly watched Yao Wan seriously refining the elixir. Time flies, and before I knew it, an hour had passed. A burning smell spread, and the herbs turned black and lost their medicinal properties. Yao Wan frowned slightly, a look of regret on her face, and murmured, "It still didn't work." Then, Yao Wan took off her glasses, rubbed her forehead and sighed. At this moment, a voice rang out from Yao Wan's side. "Are you going to refine the precious elixir, the heart-purifying pill?" Hearing the voice, Yao Wan turned around suddenly and saw Ling Chen standing outside the window. She said uncertainly, "You are the new Ling."
"Ling Chen."
Ling Chen said with a smile.
"Ling Chen, how do you know that I'm refining the Qingxin pill? Do you know how to make pills?"
Yao Wan's tone revealed a hint of surprise, but she was not particularly shocked.
"I know a thing or two, but the Qingxin pill is not made this way." Ling Chen shook his head. Yao Wan was slightly stunned, and looked at Ling Chen with some doubt. "The pill formula is incomplete. Could it be that you can do it?" "What a coincidence! I really can do that." Ling Chen shrugged. "Can you refine the Qingxin pill?"
Yao Wan's voice was full of doubt. "You know, the necessary condition for alchemy is to have fire source energy."
Ling Chen in front of him has just awakened for 2 or 3 months.
Even if he practiced without eating or drinking until today, he would at most be a junior alchemist.
"Ha, just give it a try and you'll know." Ling Chen chuckled.
After saying that, Ling Chen flashed into the alchemy room, raised his left hand, and waved it gently.
A ball of flame emerged out of thin air and burned fiercely in the alchemy furnace. A burning sensation swept over me.
From the moment Ling Chen started preparing to refine the elixir, his expression was no longer lazy, but became extremely focused. His eyes were fixed on the alchemy furnace. He grabbed a few herbs on the stone table beside him with his right hand and threw them into the alchemy furnace. He controlled the flames and wrapped the herbs in it. In an instant, the herbs burned up, leaving behind a few drops of liquid that contained all the essence of the herbs.
Then, Ling Chen continued to add medicinal herbs. Danine lotus, Li Shui jade, 7-star grass.
Under Ling Chen's control, each herb was refined into a pure liquid, floating in the alchemy furnace. Looking at Ling Chen's skilled appearance, Yao Wan couldn't help but be a little surprised by Ling Chen. She didn't expect that Ling Chen could actually make pills, and how could he control the flames so precisely? Her attitude towards Ling Chen also changed from suspicion at the beginning to a hint of expectation. She began to observe every step of Ling Chen's alchemy attentively to find out the reason for her own failure. The crimson flame was still burning and rising in the alchemy furnace. Ling Chen stared at the crimson flame with his deep eyes, and took out the ice beast core that had been prepared long ago.
"Throw it into the alchemy furnace." As soon as the beast core entered the alchemy furnace, it was covered by flames. Under Ling Chen's flames, a hard beast core slowly began to melt and was calcined into a ball of sky blue liquid. Next, it is the last step, melting the pill. Dozens of balls of pure liquid mixed together under Ling Chen's control, and the flames rose up and covered the entire ball of liquid. Slowly, under the forging of flames, the liquid gradually condensed and fused, and the prototype of an ice blue pill appeared. A faint fragrance of elixir is slowly spreading out. Finally, the elixir is ready.
Ling Chen waved his right hand, and the pill flew from the alchemy furnace into the palm of Ling Chen's hand.
Precious pill level Qingxin pill. Finally, Yao Wan's face showed shock.
Ling Chen, who had just reached adulthood, could actually refine precious pills.
"How did you do that?"
Ling Chen shrugged. "When you refine the elixir, you must pay attention to controlling the temperature and mastering the medicinal properties of the elixir. Also, your recipe is missing one herb, 7-star grass. It can effectively neutralize the repulsiveness of the mixed medicinal liquids." Yao Wan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she suddenly realized the reason for her failure.
"Thank you." Yao Wan sincerely thanked Ling Chen.
"It's just a small matter, you're welcome." Ling Chen waved his hand. Afterwards, Yao Wan tentatively asked Ling Chen about a few problems he encountered while refining the elixir, and Ling Chen helped him solve them smoothly. When Yao Wan looked at Ling Chen, a hint of admiration flashed across her eyes. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and she couldn't suppress it. She looked at Ling Chen with longing.
"Can you be my master?" Yao Wan looked at Ling Chen fanatically, with admiration and desire flashing in her eyes.
She doesn't care about Ling Chen's size, age.
The wisest one is the teacher. "You want to take me as your master?" Ling Chen was stunned. "Yeah." Yao Wan nodded vigorously. It's a pity that I usually don't have much time to teach you,
Ling Chen said with a wry smile.
It's okay, I can wait. I'm available whenever you have time, Yao Wan said. Okay then, I'll take you in.
Ling Chen agreed, there was one more free laborer. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Yao Wan was so excited that she almost jumped up.
The highest ranking teacher in the academy is a master alchemist, and there are almost no teachers who can teach Yao Wan.
But today, Ling Chen was able to guide her problems easily. Yao Wan felt that Ling Chen must be a hidden talent.
Master, let me introduce myself formally. My name is Yao Wan, you can just call me Wanner.
Yao Wan adjusted her black-framed glasses and said to Ling Chen with a smile. Chapter 113. Those years, the days I was tricked by the teacher.
I've heard of your name for a long time. Ling Chen nodded. Since we are now master and disciple, can you teach me how to make the Qingxin pill?
Yao Wan looked at Ling Chen with hope in her eyes.
Of course,
Ling Chen said with a smile. However, Ling Chen soon stopped laughing.
Master, how do we control this place? Master, what should I pay attention to when condensing the pill? Master.
In the early hours of the morning, Ling Chen lay powerlessly on the stone table beside him, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Yao Wan, who was standing by, was extremely excited.
Master, come on.
Hold on a little longer, she exclaimed.
Zzz.
Ling Chen, who had been practicing to relieve his fatigue, felt sleepy for a rare time and fell asleep on the side.
Master is not very good. He finished it in just a few hours.
Yao Wan pouted and muttered softly, afraid of waking Ling Chen up.
She is not satisfied yet, she hasn't learned enough about alchemy.
The next day, Ling Chen woke up from his sleep and stretched. After a rare good rest, he felt refreshed.
With a casual glance, Ling Chen saw Yao Wan lying beside him. My goodness! Ling Chen's pupils shrank and his whole body trembled. Flash! In a flash, Ling Chen left the crime scene. Shuguang College is very efficient and there is no fixed start time for school.
As long as you pass the assessment and are officially enrolled, you can start classes the next day. The class Ling Chen was going to today was Fusion 1 + 1 greater than 2, one of the 5 courses he had chosen yesterday. The teacher of this course did not introduce the content of the course like most courses, but Ling Chen understood something from the title of the course. The location of this class is shown as the martial arts training ground in the West.
Isn't this a theory class? Is it possible? Can it be used in actual combat? For some reason, Ling Chen suddenly became excited.
Ling Chen's body disappeared from the spot and flashed towards the training ground in the west. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the flash skill. Flash, level 2 10,000.
Can flash freely within 100 meters? Oh.
So fast, I've actually used it over 1,000 times. Ling Chen was slightly stunned, and then he arrived at the training ground in 2 flashes. The training ground is very large as dozens of football fields.
When Ling Chen entered the training ground, a white-haired old man was standing there.
The old man had gray hair, dark skin, and was wearing a simple blue cloth robe. His feet were hanging in the air, his hands were clasped on his chest, and his old face was full of vicissitudes of life, but he did not look old, but instead added a sense of majesty. At this moment, the old man's eyes were slightly closed, as if he was realizing something. Beside him, Ling Chen's master, Master Shin, was standing by, looking at Ling Chen with sharp eyes.
Ling Chen was stunned.
In his mind, the scene of the 2 old men combining into 1 + 1 appeared.
Ahem, it was an eyesore.
Just as Ling Chen approached, the white-haired old man's vicissitudes of life voice came. Boy, you have good vision.
After decades, you are my first student. Ling Chen was stunned. No one has ever signed up for my class.
I asked Mr. Su to help me change the name not long ago. Sure enough, it worked after the name change.
The white-haired old man's faint voice made Ling Chen have a bad premonition. Ha. Okay, old man Jiang, stop scaring my apprentice.
Ling Chen, others can't take this class, but it's just right for you.
Seeing Ling Chen's unpredictable expression, Master Shin on the side couldn't help laughing. Oh? Ling Chen showed some interest. Is there any chance to recover the losses? Excuse me, senior, what are we going to learn in this class?
Ling Chen said to Mr. Jiang. Learn how to coordinate and integrate superpowers. Old Jiang slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light shot out from his cloudy eyes, causing Ling Chen's heart to skip a beat.
What? Ling Chen's eyes widened upon hearing that. Have you ever used the fusion of superpowers? Isn't this the course I want to study? It's just that before you, there hasn't been an experiment on multiple superpowers, students. Old Jiang continued, with a sigh of regret in his tone. But don't worry, this is based on a lot of experimental data. As Mr. Jiang was speaking, Master Shin beside him couldn't help but cough twice. Ahem, non-human big data.
Our courses are mainly designed to help students with multiple abilities to directly coordinate or integrate their abilities.
After hearing Master John's brief introduction, Ling Chen hesitated for a moment.
Each of the superpowers you awaken can complement each other and exert the power of 1 + 1 greater than 2.
Old Jiang said calmly. Hearing what Mr. Jiang said, Ling Chen couldn't help but nodded. I've tried to fuse the superpowers. Do you think it works?
Ling Chen had just finished speaking when the superpowers of ice and fire appeared on his hands.
Suddenly, lightning and thunder flashed in the sky. Bolts as thick as buckets streaked across the sky, leaving behind a dazzling white light.
Under the shocked gazes of the two elders, Ling Chen activated the 3 types of supernatural powers and merged them together. The 3 types of supernatural powers continued to intertwine, and the strange energies suddenly filled the entire world. The collision of thunder, fire and ice, when the 3 types of supernatural powers reached a balance point. At the junction, a ball of light slowly formed. With the continuous input of the 3 types of source energy, the light ball became larger and larger.
This is. Elder Zheng's tone was filled with excitement. There is actually such a miraculous fusion method. We have never thought of this kind of fusion. Teacher Shin on the side also became excited.
Your wonderful fusion method must be put into practice before it can truly work. Elder Jiang said seriously, although the strength of your fusion ability has increased a lot, it is still far from reaching the level of a fusion skill.
This fusion skill needs to be further deepened. I understand. Ling Chen nodded.
Also, the light ball formed by your newly fused ice, fire, and lightning abilities is nearly as strong as a city defense. At the moment it's about to explode, combined with your flash skill, it will have an unexpected effect. Elder Zheng's words shattered Ling Chen's usual thinking.
If his flash could be combined with most skills, it would be quite impressive, right? Ling Chen touched his chin, nodded, and thought about how to be both handsome and showy. Wait, what did you just say? Teacher Shin on the side realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. I said to cooperate with Flash.
Old Jiang said after recalling.
No, say it again. Ice, fire, and thunder 3-element light ball? Ah, right. Holy shit, disciple, when did you become SSS level in all 3 of the ice, fire, and thunder elements? Chapter 114, Illusion? Battle? Hatching eggs? Refining equipment? Master Shin widened his eyes in shock. You know, awakening an SSS level superpower is a rare talent that only appears once in many years. What kind of genius is this new disciple of his? It must be cheating. Well, I was lucky and had a small opportunity. Ling Chen touched his nose, not knowing where to start. Luck? Master Shin shook his head speechlessly. You have incredible luck.
Hearing what Master Shin said, the corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and even old Jiang smiled bitterly with great helplessness.
Ling Chen's luck is really good. Next, we will guide you on the integration and use of superpowers. Ling Chen nodded.
In high school, each student had limited abilities to awaken and skills to learn, so high schools basically did not teach the coordinated use of skills.
Your dual abilities of fire and thunder can be perfectly integrated.
A terrifying flame is attached to the lightning-fast thunder, and a beam of white light of fire and thunder is shot out. Moreover, your spatial ability can be well coordinated with your other abilities to achieve unexpected results. The simulated sunlight in the small world gradually faded away, and night gradually fell.
Ling Chen spent the whole day full and satisfying.
Through the teacher's patient explanation, Ling Chen learned how to integrate moves and abilities, and thus create a set of coherent skill combos of his own.
Okay, let's call it a day today. Have a good rest.
After saying that, Master Shin and old Jiang disappeared into the house.
Master!
Ling Chen shouted, but Master Shin did not respond at all. In the blink of an eye, the 2 old men disappeared without a trace. Looking at the disappearing backs of Mr. Jiang and the other man, Ling Chen couldn't help but curl his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Shaking his head, Ling Chen walked towards the training room. Tonight, suck it hard. Ha!
Before reaching the door, Ling Chen discovered through perception that a familiar aura appeared outside the training room. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. Isn't this aura exactly that of his cheap apprentice? No, I can't do it again tonight. My body can't take it. Ling Chen disappeared from the spot in a flash, walked around Yao Wan and headed towards the training room. Arriving at the training area, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was all right, otherwise he would have been asked questions all night long. I am definitely regarded as an encyclopedia of knowledge. Entering the training room, a strong suction force came, and a steady stream of source energy was absorbed by Ling Chen. The entrance to the practice room. Someone was still squatting nearby, silently drawing circles and muttering, "Why isn't it over yet?" The next day, looking at today's class schedule intoxicated, there was still no course introduction. Ling Chen touched his chin. There must be some mystery behind this. The course is held in Villa 101 in the residential area. Ling Chen rushed to 101 with a little bit of anticipation. The gate of the villa was opened and Ling Chen walked in. A graceful and elegant woman was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea and occasionally looking towards the door. Seeing Ling Chen, the woman's expression was slightly stunned, and then a playful smile appeared in her eyes. The woman's eyes became vague and ethereal as she looked at Ling Chen. When their eyes met, Ling Chen's eyes gradually became dull. This is a spacious and luxurious room, and a charming atmosphere fills the entire room. On a large and comfortable bed, the woman dressed in a light gauze, her graceful figure appeared in front of Ling Chen. Ling Chen shook his head and shouted softly, "No." The surrounding environment immediately fell apart. Ling Chen's empty eyes regained their spirit. The woman in front of him was holding a teacup and looking at Ling Chen with a playful expression. "Ha!" Seeing Ling Chen recover so quickly, the woman couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation. You have quite the concentration," the woman said jokingly as she took a sip of tea. "Ahem, too young, not interesting," Ling Chen muttered softly. "Was that an illusion just now?" Ling Chen asked. "Yes. But that's just the most common illusion. Once you get addicted to it, you, and the woman in the illusion, can't help yourself." The woman put down the teacup, stretched out her delicate hand, and beckoned Ling Chen, motioning him to sit next to her. "Do you want to learn?" Ling Chen nodded. He was quite curious about these so-called illusions. The art of illusion requires extremely high mental strength, so let me test your mental strength first. The woman took out a crystal-clear jade pendant and handed it to Ling Chen. "This is a jade pendant for testing your spiritual power. Place your palm on it and feel it with your spirit." Taking the mental power tester, Ling Chen followed her instructions and covered it with his palm. He closed his eyes and used his senses to feel the jade pendant in his hand. Buzz! The spiritual power jade pendant emitted a light blue light, and Ling Chen clearly felt the flow of energy in this jade pendant. Human realm? Looking at the jade token for the mental power test, the woman covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect that this young man in front of her, who looked only 18 or 19 years old, actually possessed such pure mental power. Ling Chen was not surprised. He had known his own spiritual power level before in the trial tower. "Your mental strength is sufficient to learn illusion techniques." The woman slowly calmed down. "I am the 9th elder of the Academy's Elders Council. From now on, you can just call me Aunt Lon." "Yes, Aunt Lon." Ling Chen clasped his fists and bowed to Aunt Lon. Next, Aunt Lon gave Ling Chen a lecture for several hours, introducing the types and levels of illusions. Here is a book called The Basics of Illusion. Next, I will demonstrate it to you again. Aunt Lan's eyes became vague again. Ding, elementary illusion detected, do you want to learn it? Study. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning elementary illusion techniques. Cool. Aunt Lon, is that so? Ling Chen's eyes suddenly became vague, and Aunt Lon felt the pull of the illusion. Hiss, this talent. He's trying to snatch the disciple from that old immortal. Aunt Lon took a breath of cold air. This talent was too strong. Ha! Yes, go back and practice harder. Aunt Lon said. Okay, Aunt Lon. Ling Chen nodded in response, waved to Aunt Lon, and left. On the third day, the class schedule showed life lies in group exercise. When Ling Chen rubbed his hands and came to the practice room curiously, he found that several instructors were waiting for him. This class is all about fighting. Every time we have class,
we just fight and spar with each other. On the fourth day, the mystery of the origin of life, Ling Chen came to the teaching area and found that it was hatching eggs. On the fifth day, Ling Chen admitted that when he chose how the artifacts are made, he definitely thought it was the most useful choice for himself at the time.
Chapter 115, 3 days of refining is not as good as 1 second of lottery.
With the attitude of learning how to refine weapons well, Ling Chen came to the forging room. I possess master-level alchemy skills, but I currently know nothing about weapon refining. Arriving at the forging room mentioned in the schedule, Ling Chen pushed the door and walked in. The back of a dark-skinned man in simple clothes appeared in front of Ling Chen, and he looked a little familiar.
Hearing the noise, the figure turned around and said to Ling Chen with a smile, "Hello again, Ling Chen." The figure behind him was none other than the middle-aged man who had customized suits for Ling Chen and the others during the national competition. "It's you!" Ling Chen's voice became urgent.
The man in front of him in the armory of the competition had told him that his biological father was still alive.
Ling Chen rushed forward, grabbed the man's arm and asked, "Tell me, who is my father and where is he?"
Calm down, don't get excited."
The man smiled. "Your father is a hero.
He has his own difficulties.
I can't tell you who he is right now, but you'll find out soon."
He said, "When you reach the city defender level, go find him in the Abyss battlefield."
"Abyss battlefield?" Ling Chen murmured, loosening his grip on the man's arm.
He had never heard of this place before.
"What is that place?" "When you have reached the required strength, you will know. Don't you want to learn forging? Go over there and practice hammering iron."
The man smiled faintly, then picked up the hammer beside him and hammered on a large piece of iron. The iron block made a crisp sound when it was struck, and a strong fire element energy emanated from it. It was only at this time that Ling Chen noticed that the patterns on the iron block were actually fire runes.
This is...
Ling Chen was so surprised that he couldn't speak.
"This is a flame rune. I carved it using fire energy. It's used for forging.
This rune is called the Forging Fire, and it's a high-level rune.
With your current strength, you can't control the forging fire."
Ling Chen nodded and prepared to go to the side to start practicing basic skills.
"Ding, high-level runes detected, do you want to learn? What good thing is this? Learning."
"Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the advanced rune Forging Fire." A memory that seemed like Ling Chen himself had practiced many times flooded into Ling Chen's mind. A faint red source of energy emerged from Ling Chen's right hand, activating the power of the fire element. Ling Chen controlled the fire element and moved it along a specific route in the air. The fire source energy left a line of fire in the air. The line of fire continued to extend, seemingly slowly but extremely quickly, and faster, forming a specific symbol and closing perfectly. A strange symbol floated in the air, emitting a crimson light.
It attracted the man's attention.
The man turned his head and looked at the runes in the air with a dull look. It took him a long time to react.
"Did you draw this?"
The man's tone revealed a hint of shock.
"Lucky," Ling Chen said modestly, secretly praising the system in his heart, saying it was awesome.
After igniting the forging fire on a piece of pig iron, Ling Chen picked up a hammer beside him and began to hammer the pig iron.
Dang, 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 the hammer collided with the pig iron, making a crisp sound.
With the blessing of the forging fire, the forging of pig iron to remove impurities became much simpler. Amidst the crisp sounds of metal colliding, Ling Chen began to familiarize himself with the forging technique.
This forging process lasted for 3 full days.
Ha! Ling Chen let out a long sigh, turned on the system, and started the lottery system. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced forging technique. A memory of advanced forging flooded into his mind, and Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As far as he could remember, Ling Chen had been forging iron for decades.
Sure enough, 3 days of refining equipment is not as good as 1 second of drawing a lottery. However, 3 days of forging also made Ling Chen more confident about the experience in his memory. After 3 days of communication, Ling Chen also knew the man's name, Lao Wang next door. Nice name. Hold it in your mouth.
On the last night of the first week, Ling Chen said goodbye to the man. He could feel that his source energy had reached the peak of the silver level.
Tonight, get ready to break through.
Ling Chen returned to the training room and hung a do not disturb sign outside the door to ensure that no one would disturb him. He then sat cross-legged, entered a meditative state, and began to practice the chaos god slaying art. In the training room, a huge vortex of source energy appeared, with the source located in Ling Chen's abdomen.
Streams of source energy poured into Ling Chen's body. After the operation of the exercises, it was continuously concentrated and purified, and finally merged into Ling Chen's dantian. The source energy continued to fill up, and Ling Chen's dantian became very solid. The source energy condensed and turned into liquid in Ling Chen's dantian. This is what is called condensing qi into liquid, which is the mark of gold level. After a night of hard training, all the source energy in Ling Chen's dantian has been transformed into liquid, and Ling Chen has successfully advanced to the gold level 1 star. After taking a long breath, Ling Chen walked towards the training room. Today, he would learn the art of fusion again. Time passed quietly, and Ling Chen had already joined the academy for a month. During this month, Ling Chen mastered the integration of various superpowers and the coordination of skills. After learning illusion, my fighting skills have improved a lot, and my forging skills are not far from reaching the master level. It can be said that with these 5 courses, Ling Chen can graduate early. During this period, Ling Chen won dozens of prizes, all of which were things he had no use for at the moment. Ling Chen took several useless martial arts books to the system for recycling and exchanged them for points. 2 physical fitness enhancement cards were used on himself, which increased Ling Chen's physical fitness by another star. There are also several platinum-level weapons, but none of them are as good as his Xianyuan sword, so they are all used as accessories for his sword. Ding, the summoning system cooldown has expired, you can summon now. Ling Chen quickly went to wash his hands. Ding, summon. Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning the demon army. Number of legions, 11. Legion Commander, Jun Xie. All members talent level, SSS level. Attribute, magic. Professional skills, Yama's pursuit, demonic possession, soul splitting, soul binding technique. Strength, diamond level 1 star purification capable. A group of demons with the blood of demon gods flowing in their bodies. Ah! Beautiful. You should wash your hands before drawing the lottery. At this time, Ling Chen was in the academy, and it was not convenient to summon the demons, so he chose not to summon them. After a month of hard training, Ling Chen's strength reached the gold level 3. But Ling Chen was not satisfied with this speed. With the system cheating, who would still practice honestly? Ling Chen decided to start working on the academy tasks in advance. Chapter 116, Accept the mission. Receive new resources. It is said that the rewards for the college missions are very generous. Ling Chen came to the school's treasure house with full anticipation. First floor, Mission Hall. There is a giant screen in the mission hall, which displays many missions. At the front of the hall, an old man was taking a nap on the counter. The levels of tasks are divided into normal, difficult, hellish, and extraordinary. Most of the tasks on the screen are normal and difficult levels. The normal level corresponds to the difficulty level below the diamond level, while the difficult level corresponds to the difficulty level of the National Protector level and below. In comparison, there are very few tasks of hell level difficulty corresponding to the supreme level and extraordinary level difficulty corresponding to the saint level. When doing a task for the first time, it is mandatory to choose a task of difficulty level or below. It should be a protection mechanism of the college. Without thinking too much, Ling Chen began to choose tasks. A student can only accept 3 tasks at a time, so try to choose tasks that are more related. Just when Ling Chen was thinking about which task to choose, suddenly a series of task information came into view. Ordinary mission, destroy the new human branch. Mission content, discover and destroy any branch of the new humans, reward 10 credits, no upper limit. Task reward, 10 plus credits. Difficult mission, kill the new human deacon. Mission content, kill any city protection level deacon from the new human organization. Task reward, 80 credits. Difficult mission, kill the new human guardian. Mission content, kill any one of the national guardian level guardians in the new human organization. Task reward, 200 credits. These tasks are basically aimed at new humans. Ling Chen was secretly shocked. Has the new human organization risen to the point where even Dawn Academy needs to pay attention to it? Without hesitation, Ling Chen accepted the 3 tasks. We've been attacked twice by the new human organization before, and this time it's my turn to fight back. Ling Chen's eyes became fierce, and a hint of murderous aura emanated from him. Just as Ling Chen was about to go back to make some preparations and then set out to investigate the new human organization. At this time, Ling Chen saw a smaller screen on the wall beside him. Right above the screen were a few large characters that read Bounty List. Below it, there is a list of some bounties.
The list contains the code names, strengths, and some known introductions of the various characters in the new human organization.
Made a copy of the list on the bounty board.
Ling Chen came to the counter at the front of the hall.
Dong dong dong.
After gently knocking on the table, the old man who was lying down for a nap slowly opened his eyes, raised his head and looked at Ling Chen.
Ling Chen looked at the old man.
His skin was dark, his hair was unkempt, his eyes were dull, he was short and fat, and his face was sallow, showing signs of malnutrition. The old man looked at Ling Chen, his eyes narrowed into slits. Little ghost, what's the matter?
Hello? I am Ling Chen, a freshman in the academy.
I would like to receive some new spirit stones and corresponding training materials. As he spoke, Ling Chen handed over his token. The old man took the token, felt it, showed a hint of surprise, and returned the token to Ling Chen. He stood up, turned around, and walked towards the stairs on the side.
An old voice came, "Follow me." Ling Chen nodded and followed. After walking through the long staircase corridor, we arrived at the second floor. There is a door made of iron and wood here, with 2 words written on it, Soul Storage Room.
Pushing open the door of the spirit storage room, a strong force of source energy rushed towards me. Inside the spirit storage room, there are mountains of spirit stones. Each of these spirit stones is crystal clear, as if they contain endless source power. In the spirit storage room, with the blessing of the spirit gathering formation, the surrounding source energy of heaven and earth slowly gathered and continued to be absorbed by the spirit stone. Ling Chen looked at the mountain of spirit stones in front of him, and his eyes lit up. It was truly worthy of being the foundation of the academy. The old man waved his right hand, and spirit stones fell to Ling Chen's feet like hail.
Ling Chen quickly put them into his storage ring.
A total of 100,000 spirit stones, no more, no less. After Ling Chen collected all the spirit stones, the old man said nothing and continued walking towards the second floor. After cleaning up here, Ling Chen followed the old man to the innermost end of the second floor, where there was a door. The old man pushed open the door, and the scene inside the room shocked Ling Chen. In the room of about 100 square meters, there were 4 huge round tables neatly arranged. On each round table, various medicinal herbs and natural treasures are neatly arranged. These medicinal herbs and natural treasures are priceless and extremely precious. They can be refined into precious pills or even holy pills. In addition to these, the air here is filled with a strong aroma of medicine. Ling Chen was cheered up when he smelled this scent. Seeing Ling Chen's excitement, the old man smiled slightly. "Don't look at it, these are all yours."
"All?"
Ling Chen's heart skipped a beat and he asked in surprise.
"Yes.
These were just picked for you from the medicine garden recently." The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile.
"Thank you." Ling Chen said sincerely. "Ha, no need to thank me, this is what you deserve."
The old man smiled and shook his head.
"Excuse me, senior, what is your name?" Ling Chen asked with a bow. "My last name is Li, and people like to call me uncle."
The corner of Ling Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he clasped his fists and bowed to Uncle Li. "Greetings, Uncle Li."
Mr. Li laughed heartily. "You're quite the man. Quite honest. From now on, just call me Mr. Li." "Okay, nothing else to do. Once you've got the resources, let's go back."
Ling Chen nodded, turned around and put all the medicinal herbs on the 4 large round tables into the ring. Touching the ring on his hand, Ling Chen revealed a very comfortable smile, as if he was.
"Thank you, Mr. Li."
Ling Chen clasped his fists again to express his gratitude, turned around and walked out of the treasure pavilion. After returning to his villa, Ling Chen entered the space inside the painting. He took out some herbs, and the fire source energy surged in his right hand, and a cauldron made of red source energy appeared.
Ling Chen's eyes focused, and he picked up a herb and threw it into the cauldron.
After a long moment, Ling Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the dozens of medicine bottles placed on the side. In every bottle of medicine, there is a precious pill, which is the result of a day's hard work. These pills are holy medicines that replenish energy and heal wounds, and can increase one's endurance.
After putting away the medicine bottle, Ling Chen decided to set off. Without further ado, Ling Chen disappeared into the room in a flash.
Inside Dawn Academy, a lightning-fast figure flashed by, heading towards the academy entrance with ease.
Chapter 117, Old Friends Reunite. Good brothers, tools.
Walk through the familiar corridor and break through the wall. Lush forests and clear ponds. Without stopping to appreciate the beautiful scenery, he confirmed through his senses that there were no living creatures nearby.
Space shuttle. A space vortex appeared.
Compared with the previous one, this space vortex became bigger and more solid.
Ling Chen's figure flashed and he rushed into the vortex.
When Ling Chen entered it, the space vortex disappeared as if it had never appeared. In the space vortex, Ling Chen flew in one direction.
Outside Tianan City, in the wild area.
A figure flashed out from the void in midair, and Ling Chen staggered and fell headfirst. As luck would have it, there was a team below, fighting against a high-level bronze-level monster. As luck would have it, the direction Ling Chen struck was exactly the location of the monster.
Bang! There was a loud noise. A huge impact force drove the monster's body to smash the ground, and dust flew up.
The body of the bronze-level advanced demon beast was crushed by Ling Chen, and its flesh and blood were blurred.
Ling Chen stood firm, looking apologetic. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal the monster. Ling Chen?
A surprised voice came.
Ling Chen looked up and saw that it was Lao Lu, his best friend Yikong. Beside them were familiar figures, Bing Ningxuan, Xianlinger and several classmates. Long time no see. Bing Ningxuan stepped forward and greeted him.
Ling Chen touched the back of his head awkwardly. Long time no see.
Ling Chen, where have you been recently? Why didn't you come to the class reunion after graduation? Xianlinger asked in confusion.
She knew that Bing Ningxuan couldn't ask, so she asked. I have reported to the academy and have been practicing there during this period.
Ling Chen scratched his head. Going to the academy so early? Brother Chen, you are really working hard now.
Yikong said in surprise. Thinking back, Brother Chen, who used to stay up late to watch action movies with me, is gone forever. Yikong sighed silently, knowing that he could only enjoy those hundreds of terabytes of seeds alone.
Ling Chen smiled slightly. How about you guys? Have you formed a team to go kill monsters in the wild area? Brother Chen, you don't know that things have been going on in Tianan City lately. Yikong sighed.
Recently, demon beasts have been rioting outside Tianan City, and several beast tides have already broken out.
The city lord is currently leading everyone in expanding the city and strengthening its defenses. The subsequent beast tides shouldn't be a big problem. Ling Chen nodded and instantly understood the truth behind it. So, we want to contribute to Tianan City and form a team to kill the monsters. Yikong's face was full of enthusiasm.
Ling Chen looked at Yikong with suspicion, as if to say, you are such a weakling that you haven't killed a bronze-level monster in half a year.
You even killed monsters. Do you think monsters are stupid? Humph.
Being stared at by Ling Chen, Yikong curled his lips in dissatisfaction.
Ling Chen laughed, not bothering to expose Yikong. What are your plans now? Before school starts, we want to make Tianan City as safe as possible.
Yikong said, Brother Chen, since you're here, why don't we go kill the monster together?
I see that you have good organizational skills. How about I give you a task?
Ling Chen suddenly remembered something and said to Yikong. In the Legion system, apart from Ling Chen, only the Legion commander and deputy commander have the authority to recruit people.
What mission? Then remember what I said about forming a team to fight against monsters?
Ling Chen smiled faintly.
I want to give you the position of deputy leader. Your main task at the moment is to help me recruit people. And then organize their daily training and so on. Is that okay? Ha! Of course, no problem. Yikong suddenly remembered that it seemed to be true. Then I can recruit people under your name? Of course. Ling Chen looked at Yikong with a smile. You are indeed good brothers.
He took out a low-level space ring and handed it to Yikong. The spirit stones in here are for your funds, and the elixirs and resources are for your cultivation.
Don't let my deputy leader's strength be too weak. Yikong nodded and looked at the mountain of spirit stones and pills in the ring. He was stunned for a moment and then quickly returned to normal. However, his slightly trembling right hand still revealed his inner thoughts. Okay. Come to the city lord's mansion tonight. Ling Chen said to Yikong Yuan through voice transmission. Hearing this, Yikong nodded silently. Ling Chen, can we join? An enthusiastic classmate stepped forward and asked.
Ling Chen smiled faintly, of course.
Find Yikong to report.
When faced with monsters and beasts, they were able to muster up the courage to leave the city and slay them. In some ways, they were already better than ordinary people.
Thank you, Master Ling, everyone cheered. I have something to do and I'm leaving first. Please be careful. Ling Chen waved his hand, took out a formation plate and threw it to Yikong. This is a defensive magic circle.
At a critical moment, it can activate a protective shield to resist the attacks of platinum-level monsters.
Ling Chen no longer needs the prize money he won from the lottery. I think it is enough to protect everyone's safety. After a few flashes, they arrived at the city lord's mansion.
Through a specific entrance, Ling Chen arrived at the second floor of the underground fortress.
Second floor, central conference room. Ling Chen summoned Kabajiu, Sokka, and Ian.
"Greetings, master," the three shouted in unison.
Ling Chen nodded and said silently in his heart, "Come out."
A pitch-black contract door appeared, and 11 figures emitting thick black mist appeared in front of Ling Chen and others.
Sokka and the other two suddenly looked solemn and looked at these figures in horror. "Master, what is this?" Sokka asked in a trembling voice. "This is the legion I newly summoned, just like you. You should get along well with each other from now on," Ling Chen said lightly. "Greetings, master."
11 figures knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully to Ling Chen.
Ling Chen waved his hand, signaling the 11 figures to stand up.
The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing the full appearance of dozens of figures. The leader, Jun Xia, had a handsome face, deep and misty eyes, his black hair was casually scattered, he had an evil smile on his face, and looked lazy. The 10 demons that followed were all strong, with resolute expressions, and they held their heads high with pride.
"Wow! So handsome."
Sokka fell in love with him at once, turned into a little fangirl, and threw herself to Jun Xia with a crazy look on her face.
"Completely put the fear just now behind you."
Ignoring Sokka, whose height barely reached his waist, Jun Xia bowed towards Ling Chen.
"Your Majesty, I am Jun Xia, and these are our first batch of demon warriors,"
Jun Xia said respectfully.
"The first batch?" Ling Chen asked doubtfully. "Isn't summoning a legion a one-time thing?" "Yes, my lord. As your army's level increases, more demon warriors will join." Ling Chen supported his chin and thought, the demon clan seems to be a little different from other legions? Chapter 118 Assigning Tasks. Initial expansion of the base camp. System, what's going on?
After a long time, there was no response.
Huh? What's wrong with the system?
Just as Ling Chen was wondering, a familiar prompt sound came from the system.
"Ding, the host currently has insufficient authority and cannot tell you.
I can only tell you that the demons truly exist in this time and space."
Really exist? In other words, the one summoned earlier doesn't exist here in reality?
After thinking for a while, Ling Chen couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up.
Sooner or later, he would know the answer. "By the way, how is the Shadow Department doing recently?" Ling Chen asked. "Your Majesty, everything is going well."
The Shadow Department has already spread to every major gathering place and city, and is gradually expanding in scale. Kabajiu replied respectfully.
"Okay. Very good. Next, the Shadow Department will do me a favor.
Investigate the branches of the new humans in all cities across China."
Ling Chan's eyes grew fierce. "Once you find out, tell me immediately. If the branch is not strong enough, the Shadow Division is allowed to destroy it personally." "Yes. My lord."
Kabajiu shouted softly, bowed, and disappeared on the spot.
He was going to pass on the task. "Ian, how are things going over there?"
"Go back and sort out the resources later. Keep the ones you need and add the rest to the resource library in the underground fortress." Reporting to the Lord, our tribe has grown stronger and stronger, and has occupied a small piece of land in the demon realm.
There are countless low-level resources. Ian reported truthfully. Their goblins were not strong, so they could only snatch low-level resources. Ling Chen nodded. These low-level resources were just enough for Tianan City to train its troops.
When Ling Chen turned to look at Sokka, he felt Sokka's strength and frowned slightly.
"It has been a month, and the nanny's strength has not increased by a single star? Didn't I tell you to level up more? How are you going to increase your healing capacity like this? Isn't there anyone to help you level up?" Ling Chen asked. Sokka looked at Ling Chen aggrievedly.
Ling Chen rubbed his nose and said helplessly, "Jun Xia.
Your next mission is to lead the nurses to level up. Try not to let humans discover you." "Yes." Jun Xia's evil eyes twitched slightly and he nodded in response. "Thank you, Lord, for your help." Sokka suddenly became excited. Ling Chen quickly waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave.
"I haven't seen my sister for a long time.
I don't know how she's doing now."
I should go back and see her, Ling Chen thought to himself. With a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot.
In the city lord's mansion, Ling Chen appeared out of nowhere.
At this time, the entire city lord's mansion was crowded with people, and everyone was queuing in an orderly manner and walking towards the martial arts training ground of the city lord's mansion. Seeing Ling Chen appear out of nowhere, the people around were startled. After seeing that it was Ling Chen, everyone quickly reacted, Ling Chen is here.
The people around turned their heads and looked at Ling Chen.
Ling Chen smiled slightly, waved to everyone, and then ran towards the martial arts training ground. In the martial arts training ground, several guards were directing everyone to enter in an orderly manner. On the high platform in the field, City Lord Yi and Zhuge Kongming were sitting and chatting about something.
Ling Chen flashed and appeared on the high platform. City Lord Yi tensed up instantly as if he was in imminent danger. He relaxed only after seeing that it was Ling Chen. Zhuge Liang remained relaxed and unmoved. Young Master Ling, you're back. We are recruiting soldiers. Those who pass the screening will be sent to the barracks for training. Those who perform well in the training will be sent to the training base in the underground castle.
City Lord Yi finished a long string of words in one breath, picked up the tea on the table and took a big gulp.
Did you arrange the recent beast tide? Ling Chen asked straight to the point.
Yes, my lord.
City Lord Yi nodded. According to Mr. Zhuge's suggestion, we arranged a small beast tide.
Because we were prepared in advance, there were no casualties. Because of the frequent beast tides, some people in the city are panicking. We are taking this opportunity to expand the city to be prepared for any eventuality. Also, because the city defense army has wiped out numerous beast waves with minimal losses during the beast tide, their reputation has grown tremendously, and as a result, there has been an endless stream of people coming to participate in the recruitment examination.
City Lord Yi explained. Well done. Ling Chen nodded and looked at Zhuge.
Moreover, it is announced to the outside world that the resources for building the city are supported by the friendship of Ling Chen, who is the best in the country.
Zhuge said with a faint smile. Now, people in the city are encouraging children to learn from Ling Chen and not forget their motherland. Ling Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to destroy the monsters and restore peace, so why did he start to win people's hearts? However, this is also beneficial to the stability of the base camp, so Ling Chen didn't say much. Just do as you think. Let the goblins cooperate with the psychics to build the new city. I want it to be as solid as a rock. Ling Chen's heroic words immediately aroused the fighting spirit of City Lord Yi. Yes. Young Master Ling. You guys get busy. Let's meet in the conference room tonight. After saying that, Ling Chen disappeared in a flash. Young Master Ling, you've become stronger again. City Lord Yi exclaimed, his eyes filled with unconcealable joy. Zhuge Kongming smiled faintly, gently fanning the vermilion bird feather fan in his hand, bringing a slight breeze. He looked at the place where Ling Chen disappeared, wondering what he was thinking. I returned to the apartment where I had been staying and learned from the city lord that my sisters were still living there. Returning to the familiar room, Ling Chen took out the key, opened the door and walked in. Hearing the noise, the two girls who were sitting on the sofa watching the replay of the national competition turned around and saw that it was Ling Chen. They stood up with a look of surprise. Brother, you're back. Do you still remember your two sisters? Ling Shi's face full of surprise disappeared in an instant, and he said with a pout. Ling Chen smiled with relief. This little girl was still the same, but Ling Chen felt warm in his heart. He walked up to the two of them and touched their heads. Ha! You're already at the bronze level? Ling Chen looked at Ling Shi in surprise. He didn't expect that Ling Shi had already cultivated to the bronze level before awakening. So? Your sister is capable of becoming an empress. Ling Shi raised her head proudly. You girl. Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. Ling Chen looked at Lingling, who was next to Ling Shi. When Lingling saw Ling Chen looking at her, she smiled sweetly. Lingling has broken through to the gold level? Not bad, not bad. Brother, you left behind so many resources that we can't use them all. You'll find out later that these resources are far from enough. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, go to the city lord's mansion to find your brother Zhuge. Ling Chen had a hunch that his sister had great potential, and when she awakened next year, she would surely amaze everyone again. Why again? I understand. Chapter 119, The Legion's Plan. Return to Hongdu. after resting at home for half a day. At night, Ling Chen came to the city lord's mansion. At this time, everyone was waiting in the meeting hall of the city lord's mansion. Yi Kong, Zhuge Kongming, City Lord Yi, Kibajiu, and others have arrived. After seeing Ling Chen's figure, everyone's eyes showed a strong enthusiasm. Brother Chen. Seeing Ling Chen coming, Yi Kong was the first to call out. Ling Chen nodded, walked to the main seat at the top of the conference room, and turned around to look at everyone. The main reason for calling everyone here this time is to announce the general plan for the future Legion. Our superpower army will be divided into the superpower army and the superpower army. Those who pass the initial test will enter the new recruit selection. Those who finally pass the new recruit selection will enter our underground castle training camp and become part of our superpower army. Every 10,000 strong superpower army will be divided into a division, with a division commander and a staff officer. In the special power army, warriors whose strength reaches the diamond level will enter the superpower army and enjoy better treatment. The super army will be divided into melee, tanks, cavalry, ranged damage, and assassins. In addition, a separate logistics department will be established. Those who have experience in alchemy, weapon refining, formations, or runes can join directly. The Ability Army will establish the positions of Legion Commander, Deputy Legion Commander, and Military Advisor. The remaining positions will be arranged by you. Only the Legion Commander, the Military Advisor, and I have the authority to directly mobilize the Superpower Army. Also, the core on the second floor of the underground fortress is independent of the Legion and will be led by me personally. Ling Chen told everything he was going to do in one breath. Everyone looked at Ling Chen in surprise. They heard a hint of ambition in Ling Chen's plan. That's the general direction. The specific details will all be handled by our future military advisor, Zhuge Kongming. Thank you, boss. Zhuge stood up and spoke softly, nodded slightly to everyone, and then sat down. Also, the position of Legion Commander is temporarily vacant. I will take over the position temporarily. I have decided to give the position of Deputy Commander to Yi Kong. He will be responsible for recruiting and training the troops. I obey your command. Yi Kong also stood up and clasped his fists in a pretentious manner. City Lord Yi, I would like you to serve as the chief steward of our headquarters, managing the logistics of the city and the Legion. Hearing Ling Chen's words, City Lord Ye's eyes widened and he quickly stood up, looking at Ling Chen excitedly. Thank you, Ling Chen, for your kindness. I will do my best to provide logistical support for the Legion. City Lord Yi said hurriedly. Although it sounds like he is just a logistics manager, the importance of this position cannot be underestimated as the Legion becomes stronger in the future. Please take good care of the recruitment and training. I will regularly arrange for the resources needed for training and building the city to be deposited into the underground castle's resource library. Yes, everyone agreed. Is there anything else? If not, let's go. Ling Chen said. City Lord Yi and the others quickly bowed and took their leave. After everyone left, Ling Chen returned home to his room to practice. As if remembering something, Ling Chen came to the door of the next room. Ling Chen flashed into the house and vaguely heard strange noises coming from the room inside. Cough, cough. Ling Chen clenched his right fist and placed it to his mouth, coughing twice. Suddenly, the sound in the room stopped. Ah! A sharp scream rang out. Soon, an old man in shabby clothes came out, and when he saw Ling Chen, he became furious. You little brat, could you please stop disturbing me while I'm doing my work in the middle of the night? The old man was so angry that he scared his little brother so much that he became paralyzed on one side of his body. You are indeed still strong despite your old age. I came to you to do serious business. I am planning to wipe out the branch of the new humans. As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, the old man's eyes lit up instantly. Really? The branch in the main city of Hangzhou? The old man's tone was filled with hatred and expectation. Ling Chen shook his head. Seeing Ling Chen shaking his head, the old man couldn't help but droop his head again. It was too early for him to be happy. I'm going to wipe out all the new human branches in China. Ling Chen's next words shocked the old man so much that he stood there in shock. Tomorrow, let's go and take out Hangdu's first. Okay. The old man's tone suddenly became excited. The day of revenge is finally coming. Looking at the old man's 7-star diamond level strength, Ling Chen touched his chin silently. It seems that we can consider copying the old man's practice method and let the less talented warriors learn it. But this seems to consume too many resources.
Ling Chen opened the system mall and searched for similar skills that could be upgraded by consuming resources.
Finally, Ling Chen locked onto a set of exercises called Huayuan Ju. Huayuan Ju, high-level earth-level technique.
Ability: absorbs the source power of rich resources such as spirit stones and spirit medicine, and has excellent upgrade effects. Cultivating a diamond-level person requires approximately 10,000 spirit stones.
Price: 10 million points.
As far as Ling Chen knew, the old man spent nearly 100,000 spirit stones to advance to diamond level.
Compared to that, this technique was pretty good. It's decided to be you. Check your balance. Points balance: 223,7521. Okay, insufficient balance.
It seems that in order to destroy the new human stronghold this time, I will have to get more skills to exchange for points. After making an appointment with the old man to set off the next day, Ling Chen returned to his room. Early that morning, at daybreak, outside Tianan City, on a flat lawn, Kabajiu and two assassins were waiting for something. The space began to fluctuate, and Ling Chen appeared on the lawn. After a while, a figure came from a distance.
It was the old man. The group had gathered. 789, what's the situation in the main city of Hangzhou? Are there any results? Ling Chen asked. Your Majesty, 3 new human branches have been discovered in Hangzhou.
One is guarded by a city-level expert, and the other 2 are guarded by diamond-level peak experts.
Therefore, we are not acting rashly. Ling Chen nodded and then ordered, then let's set off now.
After saying that, Ling Chen took the lead and headed towards the main city of Hangzhou.
A group of 4 followed closely behind and quickly rushed to the main city of Hangzhou. As the sun sets, the outline of the main city appears on the horizon.
Ling Chen and the old man enter the city smoothly and then summon the shadow assassin in.
Master, please follow me, this way. Kabajiu bowed slightly towards Ling Chen and said to Ling Chen, then led the way in front.
Ling Chen nodded, and followed Kabajiu after several turns until they arrived at a remote alley.
Master, we will camp here temporarily. We have built a small base downstairs.
Pointing to an abandoned house in front, Kabajiu said.
Ling Chen nodded and stepped into the abandoned house in the alley. Entering the old house, dozens of shadow assassins were waiting there. Upon seeing Ling Chen, the assassins whispered, "Greetings, my lord."
Seeing that all the shadow assassins had reached diamond level, Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction and gave an order.
Set off. Chapter 120 Night Raid on the New Human Division.
Then, Ling Chen took the shadow assassin and headed towards the branch that Ling Chen knew at the beginning. Ling Chen and his group of 20 people appeared quietly in a corner of the city under the cover of night, outside a slightly dilapidated old residential area.
Everyone, be careful. There's a city protecting level being here. Leave it to me later. You guys take care of the rest, Ling Chen ordered softly.
Everyone nodded in agreement, indicating they understood. At the same time, the old man's eyes were filled with surprise.
It had only been a short time, and Ling Chen already had a trump card to deal with the city guarding level?
Soon, Ling Chen and his group sneaked into the community quietly and approached the building where the new humans were based.
A certain building, the 6th floor.
Behind a beautifully decorated desk, a man who was lost in thought suddenly raised his head and revealed an evil smile.
He, a fish is on the hook, the man muttered in a low voice.
Ling Chen and others were lurking beside the wall outside the building. After taking a look around and seeing that there was no open space around, Ling Chen frowned slightly and calculated secretly in his mind. If we attack in the normal way, once a fight breaks out, nearby residents will inevitably be injured.
How to avoid accidental injuries becomes a difficult problem. Oh right. Wait for me.
Ling Chen took out a formation plate and disappeared on the spot, leaving a line of shadow assassins looking at each other in bewilderment. A few minutes later, Ling Chen's figure appeared, and at the same time, a graceful figure appeared. It was Bai Ling.
Linger, go up there later and take action directly. I will cooperate with you to kill the other party's city guard level in seconds. Don't cause too much damage to avoid accidental injuries. Hearing Ling Chen's order, Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Action.
Ling Chen said, and rushed to the 6th floor where the new human base was located.
Swoosh.
Bai Ling followed closely behind, and her body suddenly disappeared. When Ling Chen and others appeared in the living room of the room on the 6th floor, they found that several new human members had already made preparations and were waiting for them.
Ah, finally here.
The leading man sneered, his eyes fixed on Ling Chen. Seeing that the man didn't seem panicked at all, Ling Chen was secretly alert in his heart.
Does he have any backup plan? He. Let you become the great achievement for my promotion.
The man's aura suddenly soared, and a powerful pressure burst out from his body, instantly enveloping Ling Chen and others, as if to swallow them all.
1-star national defense level. Main city, City Lord's Mansion.
A man who was reviewing documents in his studies suddenly discovered something.
Someone come. What are your orders, Lord City Lord?
A guard pushed the door open and came in, kneeling down with his fists clasped before the man.
There's the presence of a city protecting warrior in the southeast. Send the dragon guards to investigate.
Yes, the guard shouted softly, then turned and headed towards the dragon guard base.
Alas, things have been a bit uneasy lately.
The man shook his head, smiled wryly, and continued to read the documents. The opponent's strength was fully demonstrated, and the old man's eyes were full of determination.
Was he going to risk his life just for revenge?
Feeling the other party's breath, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party's trump card was just this, then there would be nothing to worry about.
Linger, go. Following Ling Chen's light shout, Linger's peak level aura of destroying a nation came towards him.
The man opposite suddenly had his pupils contracted, and the thought of running away suddenly came to his mind. But when the man wanted to escape, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move.
Time and space span. Ling Chen released his control towards the man, now.
Linger flashed in front of the man, and swept her claws across his throat. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, she killed him instantly. Ling Chen and Linger didn't feel anything when they killed the city guarding warrior in seconds, as if they were just cutting vegetables.
This scene made everyone's mouths twitch violently. Don't just stand there, don't leave anyone behind. Ling Chen's calm voice came. Yes.
A group of assassins and old men acted quickly and rushed forward.
Ling Chen also stepped forward and took away a platinum-level new human with one sword.
Looking at the corpse with blood constantly flowing under his sword, Ling Chen's hand twitched slightly. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and returned to normal. Ding, kill a platinum-level warrior, experience plus 4,000.
Ling Chen was slightly startled. You have experience in killing powerful new humans? Stop it, put that man down and let me do it. Ling Chen shouted hurriedly. He kicked off his feet, flashed in front of the last member of the new human organization, and sent him to see his grandfather with a sword.
Ding, kill a platinum-level warrior, experience plus 4,000. As expected, practicing diligently is too slow.
Ling Chen looked at his level and accumulated experience.
Ling Chen, gold level 3 stars 99,300,000.
Experience pool, 28666.
Ling Chen secretly decided to first resolve the issue of the new humans and then go to the demon realm to level up. Ling Chen took the space ring off the leading man's body, checked it, kept the man's identity token, and exchanged all other items for points. Seeing that his balance had increased by more than 1 million points, Ling Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. He was cheated by the unscrupulous system again. Let's go. Using the camera function of the communicator to leave evidence, Ling Chen led a group of people and disappeared into the night. Dozens of minutes later, 2 dragon guards, a man and a woman, arrived at the scene and saw people lying in a pool of blood.
What is this?
The man stepped forward and picked up the token of the younger brother beside him, new human. Then he took off the little brother's shirt and saw the unique mark of the new humans on his back.
This is the base of the new humans. I didn't expect that someone would actually come to attack them. The woman looked at the new human token in her hand with a hint of excitement on her face.
The man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said excitedly, "Let's go and notify the boss immediately." After saying that, the two notified the relevant units to clean up and left the place. At the Tianlong Club, when a man and a woman arrived, a room was already a river of blood, and they were all new humans. In the central villa area, in a wealthy businessman's single-family villa, Ling Chen killed the last person with one sword. Ding, kill a diamond-level warrior, experience plus 8,000. He breathed a sigh of relief. The experience in the experience pool had reached 302,666. Don't hesitate, upgrade. With a flash of white light, an invisible force surged into his body, and Ling Chen was promoted to the gold level 4 stars. The new human organization in Hangdu has been discovered and resolved.
We will continue the investigation. Tomorrow we will go to other main city gathering places to destroy the branches. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and then disappeared into the night. Chapter 121, A Month of Hard Work. Ambush.
For the next month, Ling Chen and his group traveled to various gathering places. In just 1 month, Ling Chen and others cleared out more than 20 branches of new humans, 2 of which were guarded by city guard level strongmen. Finally, Ling Chen's points totaled 10 million. Without hesitation, Ling Chen exchanged the Huayuanju and left it to his own superpower army to practice. As for whether they practiced it, it was entirely voluntary. Ling Chen personally sent away the platinum and diamond users in each branch, and the experience he gained helped him upgrade to 3 stars.
Experience pool 104666.
Ling Chen's strength reached the gold level 7 stars, and he increased by 4 stars in 1 month.
Isn't this faster than practicing honestly? It's time to go back. Ling Chen was secretly excited. This time, not only did his strength increase greatly, but he also exceeded his mission. With hundreds of credits to spare, Ling Chen and his group, filled with excitement, returned from the gathering place in Baidu. During this month, Ling Chen did not forget to draw the lottery on time, and they were all things needed for cultivation. Double training card, triple experience card valid for 1 day, marrow cleansing pill. Ding, the cooldown time for summoning the Legion has expired, you can summon it now. I quickly found a stream in the wild, washed my hands, and called out. Call. Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning the Bone Dragon Legion. Number of legions, 33. Legion Commander, Abyss. All members talent level before death, SS level. Attribute, Undead.
Professional skills, Bone Spike, Corrosive Breath, Bloodthirst.
Strength, Diamond level 9-star peak upgradable.
Possessing an immortal body, absorbing the fire of the undead to improve. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen took out the formation plate and came to the trial site.
Call, recite silently in your heart. A huge contract door opened, and giant bone dragons slowly emerged from it.
Looking at the appearance of the bone dragon, Ling Chen's eyes widened.
This is too big, right?
The huge body is 20 meters long and is made entirely of bones. The bones are dark in color with a dark luster, connected to each other, and there are sharp bone spurs at the connections. 2 4 or 5 meter long wings are located on both sides, and the completely black dragon claws reveal a hint of coldness. 33 bone dragons flew out, covering the sky and the sun, as if the entire sky was occupied by them. Although they are dead bones, they do not look evil at all, but instead have a hint of sacredness. The number of bone dragons is not particularly large, but they look like an army of thousands.
Master.
33 bone dragons shouted in unison, and the sound rolled across the entire trial ground. Groups of bone dragons flew into the sky and circled above the trial ground, emitting a hint of cold air.
Ah, very good. Ling Chen laughed loudly, looked at the bone dragon, and nodded with satisfaction. You guys stay here for now. I will summon you when I need you. Don't conflict with other races here. Yes, Master.
The 33 bone dragons said respectfully.
Ling Chen waved his hand and disappeared on the spot. Ling Chen's figure reappeared beside the stream.
He said to the shadow assassins waiting on the side, "Let's go." The old man at the side stepped forward and said, "Ling Chen, thank you."
Ling Chen waved his hand and said nothing.
"I don't have anything good to give you in return, but I have a copy of my own ancestral martial arts technique, which I'll give to you as a token of my loyalty." As he spoke, the old man took out a book called Source Absorption Method from an old low-level ring. Ding, high-level earth-level technique detected, source absorption technique. Source absorption method, advanced earth rank. Content, absorbing the source energy and using it for personal use can rapidly increase one's strength, but one will never be able to break through the mortal realm. Looking at the technique in his hand, Ling Chen's expression was a little strange.
Ancestral. Your last name isn't Ren, is it? Ling Chen's tone revealed a hint of weirdness. Ha? How did you know? Yes, my surname is Run. I have too many enemies among my ancestors, so I have always kept my real name hidden and never told anyone. Please forgive me. Old Ren knelt on the ground with his fists clasped and saluted Ling Chen. The corner of Ling Chen's eye twitched, and he waved his hand to signal the old man to get up. I'll take it. Okay, let's go. Ling Chen shouted, and took the lead to rush towards Tianan City. I casually exchanged the source absorption method for the system. Now that I have something more effective, I naturally won't choose to use this one. Looking at the 1 million points he had obtained, Ling Chen felt a little painful. Not long after the group had fled, Bai Ling called out softly, "Wait. There's a strong presence ahead." Hearing this, Ling Chen's expression froze.
With his current strength, his mental perception could only sense any movement within a radius of 1,000 meters. The group stopped and stared at the front with serious expressions. Everyone had witnessed Bai Ling's strength, so they had no doubts. He. A sneer was heard, and from the dense forest in front, dozens of men in black slowly walked out, holding weapons and looking at everyone with cold eyes.
It should be a new human, be careful.
Ling Chen reminded in a low voice, staring at the other party, guessing the other party's identity in his heart.
Not bad.
It seems that Ling Chen, the first genius in the history of China, still has some brains. The old man who was leading the men in black said with a smile.
Ling Chen, you're very brave for destroying my 28 new human branches. Ling Chen smiled slightly, didn't say anything, but expressed his agreement. He.
Do you already think you're so powerful and invincible? The old man in black sneered loudly. Let me tell you, a genius who doesn't grow up is not really a genius.
Really? Ling Chen sneered and asked lightly.
The old man in black had a sinister smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from the leading old man in black. Feeling this breath, everyone's faces instantly became solemn, as if facing a powerful enemy. The leader of the other side had reached the peak of the supreme level of strength. Behind the old man, dozens of men in black burst out with aura, and each of them was a city-protecting level warrior.
Oh no! They really think highly of me. The elders are actually coming personally.
Ling Chen smiled bitterly and said softly, I'll take you away later.
Master, a group of assassins shouted urgently. It's no use for you to stay here. Ling Chen shouted, taking out the formation plate. His expression suddenly changed. Oh no! He.
Ling Chen, you don't think we don't know that you are a space system person? The surrounding space has been blocked by us long ago. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings. The old man's sinister voice came. After saying that, the old man disappeared from the spot, and in an instant he came in front of Ling Chen and punched him. Before Ling Chen could react, Bai Ling rushed over and stood in front of Ling Chen.
Chapter 122 Father and Son Meet.
Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Bai Ling's mouth and sprayed on Ling Chen's face.
Seeing this scene, Ling Chen's face instantly turned gloomy.
He appeared in the distance holding Bai Ling and put her on the ground.
Gently stroking Bai Ling's pale cheek, Ling Chen's eyes showed a trace of heartache. A surge of anger welled up in my heart. He turned his head, looked at the old man in black, and roared, "You old man." Ling Chen opened his hand slightly, his eyes fixed, and he shouted softly. Third level Thunder God Technique. Strengthen.
A powerful force of thunder emerged above Ling Chen's body, and with a flash of lightning, Ling Chen's aura gradually rose from the strength of a 7-star gold level to a 1-star diamond level. His physical fitness also improved rapidly, and soon reached the strength of a 4-star city defender.
Oh? What kind of secret method is this? This kid must have a big secret. Seeing Ling Chen's aura suddenly rise, the old man was delighted.
After killing Ling Chen and obtaining this secret technique, he would be able to compete for the position of deputy leader.
Ling Chen, let's see how you can escape this time.
The old man's gloomy voice came, and he slapped his palm, and a surge of energy rushed straight towards Ling Chen. Seeing this, Ling Chen had no time to react and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Dozens of meters away, a stream of crimson source energy appeared on Ling Chen's hands on his right hand, and an ice blue source energy emerged on his left hand. In the sky, purple thunder streaked across the sky. The old man's pupils shrank.
What is this?
Under the old man's shocked gaze, Ling Chen brought the source energy in his two hands together. Thunder from the sky fell, and the 3 types of source energy merged with each other. When the 3 types of source energy reached a balance point, a ball of light gradually formed. Ling Chen is now familiar with the creation of the light ball. Then, the source power of space and time flows out of Ling Chen's body and merges into the light ball.
The old man sensed something and looked at Ling Chen in shock. You also have the ability to time? Is this guy even human?
Not only does he have the ability to move in space, he also has the ability to control time. Ignoring the old man's surprise, the ball of light in Ling Chen's hand grew bigger and bigger.
The opponent on the other side is a powerful person at the peak of the supreme level.
Ling Chen did not dare to be arrogant and injected all his source power. The old man also wanted to see what tricks Ling Chen could perform. For him, the more Ling Chen jumped around, the happier he was. After all, these abilities would soon become his. When the source energy in Ling Chen's body was almost used up, Ling Chen flashed to close the distance between them and the old man, and in the old man's surprised eyes, he blasted the light ball at the old man close to his body. A dazzling white light flashed by.
There was a loud bang.
Ling Chen flashed and appeared hundreds of meters away, half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. Now, there really isn't a single drop left in him, of the source energy droplets in his body. Looking up, Ling Chen watched the white light from the explosion dissipate. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, but the figure was still there.
He. Not bad, not bad.
A gold-level player can actually launch a supreme 4-star attack. I am now more and more curious about what kind of opportunity you have obtained.
Now this opportunity belongs to me.
The old man sneered. The figure suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Ling Chen at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the old man punched out, piercing Ling Chen's chest, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Ling Chen's mouth.
The light in Ling Chen's eyes gradually faded.
The old man pulled his arm out, and Ling Chen's body drooped weakly and fell to the ground.
Master!
Dozens of shadow assassins shouted in unison and rushed towards the old man invisibly.
Humph, a mere trifle.
The old man waved his right hand lightly, and dozens of shadow assassins appeared and flew backwards.
Ding, the host's current health status is detected to be extremely low and dying. Triggering passive nirvana.
Ding, congratulations to the host for recovering to full status.
Nirvana, cooling down 30 days.
Suddenly, a warm feeling surged into Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen could feel his entire body beginning to recover. Soon, Ling Chen's injuries returned to normal, and the wound on his chest disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, Ling Chen felt as if he had never been injured. Only the big hole and bloodstains on his chest clothes showed that Ling Chen had been injured.
Ha!
Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression was still solemn. There was no one on his side who could resist the old man. Even if he recovered, it would be useless.
Ha!
The old man let out a light exclamation, and looked at Ling Chen in surprise as he saw that he had returned to normal. Then his face became excited, and he looked at Ling Chen as if he saw a naked girl, his face full of excitement. The more outrageous the abilities Ling Chen displayed, the more excited the old man became. In his eyes, these abilities would soon belong to him. Without saying a word, the old man reached out to Ling Chen, trying to control him in his hands. At this moment, lightning and thunder flashed in the sky, and a breath of destruction emanated from it. The old man's heart trembled slightly. He stopped and looked up, only to see endless black clouds gathering in the sky, and silver lightning moving around, descending with a terrifying aura. Looking at the clouds in the sky, Ling Chen was stunned. He felt that this sea of thunder seemed to have a sense of closeness to him. Ling Chen stretched out his right hand, and a purple lightning emerged and rushed into the sky, entwining closely with the silver lightning, just like a father and son playing and fighting. The old man's face changed.
Damn it, this can't be.
Then, in front of Ling Chen's stunned eyes, the old man disappeared from the spot in a flash, flew away at a high speed, and fled in panic.
Ah, this.
Ling Chen touched his head and said softly, "Is this thunder so terrifying?" "He is not afraid of thunder, but of me." A strong and powerful voice came from behind Ling Chen. Ling Chen turned his head and saw a figure slowly floating down from the sky. It was a middle-aged man in white tights, with a resolute expression and a strong aura of oppression emanating from his body. But for some reason, Ling Chen could feel a sense of closeness from the man. Ling Chen's eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man, and the man was also looking at Ling Chen. After a while, the man smiled faintly and said, "Let me take care of things first." The silver thunder in the sky surged and shot towards the old man at an extremely fast speed. Feeling the lightning approaching rapidly from behind, the old man's face was filled with fear. No. The thunder struck the old man and took his life instantly. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then looked at the man and muttered, "He is actually in the Sate realm." Chapter 123. Father and son know each other but do not recognize each other. The man waved his hand casually, and dozens of silver lightning bolts fell, tying up the remaining men in black. A man in military uniform rushed out from the dense forest nearby and took the man in black into custody. After doing all this, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at Ling Chen.
"If you have any questions, just ask." The man's tone was gentle. "Do we know each other? Why do I feel that your aura is very familiar?"
Ling Chen stared at the man closely, with an inexplicable feeling in his heart.
"You already have the answer in your heart, don't you?" the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Why?" After hearing the man's words, Ling Chen's tone was surprisingly calm and he said lightly, "Back then,
I was China's top genius, breaking through to the supreme level at the tender age of 30.
Full of ambition and high spirits,
I single-handedly charged into the demon realm. The man's tone became lowered, and his eyes were full of nostalgia.
Then, I met her. We fell in love at first sight. Later, we had 2 children.
Until one day, her tribe came looking. At that time, with her help, I had already entered the Saint realm and became one of the strongest in China.
But under the pressure of her people, I couldn't even lift my body.
Having said that, a trace of sadness flashed across the middle-aged man's face. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and continued.
And she seemed to have known all this was going to happen.
She had already sent our child away before this happened, and told me not to let her people know who our child was. As if opening a box of conversation that had been dormant for many years, the middle-aged man and Ling Chen sat on the ground and told their past stories.
I hope that one day, we can bring her back together.
After saying this, the man coughed lightly a few times and his face turned pale.
Ling Chen's heart ached. He nodded and looked at the man's not-so-good condition and asked, "What's wrong with you?"
The hidden injuries left from the past are not a problem. The man smiled faintly at Ling Chen, but the slightly pale corners of his mouth betrayed him.
Ling Chen suddenly thought of the golden wound medicine he had drawn. He took it out and handed it to the middle-aged man. "Here you go. This can cure your hidden injury."
"Oh?" The man looked at Ling Chen in surprise, with a hint of relief in his eyes. He is truly a good son to his father. Without hesitation, the man tilted his head back and took it.
I forgot to mention that this medicine is for external application. Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
The middle-aged man's head was bulging with veins.
"You are really filial to me." "Ahem. It's just a joke to lighten the mood, don't take it seriously." Ling Chen coughed twice. The golden medicine he took turned into a warm current and rushed towards the acne in the man's body, instantly healing the acne.
The man's complexion instantly returned to normal, and his energy and spirit returned to their peak state.
"I've actually fully recovered."
The man was surprised to feel the changes in his body and said to Ling Chen, "Well done, you are worthy of being my promising junior." After saying that, he winked at Ling Chen. Seeing the change in the man, Ling Chen felt relieved and nodded at the man.
"Oh, I don't know yet."
Ling Chen was interrupted by the man before he could finish his words.
"They all call me Emperor Ling."
There was a hint of dominance in Emperor Ling's tone, which made people want to submit to him.
Emperor Ling? Upon hearing this title, a flash of shock crossed Ling Chen's face. Isn't this the most powerful person recognized by China today? The strongest person is actually my dad? So I'm the second generation strongest? I've heard so much about you.
Ling Chen clasped his fists towards Emperor Ling and said, "They all call me Ling Chen."
"I've heard a lot about you." "Ha ha ha."
The two smiled at each other and reached a tacit understanding without saying anything about their father-son relationship.
"I know everything you did in Tianan City. Building a city definitely requires resources. I have some spirit stones here, which I'll give you as a gift."
After saying that, Emperor Ling took out a ring and threw it to Ling Chen. Ling Chen caught the ring, probed into it with his spiritual sense, and was immediately attracted by the abundant source energy within. This ring actually contains tens of millions of ordinary spirit stones and tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones. One high-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 ordinary spirit stones, but generally, no one would exchange a high-grade spirit stone for an ordinary spirit stone. In comparison, the source energy in high-quality spirit stones is more refined and contains fewer impurities, so it can be used for cultivation with twice the result with half the effort.
"Thank you very much, Emperor Ling."
Ling Chen bowed in thanks and put the ring away without any hesitation.
"If you have any difficulties, feel free to send someone to Dawn City to find me." Emperor Ling waved his hand and said meaningfully, "Okay." Ling Chen nodded heavily. "Here are 2 jade pendants.
If you encounter danger, you can crush them."
As he said that, Emperor Ling took out 2 jade pendants rich in spirituality and handed them to Ling Chen. Ling Chen took the jade pendant. 2 words were clearly engraved on it, "Emperor Ling." "I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now." "Practice well, I'll wait for you."
Emperor Ling bowed, then stood up and walked away slowly. A thunderbird, covered in lightning, came rushing from a distance. With a long chiu sound, the thunderbird stopped in front of Emperor Ling. Looking at the thunderbird in front of him, Ling Huang showed a kind smile on his face.
"Let's go." Emperor Ling jumped onto the back of the thunderbird.
The Thunderbird spread its wings and flew towards the sky. An eagle followed closely behind. On the eagle's back stood a man in military uniform, and behind him were dozens of tied-up men in black. Ling Chen looked at the Thunderbird and the eagle disappearing from his sight, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart.
How did he arrive so in time?
Shaking his head, Ling Chen turned around and came to Bai Ling. Bai Ling was closing her eyes and healing herself. After feeding Bai Ling a holy medicine for healing, Ling Chen sat down. After a long time, under the effect of the holy pill, Bai Ling's pale face gradually turned rosy and recovered. Opening her eyes, Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen sitting in front of her, and a warm feeling rose in her heart.
Okay, let's go home. Ling Chen looked at Bai Ling and said softly. Yeah.
Bai Ling nodded, and their eyes met in mid-air, with a smile in each other's eyes.
The group set out again towards Tianan City.
As he took a step forward, he suddenly saw a golden token dropped on the ground.
It was the one left by the old man. He bent down and picked up the token.
On the token, there is a word flower engraved.
Not knowing why, Ling Chen threw it into the ring. Tianan City, City Lord's Mansion. After 2 days of travel, Ling Chen and his group returned to Tianan City. Chapter 124, Establishing the Chenxi Chamber of Commerce and Raising Money.
After dismissing the surrounding guards, Ling Chen summoned all the high-ranking members of the Legion to the underground fortress.
The third underground floor is the meeting hall.
Ling Chen, standing on top, looked down at the people below, all with serious expressions, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart.
Yi Kong.
Here. Yi Kong looked serious. I have a technique called Huayuanju here. Even a warrior with low talent can cultivate to the diamond level with spirit stones.
You can give it to the warriors to practice. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Ling Chen in shock.
I have some spirit stones needed for the superpower army to practice.
They should be enough for now. You can distribute them among yourselves.
Ling Chen took out 5 million spirit stones and placed them in front of everyone. These 5 million spirit stones are enough for the supernatural army to use for a long time. Yi Kong, City Lord Yi and Zhuge Kongming stepped forward to put away the spirit stones, with fiery light flashing in their eyes. With these spirit stones and skills, they are confident that they can cultivate a group of excellent warriors in a very short time.
There is one more thing I want to announce. I plan to open a chamber of commerce called Chenxi Chamber of Commerce. Ling Chen glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice. Chenxi Chamber of Commerce? Are we going to do business?
Yi Kong and others looked at each other in surprise.
That's right.
We won't be able to sustain ourselves for long simply relying on these spirit stones. Therefore, we must be self-sufficient.
Ling Chen's eyes flashed with a glint.
At present, we mainly sell the unused resources in the treasure house, as well as medicinal pills.
In the future, we will run various businesses. Moreover, Tianan City is just our starting point.
I hope this Chamber of Commerce can be opened in all the cities in China. 50% of the Chamber of Commerce's profits will be used to train the army, and 50% will be used to expand the Chamber of Commerce.
Ling Chen's words startled everyone present, and then they all responded in unison, yes.
I don't know who will be the president of this Chamber of Commerce.
Zhuge Kongming's voice came.
Among all the people present, he was the only one who had a little business ability. But he had no interest in this, and he didn't want Ling Chen to assign this important task to him.
As for the candidate for president, Ling Chen touched his chin and thought about it. Who is the person he knows? Yes, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. I have a candidate, the manager of the central auction Xian Duo. Oh? It's him? City Lord Ye's surprised voice came. Xian Duo is quite capable in business, but can he come? The auction is his family business. I'll go ask and find out. Ling Chen's eyes were filled with determination. Okay, without further ado, I'll go find him right away. I'll leave things here to you. Yes. Young Master Ling Brother Chen, everyone answered in unison. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction, then disappeared on the spot. City Center, Auction House.
In the office on the 3rd floor, a portly man was lying on a comfortable animal skin chair, drinking fine wine and humming a leisurely tune. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room. Seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, the man was so scared that he spat out a mouthful of wine and spilled it on the ground. Just as the man was about to call for help, he saw Ling Chen's face clearly and said in shock, "It's you.
Long time no see. Manager Qian."
Ling Chen looked at him indifferently with a playful smile on his face.
Oh, isn't this young Master Ling? What wind brings you here? Xian Duo immediately smiled happily, stood up and came to Ling Chen's side.
In his eyes, Ling Chen was a young master who came out to gain experience. If he could hold on to this strong support, he could fight for the position of heir to his family.
Of course, I came here to talk to you about something.
I want to set up a chamber of commerce, and I want you to be the president of this chamber of commerce.
Ling Chen's words made Xian Duo frown.
Once he went out and became the president of the chamber of commerce under Ling Chen, it would be equivalent to giving up his position as the family heir.
This. Mr. Ling, you don't know that according to our ancestral teachings, the heir of the family cannot hold a position in other chambers of commerce. Xian Duo looked embarrassed and said to Ling Chen in a low voice.
Ling Chen nodded, did not try to persuade Xian Duo, but just said something lightly. I plan to invest an initial 5 million spirit stones in the Chamber of Commerce, plus hundreds of thousands of various resources.
Young Master Ling. I have no interest in being an heir or anything like that.
I want to pursue my dream with young Master Ling. Xian Duo spoke immediately, his heart pounding. Ding, Xian Duo joins the Legion.
5 million spirit stones.
The total value of his family's assets is estimated to be around 1 million spirit stones, and Ling Chen's investment is just the initial investment.
Just thinking about it, you can tell how to make the choice. Okay. Go to the city lord's mansion to find Zhuge Kongming tomorrow and discuss it with you.
The development of the Chamber of Commerce will be left to you from now on.
Ling Chen stepped forward, patted Xian Duo's shoulder, took out a ring and handed it to Ling Chen. Xian Duo was shocked when he took the ring. Ling Chen actually handed over 5 million spirit stones to him like that? Wasn't he afraid and would just run away?
Suddenly, Xian Duo felt an urge to die for his friend. He secretly swore in his heart that he must do his best to make the Chamber of Commerce bigger and stronger, live up to Ling Chen's trust, and then he could get more profit dividends.
Don't worry, Mr. Ling. I will definitely run this Chamber of Commerce well. Ling Chen nodded, I believe you. Let's go.
After saying that, Ling Chen silently muttered and disappeared from the spot, leaving Xian Duo alone trembling there.
No. I have to go back and leave the family.
Xian Duo hurriedly left the office and disappeared around the corner of the auction. After arranging everything, Ling Chen returned to his long-missed home. His sisters were practicing in their rooms. Without disturbing anyone, Ling Chen returned to his room. After a period of continuous training, Ling Chen could feel that the first turn of his 3-turn Thunder God art had reached its peak.
Next, he could try the second turn. The second transformation requires the body to be tempered with heavenly thunder. For Ling Chen, who has SSS-level thunder talent, he believes that he can hold on. After all, he suffered great pain in the first level of body tempering with electricity, but he survived it. What's more, his physique is stronger now. He took out the formation plate and came to the trial site. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a burst of purple energy rushed out of his body and went straight into the sky. Above Ling Chen, purple lightning appeared, rolling in the dense dark clouds, as if it had the power to destroy the world. But Ling Chen did not feel the slightest threat. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, formed seals with his hands, and activated the third turn of Thunder God technique, guiding the power of thunder from the sky, which descended from the sky like a dragon entering the sea, and poured into Ling Chen's body at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 125, Third Turn of Thunder God Technique, Second Turn. A terrifying force of thunder raged in Ling Chen's body, but Ling Chen did not feel any pain at all. Under Ling Chen's control, the power of thunder continued to merge into Ling Chen's body, tempering Ling Chen's flesh. Ling Chen's body became stronger and stronger under the tempering of thunder power. A surge of energy waves emanated from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. After about a quarter of an hour, the purple thunder slowly dissipated and disappeared. At this time, Ling Chen opened his eyes, and a strong brilliance burst out from his pupils, with faint strands of purple electric arcs, which was frightening. Ling Chen slowly stood up. After his own baptism of thunder, a lightning pattern appeared on the skin outside Ling Chen's body. The whole person exuded a mysterious and dangerous aura, which made people's hearts palpitate. Through the training just now, Ling Chen's physique has been improved to a higher level again, becoming stronger than before. However, Ling Chen discovered that this second transformation was not that simple. In order to cultivate the second transformation to perfection, one must go through 9 different baptisms of thunder. And I have only experienced the simplest one. When he has the chance, Ling Chen will go looking for the 9 different kinds of thunder power between heaven and earth.
Once he has mastered the technique, Ling Chen's physique will definitely be greatly improved, at least to one level. While it was still early, Ling Chen went to visit Master Kong Ming.
Boy, I haven't seen you for a while. Your strength has increased.
Sensing the presence of Ling Chen's aura, Master Kong Ming's vicissitudes of life voice came.
Master Kong Ming, thank you for your kind words.
Ling Chen said with a bow.
Not bad, you are worthy of being my disciple.
Master Kong Ming laughed, with a hint of admiration in his eyes.
He. Master.
Ling Chen rubbed his hands and looked at his master. The old man Kong Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. He knew that this kid came to see him and visit him just by chance. He said unhappily, when you reach platinum level, you will gain your own unique talents and skills.
Also, the second floor of the space city will be open by then. Now we have nothing. The second floor of the space city.
Ling Chen's eyes instantly became hot when he heard his master's words.
He almost forgot about this matter. Well, when you reach the platinum level, you can enter the second level.
I left some good things for you in there, said the old man mysteriously. Ling Chen quickly asked respectfully, Master, please tell me what this treasure is, so I can be mentally prepared.
You'll know when you reach the platinum level. Okay.
Ling Chen nodded and waved to the old man, then Master, I'll leave first and come back to see you.
Would you like to go fishing with me? No, you can just enjoy your retirement.
After bowing to the old man Kong Ming, Ling Chen disappeared on the spot.
This kid.
The old man smiled helplessly, turned his head, and continued to look at his hookless fishing rod.
It has been more than 30 years, why haven't he caught any fish yet? When I returned to my room, it was already morning. Ling Chen jumped out of the bed.
His sisters were watching TV and chatting in the living room. Ling Chen walked into the kitchen, ready to show off his cooking skills and make a rich breakfast for his two sisters to impress them. Light the fire, pour water, put in the ingredients, add the seasonings, stir again and again, take the bowl, and take it out of the pot, all in one go. In just 10 minutes, Ling Chen prepared 3 bowls of delicious food and placed them on the table.
Come on. Try my cooking. Hearing Ling Chen's call, Ling Shi curled her lips without even looking at him. Brother, what else can you do besides cooking noodles? Ling Chen thought for a moment, I can also fry fried eggs. Xiaolong, I know this.
Speaking of fried eggs, Ling Chen thought of Xiaolong, who was still practicing hard in the pet space.
Call. A chubby body appeared on the floor.
Xiaolong was lying on the ground with his 4 legs facing up, smacking his mouth as if he was eating something.
Good guy, instead of practicing well, you're just slacking off and sleeping. Xiaolong, get up and eat barbecue. Ling Chen called out softly, and Xiaolong's eyes opened instantly. He looked around with a bright look in his eyes. Where is it? Then he saw Ling Chen, who was looking at him with a smile on his face, and he couldn't help but complain, Boss, you lied to Long. If you don't practice well. Ling Chen was about to say this when he suddenly realized, Huh? How did you reach the city defense level? Boss, I have completely absorbed the beast core, so I fell asleep.
Xiaolong said aggrievedly.
Ling Chen was stunned, and looked at Xiaolong with eyes full of envy.
It must be said that the speed at which this little guy's strength improved was really too fast. It hasn't been long yet, and we've already reached the city breaking level. Your strength has increased so much.
Have you gained any useful abilities? Ling Chen asked curiously.
He still remembered that Xiaolong seemed to be able to fly now.
Boss, I can transform. Oh? What did it become? Ling Chen asked in confusion. Turn into a dragon. Xiaolong's tone was full of excitement. I can turn into a dragon and take the boss to the sky and let the boss fly happily. Ahem. What nonsense. Ling Chen rewarded Xiaolong with a chestnut. Anything else? Oh, boss, I also learned merge. From now on, I can merge with you and become one.
Suddenly, Ling Chen stood there in a daze as if he had been struck by lightning.
Ha! That's the fusion. Boss, I can turn into a set of dragon armor and attach to your body. Xiaolong's excited voice came.
After understanding Xiaolong's meaning, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
So this is what he meant. Okay, I got it. Remember to finish your words in one breath next time.
Ling Chen glared at Xiaolong unhappily.
Brother, we're done eating. The noodles I made are delicious. I give you a thumbs up.
Ling Shi smiled and gave Ling Chen a thumbs up. Ling Chen smiled with relief. remembering the 2 jade pendants given by Emperor Lingchen took out the 2 jade pendants and handed them to his 2 sisters respectively.
If you encounter danger in the future, just crush this jade pendant, okay? Lingchen warned softly. I got it. Brother, if I crush this jade pendant, will 100,000 soldiers fall from the sky?
She tilted his head and looked at Lingchen. There will be an unrivaled warrior, riding on thousands of thunderbolts, to rescue you. Lingxi and Ling nodded, but at the same time they couldn't help rolling their eyes.
They knew that the person coming with thunder must be Lingchen.
After seeing both girls nod, Lingchen felt relieved temporarily. Now he didn't have to worry too much about his sister's safety.
With the protection of the strongest people in China, there are not many people who can hurt them. Chapter 126 Return to Dawn Academy. After being out for so long, it's time to return to the academy.
After saying goodbye to his 2 sisters, Lingchen brought Xiaolong to the city lord's mansion. The 2 guards at the gate bowed immediately when they saw Lingchen.
Lingchen waved his hand and walked straight into the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion. Mr. Ling. Brother Chen. Lingchen.
In the conference hall, everyone was discussing the follow-up matters. When they saw Lingchen appear, they all stood up and greeted Lingchen. Lingchen smiled and greeted them, then said, "Everyone, I'm ready to go back to the academy."
Upon hearing this, a look of disappointment appeared on everyone's faces.
From now on, I'll leave Tianan City to you guys to take care of. Lingchen looked at Zhuge Kongming and said softly, "Brother Kongming, please help me manage the superpower army."
Yi Kong, school is about to start for you.
When you get to the Magic City, hey, make use of your strengths and develop more talented people with potential to join our army.
Brother Chen, don't worry.
Yi Kong patted his chest.
Everyone, I hope that when I come back from the academy, this place will be completely new.
Then it will be our turn to show our skills.
Lingchen stepped forward and patted everyone's shoulders, then left the city lord's mansion with a smile. He arrived at an empty space outside the city with ease.
A vortex of time and space appeared in front of Lingchen. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot.
There was a towering mountain, and on the cliff of the mountain, Lingchen was standing. On the cliff, Lingchen looked at the prosperous demon city in the distance, shook his head, turned around, and walked towards the dense forest. After returning to the academy, Lingchen went straight to the first floor of the treasure pavilion. With the mountain of tokens from the new human organization, tens of thousands of credits are guaranteed to be earned. Treasure House, first floor hall. The hall was still empty, with no one there except for an old man who was trying to slack off and doze off in various ways. Lingchen walked to the counter, knock, knock, knock. I knocked gently on the table, and the old man's body suddenly shook, as if he was awakened by a fright. He raised his head, looked at Lingchen with an unhappy face, and roared, "You kid, you took so long to come back from a mission, don't disturb my sleep." Not bothering to pay attention to Mr. Li's roar, Lingchen took out hundreds of new human organization tokens from the ring, including 3 deacon tokens. Suddenly, Mr. Li was shocked. Is this still a human? You must have gone to the lair of the new humans. After taking the tokens and conducting a brief inspection, he found that these tokens were all real. Looking at Ling Chen's harmless look, Li Lao was furious. If he was deceived by Ling Chen's handsomeness, which was only 1 point behind the readers, he would definitely die a miserable death. There are hundreds of ordinary tokens, each of which can only be counted as 0.1 credits, so these hundreds of tokens can only be exchanged for a few tens of credits. There were 3 deacon tokens, each worth 80 credits. Suddenly, Lingchen felt that having credits made people happy. 240 credits could be exchanged for good things in the treasure pavilion. Just as Mr. Li was about to register Ling Chen's credits, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand and took out an exquisite token. On the surface of the token, a big word flower appeared. Seeing the token, Elder Li's pupils shrank. Isn't this the token of Elder Hua, one of the 4 great elders of the new human race? How did you? Before Mr. Li could finish his puzzled voice, he was interrupted by Ling Chen. This is a long story. It was a windy and snowy night. Stop, get to the point. Old Li quickly waved his hand to interrupt Ling Chen's next train of thought. If Ling Chen were to finish, he might not see the sun the next day. Because storytelling all night long. I was walking down the road when I saw a body on the side of the road. I quickly went over to see if it was worth saving. Ling Chen said seriously. And then I found this token next to the old man. Isn't that a coincidence? Ling Chen spoke in a serious tone. Looking at Ling Chen's serious expression, Mr. Li couldn't help but doubt his authenticity. Are you sure? Old Li stared at Ling Chen and asked, Elder Hua, is he dead just like that? I'm sure. Ling Chen said firmly. After all, he could say whatever he wanted about this matter. Okay, I'll believe you for now. Mr. Li looked at the token in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to exchange the corresponding points for Ling Chen. Elder Hua's token appeared in Ling Chen's hand, so he must be dead. Elder Hua is on the bounty list, so in addition to the basic 1,000 credits for killing the elder, there is also a pool of 2,333 points from the list. Mr. Li said as he exchanged points for Ling Chen. What? Ling Chen was stunned by Mr. Li's words. This Elder Hua actually made it onto the list of people in Shiguang College who had to raise school credits to kill him. This was such a pleasant surprise. Looking at Ling Chen's excited expression, Old Li smiled and stroked his beard. Your overall strength has at least reached the diamond level, right? There was a hint of doubt in Mr. Li's tone. Ling Chen nodded. Diamond level was still easy to deal with. In that case, some tasks can be issued to you. As soon as Mr. Li finished speaking, the hundreds of tasks on the screen in the hall suddenly became densely packed, reaching thousands. Ling Chen was slightly stunned and looked at the screen. Difficult mission, escort supplies to the Myriad Races battlefield. Mission content, go to the designated location inside the Myriad Races battlefield and escort the supplies back. Task reward, 500 credits. With a casual glance, Ling Chen discovered that most of the tasks had a place name that Ling Chen had never heard of: the battlefield of all races. I think you have discovered something different. The old man's faint voice came. Ling Chen retracted his gaze from the screen, turned his head to look at the old man, and nodded slightly. Do you know why, even though our human race is growing stronger day by day, we never attack the demon realm and recapture the territory we once lost? Hearing this, Ling Chen shook his head, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Isn't it that we can't win? Ahem. Of course, on the one hand, the Demon Beast clan is stronger, and on the other hand, there is this battlefield of all clans. The old man cleared his throat and continued, this battlefield of all races is a relic from ancient times. It contains a mysterious substance called Chaos Spirit Liquid, which can help practitioners break through bottlenecks without any side effects. Hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes instantly brightened up. What a good thing! The old man continued. However, this battlefield of all races is not limited to our blue planet. Chapter 127: The Battlefield of 10,000 Races. Hearing this, Ling Chen was stunned, and a bold guess emerged in his mind. Are there other planetary races that can enter? That's right. The old man nodded. The Myriad Races battlefield, as the name suggests, has countless races entering to fight for the Chaos Spirit Fluid. Also, Blue Star has been targeted by a certain alien race. They have been searching for the entrance to Blue Star. To this end, they took over the body of a powerful individual who had entered the 10,000 Races battlefield that year and developed a complete force on Blue Star. The ultimate goal of this force is to cooperate internally and externally to break through Blue Star's defenses. Now, everyone entering and leaving the Myriad Races battlefield will undergo strict inspections, have their 5 senses sealed, and be brought in. Therefore, so far, outsiders have not yet achieved. After listening to Mr. Li's narration, Ling Chen felt that he had refreshed his understanding of the world. Then why don't the foreigners just attack our Blue Star base in the Myriad Races battlefield? And then slowly search. There are strength restrictions for entering the 10,000 Races battlefield. Only those with the strength of the 3rd level of Saint or below can enter. Hearing the old man's words, Ling Chen frowned. Isn't the Saint realm the highest level? Saint, this is just the beginning? What's next? Later, when you're strong enough, you'll naturally understand. Elder Li shook his head and continued, our ancestors have always rushed to the battlefield of all races, guarding the entrance to Blue Star. Countless people died in the battle. The old man's voice suddenly became sad. Hearing this, Ling Chen felt sad. Saints are just pioneers, just the beginning. Ling Chen couldn't help but think of the scene where saints were walking everywhere on the battlefield of all races. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen decided to go and take a look at the battlefield of all races. But before you go, you have to prepare well. It would be best if your strength reaches the platinum level, you awaken 2 more talents and skills, and unlock the 2nd level of the City of Space. Boy, although this battlefield of all races is extremely dangerous, it is a good place to hone yourself. Only there can you make continuous progress and gain opportunities. The old man reminded. Yeah. Ling Chen nodded heavily, thinking about what he needed to prepare.
The most urgent thing is that Ling Chen is eager to improve his source energy level.
Mr. Li, I'm leaving first. I'll come back to you to take the task later. Ling Chen's voice gradually faded away. The young man is quite impatient. Old Li chuckled. However, his talent is indeed good. If he is given enough time, he will surely become another saint of our human race and become the pillar of our race. Outside the training room, Ling Chen, who had just earned a few thousand points, was too arrogant to look down on the free advanced training room with 3 times the effect. Directly register and choose the special training room with 5 credits a day, which has a 10-fold bonus on training speed. But when you meet a genius like Ling Chen, it's more than just the 10th level. He stepped into the special training room, found a place to sit cross-legged, began to practice the exercises, and started his training journey. He now has the strength of a 7-star gold level. Aim for platinum level. As Ling Chen practiced his technique, the source power, which was 10 times denser than outside, poured into Ling Chen's body at an astonishing speed. Huff, huff, huff. Ling Chen opened all the pores on his body, practiced his skills, and madly absorbed the source power. After the source power entered Ling Chen's body, it quickly rushed towards Ling Chen's limbs and bones, then merged into his dantian, condensed in his dantian, and turned into drops of liquid. Boom! In Ling Chen's body, the source of power rushed into his dantian in one go. Immediately, a surge of source power burst out from his dantian, and Ling Chen's momentum instantly soared. He directly broke through from the gold level 7 stars to the gold level 8 stars, breaking through the shackles in one fell swoop. Ling Chen opened his eyes and felt the surging source of power in his body. A look of relief appeared at the corner of Ling Chen's mouth. Continue. Then, Ling Chen immersed himself in hard training again. Buzz. Streams of source power, like a tide, continuously spread from the surface of Ling Chen's body, converging bit by bit towards Ling Chen's dantian. Half a month passed quietly. Ling Chen's strength has reached the peak of the 9-star gold level. At this time, Ling Chen can feel that the source energy in his dantian has reached fullness, and he is only 1 step away from the platinum level. Breakthrough. Ling Chen waved his hand, and a holy Shangyuan pill appeared in his hand. He raised his head, swallowed it directly, and then began to break through. The medicinal effect of the holy product Shangyuan pill quickly flowed through Ling Chen's body and quickly filled his entire body. Buzz. The source power surged crazily, and circles of light red light kept flashing on the surface of Ling Chen's body. Streams of source energy flowed along Ling Chen's meridians, constantly washing and tempering his body. The source energy droplets in the dantian gradually condensed into crystals, which contain terrifying source power. After all the droplets in his body were transformed into source energy crystals, Ling Chen's strength finally broke through to the platinum level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the platinum level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate skill Space Teleportation. Space Teleport, level 101,000. You can mark a location 3 times and teleport there randomly at any time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate skill Time Flow. Time Flow, level 101,000. The flow rate of time in a certain space can be freely controlled. Current flow rate 2.0. As soon as he was promoted, Ling Chen's mind had memories of these 2 innate skills. Although these 2 skills have little lethality, they are extremely useful. Space teleportation can teleport you to a marked location at a critical moment, which can save your life. The speed of time flow is of great help to Ling Chen. He can slow down the flow of time, which can not only effectively reduce the opponent's speed during combat, but also he can use it during cultivation to increase the duration of his cultivation. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Ling Chen couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. That's right. The City of Space. Ling Chen murmured. After upgrading to the platinum level, the second level of the City of Space can be opened. After taking out the formation plate, Ling Chen came to the trial site. Arrived at the trial ground, above the sky. The formation plate floated in the air. Ling Chen looked at it with a focused expression, mobilizing all the source energy in his body and pouring it into the formation plate continuously. Sensing the strength of Ling Chen's source energy, the array plate made a buzzing sound. Chapter 128, the second floor of the Space City, obtaining the Avatar. The array plate trembled, releasing a strange halo of light. In the halo, the array disk kept spinning, and ripples of energy emanated from it, covering the trial ground and wrapping it up. Buzz buzz buzz. The halo of the array disk became brighter and brighter, as if it was about to shine through. Seeing this, a look of anticipation appeared on Ling Chen's face. He knew that the second level of the formation was about to be unlocked. Sure enough, a moment later, the array plate burst into a dazzling white light, and then the halo disappeared, and the entrance to the second floor appeared. In the center of the trial ground, a beam of light descended from the sky. The end of the beam of light was probably the second level of space. Swish! Ling Chen took a step forward and entered the beam of light directly. The moment he entered the beam of light, Ling Chen felt as if he had traveled through space and instantly arrived in a giant palace. In the main hall of the palace, there were several tables piled high with spirit stones and pills. On the first table, there are 100,000 high-quality spirit stones, and on the tables behind are all kinds of pills. I think that my master put the pills here, and he must not have expected that I can actually make pills. Ling Chen waved his hand and took all the spirit stones and pills. He was not polite at all. These spirit stones and pills were enough for him to train many powerful warriors. After collecting all the spirit stones and elixirs, Ling Chen finally took the time to look around. There are many rooms in the palace, and each room has a different name. Battle room. Training room. Soul refining room. Ling Chen came to the battle room, pushed open the door, and with a creak, Ling Chen walked in. Battle room, battle against mirrored opponents. A voice sounded in Ling Chen's mind. Ling Chen stopped after walking a few steps inside. In front of him, a black shadow was standing quietly, motionless, looking like a puppet. Is this the so-called mirror opponent? Ling Chen frowned. Suddenly, Ling Chen's pupils shrank. He saw the black shadow opposite him, holding an extremely black sword in his hand. This sword is somewhat similar to the Xianyuan sword in his hand. It seems that the black shadow opposite is harmless. While Ling Chen was still observing, the black shadow on the opposite side moved first, lightning flashed, and the black shadow on the opposite side turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Ling Chen. It was the thunder technique. Ling Chen's expression condensed slightly, and then he quickly reacted. Flash! Ling Chen closed the distance between himself and the black shadow, and suddenly punched out with his right fist, hammering towards the black shadow's chest. The black shadow tilted his body slightly, dodged Ling Chen's punch at a tricky angle, and then suddenly punched out with his right fist. Thunder God Fist. A dazzling arc of lightning attached to the black shadow's right fist, and it hit Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen staggered and was pushed back dozens of steps, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that the black shadow's combat awareness was so strong that it could repel him by just using its own thunder ability. Looking at the black shadow in front of him, Ling Chen's expression became serious. The black shadow in front of him was an opponent that could match all his abilities and skills, so he couldn't underestimate the enemy. Third turn of Thunder God Art. Third turn of Thunder God Art. Strengthen. Strengthen. The aura of Ling Chen and the black shadow suddenly rose, and their momentum rushed towards each other like a surging river, and they confronted each other fiercely in the air. Ling Chen looked at the black shadow and shouted, Thunder God Technique. Ling Chen pounced towards the black shadow. His body was as fast as lightning, so fast that he was almost invisible. Ice Armor. A thick ice blue armor covered the black shadow. Bang! Ling Chen punched the ice armor on the black shadow. The black shadow was shocked and took 2 steps back, but was unharmed and no trace was left on the ice armor. Flash. Thor's Fist. Ling Chen didn't believe in evil and punched the black shadow again from behind. The black shadow staggered forward a step, but was still not seriously injured. The Sea of Fire black shadow was not simply defending. Raging flames ignited around the black shadow. Ling Chen quickly flashed and created some space. Seeing this, the black shadow stomped his right foot on the ground, took a step forward, and headed towards the place where Ling Chen appeared. His speed was beyond Ling Chen's imagination. Ice Armor. Ling Chen quickly used the ice armor. If you can't beat me, I'll join in. Seeing this, the black shadow did not waste his energy by moving forward. The 3 types of source energy surged out from the black shadow's body and merged into one in the black shadow's hand. A ball of light that Ling Chen was very familiar with appeared in the black shadow's hand. This is... Ling Chen's pupils shrank. Shouldn't this be exclusive to him? Ling Chen was quite clear about the power of this ball of light. He certainly would not sit there and wait for death. The 3 types of supernatural powers in his body surged out. Wait, 3 types of abilities? Ling Chen suddenly realized that this black shadow seemed to only have his 3 types of abilities.
The other party did not use his own space and time systems.
Just when Ling Chen was stunned, the black shadow was approaching Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed.
While Ling Chen was still fusing the light ball, it instantly threw the light ball at Ling Chen.
Ling Chen frowned slightly. Time and space ban.
Ling Chen shouted softly, and the black shadow stopped in the air and moved towards Ling Chen at an extremely slow speed. The ban lasted only a short time, but it was enough for Ling Chen to accumulate the same ball of light.
An identical ball of light condensed into shape.
Ling Chen threw the ball of light to the black shadow and retreated to the side.
The black shadow was swallowed by the ball of light. Boom! The two collided and an explosion sounded.
Ling Chen stepped back, his eyes fixed on the ball of light in front of him.
He really wanted to see if the black shadow could withstand it.
As the light after the explosion gradually dissipated, Ling Chen was surprised to find that his black shadow was actually crumbling. As the black shadow crumbled, Ling Chen found that the shadow's figure was actually fading rapidly.
Snap!
A series of shattering sounds were heard again, and the black shadow completely dissipated and disappeared between heaven and earth.
Congratulations on defeating the mirror image.
The voice in my mind sounded again, and a jade slip appeared from where the black shadow disappeared. Ling Chen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the jade slip. There were several lines of words written on the jade slip.
Secret technique clone. Avatar, you can summon an avatar anytime, anywhere.
The avatar's strength and physical fitness are as strong as the original, but it only possesses the supernatural attributes of the original's talent below the god level. The original and the avatar can swap positions at any time. Note, each clone can only exist for a maximum of 1 month.
After 1 month, the secret clone will automatically dissipate.
Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Ling Chen's mouth opened slightly, and a feeling of surprise surged in his heart. With this clone skill, Ling Chen can entrust many dangerous things to his clone.
Chapter 129 Meditation.
Heading to the 10,000 races battlefield. This way, he wouldn't be at any risk. The value of this secret technique can be imagined.
There is such a secret technique?
Ling Chen murmured, a smile appearing on his face.
This secret technique is really too powerful.
What Ling Chen lacks most now is the secret technique to save his life. A secret technique can be of great help to him.
Ding, God-level secret technique detected clone, do you want to learn it? Study. Not considering it at all.
Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the secret technique clone. With the help of the system, Ling Chen easily learned the skill of clone. After finishing the study, Ling Chen checked the clone skills. The clone skill is divided into 3 levels.
Now Ling Chen has mastered the first level and can have a clone. The second level can summon hundreds of clones. The third level can summon tens of thousands of clones.
Ling Chen could already imagine how powerful his clone skills would be.
Tens of thousands of clones, what does that mean?
You just lie at home and do nothing, and your clone can go out and complete tasks for you. The only drawback is that the clone cannot gain experience from the monsters killed by it. Otherwise, if there were tens of thousands of myself going directly into the wild area to kill monsters, I would just take off on the spot.
No matter what, Ling Chen made a fortune.
The things that Master Kong Ming left behind on the second floor of this space city were indeed much better than those on the first floor. There were still 2 rooms left to visit, and Ling Chen couldn't help but feel full of anticipation. Practice room, the source energy is 100 times greater than that in the outside world.
Ling Chen touched his chin.
The training room was where the source energy was richer than the outside world. If combined with his time ability, it could slow down the flow of time. Your own cultivation speed will be hundreds of times faster than that of the outside world. When he thought of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but get excited.
However, Ling Chen was not so excited as to immediately go into the training room.
Instead, he turned his attention to the third room.
Soul refining room. To train the soul, one must have a mental strength above the human level. Soul refining can not only increase mental strength, but also improve the soul.
While strengthening mental strength and increasing the soul, it can also increase the strength of the soul.
Soul refining room? What the hell is this? Is it something related to the soul?
Ling Chen muttered as he walked into the soul refining room. As soon as he entered, Ling Chen felt that his mental power was instantly suppressed and his mental power was constantly being consumed.
Soul refining room, resist the mental drain of the soul refining room and receive a reward. A voice sounded in his mind again, making Ling Chen's eyes light up.
Ling Chen discovered through research that in this soul refining room, the rate at which mental energy is consumed is not very high. One only needs to constantly recover by oneself and hold on for a while.
After a long time, Ling Chen persisted.
Master Kong Ming, who set the challenge, did not expect that Ling Chen, who was only at the platinum level, had already reached the human level in terms of mental strength.
He passed the test easily.
Congratulations on passing, you have obtained the spiritual power technique meditation. Through meditation, you can quickly recover consumed mental energy and cultivate your own mental energy limit. The art of cultivating spiritual power has almost been lost on Blue Star. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth rose slightly. Master Kong Ming definitely had a lot of stock.
Ding, spiritual power technique detected meditation, do you want to learn it? Study.
Ding, congratulations to the host for learning meditation. A memory about meditation techniques emerged in his mind, and Ling Chen instantly understood how to use meditation.
Learning to meditate means that Ling Chen can restore his consumed mental energy at any time.
Then the illusions you have learned will continue to be effective, and once you learn a mental attack skill, your attacks will become even more unpredictable.
Ling Chen couldn't help but smile.
After meditating, Ling Chen walked out of the soul refining room and returned to the main hall. The main function of this second level is to improve personal strength in all aspects.
Ling Chen thought about it and used his clone skill.
Although the clone couldn't practice, he could make pills. He poured all the medicinal herbs and treasures in the ring in front of the clone, and then Ling Chen slowly disappeared in the clone's stunned eyes.
Clone, you idiot.
After returning to Dawn Academy from the trial site, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and headed straight for the treasure pavilion, ready to head to the trial site.
As soon as he arrived at the first floor of the treasure pavilion, the old man who was dozing off couldn't help but move his eyelids, raised his head and looked towards the entrance.
That man came, radiating light, and stood in front of the old man.
Are you ready?
The old man's eyes became serious and he asked Ling Chen seriously.
Ling Chen nodded, I'm ready.
I'm going to the 10,000 races battlefield. The battlefield of all races is not a good place. The old man interrupted Ling Chen and said in a deep voice.
I'm ready. Hearing Ling Chen's words, a hint of admiration flashed in the old man's eyes.
This child is indeed brave and not afraid of death. But soon, the old man's eyes flickered, and finally, he sighed, Go, I hope you can come back alive. The old man's voice was a little sad. Diamond level means you are at the lowest level in the myriad races battlefield.
Be careful.
The old man then took out a jade token from his pocket and tossed it to Ling Chen. This is your entry pass into the myriad races battlefield.
Inject your source energy and you will be transported to the entrance of the 10,000 races battlefield.
There will be guards for routine inspections.
Go ahead.
Holding the certificate, Ling Chen nodded, and the source energy in his body surged immediately, and the source energy was continuously injected into the jade token. With a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot. Looking at the place where Ling Chen disappeared, the old man's face became solemn and a look of worry appeared in his eyes.
I hope you come back alive.
Over the years, only 1 in 10 strong men who entered the battlefield of all races survived, but almost all those who survived reached the Saint Realm. At the entrance of the 10,000 races battlefield, Ling Chen's figure appeared. Looking around, Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly.
The entrance to the battlefield of all races was actually deep underground.
In the vast underground space, the surrounding cliffs are full of defensive weapons, and under the platform, thick magma is rolling.
A guard guarding the entrance saw Ling Chen and hurried over to greet him, respectfully asking, Excuse me, sir, is this your first time here? Ling Chen nodded. Can you show me your ID token? Ling Chen took out his academy token and showed it to the guard. Please wait a moment, sir. I will inform you immediately.
Seeing that Ling Chen came from Shiguan College, the guards did not dare to delay and quickly reported it.
Ling Chen nodded and stood aside.
A moment later, the guard returned and said respectfully, Sir, please follow me.
Ling Chen took a step forward and followed the guard as they moved forward. Soon, they arrived at a huge teleportation array. Chapter 130 Entering the 10,000 Races Battlefield. A white-haired old man was standing by. He was the person in charge of the entrance to the battlefield of all races. His name was Li Daosheng and he was a supreme-level strong man. Seeing the guards coming back, Bai Tsang glanced at Ling Chen. Is this your first time at the 10,000 races battlefield? Ling Chen nodded, it's the first time. Do you know the dangers of the 10,000 races battlefield? I understand. Ling Chen nodded. Okay. The old man stepped forward and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. Be careful and come back alive. Yes. Ling Chen nodded, thank you very much, senior. Go. There will be special personnel to pick you up over there. Li Daosheng waved his hand, signaling Ling Chen to leave quickly. Ling Chen nodded, turned around and walked into the teleportation array. The moment he stepped into the teleportation array, Ling Chen felt a flash before his eyes, and the next second, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot. The battlefield of all races, the territory of the human race. At the teleportation array, several guards were taking a nap. Suddenly, the teleportation array lit up, they were awakened, and a figure walked out of the teleportation array. It's been a long time since we had a new person. A guard looked at Ling Chen and muttered to himself. The other people also opened their eyes and looked at Ling Chen carefully. Then, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. Ling Chen's realm is too low, only 1-star platinum level. Isn't coming to the 10,000 races battlefield just courting death? It seems like another large family has come to the 10,000 races battlefield to gild themselves. Thinking of this, the guards looked at Ling Chen with a hint of contempt. Ling Chen naturally noticed their gazes, raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at them indifferently. A powerful aura burst out from his body, and a group of city guards were all shocked. This aura was even stronger than theirs. Several people suddenly became embarrassed. They didn't expect that the young man in front of them was so talented. They smiled embarrassedly, gave Ling Chen a fist pump, and nodded to express their apology. Ling Chen was too lazy to argue with them and walked straight towards them. Sir, please stay. This is our faction token. Only members of our tribe may wear it. If the token senses the presence of an alien race, it will glow. Seeing Ling Chen coming up, the leading guard handed the badge to Ling Chen. Ling Chen put the badge away and continued walking forward. The guard quickly followed and said respectfully, Sir, please follow me. Ling Chen nodded and let the guard lead him into a spacious corridor. At the end of the corridor is a huge palace. Walking out of the palace gate, a huge square appears in front of Ling Chen. As you step out of the palace gate, a cool breeze blows, making you feel extremely comfortable and refreshed. Right in front of the square, there is a huge circular stone tablet with 3 large characters carved on it, War God Tablet. Next to the stone tablet, there are several guards, each of whom has reached the city protection level. Stepping on the stone slabs of the square, Ling Chen discovered that the entire square was located on a huge open-air towering mountain platform, and endless mountains and clouds could be seen in the distance. There are many palaces around the square, and each palace has its own special function. Merit Hall, Reward Hall, Mission Hall, etc. The easy-to-understand names made Ling Chen instantly understand the functions of these halls. In the square, there were several stall owners sitting cross-legged on the ground setting up their stalls. The stall owners shouted in unison, and the strong men passing by didn't even look at them and rushed towards the teleportation array in the east. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ling Chen's eyes revealed a strange look. Why did this scene look so familiar? New here? Seeing Ling Chen standing there in a daze, a chubby boy next to him nudged Ling Chen with his elbow, then put his arm around Ling Chen's shoulder in a familiar manner. Ling Chen glanced at the fat guy beside him and said calmly, "What's up?" Hee, my name is Wang Xiaopeng, I'm a casual cultivator. I heard about the 10,000 races battlefield and came here with great enthusiasm. What about you? Xiaopeng smiled naively and asked. Ling Chen's expression turned strange. Are you kidding me? How can a casual cultivator let you in? My name is Yi Kong, from Wuhan University in the Magic City. Ling Chen thought about it and replied. Are you here to enter the myriad races battlefield as well? What a coincidence, me too. Wanna join you? Fatty Wang rolled his eyes and said, Don't worry, I'm very familiar with the myriad races battlefield and can definitely help you. Ling Chen stared straight at Xiaopeng, as if trying to see if there was something wrong on his face. Why are you looking for me? I'm a newcomer. Ling Chen's mouth curved up slightly. It seemed that there was something wrong with this little fat guy. Xiaopeng chuckled and said, I just want to make friends with you. Let's get to know each other. From now on the battlefield of all races, if anyone encounters difficulties, don't be polite and help each other. Speak human language. Ahem, Brother Yi, Xiaopeng lowered his voice, I have an heirloom passed down from my ancestors that can detect other people's luck. I just saw your luck, it's a dragon flying to the sky. I feel like you are a real dragon. As he spoke, Xiaopeng took out a parchment scroll from his arms,
This is a map of the 10,000 races battlefield, with many markings on it.
This is also our ancestral map. Hey, Brother Yi, look. Wang Xiaopang handed over the parchment scroll.
Ling Chen took a quick look and found that there were indeed some locations marked on it, and there were also detailed introductions to these locations.
How did your ancestors discover this? Ling Chen asked curiously. If I remember correctly, martial arts have only been around 40 years. Xiaopang was stunned. My grandfather, ahem, it was passed down from my grandfather. It's been passed down to my 2 generations. Too lazy to pay attention to Xiaopang, Ling Chen directly checked the system. Wang Yingjun, Diamond Level 7 stars 9999997000000. Loyalty, 59 unrecruitable. Just a few points away, Ling Chen glared at Xiaopang and said, okay. Let's go together.
Wang Xiaopang scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why Ling Chen glared at him like that.
He, follow me and I will protect you. Ling Chen did not hide his strength and aura. Xiaopang patted his chest and said like a big brother, obviously feeling that Ling Chen was only at the platinum level. Ling Chen smiled faintly, really? Then I'll leave it to you from now on. Don't worry. Xiaopang smiled and was ecstatic about finding a mascot for himself. This is the son of luck. Even though he may not seem very strong now, he might just encounter some opportunity and soar to the sky. Let's go, let's go. Let's go and take the mission directly. Xiaopang took Ling Chen to the mission hall. TSK. Xiaopang, at least let someone else be the mentor of the newcomers. The stall owner nearby squeaked when he saw Xiaopang actually dragging the newcomer to do the task. What's the point of coaching newbies? We're the masters, so we'll just skip over them.